Lu Fan, having offended the second generation of martial artists at the Martial Arts Academy, is compelled to withdraw from his studies, thus awakening the god of killing system. By incessantly engaging in slaughter, he can accumulate killing points. The acquired killing points can enhance martial arts skills, techniques, and the familiarity of innate talents. Consequently, in pursuit of greater killing points, Lu Fan opts to enlist in the beast hunting army, where he can obtain killing points through the relentless slaughter of demonic beasts. Within a mere few years, Lu Fan shoulders 6 golden stars, becoming the youngest 6-star general in Huaxia. The citizens of Huaxia bestow upon Lu Fan the moniker God of Killing General. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the God of Killing System. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. At this moment, a youthful lad of 17 or 18, with a strikingly handsome visage, stands bloodied and shouts in fury. His voice is laced with indignation and exhilaration. However, the sight of the youth drenched in blood does not elicit sympathy from the surrounding students of the 3rd middle school. Instead, it provokes only derisive laughter. Haha, Lu Fan, have you been knocked senseless by young Masterly? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. What about not underestimating the middle-aged in poverty or the elderly in poverty? What about not underestimating the deceased in poverty? Lu Fan, do not embarrass yourself. Apologize to young Master Li, and you may continue your studies in the 3rd middle school's martial arts class. Otherwise, according to the terms of the duel, you shall voluntarily withdraw from the class. Indeed, apologize to young Master Li, and you can remain in the martial arts class. Do not let momentary pride lead to lifelong regret. Upon hearing the words of his classmates, Lu Fan's fists clenched tightly. Overwhelmed by excitement and rage, the veins on his hands bulged ominously. He cannot comprehend why Li Tianyu has targeted him. He has done nothing wrong. Could it merely be because he shares a desk with Leng Ruomeng? Is it simply because he has exchanged a few words with her? Leng Ruomeng is the renowned ice-cold school belle of the 3rd middle school, as well as the daughter of the Leng family, one of the 4 prominent martial arts families in Jiangnan City. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu is a suitor of Leng Ruoxue and the scion of the Li family, the foremost of the 4 martial arts families in Jiangnan City. Upon discovering that Lu Fan shares a desk with Leng Ruoxue, Li Tianyu challenges Lu Fan to a duel, stipulating that the losing party must withdraw from school. Initially, Lu Fan was reluctant to comply, but Li Tianyu threatened him, urging him to consider the consequences for his family if he refused. This coercion forces Lu Fan to acquiesce for the sake of his family, as the Li family holds immense power in Jiangnan City. Moreover, there exists a widely known rumor in Jiangnan City. Among the 4 martial arts families, it is said that murder is essentially permissible. As an ordinary student in the 1st year of the martial arts class, Lu Fan possesses mediocre martial arts talent and an unremarkable background, rendering him no match for the affluent Li Tianyu. Not to mention that Li Tianyu's martial arts talent reaches the upper echelon of the Xian level. His family background alone suffices to overshadow Lu Fan. A favorable lineage provides access to superior primary techniques, exceptional martial arts skills, and abundant resources, none of which an ordinary person like Lu Fan can compete with. At this moment, the strikingly handsome Li Tianyu regards the bloodied and battered Lu Fan with disdain and contempt. Li Tianyu believed that Lu Fan would seek to appease him with an apology, as he had encountered numerous such spineless individuals before. Indeed, at this moment, Lu Fan's heart was also in turmoil. Gaining entry into the advanced martial arts class of the 3rd high school was already a remarkable achievement compared to the vast majority of ordinary individuals. Many ordinary people lack the innate talent for martial arts and fail to meet the requisite vitality standards, thus relegated to studying humanities in regular schools. In this world, which venerates martial prowess, the absence of strength often places one at the very bottom of society. His parents were proud and elated that he had secured a spot in the martial arts class of the 3rd high school. Would they be disappointed if he chose to drop out? This dilemma filled Lu Fan with a profound sense of struggle, accompanied by a simmering intent to kill. However, Lu Fan did not manifest his murderous intent, for doing so could invite dire consequences. Just as he battled internally, a mechanical voice abruptly echoed in his mind. Ding! Detecting a strong intent to kill within the host, initiating the awakening of the Kill God system. 100. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the Kill God system. This sudden mechanical announcement left Lu Fan, who was already grappling with inner turmoil, momentarily stunned. Had he truly awakened a system? Those familiar with novels understand that anyone possessing a system is destined to ascend to the pinnacle of life. If he now had a system, could it enable him to exact revenge? With this thought, Lu Fan communicated with the system in his mind. System, do you truly exist? Indeed, just moments ago, the host awakened this system. The mechanical voice reverberated in Lu Fan's mind, dispelling all his negative emotions and filling him with unbridled joy. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. The current circumstances did not permit him to revel in his newfound discovery. Thus, Lu Fan hastily inquired of the system, what functions do you possess? Ding. This system is known as the Kill God system. By engaging in acts of slaughter, the host can earn slaughter points, which can be utilized to enhance talent, cultivate martial arts, and improve proficiency in combat techniques. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Lu Fan fell into deep contemplation. He then devised a plan for his future. Now that he possessed the system, attending school was no longer necessary. At that moment, Li Qianyu, noticing Lu Fan's prolonged silence, expressed impatience, stating, "You spineless wretch, if you do not wish to withdraw from the martial arts class of the third high, then kneel and bow to me 3 times, and I shall spare you." Li Qianyu's intention was to humiliate Lu Fan. He believed that Lung Ruomeng would not be fond of spineless coward. The onlooking classmates wore mocking expressions, convinced that Lu Fan would soon beg for mercy from Li Qianyu. However, Lu Fan's reaction in the next moment took everyone by surprise. He wiped the blood from his face, revealing a handsome visage, and then declared with deliberate clarity, "Since I have been defeated, I acknowledge my loss. I willingly withdraw from the martial arts class of the third high." Having said that, Lu Fan disregarded the reactions of those around him and prepared to leave. The shame of this day would be etched in his memory, and he vowed to repay it 100-fold in the future. His response and words astonished everyone. No one expected Lu Fan to voluntarily withdraw from the martial arts class of the third high. It is worth noting that gaining admission to a martial arts high school was already a significant achievement compared to the majority of ordinary people. The martial arts high school not only provided students with monthly resources for cultivation, but also boasted esteemed instructors, a privilege that outsiders could only envy. Li Qianyu glared menacingly at Lu Fan's retreating figure. Why had this spineless wretch not begged for mercy, choosing to withdraw voluntarily? Yet, Li Qianyu quickly dismissed the matter. Even if this coward possessed some backbone, what of it? In this world, strength equates to dignity, while the lack thereof renders one a spineless wretch. News of Lu Fan's voluntary withdrawal spread swiftly throughout the martial arts class of the third high, and every student became aware of the situation. However, they did not extend any sympathy toward Lu Fan. Instead, they mocked him inwardly, deeming him unfortunate for having offended the scion of the Li family. Moreover, they concluded that Lu Fan's decision to withdraw was not an act of courage, but rather a foolish and impulsive choice. When Lu Fan's homeroom teacher learned of the situation, he could only sigh in resignation. He lacked the power to intervene. He was merely an ordinary teacher, unable to contend with the Li family. As for the school administration, upon hearing of the incident, they remained silent, as it was merely a bet between Lu Fan and Li Qianyu. Furthermore, given that Li Qianyu was a member of the Li family, they would not speak out. Each individual remained detached, as the repercussions did not directly affect them. Yet, in the future, the students and faculty would come to regret not having retained Lu Fan at this critical juncture. Chapter 2. I dropped out. Before returning home, Lu Fan made a brief stop at a small clinic to tend to his injuries. Li Qianyu had struck without mercy, leaving Lu Fan with multiple wounds, including 3 broken ribs. Fortunately, in this world, there exists a unique healing potion that facilitates rapid recovery. However, this came at a considerable cost, as Lu Fan had spent all of his savings accumulated over the years. Undoubtedly, had he chosen not to use the healing potion, his recovery could have taken 1 to 2 weeks, a duration he was unwilling to endure. With each moment wasted, he was unable to utilize the system due to a lack of killing points. Once he had sufficiently healed, Lu Fan made his way to the Southern District. The Southern District is predominantly inhabited by ordinary citizens, as it offers affordable housing and proximity to the city walls. It is common knowledge that many monsters sneak through the walls daily, making the Southern District the first line of defense against these beasts. Wealthy individuals or those with power typically reside in the Western District, where the 4 prominent families of Jiangnan City also make their homes. The contrast between the Southern and Western districts is stark, one being a paradise for the affluent and the other a slum. Happiness Community, where Lu Fan's family resides, is quite dilapidated and situated within the Southern District. As Lu Fan entered the community, he was greeted warmly by numerous residents, who were aware of his admission into the 3rd Martial Arts Academy and sought to befriend him. After all, gaining entry into the 3rd Martial Arts Academy guarantees at least the attainment of the martial artist level, marking the initial steps into the realm of martial arts, a feat most ordinary individuals may never accomplish in their lifetime. Furthermore, achieving this status significantly elevates one's social standing, allowing one to receive government subsidies monthly and even open martial arts schools to take on apprentices. Upon learning of Lu Fan's enrollment in the 3rd Martial Arts Academy, the community's residents became increasingly enthusiastic. However, had they known he had dropped out, their warmth would likely have diminished. Lu Fan was acutely aware of this, and in response to their cheerful greetings, he merely offered brief replies. Before long, Lu Fan found himself standing quietly at the entrance of his home. contemplating how to broach the subject of his decision with his parents. Surely, they would be immensely disappointed if they learned of his dropout status. Without the system, he might have genuinely considered appealing to Li Tianyu. Yet now, with the system at his disposal, he felt emboldened. With the system's assistance, a bright future awaited him. After gathering his thoughts, Lu Fan knocked on the door and called out, "Mom, I'm back. Please open the door." Soon, hurried footsteps could be heard from within, and the door swung open to reveal a slightly fatigued middle-aged woman. However, upon seeing Lu Fan, her weary expression transformed into a warm smile as she gently said, "Xiao Fan, you're home from school? Go watch some TV for a bit. I'll start preparing dinner." "Okay, Mom," Lu Fan replied, his eyes glistening with tears as he observed the fatigue etched on Chun Jingyin's face. His parents were merely ordinary individuals, engaged in modest employment with meager salaries. Yet, in their pursuit to nurture him, they worked tirelessly, often juggling 2 jobs. Most of their earnings went towards purchasing vital energy potions and martial arts techniques for Lu Fan. A wave of guilt washed over him. How had he been so oblivious to their struggles? Perhaps it was during the moment of his defeat and humiliation at the hands of Li Tianyu that he truly began to mature. Chun Jingyin, too preoccupied to notice Lu Fan's expression, hurried into the kitchen to prepare the meal. As Lu Fan surveyed the familiar surroundings of his home, a sense of comfort and warmth enveloped him, causing the earlier grievances to dissipate. In less than a short while, the nimble Chun Jingyin had prepared several dishes, placing them on the dining table. Just then, the sound of a door opening echoed, and a similarly fatigued middle-aged man stepped inside. Yet, upon inhaling the aroma of the dishes and witnessing the warmth of his home, the weariness in his demeanor visibly lessened. He even found the energy to crack a joke, exclaiming, "It smells so good. I could smell this delicious aroma from downstairs." Lu Fan, upon seeing this middle-aged man, couldn't help but shout, "Dad, you're back." "Ah, Xiao Fan, how was your day at school?" Lu Jun inquired cheerfully. In response, Lu Fan felt at a loss for words and simply said, "Dad, let us eat first, and then I'll tell you." He was unsure how to share the events of the day, especially seeing the joy on his father's face. After setting the dishes, Chun Jingyin added with a smile, "Exactly. Let us eat first." The family soon gathered around the table, indulging in dinner. Chun Jingyin consistently served Lu Fan more food while gently encouraging, "Xiao Fan, eat more. You need your strength for your martial training." As they ate, Lu Fan finally steeled himself to reveal the truth. "Mom, Dad, I have something to tell you." Lu Jun and Chun Jingyin exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what their son could possibly want to share. With determination, Lu Fan finally confessed, "I dropped out today." The moment the words left his lips, a stunned silence enveloped the room as Lu Jun and Chun Jingyin struggled to process the revelation. "What? Xiao Fan, what did you say?" Lu Jun exclaimed. "You dropped out?" Lu Fan nodded. Lu Jun was the first to break the silence, asking urgently, "Why did you drop out? What on earth happened?" Yes. What happened, Xiao Fan? You must tell us how you came to this decision." In their minds, Lu Jun and Chun Jingyin believed that attending a martial arts high school was the only path to success. Lu Fan's sudden announcement of dropping out was a considerable shock to them. Lu Fan shook his head with a wry smile. "Do you remember my deskmate? The daughter of the Lung family, Lung Ruomeng? The son of the Li family, Li Tianyu, is pursuing her, which is why you understand why I had to drop out. Right?" He refrained from elaborating further, not wishing for his parents to learn of the humiliation he had suffered, fearing they might take drastic measures. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun furiously slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "This is outrageous. Just because of this, the son of the Li family forced you to drop out? What do the teachers and school authorities have to say about this?" In his anger, Lu Jun momentarily forgot the extent of the Li family's influence in Jiangnan City. In contrast to Lu Jun's fury, the ever-attentive Chun Jingyin's eyes reddened with concern as she looked at Lu Fan, asking, "Xiao Fan, you haven't been wronged, have you?" From his brief words, she had perhaps sensed that Lu Fan had endured some indignities. Lu Jun, now regaining his composure, also turned to Lu Fan with concern, "Xiao Fan, are you alright? Did they bully you? If they did, I'll do everything in my power to seek justice for you." Chapter 3. I want to join the beast hunters. Lu Fan looked at his concerned parents, feeling a warmth in his heart. However, he did not lose his rationality. His parents could not possibly contend with the Li family without courting disaster. He resolved to bide his time, knowing that he would eventually avenge his grievances with Li Tianyu. Thus, he shook his head and reassured them, "Dad, Mom, I'm fine, please don't act impulsively." In Jiangnan City, the Li family is not a force that ordinary individuals can contend with. Hearing Lu Fan's words, Lu Jun also calmed down somewhat, letting out a resigned sigh as he said, "Alas, it is my father's inadequacy. If only he were a martial artist, the Li family would not dare to bully his son." Observing this, Lu Fan sought to comfort Lu Jun. "Dad, how could you possibly be inadequate? If it weren't for you, how could I have grown up this well?" Lu Jun, albeit with a forced smile, inquired, "Then, Xiao Fan, what do you plan to do now?" Lu Fan had already contemplated this before his decision to drop out. Thus he replied without hesitation, "Dad, Mom, I wish to join the beast hunting army." The Beast Hunting Army is one of the 4 major military forces in Huaxia, specifically tasked with hunting and exterminating monstrous beasts. This military branch is particularly suited to Lu Fan, as his slaughter god system requires a quota of killing points. What? Xiao Fan? You wish to join the Beast Hunting Army? Absolutely not. I will not consent, Chen Jingyin exclaimed instinctively. Among the 4 great armies of Huaxia, the Beast Hunting Army is the most perilous, with the highest mortality rate, as they frequently engage in combat against the fiercest of beasts. How could the casualty rate be low? Naturally, as parents, Chen Jingyin harbored no desire for their child to enlist in such a dangerous military branch. Lu Jun also voiced his opposition, saying, Xiao Fan, if you wish to continue your martial arts training, I can help you find a martial arts school where the masters can guide you. Do not join the Beast Hunting Army for this reason. Despite the high death rate and danger associated with the Beast Hunting Army, the benefits and welfare it offers are remarkably attractive. For those unable to enter martial arts high schools, joining the Beast Hunting Army may very well be the only opportunity to become a martial artist. Lu Fan, however, would not simply seek out a martial arts school, for his system would find no purpose there. Moreover, joining a martial arts school would entail substantial monthly fees that his family could ill afford. Thus, Lu Fan's expression grew serious as he asserted, Mom and Dad, I am determined to join the Beast Hunting Army. Only by doing so can I have the opportunity to become a martial artist, to acquire cultivation resources, to become powerful. I do not wish to live my life in mediocrity. How can one grow into an eagle without experiencing life and death? This marked the first occasion for Lu Fan's parents to hear his heartfelt sentiments, leaving them exchanging glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After an indeterminate period, amidst the silence, Lu Jun was the first to speak. Xiao Fan, have you truly thought this through? Dad, I have made up my mind. I do not want to face such situations again one day and be powerless to resist. Lu Fan declared resolutely. All right, Xiao Fan, your father supports you, Lu Jun replied, looking at Lu Fan's determined countenance with equal seriousness. In truth, Lu Jun had once harbored similar aspirations in his youth, desiring to be a remarkable martial artist rather than an ordinary person. Yet, at that time, he lacked Lu Fan's resolve. Eventually, he married and started a family, allowing his dream of becoming a martial artist to fade away. Chen Jingyin, witnessing this, cried out, Old Lu, do you wish for our son to court death? Joining the Beast Hunting Army is far too dangerous. Despite his wife's tears, Lu Jun remained resolute, reflecting on past events as he said, My dear wife, do you know? My father was also a martial artist and a soldier, but he tragically perished in a wave of monstrous beasts. I was still young then, and I harbored dreams of becoming a martial artist, yet I lacked the courage to enlist. This has been my lifelong regret. Now that Xiao Fan has his own dreams and aspirations, I cannot stand in his way. To be precise, I cannot hinder the youth I once was. Xiao Fan is correct. Without weathering storms, how can one grow into an eagle? With that, Lu Jun rose and walked towards the room. Shortly after, he returned holding a straight sword wrapped in a sheath. He placed the sword on the dining table, gazing at it with nostalgia, and in a gravelly voice, he said, This is the only relic left behind by my father. Now, Xiao Fan, I entrust it to you. I hope you can fulfill your father's will and become a competent martial artist and soldier. With that, Lu Jun handed the sword to Lu Fan. This was the first time Lu Fan had heard such words from his father, and without hesitation, he accepted the sword, saying, Dad, rest assured, I will become a qualified martial artist and soldier. Even Chen Jingyin, who had consistently opposed, merely wiped away her tears in silence, no longer voicing her objections. Although she wished to intervene, she understood that it would be futile. With his burdens shared, Lu Jun's spirits lifted, and he cheerfully said, All right, let us dine. My dear wife, do not worry. Perhaps Xiao Fan may one day become a general. To this, Chen Jingyin shook her head, murmuring, I only hope Xiao Fan can remain safe. As for the matter of becoming a general, that is of little importance. Hearing his mother's words deeply moved Lu Fan. The following day, Lu Jun and Chen Jingyin personally accompanied Lu Fan to the recruitment center of the Jiangnan City military. To join the army, one must undergo various examinations. As long as there are no issues, one can enlist, especially since the military is in dire need of fresh blood. Soon, Lu Fan registered to join the Beast Hunting Army, and provided he passes the assessments, he would become part of their ranks. The first test involved evaluating his martial arts talent. Lu Fan's martial arts aptitude was rated as mid-level yellow, neither particularly poor nor exceptionally good. The second assessment involved measuring his vitality, which stood at a mere 20 points, while becoming a martial artist requires 100. The third assessment evaluated strength and physical capability. Lu Fan excelled in both strength and physical tests, thus swiftly passing all evaluations. In 3 days, he was to report to the Beast Hunting Army's camp located outside Jiangnan City. Upon learning that Lu Fan had passed, Lu Jun and Chen Jingyin experienced a complex array of emotions. The thought of Lu Fan leaving them in just 3 days filled them with reluctance. Consequently, Lu Jun and Chen Jingyin took a 3-day leave to accompany Lu Fan. That evening, Chen Jingyin even prepared a plethora of dishes, wishing to provide Lu Fan with a sumptuous meal. After all, she was uncertain about the culinary conditions in the military camp. Lu Fan relished the meal, praising Qin Jingyin for her exceptional cooking. This alleviated some of the somber atmosphere in the household, and the family enjoyed a warm dinner together. Chapter 4. The Arrogance of the Ignorant. In the Cold family of Jiangnan City, Cold Ruoming had just returned from outside when she learned about the incident involving Li Tianyu and Lu Fan at school. She possessed a complexion as smooth as cream, a face resembling a rosy dawn, brows like distant ink, and eyes akin to autumn waters, with lips red without adornment. At that moment, Cold Ruoming donned a light blue gown that accentuated her exquisite figure. She exuded an aura of icy elegance, reminiscent of a snow lotus atop a mountain. Upon hearing the news, Cold Ruoming furrowed her delicate brows. She had not anticipated that Li Tianyu would be so deranged as to target Lu Fan. Had she been at school earlier, she would have undoubtedly intervened to prevent such an occurrence. Regardless, Lu Fan was entirely innocent, and these events had transpired due to her. This realization intensified Cold Ruoming's disdain for Li Tianyu, igniting a surge of anger within her. Yet, she found herself powerless to act against him, for he was backed by the Li family. Likewise, she belonged to the Cold family. Should she take action against Li Tianyu, it could potentially incite a conflict between the two powerful families. However, she could still teach Li Tianyu a lesson, making him experience some hardship, which could be seen as a form of retribution for Lu Fan. Of course, Lung Ruoming would not allow Lu Fan to drop out of school, not because of any affection for him, but because this matter was intrinsically linked to her. Upon contemplating this, Lung Ruoming took out her phone and contacted Lu Fan via the messaging app. On the other end, Lu Fan had just finished his shower when he received a message from Lung Ruoming. Chengnan Ruoming, is Lu classmate there? I just returned and heard about your situation with Li Tianyu. I apologize for this incident. It originated from me, and I am willing to compensate you. Furthermore, I can assist you in enrolling at Wudao No. 2 High School, ensuring that Li Tianyu cannot take revenge on you. Lu Fan read Lung Ruoming's message and shook his head. Before acquiring the system, he would have certainly agreed to her proposal. However, now that he had gained the system, the school no longer suited him. Nevertheless, he was genuinely surprised that Lung Ruoming took the initiative to apologize and even offered to arrange for him to attend another martial arts high school. He had thought that she would be indifferent to the matter, but it turned out that the usually aloof Lung Ruoming had a kind heart. If it had been another young lady from a wealthy family, she would likely not have cared about an ordinary student like him, perhaps even pretending that the incident had never occurred. With this in mind, Lu Fan felt a budding affection for Lung Ruoming. Xin Yu Fan's hen. Thank you, Lung classmate. However, I have already enlisted in the Beast Hunting Corps and cannot attend school anymore. Lu Fan replied in the messaging app. Chengnan Ruoming, you joined the Beast Hunting Corps? That is quite perilous. I can help you withdraw your application so that you may continue your studies at Wudao No. 2 High School. Lung Ruoming believed that Lu Fan still wished to attend martial arts high school, but simply could not cancel his application. However, Lu Fan truly did not need to. He genuinely wanted to join the Beast Hunting Corps. Xin Yu Fan's hen. Thank you, Lung classmate. I feel that the military suits me better. I do not wish to attend martial arts high school any longer. Lu Fan once again declined her offer, leaving Lung Ruoming at a loss for a suitable response. Ultimately, she replied, Lu classmate, please consider this carefully. If you wish to continue your studies at martial arts high school, do let me know, and I will assist you. As for Li Tianyu, I will certainly teach him a lesson. Reading Lung Ruoming's message, Lu Fan was even more astonished. He never expected that she would go so far as to confront Li Tianyu on his behalf. However, he quickly shook his head, realizing he might have overthought this. It was likely that Lung Ruoming simply did not like Li Tianyu, which motivated her to take action against him. Their conversation ended there, as they were still relatively unfamiliar with each other. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had flown by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Lu Jun and Chun Jingyin reluctantly accompanied Lu Fan to the foot of their apartment building. At that moment, Lu Jun's eyes glistened with tears as he said to Lu Fan, Xiao Fan, remember to be cautious once you enter the Beast Hunting Corps. Chun Jingyin, wiping her tears, added, Xiao Fan, you must return safely. Lu Fan looked at his parents, feeling a pang of reluctance as he embraced them, forcing himself to say, Mom and Dad, you must take care of your health. Residents passing by in the community, noticing Lu Fan's numerous bags, curiously inquired, Old Lu, what is your son up to? Isn't Xiao Fan supposed to be practicing at Wudao No. 3 High School? They were unaware that Lu Fan had already dropped out, believing he was still attending Wudao No. 3. Faced with their inquiries, the usually honest Lu Jun chose not to conceal the truth from the residents, awkwardly smiling as he said, My son Xiao Fan has already dropped out. He is now part of the Beast Hunting Corps. Upon hearing Lu Jun's words, the residents were shocked and bewildered. Why would Xiao Fan drop out? He had the opportunity for martial arts high school, yet he chose to join the Beast Hunting Corps? Old Lu, how could you let Xiao Fan drop out? Lu Jun did not wish to elaborate further, turning to Lu Fan, Xiao Fan, let us take you to the transportation area. Lu Fan nodded, preparing to depart with his parents. Before Lu Fan's family could walk far, the residents who had learned of his dropout status eagerly began to discuss it. I reckon that Xiao Fan must have done something wrong to get expelled. Haha. I thought the Lu family would produce a martial artist, yet he dropped out. Now he wants to join the beast hunting corps? Is he out of his mind? Ugh. I previously brought fruits to their home, and it seems it was all in vain. Thank goodness I did not put in all my effort to cultivate my son. Otherwise, like old Lu, I would have lost both money and heart. The world is indeed harsh, and upon learning of Lu Fan's dropout, the community residents reveled in his misfortune. Their children lacked the ability to attend martial arts high school, while Lu Fan had succeeded, which had already put them at a disadvantage in their minds. Now that Lu Fan had dropped out, they would not miss the opportunity to gloat. Although the residents spoke quietly, Lu Fan's family heard them, causing Lu Fan to clench his fists in frustration, thinking how these people would praise him when he was high, but scorn him when he fell. Lu Jun sighed, but chose not to voice his thoughts. Chun Jingyin, however, grumbled in dissatisfaction. These low-minded people. They were so enthusiastic when Xiao Fan was accepted into Wudao No. 3, yet now they act this way? In response, Lu Fan comforted Chun Jingyin mom. One day, I will become a general, and they will once again envy us. With the system's assistance, becoming a general was hardly an insurmountable feat. Chun Jingyin, upon hearing Lu Fan's words, did not express joy but instead voiced her concern. Xiao Fan, forget about being a general, just return safely. Yes, yes. Our family's safety is what matters most. Lu Jun chimed in cheerfully. Chapter 5. The Beast Hunting Corps of Jiangnan City. The military camp of the Beast Hunting Corps in Jiangnan City is situated on the outskirts of the city, not far from a small forest teeming with magical beasts. This small forest occasionally sees magical beasts emerge, sometimes even triggering a tide of beasts. The establishment of the military camp here serves to guard against these creatures and protect Jiangnan City. Upon Lu Fan's arrival at the Beast Hunting Corps military camp via a special vehicle, he could clearly see the camp, resembling a fortress of steel. The entire camp was constructed of iron, gleaming under the sun's rays with a blinding brilliance. However, what was most striking was that the majority of the camp's walls had been stained a desiccated dark red, clearly marked by traces of blood. These dark red stains seemed to silently narrate the fierce battles and brutal slaughters that had transpired, echoing the bloodshed and carnage of the battlefield. Soon, after verifying his identity, Lu Fan successfully entered the camp. Inside, numerous concrete structures were established, presumably for habitation. Before long, he was brought before a stern-looking middle-aged man. The man wore a dark green military uniform and bore 2 stripes with 1 star on his shoulders. After glancing at Lu Fan's identification information and scrutinizing him, the middle-aged man inquired with some confusion, I see you possess considerable talent, with a vitality score of 20 points, and you have only just turned 17. With your qualifications, you could easily gain admission to a martial arts high school. Why, then, have you chosen to join our beast hunting corps? Lu Fan's response was quite straightforward. I wish to carve out a path for myself. This momentarily stunned the middle-aged man, who, adorned with an air of authority, could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Ah, young man, you certainly pique my interest. Is it truly a path you're after? Indeed. Most individuals who enlist in the military do so in hopes of finding an avenue for advancement. After all, aside from gaining entry into martial arts academies to acquire resources, joining the army is a commendable option as well. My name is Chun Long, the captain of the first company. You may refer to me as Captain Chun. At this, Chun Long proceeded to introduce himself. He continued, while your ambition to join our beast hunting army may stem from a desire for a better future, I must inform you that once you enter the military, you are required to adhere to its regulations. As for the specifics of these rules, your squad leader will enlighten you shortly. As a newcomer, you will need to be guided for 3 to 4 months. For now, please proceed with your registration. With that, Chun Long gestured to a nearby soldier, instructing, take the new recruit to complete his registration. Yes, sir. The soldier responded promptly. In no time, Lu Fan was escorted away, while Chun Long continued to interview the next new recruit. Each soldier entering the military underwent questioning and scrutiny to prevent any unusual beasts masquerading as humans from infiltrating the camp. Previously, a camp of the beast hunting army had fallen victim to such a ruse, resulting in the once impenetrable fortress being breached from within. This catastrophe led to the demise of all personnel, as the front line was shattered, allowing a horde of beasts to surge into the city, inciting a large-scale beast tide. Moreover, these peculiar beasts were capable of adopting human forms, further compromising the city from within. Henceforth, every military camp implemented stringent checks on new arrivals. The seasoned soldiers were equipped with life alert devices. Should a soldier perish, the camp would be notified. Those extraordinary beasts could only mimic a deceased individual after claiming their life. Before long, Lu Fan found himself in a rudimentary stone building, furnished with only a few iron bunks. The soldier who had led him there instructed, wait here. Your squad will return from training shortly. With that, the soldier turned and departed, leaving Lu Fan with questions about military matters that he could not voice, now left waiting for his leader's return. After an indeterminate period, a cacophony of voices echoed from outside. Soon after, several men donned in military uniforms entered the stone building, spotting Lu Fan waiting there. This elicited surprise among the 8 or 9 men present. Oh, A newcomer has arrived. Squad leader, come see the new recruit. Amidst their astonishment, a man in his 30s stepped forward. With a friendly demeanor, he inquired, "Are you the newcomer assigned to our 5th squad?" Lu Fan nodded, responding, "Yes. I am Lu Fan. I have just joined the beast hunting army." The affable man smiled warmly and introduced himself. "I am Zhang Weiguo, the squad leader of the 5th squad." "Hello, squad leader," Lu Fan respectfully called out. Zhang Weiguo chuckled. All right. From now on, just call me Lao Zhang." Observing Lu Fan's respectful demeanor, Zhang Weiguo felt assured that managing him would be a simpler task. At this moment, a somewhat plump young man casually placed a hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, introducing himself with a grin. "I am Qian Fugui. You can also call me Fatty." "So, brother, what made you decide to join our beast hunting army? It's far more perilous than other military branches." Lu Fan, feeling slightly uncomfortable with the hand on his shoulder, shifted away and retorted, "Why did you join the beast hunting army?" This left Qian Fugui scratching his head in confusion, responding awkwardly, "Well, actually, my dad forced me to join." "Were you compelled to?" Lu Fan was momentarily at a loss for words, taken aback by the revelation that this chubby fellow had been coerced by his parents. But wait, which parent would willingly send their child into the beast hunting army? Zhang Weiguo, noticing Lu Fan's bewildered expression, chuckled and explained, "Fatty really was pushed into it by his father because he was too lazy and lacked ambition. His dad thought a stint in the military would toughen him up." Now understanding the situation, Lu Fan was eager to shift the conversation back to himself. "Lao Zhang, as a newcomer, I need to be informed about the regulations of our military camp. The first rule is that you cannot leave the camp without a mission. However, if there is a family emergency, you may request leave, but it requires approval. The second rule is that you must never flee in battle. The consequences of cowardice are severe. Thirdly, fighting within the camp is prohibited. Any grievances should be settled on the martial arts platform. Lastly, you must always obey orders from your superiors." Zhang Weiguo outlined many of the camp's regulations and then handed Lu Fan a manual for further reading. "Remember these well, for I will be checking your understanding later." Lu Fan could only shake his head and chuckle wryly, realizing that his first task upon entering the military was to memorize these rules, while he had initially hoped to hunt beasts. Chapter 6. Who is afraid? I'm just excited. Host, Lu Fan. Age, 17. Realm, none. Vitality, 21. Talent, mid-level yellow grade. Primary cultivation technique, D-grade fierce bull strength, beginner. Martial arts, D-grade thunder shadow 13 blades, beginner. E-grade gentle breeze steps, minor achievement. Killing points, 0. As Lu Fan reviewed his attribute panel, he felt a surge of indignation at the system's evaluation, perceiving it as an insult. Yet, he acknowledged his weakness. Otherwise, he would not have been defeated by Li Tianyu in the past. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Fan could hardly contain his eagerness to venture out and hunt beasts to earn killing points. However, he realized he had been at the camp for nearly several days without being taken out by Zhang Weiguo to hunt beasts. Zhang Weiguo deemed Lu Fan still a novice, requiring more training before accompanying them to clear the beasts escaping from the forest. Determined not to remain idle, Lu Fan resolved to actively request permission to join the hunt. Otherwise, his system would remain ineffectual. Alas, it's all the fault of this wretched system. Other systems grant new players starter packs, while I have nothing and must hunt beasts to earn my killing points. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo and his team were preparing to clear the surrounding area of beasts. As was customary, at that moment, Lu Fan hurriedly approached Zhang Weiguo, pleading, "Lao Zhang, may I accompany you to hunt the beasts?" Zhang Weiguo regarded Lu Fan with a puzzled expression, questioning, "Why would you want to leave the camp for such dangerous work when you could train here? Those beasts are not to be trifled with. One misstep could cost you your life. Besides, as a newcomer, you have a 4-month training period during which you are not required to undertake missions. Each month, you will earn 100 military merit points, which can be exchanged for training resources, perfectly suited to your development." Yet Lu Fan remained resolute. "No, I want to go with you." His insistence left the squad members bewildered, who would willingly seek out such arduous labor. Qian Fugui gazed at Lu Fan with an expression akin to that of one observing a fool. "Brother Lu, you have the luxury of not undertaking any missions for 4 months. Why not savor this time instead of joining us on tasks? Do you not realize these past 4 months have been the most blissful moments of our lives?" As he spoke, Qian Fugui reminisced about the initial 4 months of his own journey, when he was newly inducted and free from missions, merely training, dining, and sleeping each day. A truly delightful experience. Alas, it is not like the present, when they must venture out daily to eradicate beastly creatures. In response to the bewilderment of the others, Lu Fan merely uttered a few cold words. "I wish to grow stronger." If he were to spend 4 months solely training within the confines of the military camp, he would miss the opportunity to rapidly enhance his strength and exact his vengeance sooner. Lu Fan's declaration left his comrades momentarily stunned. They had not anticipated such a response from him. Zhang Weiguo, after a prolonged silence, sighed and remarked, "Ah, little Lu, if you wish to join us, then by all means, come along. Youthful aspirations and ambitions drive one to seek strength." This elicited a smile from Lu Fan. as he finally saw a chance to acquire some killing points. Among the members of Squad 5, a young man with a buzz cut found Lu Fan's determination quite appealing. Thus, for the first time, he took the initiative to introduce himself. "Hello, brother. My name is Zhao Lei. Greetings. I am Lu Fan." Lu Fan responded courteously to the unexpected greeting. Zhao Lei, brimming with enthusiasm, continued, "Brother Lu, do you also strive for strength?" "So do I. I wish to prove myself. Not inferior to those prodigies. Even if I lack exceptional martial arts talent, through hard work, I shall certainly catch up to those geniuses." Zhao Lei's fervent words caught Lu Fan off guard, prompting him to glance at Zhao Lei in surprise. Before Lu Fan could respond, Zhang Weiguo interrupted Zhao Lei's burgeoning speech. "All right, let us not waste any more time. Let us set off." He then turned to Lu Fan, asking, "Little Lu, do you possess a weapon? Would you like me to fetch one for you from the armory?" "I have one," Lu Fan quickly confirmed, retrieving the straight sword previously given to him by the army. Observing this, Zhang Weiguo offered a few more instructions. "Remember, little Lu, if you encounter any beasts, do not panic. Avoid running about aimlessly. Stay close to Zhao. He will protect you." "Understood." Without further ado, Zhang Weiguo gestured grandly. "Let us depart." The group swiftly traversed through the iron gates of the military camp, heading towards the forest teeming with beasts. Along the way, Lu Fan engaged in casual conversation with Zhao Lei and Qian Fugui, during which he learned that Zhang Weiguo was already a martial artist, and not just any martial artist, but one at the pinnacle of the martial realm, on the verge of reaching the master stage. In contrast, Zhao Lei and Qian Fugui were merely martial artists, though they did not possess Zhang Weiguo's level of prowess. Others in Squad 5 were also at the martial level, with some nearing the threshold of martial mastery, making Lu Fan the weakest among them. It was no wonder Zhang Weiguo hesitated to bring Lu Fan along, as Lu Fan's lack of strength could potentially hinder their progress. While Lu Fan was conversing, Zhang Weiguo ahead cautioned quietly, "Be vigilant. There are 4 iron bulls ahead." One appeared to be a first-tier beast, while the remaining 3 had not yet reached that level. Lu Fan turned his gaze forward and, indeed, spotted the 4 iron bull beasts. The iron bulls earned their name due to their pitch-black appearance and, more importantly, their skin, which resembled steel in its hardness, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary blades to breach their defenses. Additionally, the bulls sported a pair of razor-sharp horns atop their heads, akin to 2 black, curved blades. Among the myriad of beasts, the iron bull was formidable, boasting both formidable defense and considerable offensive capabilities. A strike from those sharp horns could surely inflict grievous wounds. Yet, rather than feeling fear, Lu Fan found himself exhilarated. He could finally acquire those coveted killing points. His excitement caused his body to tremble involuntarily. Observing Lu Fan's quivering form, Zhao Lei mistakenly assumed it was a manifestation of fear. He patted Lu Fan on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Brother Lu, do not be afraid. They are merely a few iron bulls. We can handle them with ease." Afraid? Lu Fan looked at Zhao Lei in confusion, wondering who was afraid. He was simply brimming with excitement. Chapter 7. The First Kill. Who is afraid? He is simply exhilarated. Lu Fan mused silently. At that moment, Zhang Weiguo addressed Zhao Lei and a few others, instructing, "You 4, deal with those iron bulls." "Understood." Zhao Lei then turned to Lu Fan, saying, "Brother Lu, just watch closely how we hunt these beasts." In truth, beasts were not to be feared. One should not cower at the sight of them. Zhao Lei believed Lu Fan's earlier tremors were due to sheer terror. This caused Lu Fan's lips to twitch in response. Unsure of how to articulate his thoughts, before Lu Fan could voice anything, Zhao Lei, along with the team, stealthily approached the grazing iron bulls, oblivious to the impending danger. The iron bulls continued to graze. As Zhao Lei drew near, he exchanged glances with the others, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the unsuspecting first-tier iron bull. Armed with a black spear, Zhao Lei was the first to strike, aiming for the rear of the grazing beast. A flash of cold light preceded the strike, and then the spear shot forth like a dragon. A heart-wrenching bellow of the bull echoed through the air, a mournful sound that evoked sympathy from anyone who heard it. Zhao Lei's spear pierced the rear of the first-tier iron bull, and an outpouring of blood began to stain the ground crimson. How tragic! How brutal! Lu Fan instinctively tightened his grip, horrified by the cruelty of the act. Qian Fugui, too, wore a look of fear, having never anticipated Zhao Lei would strike such a vulnerable spot on the iron bull. However, given the iron bull's formidable defenses, this tender area indeed provided an opportune target for a stealthy assault. Zhang Weiguo could not help but smirk at the scene, but quickly turned to Lu Fan and said, "Do not underestimate Zhao's strike. That blow will certainly inflict significant damage on the iron bull. When battling beasts, any method that leads to their demise is acceptable. After all, it is a matter of survival." Lu Fan nodded in agreement. As long as the beast was slain, the means employed were inconsequential. Returning to the battlefield, the wounded iron bull, now filled with rage, charged at Zhao Lei with reckless abandon. Zhao Lei, realizing the gravity of his actions, grimaced internally. His strike had provoked the beast into a furious frenzy. Yet, fortunately, Zhao Lei was no novice and managed to withstand the onslaught of the enraged iron bull. He continued to strike, inflicting grievous wounds on the now frenzied creature, causing its injuries to mount. Watching from a distance, Lu Fan's eyes brightened with realization. An opportunity presented itself. In an instant, he drew the straight sword from his back and shouted, "Brother Zhao, I am here to assist you." Having spoken, Lu Fan activated the E-grade martial technique, breezy steps, transforming his body into a gust of wind as he rushed towards the battlefield. This sudden action left Zhang Weiguo and the others momentarily stunned, before they collectively shouted, "Lu, don't be reckless. Be careful." Zhang Weiguo was even prepared to intervene, but it was already too late. At that moment, Lu Fan had arrived behind the severely injured first-tier black iron bull. Without hesitation, he struck with his blade at the gaping wound that had already breached the bull's defenses. Given Lu Fan's strength, it was improbable for him to penetrate the black iron bull's defenses directly. Thus, he opted to attack the existing injury instead. This approach not only inflicted harm upon the bull, but also exacerbated its wounds. The black iron bull let out a pained bellow, turning to glare at Lu Fan with its bloodshot eyes. Realizing the peril, Lu Fan swiftly evaded the enraged first-tier creature and dashed away. Meanwhile, Zhao Lei, witnessing Lu Fan's audacious charge, was left dumbfounded. Wasn't he this brother Lu trembling in fear just moments ago? How could he now dare to confront a first-tier black iron bull? This was sheer folly. A mere mortal without the martial realm. Yet he charged headlong into battle against such a beast? Zhao Lei had encountered fierce opponents before, but never one so brazen. However, he quickly regained his composure and unleashed his martial technique against the rampaging bull. 100 spears piercing the clouds. In an instant, Zhao Lei's spear transformed into a blur as it struck the first-tier black iron bull. Within moments, he had unleashed a barrage of thrusts upon the frenzied creature, creating numerous bloodied punctures across its hide, with a particularly precise strike breaching the defenses around its heart. Despite this, the black iron bull, brimming with vitality, did not succumb immediately. Instead, it let out a furious moan moo. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Fan thought to himself that if the black iron bull were to perish now, it would not count as his kill. Thus, he charged once more towards the ailing beast, targeting its heart. With a single strike, he could vanquish this first-tier black iron bull. As the bull lunged at him with its last ounce of strength, lowering its head to present its sharp horns, it bellowed and charged at Lu Fan. The ground trembled underfoot, cracking with each step of the bull. Should Lu Fan be caught in its charge, death would be inevitable. The bull's formidable horns were not to be trifled with. At that moment, Lu Fan felt the powerful gust of wind generated by the bull's charge. Without hesitation, he executed a sliding maneuver, darting beneath the bull. In that instant, he could see the bull's heart exposed. Without a moment's thought, he plunged his blade into the creature's chest, twisting it momentarily. Instantly, the once rampaging black iron bull's eyes widened in shock, and its charge came to a halt. However, due to inertia, Lu Fan was propelled several meters away by the bull's bulk. Fortunately, his slide had allowed him to evade the bull's lethal horns. Had he not, he would have likely suffered grievous wounds. As he landed on the ground, Lu Fan felt a rush of blood in his throat, and the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Although he had been struck by the bull, the sheer force of a first-tier creature was no trifling matter, leaving his insides somewhat injured, though fortunately, nothing was ruptured. Simultaneously, the mechanical voice of the system chimed in, "Ding. Congratulations, host, for your first kill of a first-tier beast. You have earned 100 slaughter points. Additionally, as a first kill reward, you have received 1,000 slaughter points." Chapter 8. Enhancing Strength. At that moment, Lu Fan lay on the ground, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped death. Had he made even the slightest miscalculation, he could have easily lost his life. Thankfully, he had succeeded in slaying the first-tier black iron bull and reaped the rewards from the system. The first kill bonus further elevated his spirits. Just then, Zhao Lei and the others rushed over to Lu Fan, expressing their concern. "Brother Lu, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? Lu, you were too reckless. Are you injured? Brother Lu, your bravery is astounding. You dared to confront a first-tier black iron bull without even being in the martial realm?" Hearing their worried inquiries, Lu Fan sat up and reassured them, "Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine." This response eased Zhang Weiguo's anxiety, but he quickly admonished Lu Fan. "You truly have no fear of death. How could you dare to charge at a first-tier black iron bull? Do you understand that a single misstep could have cost you your life?" "Indeed, Brother Lu, your audacity is astonishing," Zhao Lei added, shaking his head. In response, Lu Fan sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled, "I'm sorry. I want to do it again." In truth, Lu Fan was quite likely to do it again. After all, he needed the slaughter points. Moreover, he was confident that the points he had just acquired would significantly enhance his strength. "Sigh. I simply cannot comprehend why you are so impulsive. Is it solely for the sake of increasing your power?" Zhang Weiguo shook his head with a sigh. "Exactly, Brother Lu. Even if you wish to grow stronger, you must take it step by step. Engaging directly with first-tier beasts is far too perilous." Qian Fuqi agreed with a nod. Lu Fan remained silent, fully aware that he should indeed progress gradually. Yet, the memories of that day when he was defeated and humiliated fueled his desire to grow stronger. He yearned to become powerful, to no longer be easily vanquished, to avoid being mocked and insulted. Observing Lu Fan's contemplative silence, Zhang Wei sighed. Recognizing that there must be deeper concerns driving Lu Fan's quest for strength, he decided not to press further, instead instructing Zhao Lei, Zhao, take Lu Fan back to rest. He is injured now and cannot continue with us in hunting the beasts. Zhang Wei was also wary of Lu Fan's impulsive nature, fearing he might again rush into battle against the beasts. All right, Zhao Lei readily agreed. On their way back, he expressed his lingering astonishment, saying, Brother Lu, I never imagined you would be so formidable. You actually charged at a first-tier black iron bull? At this point, Zhao Lei looked at Lu Fan with a puzzled expression. But didn't you seem terrified of the beasts earlier? How did you suddenly become so fearless? Lu Fan glanced at Zhao Lei and shook his head. Who said I was afraid of the beasts? Huh, but you were trembling with fear just moments ago. Zhao Lei's face displayed a look of incredulity. To this, Lu Fan could only smile enigmatically. Could it be? Perhaps I was merely quivering with excitement? Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei gasped, What? Brother Lu, you've truly lost it. Are you suggesting that you trembled out of excitement at the sight of a beast? This revelation left Zhao Lei utterly astonished. It was the first time he had ever heard such an explanation. The two soon returned to the military camp, where Zhao Lei led Lu Fan to have his injuries examined. After the medic assessed Lu Fan's condition, he remarked, There's nothing serious. Just some internal bruising that caused the blood expulsion. Eating some beast meat to replenish your vitality or using a recovery potion should suffice. This relieved Zhao Lei, who expressed his gratitude to the military doctor. After stepping out of the medical station, Zhao Lei handed 2 vitality potions to Lu Fan, saying, Brother Lu, you currently lack military merit and cannot exchange for cultivation resources. Take these vitality potions and make good use of them. This is unacceptable. They are yours. I cannot accept them. Lu Fan refused. However, Zhao Lei waved his hand dismissively, insisting, Just accept them. You helped me hunt down a first-tier beast today. I have earned military merit points, so these potions are but a trifle. Each beast slain yields corresponding military merit points, which is why Zhao Lei gifted the potions to Lu Fan as a token of appreciation. Of course, had Zhao Lei not offered the vitality potions, no one else would have objected, for the first-tier black iron bull was already gravely injured by Zhao Lei, who possessed the strength to handle it alone, rendering Lu Fan's involvement somewhat inconsequential. Lu Fan attempted to decline once more, but Zhao Lei interjected earnestly, Enough. Brother Lu, let us dispense with such formalities. I recognize your desire to grow stronger. Just like me, you yearn for strength. Therefore, you must strive diligently. Reluctantly, Lu Fan accepted the 2 vitality potions from Zhao Lei. Eventually, Zhao Lei departed for training, while Lu Fan sought out an unoccupied training room, preparing to utilize his kill points to enhance his strength. Within the training room, Lu Fan contemplated his 1,100 kill points, pondering what to prioritize for improvement. Should he invest in martial arts talent, cultivation techniques, or combat skills? After some deliberation, Lu Fan resolved to focus on enhancing his cultivation techniques and martial skills, believing that such advancements would significantly bolster his capabilities. With this decision made, Lu Fan addressed the system in his mind, stating, System, allocate 500 kill points to my cultivation technique. Additionally, assign 500 kill points to the Thunder Shadow 13 Blades. The remaining 100 should be invested in the Gentle Breeze steps. Understood, host, responded the mechanical voice of the system. As the system activated, Lu Fan felt a surge of cultivation memories regarding the ferocious bull technique flooding his mind. The influx of knowledge was overwhelming, causing him a brief headache. However, he soon absorbed the primary memories of the technique, alleviating his discomfort. A powerful surge of vitality coursed through Lu Fan's body, a result of the enhancement to his cultivation technique. But almost immediately, memories of the Thunder Shadow 13 Blades and the Gentle Breeze steps inundated his mind again, reigniting the throbbing in his head. Time passed, and eventually, Lu Fan completed the absorption of all memories. He then opened his attribute panel to review his current status. Host, Lu Fan age, 17 realm, none vitality, 70 talent, yellow level medium, primary cultivation technique, D level ferocious bull technique, great accomplishment, martial skills, D level Thunder Shadow 13 Blades, great accomplishment, E level Gentle Breeze steps, great accomplishment, kill points, 0 Chapter 9, the great accomplishment of the Thunder Shadow 13 Blades. Seeing the significant enhancement in his attributes, Lu Fan was elated. He had not anticipated that reaching great accomplishment in the ferocious bull technique would elevate his vitality to 70 points, effectively doubling his strength. In addition to the vitality increase, the fully realized ferocious bull technique could augment his vitality by 2 points daily, and with diligent practice, he could potentially increase it by up to 5 points in a single day. Moreover, achieving great accomplishment in the Thunder Shadow Blade technique bestowed upon Lu Fan a plethora of insights regarding the art of blade wielding. Now, even when confronted by a first-tier black iron bull, he felt confident that he could contend with it using the perfected Thunder Shadow 13 Blades. In summary, Lu Fan's prowess had surged dramatically in that fleeting moment. From this point onward, as long as Lu Fan continued to hunt beasts, he would be able to amass kill points in abundance. 3 days later, at the outskirts of the beast forest, on a certain plain. At this moment, Lu Fan stood armed with a straight blade, facing a near first-tier beast. Zhao Lei, Zhang Weiguo, and others observed with trepidation, anxious that Lu Fan might falter against the near first-tier Azure Wind Wolf. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Fan's strength had undergone a remarkable transformation, and he felt a degree of confidence in his ability to slay this formidable foe. As Zhang Weiguo and the others remained apprehensive, the Azure Wind Wolf wasted no time, raising its massive paw to strike at Lu Fan. The air was torn apart in the wake of the wolf's claw, producing a deafening sonic boom, revealing the beast's formidable strength. In response to the attack, Lu Fan mobilized his vitality and swung his straight blade with all his might toward the wolf's paw. His strike was executed with astonishing speed, resembling a flash of lightning, even enveloped in a faint blue electric aura. With a swift motion, Lu Fan's blade met the Azure Wind Wolf's claw, resulting in a resounding clash that emitted a piercing sonic explosion. Subsequently, Lu Fan's strike severed the wolf's paw, causing a torrent of blood to erupt, while the overwhelming force of the blow staggered the Azure Wind Wolf back several paces. Naturally, the force acted reciprocally, causing Lu Fan to be pushed back as well, though he suffered no significant injury. This spectacle left Zhang Weiguo and Zhao Lei utterly astonished. "Goodness, Brother Lu, has your strength improved so rapidly?" they gasped. "Did I just witness Brother Lu injure a near first-tier Azure Wind Wolf with a single strike? What blade technique was that? It was so swift, it felt as if a bolt of lightning had flashed by." After a moment of shock, the well-informed Zhang Weiguo began to elucidate to the others. What Brother Lu just employed appears to be the D-level martial skill, Thunder Shadow, 13 Blades. Based on his previous strike, which was cloaked in faint thunder, it seems Brother Lu has at least achieved minor accomplishment in the Thunder Shadow, 13 Blades. Only at minor accomplishment can one produce such a faint thunder. D-level martial skill at minor accomplishment? Brother Lu's talent is commendable, Zhao Lei exclaimed in amazement. Qian Fuqi nodded in agreement. Recognizing that attaining minor accomplishment in a D-level martial skill at such a young age indicated that Brother Lu must have devoted considerable effort. Little did Qian Fuqi know that Lu Fan had hardly exerted any effort at all to reach great accomplishment in the Thunder Shadow 13 Blades. While the group remained in awe, the injured Azure Wind Wolf was filled with rage. With a furious roar, it transformed into a streak of blue light, lunging toward Lu Fan with the intent to bite. Confronted by the approaching beast, Lu Fan displayed no fear. Instead, he calmly raised his straight blade to meet the Azure Wind Wolf's charge. This time, Lu Fan unleashed the full potential of the Thunder Shadow blade technique, transforming his blade once again into a flash of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Lu Fan unleashed 10 strikes toward the Azure Wind Wolf, each blow carrying tremendous power. The wolf, taken aback by Lu Fan's rapid onslaught, found itself unable to defend against the series of strikes, each one as potent as the initial blow that had wounded it. As a result, the Azure Wind Wolf bore the full brunt of Lu Fan's 10 strikes, sustaining grievous wounds across its body, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. At this moment, the Azure Wind Wolf was on the brink of collapse, issuing one final mournful howl before collapsing into a pool of its own blood. Simultaneously, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Lu Fan's mind, signaling his achievement. "Congratulations to the host for vanquishing a quasi-first-tier beast and earning 50 kill points." In a mere moment, a quasi-first-tier beast was swiftly dispatched by Lu Fan. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Fan calmly sheathed his blade. In stark contrast to Lu Fan's composure, Zhang Weiguo and the others watching from a distance were utterly astonished, each of them exclaiming in disbelief, "What just happened? The Qingfeng Wolf was defeated so effortlessly? That strike was incredibly swift. It wasn't just one strike, it was 10. Did you not see the 10 wounds on the Qingfeng Wolf's body? 10 strikes? Does this mean Brother Lu managed to execute 10 strikes in such a short span? Hiss." The fact that Brother Lu could deliver 10 strikes in such a brief moment indicates that his Thunder Shadow 13 Blades technique has reached a remarkable level of mastery, doesn't it? Indeed, only someone who has achieved mastery in the Thunder Shadow 13 Blades could possibly deliver 10 strikes in such rapid succession. Zhang Weiguo was equally astonished at Lu Fan's accomplishment in mastering the Thunder Shadow 13 Blades. Is young Lu truly so gifted? For an ordinary individual to cultivate a D-grade martial technique to mastery would typically require several years. Yet, Lu Fan, at such a tender age, has already mastered a D-grade technique at its peak. Could it be that he started practicing the Thunder Shadow 13 Blades at an even earlier stage? Lu Fan, hearing the astonishment of those around him, merely smiled and remained silent. With his current strength, he could only contend with quasi-first-tier beasts, lacking the confidence to face true first-tier beasts. His repertoire of martial techniques was still limited, and their levels were rather low. Were he to possess higher-level martial techniques, he might stand a chance against first-tier beasts. Of course, the difficulty of mastering higher-level techniques would increase several-fold. Individuals lacking martial talent might never be able to even grasp the basics of a high-level technique in their lifetime. Thus, merely possessing a high-level technique is insufficient. It must align with one's own capabilities. For those lacking talent, it would be wiser to diligently practice lower-tier techniques, as the time investment required to reach the basics of high-level techniques is excessively great. While one strives to master high-level techniques, others may have already perfected their lower-tier martial arts. Even if high-level techniques are extraordinarily powerful, their mere familiarity at the foundational level pales in comparison to the mastery of lower-tier techniques. However, these concerns did not trouble Lu Fan, as he could enhance his familiarity through the allocation of points. His sole challenge now was to discover how to obtain more advanced martial techniques. Chapter 10. The Mighty Bull's Subtle Power. It is worth noting that high-level martial techniques are exceedingly rare, and acquiring a commendable high-level technique poses a significant challenge. Reflecting on this, Lu Fan shook his head and resolved to first elevate the Thunder Shadow 13 blades to perfection. As for high-level techniques, he would see if there were opportunities to acquire them within the military camp. Time passed swiftly, and soon half a month had elapsed. During this fortnight, Lu Fan had lost count of how many quasi-first-tier beasts he had slain. Presently, he was aware that his kill points had surged to the impressive sum of 2,000. With 2,000 kill points, Lu Fan could elevate the Mighty Bull technique to perfection, which could potentially enable him to break through to the martial artist realm. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan addressed the system in his mind. System, elevate the Mighty Bull technique to perfection. Understood, host. In an instant, Lu Fan felt an immense surge of vitality manifest within him. This powerful energy began to flow through his meridians, washing over them with a force that was both painful and pleasurable. The sensation was akin to unblocking the vital pathways of his body. After an indeterminate period, this extraordinary experience subsided, and Lu Fan gradually regained his composure. Following the conclusion of the energy flow, he could sense that his strength had multiplied several times over, and his physique felt considerably more robust. Most importantly, the vitality coursing through him felt far more abundant than before. Lu Fan felt as though he could defeat 10 versions of his former self. His power had undergone a qualitative leap. I must have broken through to the martial artist realm, he thought, marveling at his newfound strength as he clenched his fists. Next, he checked his kill points, which stood at 1,500. Without further contemplation, he decided to elevate the Thunder Shadow 13 blades to perfection. After the system deducted 500 kill points, Lu Fan suddenly found himself enveloped in a vivid illusion. Within this illusion, a blurred figure wielded a large blade, practicing the Thunder Shadow 13 blades. With each strike, the figure's power gradually intensified. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes until the 12th strike, the indistinct figure unleashed a blade of pure lightning, which hurtled towards a distant hill. Upon impact, the lightning blade cleaved the hill apart, nearly splitting it in two. After the 12th strike, the blurred figure vanished, and Lu Fan snapped back to reality. Hiss! I never expected the perfected Thunder Shadow 13 blades to possess such strength, Lu Fan exclaimed in astonishment. However, confusion soon followed as he pondered. Why did I only practice 12 strikes when I have attained perfection? Shouldn't there be 13 strikes? Why was the final strike not demonstrated? Determined to uncover the answer, Lu Fan consulted his phone. He quickly discovered that there is indeed a state beyond perfection, known as subtle mastery. Only upon achieving this level of familiarity could one genuinely execute all 13 strikes. This revelation enlightened Lu Fan. He realized that there was indeed a stage beyond perfection. His teachers had not informed him about the existence of this higher level of mastery, leaving him in the dark. Host, Lu Fan. Age, 17. Realm, early martial artist realm. Vitality value, 150. Talent, medium yellow grade. Primary cultivation technique, D-grade Mighty Bull, perfection. Martial arts, D-grade Thunder Shadow 13 blades, perfection. E-grade Breezy Steps, mastery. Killing points, 1,000. Lu Fan was somewhat surprised to see his vitality reach 150. He had just broken through to the martial artist realm. Yet his vitality was already at this level. He soon deduced that this must be the result of elevating the Mighty Bull technique to perfection. As he contemplated his next move, he noted that he still had 1,000 kill points remaining. Should he continue to enhance the Mighty Bull technique? After a brief deliberation, he resolved to elevate the technique's familiarity to the state of subtle mastery. With this decision made, Lu Fan again addressed the system in his mind. System, elevate the Mighty Bull technique to the realm of subtle mastery. Understood, esteemed host. In mere moments, an even more ferocious surge of vitality surged into Lu Fan. The sudden influx of energy overwhelmed him, and he could not help but cry out in pain. Ah! After an indeterminate period, the energy flow finally ceased. This time, Lu Fan felt his strength and physique grow even more formidable. He proceeded to check his status panel once more. Host, Lu Fan. Age, 17. Realm, early martial artist realm. Vitality value, 300. Talent, medium yellow grade. Main cultivation technique, D-class ferocious bull strength, subtle mastery. Upon seeing this, Lu Fan felt a wave of confusion. Why had it previously indicated that a mere 300 points of vitality could lead to a breakthrough, yet now it required 400? It was indeed perplexing. Not fully understanding the issue, Lu Fan resolved to search for answers online. Upon reaching a certain level of familiarity with the cultivation technique, one could significantly enhance the body's capacity for vitality. For instance, if an individual cultivates the technique to a minor success with a vitality capacity of only 100, yet another person achieves a greater mastery, their capacity could soar to 200. Similarly, the higher the level of the cultivation techniques, the greater the potential for increasing vitality. As Lu Fan read the information he had found online, he murmured to himself, "It appears that by refining the ferocious bull strength to a subtle mastery, my internal vitality capacity has greatly increased. The difficulty of achieving a breakthrough has also escalated. However, this was ultimately a fortuitous development for him, as martial arts prodigies typically possess a greater vitality capacity than ordinary individuals. It was no wonder that such geniuses could effortlessly battle beyond their realms. Of course, a higher vitality point does not necessarily equate to greater strength, for with each breakthrough, a martial artist experiences qualitative changes in their physique, strength, and vitality. Vitality is akin to energy. Upon transcending realms, one's vitality is fortified. Even if one's vitality capacity is exceptionally high, it does not guarantee effortless victories against stronger opponents. Moreover, the familiarity with martial techniques is also a crucial determining factor. For example, could a martial artist in the initial stage realistically defeat one in the master stage? Of course, there are exceptions for extraordinary geniuses. Nevertheless, Lu Fan felt confident that he should be capable of contending with a mid-level martial artist now. Chapter 11. Strength comparable to mid-level martial artists. Within a training room in the military camp, Lu Fan was alone, embarking on a test of his strength to ascertain how much his power had increased since attaining the martial artist stage. Standing before the strength testing machine, Lu Fan took a deep breath, mobilized all his vitality, and swung his fist with full force against the machine designed to measure his punching power. The impact was astonishing. The air itself seemed to tear apart, producing a tremendous sonic boom. With a resounding crash, Lu Fan's fist struck the metallic apparatus. Instantly, the machine vibrated violently, as though it might shatter at any moment. However, this machine was constructed from durable materials. Lu Fan's strength could only cause it to tremble momentarily before it gradually stabilized. The display screen then revealed Lu Fan's punch force, 1,500 kilograms. This meant that the force of Lu Fan's punch was nearly equivalent to 1,500 kilograms. Such power was formidable. A typical concrete structure would likely crumble under the weight of his strike, and even a small car would be sent flying by this punch, which had yet to incorporate any martial techniques. Had Lu Fan unleashed a martial technique, the force would undoubtedly have multiplied several times. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction with his punching power. If memory served, the typical punching force of an early-stage martial artist was around 500 kilograms, while his had reached 1,500. This was largely thanks to his subtle mastery of the ferocious bull strength. Otherwise, how could his punching power surpass that of ordinary martial artists? Next came the strength test. Lu Fan approached a selection of stones varying in weight, ready to choose one for his test. The stones ranged from 100 kilograms to 10,000 kilograms. He quickly attempted to lift a 1,000 kilogram stone for the test. However, he soon realized it felt too light, as if he had barely exerted any effort. Therefore, he set his sights on the 2,000 kilogram stone, uncertain if he could lift it. Taking a deep breath, Lu Fan assumed a horse stance and began to exert force, wrapping his arms around the 2,000 kilogram stone. In an instant, he gradually lifted the stone, feeling immense pressure, but ultimately succeeded in raising it above his head. Panting slightly, Lu Fan set the stone down, realizing that lifting 2,000 kilograms was indeed his limit. As for why he could lift a 2,000 kilogram stone, yet his punching force was only 1,500 kilograms. It was because he had not fully mastered his own strength. If he could fully harness his power, his punching force could increase by several hundred kilograms. Achieving 100% output of one's strength is exceedingly challenging, requiring years of diligent practice. With a clearer understanding of his own strength, Lu Fan approached the machine designed to test attack power. This time, he intended to unleash the full force of the Thunder Shadow 13-blade technique to gauge his attack power. Holding a straight blade, Lu Fan's gaze sharpened as he focused on the target, fully mobilizing his internal vitality and expertly executing the Thunder Shadow 13 blades. The first strike landed on the testing machine, already achieving the pinnacle of early-stage martial artist attack power, while the second strike reached mid-stage martial artist power. With each successive strike, he continued until the 12th blade. This final strike surpassed all the preceding ones in strength, unleashing an astonishing force that equated to a peak mid-stage martial artist's blow. Ultimately, Lu Fan's attack power did not breach into the late martial artist stage. He surmised that once his Thunder Shadow 13 blades reached subtle mastery, his attack power would likely surpass that threshold. After this series of tests, Lu Fan felt confident that he could contend with an ordinary mid-level martial artist. Upon completing the tests, he began to ponder how to acquire higher-level cultivation techniques and martial skills. Now that he had reached subtle mastery with the ferocious bull strength, he could not advance further and needed to seek a more advanced primary cultivation technique. Over the past half-month, Lu Fan had learned that the next level of the Ferocious Bull strength was the B-class Ferocious Tiger strength, which seemed to require 10,000 military merit points for exchange from the military camp's resource repository. However, Lu Fan currently possessed only 2,000 military merit points, earned through his diligent efforts in slaying beasts over the past 2 weeks. Additionally, acquiring higher-level martial skills would necessitate even more military merit points. Reflecting on this, Lu Fan felt overwhelmed. Indeed, wealth in martial prowess, poverty in literature. Cultivating martial arts consumed vast resources, and merely obtaining techniques and skills could deplete significant amounts of resources. However, he reasoned that now as a martial artist, he could hunt higher-level beasts, thereby earning more military merit points. As per usual, Lu Fan set out today with Zhang Weiguo and the others to eliminate the beasts that had fled nearby. Along the way, Qian Fuqi expressed his admiration, saying, "Brother Lu, I never expected that in just half a month, you have slain so many beasts. I, too, was merely a newcomer, still training in the camp back then." Zhao Lei nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, when I was new, I trained for several months before daring to venture out to hunt beasts. How could one compare to Brother Lu, who has already bravely engaged heavily injured first-tier beasts just days after arrival?" Lu Fan smiled, choosing not to respond. In his eagerness to enhance his strength, he had rushed into battle without much thought, fortunate that he had sustained little harm. Now, however, he was fully capable of dealing with first-tier beasts without the earlier sense of helplessness. Zhang Weiguo, overhearing Zhao Lei's conversation, shook his head, recalling that he had not anticipated Lu Fan's courage to confront even first-tier beasts head-on. Soon, the group had not walked for long before they encountered a pack of Qingfeng wolves. Among these wolves was a first-tier Qingfeng wolf, while the others had yet to reach that level. Upon noticing this, Zhang Weiguo immediately warned, "Everyone, be cautious." However, before Zhang Weiguo could finish his sentence, Lu Fan, filled with eagerness, charged ahead. Ever since Lu Fan ascended to the warrior realm, he had been yearning to test his strength, and now he finally had the opportunity. Moreover, in Lu Fan's eyes, this was a chance to accumulate slaughter points and military merit. Zhang Weiguo, observing Lu Fan's retreating figure, couldn't help but twitch his lips. This kid is as brave as ever. Zhang Weiguo pondered, baffled as to why Lu Fan was always so eager to slay beasts. Was it merely for military merit? But could this first-tier beast truly be handled by Lu Fan? Chapter 12, A Martial Arts Genius? While Zhang Weiguo was consumed with concern for Lu Fan, the latter had already drawn his blade and charged into the wolf pack. The Qingfeng wolves were momentarily taken aback by Lu Fan's sudden assault, but soon they began to emit threatening howls. Under the command of the first-tier Qingfeng wolf, several of its brethren lunged at Lu Fan like hungry wolves pouncing on a tiger. Faced with this onslaught, Lu Fan displayed no signs of panic. Instead, he calmly continued his advance. With each strike of his blade, a Qingfeng wolf fell lifelessly to the ground. These near first-tier wolves were no match for Lu Fan, and he dispatched them with the ease of slaughtering chickens. This development caused the first-tier Qingfeng wolf to lose its composure. If this continued, its pack would be entirely annihilated. In a fit of rage, the first-tier wolf roared and charged at Lu Fan. Watching from a distance, Zhang Weiguo felt a surge of concern. "I hope nothing happens to little Lu." He stood ready to intervene should Lu Fan falter against the first-tier beast. When Lu Fan saw the approaching first-tier Qingfeng wolf, he held nothing back and unleashed his Thunder Shadow 13 blades. How could a mere early-stage first-tier wolf withstand such an assault? Within just 10 strikes, the first-tier wolf was effortlessly slain by Lu Fan. Seeing their leader fall, the remaining Qingfeng wolves began to scatter in a panic. Not willing to let any escape, Lu Fan pursued them. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Soon, the ground was littered with the carcasses of Qingfeng wolves, and Lu Fan, having slain so many, was now stained with their blood. This scene left the onlookers speechless. They had been unaware of Lu Fan's recent ascension to the warrior realm, so witnessing him so effortlessly dispatch a first-tier Qingfeng wolf was astonishing. Zhang Weiguo's earlier concerns vanished as he beheld Lu Fan, blood-soaked, yet grinning widely. A chill ran down Zhang Weiguo's spine. What kind of newcomer had they recruited? He seemed like a god of slaughter. Unaware of Zhang Weiguo's thoughts, Lu Fan returned to the group and exclaimed, "Old Zhang, I've dispatched the Qingfeng wolves. How many military merit points can I earn?" With a wry smile, Zhang Weiguo replied, "When did you break through to the warrior realm? I truly did not expect you to advance in just over half a month. That's an astonishing pace. Hehe, I only just broke through a few days ago." Lu Fan chuckled in response. At that moment, Zhao Lei and Qian Fuguei and others gathered around, expressing their astonishment. "Brother Lu, you are incredible. You've advanced to the warrior realm so swiftly. I can't believe you reached the warrior realm in just half a month. And your Thunder Shadow 13 blades must have improved as well. You dispatched a first-tier Qingfeng wolf with just 10 strikes. Your prowess surpasses even that of initial warriors in the new rank." Zhang Weiguo regarded Lu Fan with renewed respect. He had sensed that Lu Fan's Thunder Shadow 13 blades had reached a level of perfection. He had not anticipated that their team would gain such a martial arts genius. To break through in half a month and perfect his technique in such a short time Was this the essence of genius? Now that Lu Fan had advanced to the warrior realm, he would be eligible for a military rank promotion, skipping the novice stage entirely. If only I had a martial talent like yours, Brother Lu, Zhao Lei remarked wistfully. Indeed, once you receive your rank, your monthly resources will increase significantly. The higher your rank, the more resources you'll receive for free each month. The rotund Qian Fugui added enviously. Curious, Lu Fan looked toward Zhang Weiguo and asked, so, can I receive a rank promotion after breaking through to the warrior realm? Zhang Weiguo explained, you may not know this, but there is a rule in our beast hunting brigade. Once you break through to the warrior realm, you are eligible for the rank of second lieutenant. Those who have not broken through remain as rookie privates. Of course, it's not solely based on breaking through. The establishment of significant military accomplishments can also grant a rank. However, such achievements are not easily attained, so most individuals are promoted after reaching the warrior realm. But some individuals may have poor talent, unable to break through even after years in the military, and thus miss the chance for promotion. Yet you, young lad, have achieved this in just half a month. Such a newcomer is truly unprecedented. Even I took a year to break through when I first enlisted, Zhang Weiguo mused, feeling a mix of admiration and envy. The older members of the 5th Squad, who had yet to break through, regarded Lu Fan with complex expressions, envy mingled with a hint of jealousy. After all, they had struggled for so long, while a newcomer had achieved what they could not in such a brief time. Then, Zhang Weiguo placed a reassuring hand on Lu Fan's shoulder and said, you are the most talented individual I have encountered. Rest assured, I'll speak to the squad leader about this matter. Once you have a military rank, your benefits will improve significantly. Great. Lu Fan naturally had no objections. He was in dire need of various resources. Upon returning to the military camp, Zhang Weiguo promptly sought out his superior, squad leader Wang Jie. Wang Jie, a robust man in his 40s or 50s with a close-cropped haircut and impressive musculature, greeted Zhang Weiguo warmly. Old Zhang, what brings you here? Zhang Weiguo responded with a mysterious smile. Guess what, old Wang? The two had once been comrades in the same squad, but Wang Jie's superior talent had allowed him to swiftly ascend to the rank of squad leader, which granted Zhang Weiguo the audacity to speak so casually. Oh, has your wife become pregnant again? Wang Jie speculated, stroking his bearded chin. Zhang Weiguo, exasperated, retorted. Your sister-in-law is nearly 40. How could she possibly be pregnant? Haha, old Zhang, I was just joking. Wang Jie chuckled heartily. Having just made a jest to amuse Zhang Weiguo, the latter, somewhat exasperated, responded, all right, I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Did you know that we have a newcomer in our class named Lu Fan? Upon hearing this, Wang Jie, puzzled, inquired, what is so remarkable about this newcomer Lu Fan? There have been several new additions recently, and it's impossible for me to remember each one. Furthermore, Lu Fan's profile appears rather unremarkable, possessing only a mid-level yellow tier talent that hardly attracts attention. If he were a genius with a profound level talent, he might have caught my eye. Old Wang, are you truly unaware of this newcomer Lu Fan? Zhang Weiguo was taken aback, for he knew that generally, gifted martial arts prodigies attracted some degree of attention from the higher-ups. Old Zhang, what on earth is this about Lu Fan? I have no inkling of what makes him special. Wang Jie echoed his confusion. Really? That is hard to believe. Lu Fan has talent. He reached the warrior realm merely half a month after entering the military camp. Zhang Weiguo challenged, astonished that Wang Jie had overlooked such a prodigy. Old Wang, are you joking? Achieving the warrior realm in just half a month? Wang Jie responded, incredulous. Do you think I would jest about such matters? Zhang Weiguo's expression turned serious, prompting Wang Jie to reconsider whether he had indeed forgotten about such a gifted individual joining their ranks. Contemplating this, Wang Jie began to sift through the records and quickly located Lu Fan's information. Upon discovering that Lu Fan only possessed a yellow tier talent, Wang Jie's astonishment grew. How can this lad, with merely mid-level yellow tier talent, reach the warrior realm in just half a month? What? Mid-level yellow tier? Zhang Weiguo, growing anxious, snatched the document to verify. And indeed, it was accurate. This left him perplexed and intrigued. Why had someone with only mid-level yellow tier talent managed to break through to the warrior realm so swiftly? Moreover, upon entering the military camp, his initial vitality was merely 20 points. By heavens, this truly is perplexing. Zhang Weiguo scratched his head, unable to fathom how Lu Fan could have advanced so rapidly. Wang Jie, observing his companion's confusion, conjectured, perhaps Lu Fan stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity that expedited his breakthrough? Fortuitous opportunity? That is not impossible. Zhang Weiguo mused, acknowledging that such occurrences were not uncommon in Huaxia, where individuals with mediocre martial talent sometimes displayed extraordinary cultivation speed after encountering specific opportunities. All right, we should report this matter to the company commander. Naturally, neither Wang Jie nor Zhang Weiguo would act against Lu Fan out of jealousy over a potential opportunity. They were soldiers, after all, and such conduct was beneath them. Moreover, opportunities were meant for those destined to seize them. Forcibly taking someone else's fortune might yield nothing beneficial for them. Indeed, to grant a military rank, it must be reported to the company commander. This decision cannot solely rest with a mere platoon leader. The two swiftly made their way to Company Commander Qianlong. Upon their arrival, Qianlong expressed his confusion. However, Zhang Weiguo promptly explained the situation. After listening attentively, Qianlong fell silent for a moment before stating, "Lu Fan? I do recall this young man. I never expected him to reach the warrior realm so swiftly. Indeed, I was equally astonished by Lu Fan's rapid advancement to the warrior realm. Moreover, did you know, Commander, that just a few days after arriving, Lu Fan requested to join us in hunting demonic beasts? He fearlessly charged at a severely injured first-tier demonic beast, utterly reckless. Furthermore, in recent days, Lu Fan has developed a keen affinity for hunting demonic beasts. I can't help but feel that he is a born slayer." Zhang Weiguo relayed Lu Fan's exploits, aware that the commander had a penchant for brave soldiers. As anticipated, Qianlong burst into laughter. "Huh? It seems that this lad is indeed a fierce warrior." Wang Jie, intrigued, pondered, "Is he truly that formidable?" Indeed, just moments ago, Lu Fan, having only recently achieved the warrior realm, boldly challenged a pack of Qingfeng wolves. Among them was a first-tier Qingfeng wolf, surrounded by several quasi-first-tier ones. Yet, this lad single-handedly dispatched the entire pack. And the first-tier Qingfeng wolf could not withstand even 10 of his strikes. At this point, Zhang Weiguo felt a surge of pride. After all, Lu Fan was one of the soldiers he had trained. My goodness, is he truly that valiant? Wang Jie exclaimed in astonishment. Even Qianlong felt a newfound fondness for Lu Fan, having always favored courageous soldiers. "Of course, do you think I would deceive you?" Zhang Weiguo declared with pride. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, Zhang Weiguo reflected on how he may not match Wang Jie's rank or achievements. Yet he could still take pride in the soldiers he had trained. Observing Zhang Weiguo's smug demeanor, Wang Jie quipped, "Had I known, I would have kept Lu Fan by my side." "Humph, old Wang, do you wish to compete with me for Lu Fan? I shall not yield him, even at the cost of my life," Zhang Weiguo warned, having discerned Wang Jie's intentions. "Ah, I was merely jesting. Don't take offense, old Zhang." Though Wang Jie considered the idea, he valued his camaraderie with Zhang Weiguo and would not transfer Lu Fan. At this juncture, Qianlong interjected, "All right. I never expected our company to have two such prodigies." Just now, the 2nd Platoon's 6th Squad reported that they too have a newcomer who has reached the proficient warrior realm and is requesting a military rank. However, as you know, I can only approve 1 rank per month, and coincidentally, we have 2 newcomers who have both reached the warrior realm this month. By the rules, let them compete against each other. The victor shall receive the rank first, while the loser may try again next month. It had been a long time since the company had experienced such excitement, and today, Qianlong decided to inject some liveliness into the unit. "What? The 2nd Platoon also has a newcomer at the proficient warrior realm?" Wang Jie exclaimed in surprise. Qianlong nodded, explaining that the newcomer from the 2nd Platoon possessed a low-grade profound level talent, making such rapid advancement to the proficient warrior realm unsurprising. Wang Jie, feeling a tinge of envy, remarked, "Commander, why did you assign such a genius to the 2nd Platoon? This hardly seems fair." Cough. "Isn't your platoon fortunate to have Lu Fan? How is that unfair?" Qianlong replied with an awkward smile. Distributing talent among the platoons was a delicate matter. Any decision would inevitably offend someone. Upon returning, Zhang Weiguo relayed this news to Lu Fan. Subsequently, he advised, "Little Lu, you will be facing off against the prodigy from the 2nd Platoon tomorrow. You must prepare well to bring glory to our 5th Squad. Of course, do not feel overly pressured, even if you lose. You can still receive a military rank next month. However, I truly hope that you can decisively defeat the genius from the 2nd Squad. That way, our 5th class will also have some pride." "Very well, I shall strive to do my utmost." Lu Fan did not make any promises, for he was uncertain about the true prowess of the genius from the 2nd Squad. "All right, young Lu, do make sure to rest early and rejuvenate your spirit." Zhang Weiguo did not elaborate further, allowing Lu Fan to take his leave. Meanwhile, Lu Fan pondered the upcoming duel, wondering if he would face defeat once again as he had before. Nevertheless, he believed that his strength should be sufficient to confront the challenges of tomorrow's contest. The night swiftly passed, and dawn arrived in no time. Lu Fan rose early, preparing himself for the impending duel. Within the class, Qian Fugui Zhao Lei and others also woke up early, rallying together to support Lu Fan. "Go, Brother Lu. You must teach that genius from the 2nd Squad a lesson. Brother Lu, I have faith that you can triumph over that genius. You must bring glory to our 5th class, Brother Lu." As Lu Fan stepped outside, Zhao Lei and the others expressed their excitement, urging him on. Lu Fan felt their enthusiasm resonate within him, stirring his own emotions. "Rest assured, I shall exert every effort to vanquish the genius from the 2nd Squad," Lu Fan declared, mustering his determination. At that moment, Zhang Weiguo appeared, and upon hearing Lu Fan's words, he encouraged him, saying, "Go for it. I believe in you, young Lu." Before long, Lu Fan donned his straight sword and made his way to the martial arts stage in the military camp, with Zhang Weiguo and the others trailing behind, cheering him on. Simultaneously, the 1st Squad became aware of the situation and began to rally their support for Lu Fan, as he was their representative. When Lu Fan arrived at the martial arts stage, he was taken aback to find a throng of people gathered, most of whom had come to witness the duel, creating a lively atmosphere filled with chatter. Many began speculating about the outcome of the confrontation. Say, who do you think will win this duel? Will it be the genius Lu Fan from the first squad, or the genius Lin Jiantian from the second squad? How would I know? I heard both are newcomers who reached the level of a regular martial artist in just half a month. What? Achieving that rank in merely half a month? That's incredible. Isn't that what we call a genius? I can't wait to see their duel. Humph. Let's not forget that our Lin Jiantian has mastered several D-grade martial arts to great success. Lu Fan from the first squad is bound to lose. Exactly. What can Lu Fan possibly compare with Lin Jiantian? The crowd buzzed with discussions, and Lu Fan could hear the various opinions being voiced. However, he paid them no mind. As long as he could secure victory in this duel, all doubts would dissipate. With that thought in mind, Lu Fan made his way toward the number 7 martial arts stage. Yet, the crowd was so dense that he found himself unable to squeeze through. Some were even shouting in frustration, "Don't push me. Who the hell touched my backside? Damn it. Who farted? It stinks. Get away from me. Who's groping me?" The scene was chaotic, and Lu Fan couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. He hesitated to push forward, fearing an unwanted advance from some pervert. Seeing that Lu Fan was unable to make his way into the martial arts stage, Zhang Weiguo quickly positioned himself beside Lu Fan, rallying his energy and calling out loudly. "Everyone make way. Let Lu Fan through." Upon hearing Zhang Weiguo's shout, those in front turned to look at him and soon noticed Lu Fan. Curiosity sparked in their eyes, and they willingly parted to create a path. After all, Lu Fan was the protagonist. If he couldn't ascend the martial arts stage, how could they enjoy the spectacle? Zhang Weiguo exchanged glances with Zhao Lei and Qian Fugue, who instantly understood. In no time, Zhao Lei and Qian Fugue, along with others from the 5th class, escorted Lu Fan towards the center of the martial arts stage as if he were a celebrity. "Move aside, don't block the way. Lu Fan is coming," Zhao Lei shouted to those in the path. Feeling the scrutiny of the crowd, Lu Fan felt a bit awkward. Finally, he mustered his courage and stepped onto the martial arts stage, discovering that Lin Jiantian had yet to arrive. The spectators began to murmur amongst themselves upon seeing Lu Fan on stage. "So this is Lu Fan. He doesn't look as muscular as I imagined. Can he really defeat Lin Jiantian? Lu Fan is quite handsome, though not as much as I am. Brother, do you even look in the mirror? What do you mean by that? Are you saying I'm ugly?" At that moment, loud shouts came from another direction. "Make way, Lin Jiantian is here. Clear the path." Soon, a fair-skinned Lin Jiantian, flanked by several burly men, made his entrance onto the martial arts stage. Meanwhile, Wang Jie and Zhang Weiguo from the first squad were already at odds with those from the second squad. The leader of the second squad initiated the taunts. "Heh, old Wang, be sure to watch closely and see how formidable our Jiantian is. Let us hope your genius can withstand a few of Jiantian's moves." Such taunts were intolerable to Wang Jie, and just as he prepared to retaliate, Zhang Weiguo interjected. "I hope your genius can withstand a few of our Lu Fan's moves." The second squad leader's face twisted in disbelief at Zhang Weiguo's crude remark. "Zhang Weiguo, how can you speak like that? It's so uncouth." Zhang Weiguo continued unabated. "I'll say whatever I want. Who told you to mock us?" The second squad leader could no longer contain himself and retaliated. In fact, he rolled up his sleeves. Ready to throw down, Zhang Weiguo stood his ground, equally prepared for a brawl. Naturally, Wang Jie stood by Zhang Weiguo's side, ready to assist him should a fight break out. The members of the first squad rallied behind Zhang Weiguo, while those from the second squad supported their leader. While Lu Fan and Lin Jiantian faced each other on the martial arts stage, chaos erupted below as the onlookers anticipated a clash between the two squads. Chapter 15. I must give it my all. Just as the two factions were on the verge of a fight, Qianlong arrived just in time to intervene. His face darkened as he addressed Wang Jie and the second squad leader. "What are you all doing? Do you plan to fight in the military camp? Do you think you're so tough? You should know that one must take to the martial arts stage to settle disputes. Otherwise, you will face consequences. Moreover, you are all part of the same squad. How shameful to fight amongst yourselves." Faced with Qianlong's reprimand, both Wang Jie and the second squad leader lowered their heads in silence. After chastising them, Qianlong made his way to the martial arts stage, deciding to personally officiate this duel. Once on the stage, he turned to Lu Fan and Lin Jiantian, his formerly stern expression softening into a friendly demeanor. "Are you both ready?" "Ready." Lu Fan and Lin Jiantian nodded in unison. Upon witnessing this, Qianlong did not hesitate, promptly declaring, "Very well. Before we commence, allow me to outline the rules. Firstly, malicious intent leading to severe injury of the opponent is strictly prohibited. Secondly, the use of prohibited substances is forbidden. And thirdly, should one party concede, the other must refrain from further attacks. Without further ado, let the martial duel officially begin." As Qianlong's words resonated, Lin Jiantian unsheathed his sword from behind, fixing his sharp gaze upon Lu Fan. In turn, Lu Fan drew his straight blade, silently observing Lin Jiantian. Their eyes locked. Each could discern the competitive spirit igniting within the other. After all, being young men, neither desired to be vanquished in front of such a crowd. Just as their gazes clashed, Lin Jintian could no longer contain himself and launched an assault on Lu Fan. With a flick of his wrist, the long sword in Lin Jintian's hand transformed into a flurry of shadowy figures, surging toward Lu Fan. In an instant, dozens of these phantoms tore through the air, producing a swift, slicing sound. Observers among the audience gasped in astonishment. This was the shadow blade technique. It appeared that Lin Jintian had mastered it to a remarkable degree. With such a lethal opening move, Lu Fan found himself in quite the predicament. The speed of Lin Jintian's attack suggested that Lu Fan might soon face defeat. Wang Jia, unfamiliar with Lu Fan's capabilities, couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo remained remarkably composed, for he understood that Lu Fan's prowess would not allow him to fall so easily. As anticipated, upon witnessing the onslaught of shadowy figures, Lu Fan merely scoffed. Is that all? In the next moment, he unleashed the first strike of the Thunder Shadow 13 blades toward Lin Jintian. With a thunderous boom, the air was violently cleaved apart, emitting a sonic explosion. Lin Jintian felt an overwhelming sense of threat. Before he could react, Lu Fan's blade collided with his sword. The sound of clashing weapons rang out, and Lin Jintian was propelled back several steps, while Lu Fan remained steadfast and scathed, clearly indicating the disparity in their strengths. It is worth noting that Lu Fan's cultivation had reached an exquisite realm, with the Thunder Shadow 13 blades perfected to its fullness, rendering him several times stronger than an average practitioner at the early stages. In contrast, Lin Jintian was merely at the initial stage of a common practitioner, making him wholly outmatched by Lu Fan. Reeling from the shock of his arm being numbed by the impact, Lin Jintian incredulously exclaimed, "How can this be? How are you so powerful?" On the martial stage, Chunlong gazed at Lu Fan in astonishment. The strike Lu Fan had just executed bore the ferocity of a peak attack from an early-stage practitioner. Furthermore, Chunlong was aware that Lu Fan was training in the Thunder Shadow 13 blades. To think he could dismantle Lin Jintian's mastery of the Shadow Blade technique with a single blow, what would be the magnitude of his full power? The audience erupted into a flurry of chatter, exclaiming, "Incredible! Lu Fan shattered Lin Jintian's formidable Shadow Blade technique in one stroke." Indeed, he had not merely disrupted it, but had sent Lin Jintian stumbling back several meters. Was Lu Fan's strength truly so formidable? Returning to the martial stage. Though Lin Jintian was incredulous, he refused to be disheartened by an initial setback. Gaining clarity, Lin Jintian's eyes ignited with fierce determination as he called out to Lu Fan, "Come, let us battle." Instantly, Lin Jintian's figure transformed into a blur, charging toward Lu Fan with astonishing speed, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Those with insight in the audience gasped once more, recognizing the D-level ghostly shadow step. It appeared he had also achieved mastery in this skill. Wow, Lin Jintian's talent is impressive. He has mastered several D-level martial techniques. They wondered if Lu Fan could withstand this onslaught. As Lu Fan beheld the ghostly figure of Lin Jintian, his brow furrowed. He found it challenging to discern Lin Jintian's movements. Regrettably, Lu Fan's own martial technique was only at the E level, rendering it inferior to Lin Jintian's advanced skills. Thus, Lu Fan could only keep his focus firmly on Lin Jintian, patiently awaiting his attack. Soon, Lin Jintian, moving like a specter, was upon Lu Fan. He struck again with the Shadow Blade technique. The combination of the ghostly shadow step and Shadow Blade technique produced numerous afterimages, leaving Lu Fan unable to determine Lin Jintian's true position. Faced with this dilemma, Lu Fan had no choice but to counter with sheer force. Consequently, Lu Fan unleashed the Thunder Shadow 13 blades with all his might. Each strike crackled with flickering lightning, aimed at the phantoms before him. Each blow displayed terrifying power, and Lu Fan's strikes grew increasingly fierce. In mere moments, his blades confined the shadows, prompting Lin Jintian to curse under his breath, bewildered by the ferocity of Lu Fan's technique. Before long, Lin Jintian appeared increasingly beleaguered under the relentless onslaught. As Lu Fan finally caught sight of the real Lin Jintian, a brilliant light ignited in his eyes. Now, with a full-powered 12th strike, Lu Fan aimed for the revealed Lin Jintian. This strike unleashed a terrifying wave of thunderous energy, distorting the very fabric of space. Its speed akin to a flash of lightning tearing through the void. Lin Jintian had no time to react. The strike was upon him. Feeling the overwhelming might of Lu Fan's blade, his limbs grew cold, and his complexion paled. He sensed impending doom. If struck by this blow, he would not survive. In that critical moment, Chunlong, ever prepared, intervened. With a swift motion, he appeared before Lin Jintian, enveloping his fist in a surge of energy, and struck with tremendous force. A colossal explosion resonated as Lu Fan's thunderous strike was shattered by Chunlong's punch, while Chunlong emerged unscathed, his attire untouched. Chapter 16, Bestowal of Rank. Unquestionably, Lu Fan had triumphed in this martial duel, leaving Lin Jintian in utter defeat. Chunlong swiftly announced the outcome. "I declare Lu Fan the victor of this martial duel." Lin Jintian stood on the martial stage, dazed and disheartened, unable to fathom how he had lost so decisively. Meanwhile, The spectators below regained their composure, erupting into a cacophony of discussions. Incredible. Lu Fan defeated Lin Jiantian so easily. Wow. Lu Fan's strength is formidable indeed. I could sense that last blow was at least equivalent to a mid-stage practitioner. Not just that, it was even more terrifying than a mid-stage practitioner's strike. At that moment, Wang Jie, brimming with pride, turned to the squad leader of the second row, boasting, "Your squad's genius is no match for our Lu Fan." The squad leader of the second row, his expression darkened, silently walked away without a word. Is that it? Wang Jie was left wanting more, eager to bask in his triumph. On the martial stage, Chunlong regarded Lu Fan with curiosity, astonished that he had bested Lin Jiantian. Given Lin Jiantian's superior martial talent and his mastery of several D-level techniques, Chunlong felt a wave of joy as he patted Lu Fan on the shoulder, saying, "Well done, young man. I truly underestimated you." Lu Fan, unsure of how to respond, could only smile. Chunlong continued, "Tomorrow, dress smartly. I will personally bestow your military rank." "Yes, Commander," Lu Fan replied eagerly. Chunlong then moved on to attend to other matters without further ado. As Lu Fan descended, Zhang Weiguo and Wang Jie immediately surrounded him, their faces radiating with joy. "Well done, Lu Fan. You've truly brought honor to our squad." "Indeed. Excellent job, Lu Fan. You've elevated our class's reputation." They showered Lu Fan with effusive praise. Being still young, Lu Fan felt a tinge of embarrassment, responding modestly, "Oh, it's nothing much. Haha. Come on, let us head back to our base for a celebration feast." Wang Jie cheerfully wrapped his arm around Lu Fan's shoulders. Before long, the group returned to their station, where Wang Jie promptly instructed the chef to prepare a hearty meal. The announcement of a celebratory feast brought immense joy to the members of the squad, filling the atmosphere with exuberance. As time passed, dawn broke. Today, Lu Fan donned a sharply tailored dark green military uniform, which accentuated his handsome features, though it lacked any insignia of rank, appearing somewhat bare. Upon seeing Lu Fan in his formal attire, Wang Jie and Zhang Weiguo wasted no time in praising him. "You look incredibly dashing in that uniform, Lu Fan. Indeed, you look even more handsome in uniform than I did in my youth." Lu Fan, still bashful in the face of their compliments, replied, "Oh, it's all right. Haha, you shy? What about that fierce demeanor you displayed when fighting the beasts?" Zhang Weiguo laughed heartily. "All right, enough teasing Lu Fan. We must hurry and get him his promotion." Wang Jie interjected. Thus, under the guidance of Wang Jie and Zhang Weiguo, Lu Fan made his way to the podium within the military camp. The rest of the squad followed suit, bolstering Lu Fan's presence. Soon, they arrived at the podium, where a considerable crowd had gathered to witness Lu Fan's promotion ceremony. After his remarkable performance in battle yesterday, Lu Fan had garnered significant attention, and many speculated that he might be a rising star in the military. Chunlong, already awaiting their arrival, greeted Lu Fan with a smile. As Lu Fan stood on the podium, he could feel the eyes of the crowd upon him. At that moment, he was filled with excitement and a sense of pride. With the system's assistance, he had finally achieved something. Although it was merely the rank of second lieutenant, Lu Fan believed his future held great promise. Under the watchful gaze of the audience, Chunlong addressed Lu Fan with a smile. "Comrade Lu Fan, are you ready?" "I am ready," Lu Fan replied, suppressing his excitement. "Excellent. I will now officiate this promotion. I hereby announce that Lu Fan, having advanced in martial arts, is awarded the rank of second lieutenant by the military." Chunlong's demeanor turned serious as he retrieved the insignia from a wooden box held by another soldier. The insignia glimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, almost blinding in its brightness. Chunlong affixed the insignia upon Lu Fan, marking his official status as a soldier. At that moment, Wang Jie led the applause, and soon a wave of clapping filled the air. Lu Fan, holding back his emotions, saluted Chunlong, who returned the gesture with a serious expression. Chunlong would likely never forget this day, as he had just promoted a future 5-star general. After the ceremony, Chunlong kept Lu Fan back to speak with him. "Lu Fan, now that you are a soldier, you are entitled to choose a B-grade cultivation technique or martial art. So, which B-grade cultivation technique or martial art do you wish to select?" Technically, the regulations dictated that a second lieutenant could only choose a C-grade technique or martial art. But Chunlong held a favorable impression of Lu Fan and sensed that he would achieve extraordinary success in the future. Therefore, Chunlong decided to sponsor part of the expense, allowing Lu Fan to choose a B-grade technique or martial art. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan's eyes lit up. "Captain, I choose the B-grade cultivation technique, Fierce Tiger Fist." "Haha, I knew you would opt for that technique." Chunlong had anticipated that Lu Fan, who practiced the bull strength technique, would naturally gravitate toward its superior counterpart, the Tiger Fist. Selecting any other cultivation technique would require considerable time and resources to master. So Chunlong had prepared in advance and handed Lu Fan a jade pendant. "This contains the B-grade technique, Fierce Tiger Fist. Train diligently. Who knows? You might become a general one day." "All right." Lu Fan beamed, gazing at the jade pendant, astonished that he had obtained the long-desired B-grade technique, Fierce Tiger Fist. "Now, I can see you can hardly contain your eagerness. Go ahead and start your training. Qianlong chuckled, observing Lu Fan's enthusiasm. In Lu Fan, he saw a reflection of his younger self, who had once yearned for strength and had relished battling ferocious beasts. Thank you, Captain. I'll return to my training now. Lu Fan was indeed eager and hurried off to the training room to begin mastering the B-grade Fierce Tiger Fist. Watching Lu Fan's retreating figure, Qianlong shook his head, amused by the young man's fervor. In a training room, Lu Fan shattered the jade pendant, and the principles of the Fierce Tiger Fist flooded his mind. The B-grade Fierce Tiger Fist was significantly more challenging to master than the D-grade Bull Strength technique. Yet it was exponentially more powerful. Successfully mastering the B-grade technique would greatly accelerate the refinement of his vital energy and enhance his physical prowess. The name itself signified strength. The tiger, being the king of beasts, far surpassed the bull. Before long, Lu Fan began the transition from the D-grade Bull Strength to the B-grade Fierce Tiger Fist. Fortunately, since the Fierce Tiger Fist was an advanced technique of the Bull Strength, the transformation was relatively straightforward. Nevertheless, Lu Fan spent several hours to complete the transition. Once successful, he immediately sensed a significant increase in his vital energy, strength, and physical condition. This prompted him to examine his attributes panel. Host: Lu Fan, age 17, realm early martial artist, vital energy 400, talent mid-tier yellow, primary cultivation technique, B-grade Fierce Tiger Fist, minor achievement martial arts, D-grade Thunder Shadow 13 blades, complete. E-grade Light Wind Steps, major achievement, kill points 0. Gazing at his attributes panel, Lu Fan fell into deep thought. Previously, he required only 400 points of vital energy to break through. Now, with the Fierce Tiger Fist, he needed 800 points to advance, and his current vital energy had reached 400. Moreover, the daily accumulation of vital energy had also increased. As he had only achieved a minor success with the Fierce Tiger Fist, he pondered how formidable it would become at major achievement or completion. With the B-grade Fierce Tiger Fist now in his possession, he could momentarily set aside concerns about cultivation techniques and focus on acquiring more martial arts skills. Given Lu Fan's military merit points, he should be able to exchange them for some valuable martial arts techniques. However, he was in no rush, as he currently had no kill points. A month passed. On this day, Lu Fan successfully advanced to the mid-stage of the martial artist realm, enhancing his strength once more. Throughout this month, he had slain countless beasts, accumulating 5,000 kill points and reaching 6,000 military merit points. Upon breaking through to the mid-stage of the warrior realm, Lu Fan made his way to the military camp's resource repository, intending to exchange for several martial techniques. The repository was guarded by a number of elite soldiers, including formidable beings of the martial spirit realm and above. Upon arriving, Lu Fan was handed a manual by a soldier responsible for resource registration. This manual contained a comprehensive list of the available resources, allowing him to choose what he desired for exchange. The manual included various cultivation techniques, martial skills, and an array of resources. Among the listings were C-grade Blood Essence Potion, 400, C-grade Healing Potion, 500, C-grade Berserker Potion, 400, C-grade Hard Alloy Straight Sword, 5,000, B-grade Battle Armor, 10,000, C-grade Martial Skill, Flowing Dragon Step, 4,000, D-grade Martial Skill, Breaking Army Spear Technique, 2,000. While the repository boasted a plethora of resources, Lu Fan, regrettably, found himself financially constrained, unable to procure them all. Furthermore, he was primarily in need of martial techniques, and soon settled on 3 that suited him well. The first was a C-grade sword technique named Thunder Shadow Slash, part of the Thunder Shadow 13 Blade series, which was ideally suited for Lu Fan. The second was the C-grade body technique, Flowing Dragon Step, which filled a gap in his repertoire. The third was the C-grade Shattering Mountain Fist, ensuring he had alternative offensive techniques, even without a blade. However, the total cost for these 3 techniques amounted to a staggering 12,000 military merit points, while he only possessed 6,000, leaving him in a predicament. As Lu Fan lamented his lack of military merit points, he suddenly noticed a section in the manual stating that loans could be requested for installment payments. This revelation sparked a glimmer of hope in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated the military camp offered such financing options. Without further ado, Lu Fan approached the registration soldier and inquired, "Greetings, my friend. How does this installment loan work?" The soldier explained that opting for an installment loan allowed payments to be made over 30, 60, or more periods, with corresponding military merit points due each month. Naturally, such loans incurred interest, which varied depending on the loan amount and the number of installments chosen. "May I apply for an installment loan?" Lu Fan asked eagerly. "Certainly. What would you like to finance, and what is your current realm?" The soldier responded. "The higher one's realm, the greater the potential loan amount, as higher realms could hunt more formidable beasts, thus enhancing repayment capability. As a mid-stage warrior, I wish to finance the 3 C-grade martial techniques with my 6,000 military merit points," Lu Fan declared, naming the techniques he sought. Upon hearing his realm, the soldier confirmed, "You are eligible for a loan ranging from 6,000 to 10,000 military merit points. How many installments would you prefer?" Options included 5, 10, 20, 30, and 60 installments. Lu Fan, preferring a shorter repayment period to minimize interest, opted for 5. I choose 5 installments. Lu Fan asserted. Excellent. Your down payment is 6,000, with a financed amount of 6,000 over 5 installments, incurring an interest of 500. Thus, your total repayment will be 6,500, equating to 1,300 military merit points per installment. If this is acceptable, please sign here, the soldier instructed. Thus, Lu Fan embarked on his first journey into the realm of installment loans. The prospect of repaying a mere 1,300 points monthly was manageable for him. This financial maneuver prompted Lu Fan to consider acquiring a C-grade hard alloy straight sword. As his grandfather's weapon was only of E grade and had suffered wear and tear after countless battles with beasts. Consequently, Lu Fan opted for another installment loan to purchase the C-grade sword, which would require him to repay 2,004 military merit points monthly. Indeed, the convenience of installment loans was delightful, though he anticipated the repayment period would bring its own challenges. Soon, Lu Fan received the items he had purchased, 3 jade pendants containing the martial techniques and a beautifully engraved straight sword. Upon drawing the sword, he marveled at its glimmering blade, which appeared far superior to his previous weapon. Surely, it would serve him well in slaying beasts, delivering a lethal strike with each swing. Lu Fan was thoroughly satisfied with the C-grade straight sword. Upon returning to his private quarters, Lu Fan began to delve into the martial techniques he had acquired. However, he quickly encountered a challenge. Despite the advanced nature of the C-grade techniques, Lu Fan found it difficult to grasp them fully due to his innate talent. It seemed he would need to enhance his martial arts aptitude. Previously, he had spread his talent too thin in pursuit of power. Talent, yellow grade mid-level. Observing his martial arts talent, Lu Fan addressed the system in his mind. System, elevate my martial arts talent to the low-level Xian grade. Understood. 4,000 slaughter points have been deducted. The system replied. Instantly, Lu Fan felt a surge of clarity in his mind, gaining a deeper understanding of the techniques he had just viewed. Talent, low-level Xian grade. To further enhance his martial arts talent, he would require a staggering 1,000 slaughter points. This realization caused Lu Fan to inwardly grumble, questioning why the cost for upgrading from yellow grade to Xian grade was so exorbitant compared to the minimal requirements for the former. Ding. My esteemed host. The slaughter points required vary by tier. Higher tiers necessitate greater resources. The system responded in its mechanical tone. Lu Fan chose not to dwell on it. After all, the ability to elevate his martial arts talent using slaughter points was a privilege many would envy, as countless individuals struggled to augment their innate skills. With renewed focus, Lu Fan redirected his attention to mastering the martial techniques. The enhancement of his martial arts talent made the comprehension of these techniques significantly more manageable. Remarkably, within just a few hours, he had successfully initiated his training in the C-grade flowing dragon step. It was noteworthy that this was his first encounter with the technique, and had it not been for his improved talent, he might have taken days to even begin. Now, he had accomplished this feat in mere hours. Next, he turned his attention to mastering Thunder Shadow Slash and Shattering Mountain Fist. Within less than a day, he had successfully grasped the fundamentals of these techniques. With that, Lu Fan no longer needed to toil endlessly in training. He merely had to allocate points wisely. After spending 4,000 slaughter points, he found himself with only 1,000 remaining. After careful consideration, he decided to elevate the flowing dragon step to the minor completion stage, consuming exactly 1,000 slaughter points. With his prowess significantly enhanced, Lu Fan eagerly prepared for his next hunt to slay beasts, not only to accumulate slaughter points, but also to meet his loan repayments. Days passed as Lu Fan diligently applied all acquired slaughter points toward his newly acquired martial techniques. Eventually, he accessed his attribute panel to review his progress. Host, Lu Fan. Age, 17. Realm, mid-stage warrior. Vitality, 1,000. Talent, low-level Xian grade. Primary cultivation technique, B-grade fierce tiger strength, minor completion. Martial arts, C-rank Thunder Shadow Slash, major achievement. C-rank flowing dragon step, minor achievement. C-rank shattering mountain fist, minor achievement. Killing points, 0. After several days of relentless effort, Lu Fan has finally mastered the newly acquired martial skills to a minor achievement level. With his current prowess, he is now likely able to contend with late-stage martial artists, which fills Lu Fan with immense joy. Consequently, he decides to grant himself a day of respite. After all, slaying demonic beasts daily can be quite exhausting. However, before Lu Fan could indulge in his well-deserved break, Zhang Weiguo approached him with significant news. Little Lu, over the next few days, Wu Dao Sanzhong will be organizing practical training sessions for the first and second-year students here. The higher-ups have instructed us to halt the extermination of demonic beasts to ensure the safety of these first-year students, preventing any potential harm. Wu Dao Sanzhong. The mere mention of this school's name stirred a complex mix of emotions within Lu Fan. It was, after all, the very institution he once attended, now transformed beyond recognition. He pondered whether Li Tianyu would be among the visitors. If Li Tianyu were to come, he would certainly have an opportunity to exact revenge for past grievances. Hehe. What's wrong with you, little Lu? Are you feeling uneasy just hearing about Wu Dao Zhong? Could it be that your little girlfriend is there? Zhang Weiguo teased. Having noticed Lu Fan's distracted demeanor, regaining his composure, Lu Fan shook his head and replied, "It's nothing. Hey, little Lu. You should really put your best foot forward this time. Perhaps some of those female students will take a liking to you." Zhang Weiguo continued, patting Lu Fan on the shoulder. Lu Fan chose to remain silent, lost in thought once more. 3 days later, Lu Fan received news that the students from Wu Dao Zhong would soon arrive for their practical training. Early in the morning, the young men in the military camp tidied themselves up, even donning their uniforms with greater care. After all, with high school students visiting, the young soldiers naturally wished to present themselves attractively to catch the attention of the opposite sex. Even Zhao Lei and Qian Fugui made an effort to clean up, eager to draw female attention. In contrast, Lu Fan remained unchanged, dressed in the military's distinctive dark green armor, carrying a C-rank straight sword on his back. This armor, which every officer who had broken through to the martial artist realm could obtain, was merely of F-rank quality. It was not comparable to the armor he had purchased, but despite its low grade, it still offered a fair amount of protection. Seeing the remnants of demonic beast blood on Lu Fan's armor, Zhao Lei couldn't help but comment, "Lu Gu, why don't you clean your armor? I heard there will be many beautiful girls today." Since Lu Fan's strength had surpassed Zhao Lei's, he had taken to calling him Lu Gu. The rest of the 5th class followed suit, except for Zhang Weiguo, as Lu Fan was the second strongest in their group, with Zhang Weiguo still holding the title of the strongest. Qian Fugui, clad in slightly snug armor, added, "Lu Gu, you ought to pay attention to your appearance. You never know who might take a liking to you." "Exactly, Lu Gu, with your looks, there's bound to be someone who fancies you," Zhao Lei remarked, sizing Lu Fan up. "Oh, you guys are overthinking it. How could those students possibly notice me?" Lu Fan replied nonchalantly, "Even if they don't, we still need to maintain a clean and tidy appearance to uphold our dignity," Zhao Lei asserted, polishing his own pristine armor. Lu Fan found this logic perplexing. Even if he cleaned up now, he would inevitably get bloodied while combating demonic beasts later, rendering the effort somewhat pointless. Chapter 19. A Reunion. Lu Gu. While your point is valid, first impressions hold considerable weight. What if a girl happens to like me? Zhao Lei insisted, wiping his armor with a flourish, looking rather ostentatious. Lu Fan merely twitched the corner of his mouth, choosing not to respond further. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Weiguo approached Lu Fan and the others. Upon noticing that Zhao Lei and the others had all spruced themselves up, looking rather flamboyant, some even styling their hair, Zhang Weiguo felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "You rascals, settle down. The students arriving this time are all first years. Most of them aren't even of age yet. If any of you dare to act inappropriately towards them, I want to be able to protect you. Hehe. Don't worry, class leader. We just want to avoid embarrassing ourselves in front of the girls. Besides, what if these students introduce us to girlfriends?" Zhao Lei chuckled. Zhang Weiguo, eyeing the smirking Zhao Lei, retorted, "All you think about is girls. Why can't you be more like little Lu and focus on cultivating to become stronger? Just look at how much more formidable little Lu is now." To this, Zhao Lei could only helplessly respond, "Class leader, with Lu Ge's terrifying talent, how could I possibly compare?" Zhang Weiguo, not wishing to waste more breath, stated, "All right, enough chit-chat. Is everyone ready? The students should be arriving soon." "Yes." The group responded in unison. Soon, a fleet of buses approached the military camp. These buses had been specially modified, with iron railings added to the windows and doors, and their bodies constructed from unique materials. Such buses could withstand attacks from first-tier demonic beasts, ensuring a safer journey. As the buses entered the military camp, Lu Fan regarded them with a complex expression. Had the previous incident not occurred, he might well have been one of those students aboard. But there are no what-ifs. Everything had already transpired. Once all the buses had parked and their doors swung open, a stream of youthful, vibrant students descended, each surveying the military camp with curiosity. "Wow, so this is the beast hunting army's camp? It's huge. Wait, I heard we'll be engaging in practical combat with demonic beasts. What if I get scared?" "Don't worry. I heard the beast hunting army will send people to protect us, so there's no danger to our lives." The students who had just disembarked began chattering excitedly about various topics. Among them, Li Tianyu, having just stepped off a bus, cast a disdainful glance at the soldiers within the camp, viewing them as nothing more than lowly foot soldiers. Following Li Tianyu were several classmates, along with 2 middle-aged men who were likely there to ensure his safety. As the heir of the Li family from Jiangnan City, it was only natural that his family would dispatch strong protectors for him during this practical training. Not far away, Lu Fan immediately recognized Li Tianyu. Witnessing his arrogant demeanor ignited a surge of anger within Lu Fan, who clenched his fists in frustration, wishing he could rush forward and eliminate Li Tianyu on the spot. Yet, he understood that the timing was not right. His strength was still insufficient. The aura emanating from the 2 middle-aged men accompanying Li Tianyu suggested they were at least martial masters or stronger. As Lu Fan remained fixated on Li Tianyu, Zhao Lei and Qian Fugue began to voice their astonishment. Wow! Among the students, two stunning beauties stood out, embodying the very essence of my ideal goddesses. My word! Are they truly this magnificent? They seem as if they have descended from the heavens. This spectacle captivated Lu Fan, who soon noticed that amidst the throng of students, two young women, due to their extraordinary beauty, appeared as graceful swans among a flock of ordinary geese. One of them, exuding an ethereal chill, was none other than the campus belle, Lung Ruoming, whom Lu Fan was acquainted with. The other, with a pure and adorable visage, possessing the quintessential white moonlight charm, was Tang Xiaoxiao, another campus beauty from the esteemed Wu Daosen institution. Both women, in addition to their striking appearances, hailed from distinguished families. Lung Ruoming belonged to the Lung family, one of the four great families of Jiangnan City, while Tang Xiaoxiao was from the Tang family, another of the four illustrious clans. After Lung Ruoming alighted from the vehicle, she instinctively began to scan her surroundings. Aware that Lu Fan had joined the beast hunting corps, she subconsciously sought his presence among the crowd. Indeed, it was not long before she spotted Lu Fan, clad in dark green battle armor, not far away. At that moment, Lu Fan had shed his youthful naivety, emerging as a more mature and resolute figure, with an aura of latent ferocity surrounding him. Lu Fan, Lung Ruoming whispered, taken aback by the extent of his transformation in such a short span of time. Beside her, Tang Xiaoxiao, having overheard Lung Ruoming's soft exclamation and noticing her dazed expression fixated on someone, felt an insatiable curiosity arise within her. She turned her gaze in the same direction, quickly identifying the handsome and rugged Lu Fan. Lu Fan. Tang Xiaoxiao finally recalled that name. Remembering a student who had previously lost a martial arts duel to Li Tianyu and subsequently chose to withdraw from school, it was rumored that Li Tianyu had instigated this trouble due to Lung Ruoming. Yet, Tang Xiaoxiao was astonished to realize that the usually aloof Lung Ruoming had reprimanded Li Tianyu over this incident. Now, witnessing Lu Fan's remarkable transformation, she pondered whether Lung Ruoming had indeed developed feelings for him. This piqued Tang Xiaoxiao's curiosity further. What was it about Lu Fan that could stir the heart of the frigid campus belle? At this moment, Lung Ruoming withdrew her gaze. Feeling a complex array of emotions at Lu Fan's significant change, she recognized that much of this turmoil seemed to stem from her, for had it not been for her, Lu Fan would not have chosen to join the beast hunting corps, leaving her with a sense of guilt towards him. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu, who had just disembarked, had been closely observing Lung Ruoming. Upon noticing her gaze lingering in a particular direction, he too turned to look. When he realized it was Lu Fan, a surge of fury ignited within him. Damn it, this Lu Fan again. How infuriating. Previously, when Lung Ruoming had defended Lu Fan and chastised him, Li Tianyu had harbored deep-seated resentment towards Lu Fan. Now, seeing Lung Ruoming gazing at Lu Fan for an extended period, his anger flared anew. Could it be that Lung Ruoming truly harbored feelings for this lowly fellow? Why should she be drawn to someone of such a humble status? This thought ignited murderous intent within Li Tianyu. He resolved to find a way to eliminate Lu Fan to assuage his own bitterness. Chapter 20. Challenging Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu, consumed by hatred for Lu Fan, began to stride towards him. Upon noticing Li Tianyu approaching, Lu Fan allowed a smirk to grace his lips. Although he was not yet in a position to eliminate Li Tianyu, he sought an opportunity to deliver a well-deserved lesson. However, before he could formulate a reason, Li Tianyu had already sought him out. This time, he intended to repay the humiliation Li Tianyu had inflicted upon him. As the students observed Li Tianyu's grim demeanor as he approached a specific location, they instinctively parted ways, fearful of incurring his wrath. They silently speculated who had once again crossed Li Tianyu. Soon, he navigated through the crowd, heading straight towards Lu Fan among the beast hunting corps. The soldiers within the camp, witnessing Li Tianyu's thunderous expression, exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what this student intended to do. Lung Ruoming, amidst the crowd, also took note of the unfolding situation and felt a sense of dread. Li Tianyu was once again seeking trouble with Lu Fan. Consequently, she hurried towards Lu Fan's position, determined to thwart Li Tianyu's intentions. Tang Xiaoxiao, observing this, harbored a strong aversion towards Li Tianyu, recognizing his bullying tactics. Reflecting on the situation, she too hastened to follow Lung Ruoming, intent on preventing Li Tianyu from harassing anyone. In no time, Li Tianyu stood before Lu Fan, surveying him with a dismissive glance. Huh, Lu Fan, I never expected to see you again. Who would have thought you, a lowly wretch, would join the beast hunting corps and become a mere foot soldier? Upon uttering these words, before Lu Fan could respond, Zhao Lei, known for his fiery temper, could no longer contain himself and shouted, "What the hell do you mean by that?" To insult their entire beast hunting corps was an affront that could not be tolerated. The students from Class 5 began to voice their disdain as well. Are you looking for trouble? You might end up regretting it. A student dared to be so audacious? Did he think the beast hunting corps was easy prey? The members of Class 5 quickly discerned that this student had come to provoke Lu Fan, and they wasted no time in voicing their discontent towards Li Tianyu. Not only Class 5, But even soldiers from other classes of the Beast Hunting Corps regarded Li Tianyu with hostility. After all, this was their territory, and how dare this student act so brazenly? Challenging them? Feeling the hostile glares from the soldiers of the Beast Hunting Corps, Li Tianyu remained unfazed, continuing his arrogant display. What? You filthy soldiers think you can take a swing at me? I am a member of the Li family, one of the 4 great families of Jiangnan City. Dare to touch me, and you'll regret it. How outrageous. Is it because you're from the Li family that you feel so entitled? Zhao Lei seethed with anger. Feeling as though they had been insulted, the soldiers of the Beast Hunting Corps fell silent, yet their murderous intent could no longer be suppressed. Their eyes narrowing dangerously at Li Tianyu, as if ready to strike at any moment. Lu Fan could hardly believe Li Tianyu's audacity in insulting so many people in this place. Did he truly regard the Beast Hunting Corps with such disdain? The 2 middle-aged men responsible for Li Tianyu's protection grew tense, having not anticipated that he would dare cause trouble on someone else's turf. Just then, Lung Ruoming arrived, her expression icy as she confronted Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu, do you dare to trouble Lu Fan again? Do you wish to be taught a lesson by me once more? Upon hearing this, Li Tianyu's previously arrogant demeanor transformed into one of fury. Ruoming, how dare you speak to me like that for the sake of this lowly wretch? Enough with your insults. Do you believe yourself to be so noble? Lung Ruoming replied, her countenance unwavering. Li Tianyu suddenly burst into laughter. Huh, Ruoming. Do you honestly think my status is not noble? I am the 2nd son of the Li family. Moreover, I am the heir to the Li family. The Li family wields power and influence in Jiangnan City and even in the southern province. Surely, that is far above these commoners. Ruoming, you are also the daughter of the Lung family. Why would you defend a lowly wretch? His arrogant demeanor incited a collective desire among those present to deliver a sound beating to Li Tianyu. His audacity was intolerable. However, it was understandable. If they possessed Li Tianyu's status, they too might act with such arrogance. As cold Ruoming was about to articulate her thoughts, Lu Fan, who had remained silent until now, calmly interjected. Oh, since you consider yourself of noble status, do you dare to engage me in combat on the martial arts platform? The moment these words escaped his lips, cold Ruoming gazed at Lu Fan with astonishment. She had not anticipated such a request from him. Did he not realize that Li Tianyu was at the mid-stage of martial cultivation? How could Lu Fan possibly stand a chance against him? Lu Fan, do not act impulsively. Cold Ruoming surprisingly expressed concern, urging him. This only intensified Li Tianyu's fury towards Lu Fan, prompting him to smirk and agree without a second thought. Very well. If you wish to be humiliated like last time, I shall grant you that privilege. However, this time, even if you kneel and plead for mercy, I will not spare you. At this juncture, the well-meaning Tang Xiaoxiao also cautioned Lu Fan, Li Tianyu is at the mid-stage of martial cultivation. You cannot defeat him. Nonetheless, in the face of the 2 women's admonitions, Lu Fan remained composed, responding, I would never engage in a venture devoid of certainty. Trust in me. The members of the Beast Hunting Corps, however, did not share cold Ruoming's apprehensions. Instead, they regarded Li Tianyu with pitying eyes. They were well aware of Lu Fan's capabilities. How could a mere student, who had never faced life and death struggles, possibly rival someone like Lu Fan, who had already seen countless battles? Observing the resolute expression on Lu Fan's face, cold Ruoming felt an unexpected sense of reassurance. She believed that Lu Fan would not undertake a venture without assurance. Tang Xiaoxiao, witnessing this, chose not to press further. She was not well acquainted with Lu Fan, and her attempt to dissuade him was already a testament to her inherent kindness. Meanwhile, students from Martial Arts School 3, upon learning this explosive news, began to engage in animated discussions. What the hell? Lu Fan is going to confront Li Tianyu on the martial arts platform again. Has he forgotten how he lost last time? Is Lu Fan foolish? He cannot possibly defeat Li Tianyu. I can't believe he has joined the Beast Hunting Corps and now dares to challenge Li Tianyu on the martial arts platform, not fearing expulsion from the camp. Lu Fan must be incredibly unlucky to encounter Li Tianyu again. He deserves it. Just now, the 2 school beauties spoke up for Lu Fan. I am envious. Indeed. Why does Lu Fan deserve the support of the 2 school beauties? Chapter 21. Shunlong's protective instincts. While the conflict between Lu Fan and Li Tianyu escalated, Wang Jie and Shunlong hurried to the scene upon hearing the commotion. Shunlong's first instinct was not to reprimand Lu Fan, but rather to inquire, Lu Fan, do you have confidence in this? He understood that this situation was not instigated by Lu Fan, and he could not tolerate anyone insulting a member of the Beast Hunting Corps, even if this student was the young master of the Li family in Jiangnan City. Would he allow that to intimidate or blame Lu Fan? He had the backing of the state. A mere Li family was not a source of fear for him. In response to Qinlong's inquiry, Lu Fan replied in a calm tone, I would never undertake a task without confidence. At this moment, Wang Jie, who had accompanied Qinlong, felt a surge of confidence upon hearing Lu Fan's words, encouraging him, Lu Fan, teach this arrogant fool a lesson for causing trouble in our Beast Hunting Corps. Just then, the director of the Academic Affairs Office and other instructors arrived at the scene. The director promptly chastised Lu Fan, addressing Qinlong, Lieutenant Chen, look at your soldier. How dare he speak disrespectfully to our students? Does he not fear that I will escalate this matter? The director sought to curry favor with Li Tianyu. After all, the Li family wielded considerable influence in Jiangnan City. As Li Tianyu was a student from School 3, the director naturally sided with him. The other arriving teachers echoed, "Indeed, your beast-hunting corps lacks civility. How dare you insult our students? Have your soldier apologize, or we shall escalate this matter." "Yes, apologize quickly. We can still mitigate this situation." Hearing the accusations from the teachers of School 3, Qianlong was taken aback with laughter. He had not anticipated that these educators would turn the tables, considering it was their student who instigated the conflict. Naturally, Qianlong would not concede easily. He unleashed an aura of a grand martial master. Exerting pressure on the teachers from Martial Arts School 3, he then coldly stated, "Do you truly believe the Beast Hunting Corps is easy to bully?" Meanwhile, the soldiers within the Beast Hunting Corps emanated a chilling aura, their eyes brimming with hostility, as if awaiting a command to strike. The atmosphere grew tense, and the teachers and students from Martial Arts School 3 felt an overwhelming pressure. Given their strength, they were indeed no match for the soldiers of the Beast Hunting Corps, especially on their territory. Li Tianyu's expression soured. He had not anticipated the Beast Hunting Corps would so fiercely defend Lu Fan, a mere rookie. The director of the Academic Affairs Office was also sweating profusely, sharing the same thoughts as Li Tianyu. Why would they risk a complaint to protect an ordinary soldier of the Beast Hunting Corps? Just as both sides were on the brink of confrontation, the highest-ranking officer in the Camp Commander Lin Yihai, arrived. Observing the scene, he chose to release his own aura of martial spirit, which enveloped everyone present, rendering them motionless beneath the weight of an invisible mountain. With a grave expression, Lin Yihai declared, "Enough. Since both parties have chosen to resolve their grievances on the martial arts platform, you must refrain from intervening. Is that clear?" Lin Yihai was not biased towards his own people. He understood that if he took sides, a brawl could erupt, leading to dire consequences. Furthermore, he sensed that Lu Fan's aura was considerably more formidable than that of Li Tianyu. Thus, there was no need for anyone to intervene. With Lin Yihai's intervention, the previously tense atmosphere dissipated as if a pause button had been pressed. The teachers from Martial Arts School 3 believed that Li Tianyu's strength would certainly allow him to defeat an ordinary soldier from the Beast Hunting Corps. Among the teachers, Lu Fan's homeroom teacher watched him with a complex expression. As Lu Fan's teacher, he was acutely aware of Lu Fan's capabilities. Even if Lu Fan had reached the martial cultivation stage, he could not possibly rival Li Tianyu. Sigh. Why does Lu Fan seek unnecessary suffering? His teacher lamented. In his view, had Lu Fan not proposed to go to the martial arts platform, he would have merely received a few scoldings. Li Tianyu would not dare to act against him within the camp of the Beast Hunting Corps. At this moment, Li Tianyu wore a confident expression. Looking down at Lu Fan with disdain, "Let us go. We shall proceed to the martial arts platform." Lu Fan did not waste any more words with Li Tianyu and turned towards the martial arts platform, prompting the crowd to follow suit. At this moment, Lin Yihai approached Qianlong with an irritated demeanor. "Qianlong, you've grown bold. You dare to lay hands on these teachers and students? Do you understand the consequences of such actions? You could be dismissed, and others may face repercussions as well. If it escalates, even I could lose my position." Qianlong awkwardly chuckled. "I was merely intimidating them a bit. I had no intention of resorting to violence. Who allowed them to bully our own? Enough. Have you no sense? Do you not know Lu Fan's strength? Are you truly afraid he cannot defeat a student?" Lin Yihai helplessly remarked, "Hee. I'm merely lending support to that young lad Lu Fan in advance, showing these people that behind Lu Fan stands our beast-hunting army." Qianlong chuckled as he elucidated his intentions for earlier actions. "Oh, you." Lin Yihai found himself at a loss for words. He was quite pleased with this protective nature. After all, a person who cannot defend their own comrades is truly a weakling. At the martial arts arena within the military camp, a multitude had gathered. Each soldier from the beast-hunting army arriving to cheer for Lu Fan upon hearing the news. "Go, Lu Fan. Give that student a good thrashing, and let him know the might of our beast-hunting army. Indeed, Lu Fan, we from the beast-hunting army are not to be trifled with. Cheer on, Lu Fan. Do not tarnish the reputation of our beast-hunting army." On the other side, the students from Martial Arts High School 3 found amusement in witnessing this support for Lu Fan. They were well aware that Lu Fan had previously been effortlessly defeated by Li Tianyu and had even been humiliated by him. Naturally, they doubted that Lu Fan could elevate his strength so rapidly within such a short span of time. Thus, many students from Martial Arts High School 3 opted to rally behind Li Tianyu. "Li Xiao, knock Lu Fan down again." Lu Fan truly overestimates himself. Daring to challenge Li Xiao, "I reckon Lu Fan will be floored within 3 moves." Lu Fan is truly courting death. These students, lacking discernment, chose to cheer for Li Tianyu, believing that weakness and strength is a fundamental flaw. Who could blame Lu Fan for offending Li Tianyu when he was so weak? Chapter 22. Impossible. How could you be so strong, Lu Fan? On the martial arts arena, Li Tianyu stood with arms crossed, casting a disdainful gaze at Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Lu Fan's expression remained impassive, seemingly untouched by the surrounding atmosphere. "Qianlong, The referee for this match observed both combatants who were already prepared, and without further hesitation, announced, "The martial arts duel officially begins." With that, Qianlong stepped aside to provide space for the two. Initially, Li Tianyu refrained from making a move, continuing to regard Lu Fan with an air of superiority, confidently declaring, "Lu Fan, I grant you 3 moves. I don't wish for you to be defeated so swiftly." Hearing this, Lu Fan chose not to engage in further banter with Li Tianyu. He summoned all his inner vigor, unleashing a formidable aura. In the next moment, Lu Fan drew the straight blade from his back, his eyes glinting with cold light. Subsequently, he swung the blade towards Li Tianyu. In an astonishing display, Lu Fan's blade unleashed a 4-meter-long strike composed of thunder. This was the C-grade Thunder Shadow Slash, and Lu Fan commenced with a full-force attack, leaving nothing in reserve. The sheer power of this strike distorted the surrounding void, and an overwhelming energy radiated outward. Qianlong, standing on the arena, was taken aback by the intensity of this strike, never having anticipated Lu Fan's attack to be so formidable. The might of this blow was likely on par with a peak martial artist's full-power strike. Below the arena, Lin Yuhai couldn't help but scrutinize Lu Fan, pondering when their camp had produced such a prodigy. Lu Fan's strike was executed with such swiftness that it resembled a flash of lightning, leaving Li Tianyu no time to react. Furthermore, Li Tianyu had always underestimated Lu Fan, hence he was caught completely off guard. Many spectators, lacking sufficient strength, failed to even perceive when Lu Fan had drawn his blade, unaware of the unfolding events. Before long, Li Tianyu finally caught sight of the blade hurtling toward him, his eyes widening in shock. What in the world was happening? Why had such a powerful strike suddenly appeared? Qianlong prepared to intervene, believing that Li Tianyu would be unable to withstand Lu Fan's sudden assault. Indeed, Li Tianyu could not endure Lu Fan's unexpected strike. Yet his B-grade battle armor effortlessly absorbed the blow. Thus, Li Tianyu opted against surrendering, bracing himself to withstand Lu Fan's attack with his B-grade armor. With a resounding explosion, Li Tianyu was sent flying several meters by Lu Fan's strike, crashing heavily onto the arena floor. The force of this blow generated a cloud of dust. Lu Fan, calmly observing this scene, knew that Li Tianyu had not yet been defeated. However, this was preferable. He did not desire Li Tianyu's swift downfall, for that would be far too mundane. He intended to thoroughly crush Li Tianyu, repaying the humiliation he had previously endured. As expected, protected by his B-grade armor, Li Tianyu sustained minimal injury. However, the impact of Lu Fan's formidable strike caused his internal organs to jolt, forcing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he struggled to rise. Simultaneously, a faint scar appeared on his B-grade armor. "What is happening, Lu Fan? Why have you suddenly become so powerful?" Li Tianyu stared at Lu Fan in astonishment, shaken by the realization that had he not been protected by his B-grade armor, he might have perished under that strike. Meanwhile, the spectators below, though unable to witness Lu Fan's attack clearly, were stunned to see Li Tianyu suddenly hurled backward, crashing heavily onto the arena. This spectacle elicited gasps of disbelief from some of the students from Martial Arts High School 3. What just happened? Why did Li Xiao suddenly fly out? Indeed, why did Li Xiao also spit blood? Can someone explain what transpired just now? The teachers from Martial Arts High School 3, wearing expressions of incredulity, pondered, how could Lu Fan be so strong? That strike he just executed must have reached the peak martial artist level, and the density of his aura was astonishing. Impossible. It cannot be that Lu Fan has suddenly become so powerful. Had Li Tianyu not had the protection of his B-grade armor, he would have undoubtedly lost. Upon hearing the shocked voices of their teachers, the students from Martial Arts High School 3 began to comprehend the situation. So it was Lu Fan who had sent Li Tianyu flying with a single strike? When had Lu Fan become this formidable? Even Leng Ruoming and Tang Xiaoxiao were taken aback, having never anticipated Lu Fan's surge in strength. A strike that threatened the peak martial artist level? Lu Fan. How intriguing. Tang Xiaoxiao suddenly found herself immensely intrigued by Lu Fan. Leng Ruoming murmured softly, "Lu Fan, what on earth has caused your transformation into such strength?" Meanwhile, the two middle-aged men tasked with protecting Li Tianyu could no longer contain their exclamations, crying out, "Li Xiao!" Just as the two men prepared to intervene in the duel, Lin Yuhai's stern gaze halted them. "Since you have chosen to step onto the martial arts arena, you must not interfere. Should either of you dare to meddle, do not blame me for intervening as well." Feeling the terrifying aura of Lin Yuhai's martial spirit, the two men quickly fell silent. They could only watch Li Tianyu with concern, not out of loyalty, but because should anything happen to Li Tianyu, the Li family would undoubtedly punish them. Lin Yuhai, observing the two men's sudden compliance, merely snorted coldly and refrained from saying more. Back on the martial arts arena, Li Tianyu gazed at Lu Fan in disbelief, struggling to accept that Lu Fan had become so powerful. At that moment, Lu Fan slowly spoke up, "Li Tianyu, do you recall what I said before? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth and poverty." Having uttered these words, Lu Fan once again wielded his blade, unleashing a thunderous slash towards Li Tianyu. The power of this strike was comparable to his previous one, both representing a full-force attack from a late-stage warrior. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Li Tianyu's face contorted in disbelief. Impossible. How could you suddenly become this strong? You must have used some sort of potion. Yes. Once the effects wear off, you will be finished. With this thought, a glimmer of hope sparked in Li Tianyu's eyes, as he could not accept that Lu Fan had grown so powerful. Quickly, Li Tianyu faced Lu Fan's strike, brandishing his spear and activating his martial technique. Taste my B-grade martial skill. Long rainbow pierces the sun. In an instant, the tip of Li Tianyu's spear shot forth a massive beam of multicolored light. The teachers from Class 3 gasped in astonishment, recognizing it as Li Tianyu's B-grade martial technique, which appeared to have reached a minor level of proficiency. This is Li Tianyu's B-grade martial skill, and its power seems to have achieved a minor maturity. Lu Fan is doomed. However, there's a chance that Lu Fan's strike might not be weak either. Has Lu Fan activated some hidden prowess? How could he have become so strong so suddenly? As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Lu Fan's blade collided with Li Tianyu's attack, resulting in a thunderous explosion. The impact generated a tremendous blast. Yet it was evident that Lu Fan's strike swiftly shattered Li Tianyu's B-grade technique. Although its power diminished somewhat, it continued its trajectory towards Li Tianyu. Seeing his technique being obliterated, Li Tianyu was again left in disbelief. Impossible. How can you shatter my B-grade martial skill? The primary reason Lu Fan could dismantle Li Tianyu's technique was due to the profound vigor coursing through him, coupled with his mastery of the Thunder Shadow Slash, which had reached a high level of proficiency. Li Tianyu, momentarily dazed by Lu Fan's assault, forgot to evade. The blade soon struck him, sending him sprawling once more. Lu Fan shook his head, remarking, so weak. Presently, Lu Fan could easily dominate Li Tianyu, primarily because his own strength surpassed Li Tianyu's, and secondarily because Li Tianyu lacked practical combat experience, becoming dazed in the heat of battle. Even if Lu Fan were of a lower tier than Li Tianyu, he could still overpower him, for Lu Fan had been engaged in fierce battles with beasts for over a month. Consequently, Lu Fan sheathed his blade, opting to teach Li Tianyu a lesson with his fists instead. As Li Tianyu crashed to the ground, Lu Fan employed the flowing dragon step to approach him. In a flash, Lu Fan's figure darted like lightning, swift to the point of being nearly imperceptible, and within moments, he stood before Li Tianyu. Before Li Tianyu could react, Lu Fan's fist descended upon him. Li Tianyu let out a blood-curdling scream. Subsequently, Lu Fan's relentless fists rained down upon Li Tianyu, eliciting a series of agonized cries. The two middle-aged men tasked with Li Tianyu's protection were unable to bear witness and instinctively closed their eyes. It was not that they wished to abandon Li Tianyu, but rather that they dared not intervene. The teachers and students of martial arts class 3 exchanged glances, astonished that the once mighty Li Tianyu was now being thoroughly beaten. This scene stirred complex emotions among the teachers and students, reminding them of the time, merely a month prior, when Li Tianyu had similarly dominated Lu Fan. Lu Fan's fists continued to pummel Li Tianyu, who lacked any means of resistance and could only endure the onslaught. Time seemed to stretch until Chunlong, observing Li Tianyu unconscious, hurriedly intervened. Enough? Lu Fan, if you continue, you might kill him. Finally, Lu Fan ceased his assault, and upon seeing Li Tianyu's battered form, a sense of satisfaction washed over him. Chunlong then called for medical personnel to carry Li Tianyu away. The director of the Academic Affairs Office and others quickly rushed to assess Li Tianyu's injuries, with the two middle-aged men administering a healing potion to aid his recovery. As Li Tianyu gradually regained consciousness, his first instinct was to scan his surroundings in fear, dreading another beating from Lu Fan. However, upon realizing he had been removed from the martial stage, a surge of anger welled up within him. Lu Fan, I will make you pay. Li Tianyu fumed internally, feeling humiliated as the scion of the Li family. At that moment, Lu Fan, noticing Li Tianyu's awakening, mocked him openly. Young Masterly, you're rather weak, aren't you? I haven't even fought at full strength. Lu Fan. Li Tianyu gritted his teeth, his glare fierce enough to ignite flames. Oh, young Masterly, do you wish to continue our duel? Lu Fan raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on his lips, provoking Li Tianyu's anger and frustration. Don't get too cocky. Think of your family. The threat in Li Tianyu's words was unmistakable, as if he intended to retaliate against Lu Fan's family. Lu Fan, however, displayed no signs of fear, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Li Tianyu's use of family as leverage had struck a nerve. Until Li Tianyu was dealt with, Lu Fan's parents could very well be in danger. At that moment, Lin Yehai appeared at Lu Fan's side, patting him on the shoulder. Lu Fan, you need not worry. I believe the Li family would not dare to act against yours. I will personally warn them. Lin Yehai's words provided Lu Fan with considerable reassurance. Thank you, Captain. Lu Fan expressed his gratitude. Chunlong chimed in. Rest assured, Lu Fan, if the Li family dares to threaten your family, they are threatening all of us in the brigade. Anyone who dares to threaten our brigade's family will face our wrath. With that, Chunlong cast a fierce glare at Li Tianyu. Feeling the intensity of Chunlong's stare, Li Tianyu recoiled slightly, refraining from further comment. Nevertheless, deep within, he felt a surge of resentment. If the Beast Hunter army were to support Lu Fan, the Li family would think twice before attacking Lu Fan's family. After all, the Beast Hunter army was the foremost among the 4 great armies of China, renowned for its protective nature. Provoking them could pose a genuine threat to the Li family. With this thought, Li Tianyu could only depart with a grim expression, unwilling to endure any further mockery from Lu Fan. In the aftermath, the students of Class 3, once Li Tianyu had left, could no longer contain their excitement, whispering amongst themselves, "I never expected Lu Fan to become this strong, even defeating Li Tianyu. Haha. Did you see Li Tianyu's expression? It was as though he had eaten something foul. He had it coming, always looking down on others, and now look at him, thoroughly beaten. Lu Fan is truly impressive. To grow so strong in such a short time." The defeat of Li Tianyu had brought immense joy to many of the students. Previously, they had to endure in silence due to Li Tianyu's formidable strength and family background. But now that Li Tianyu had been reduced to such a pitiful state, their spirits soared. At this moment, Lu Fan's former homeroom teacher approached him, having witnessed Lu Fan's prowess and wishing for him to return to the martial arts Class 3. The head of the academic affairs department did not oppose this notion, for Lu Fan had indeed triumphed over the martial genius, Li Tianyu. However, Lu Fan graciously declined. For not only was he intent on hunting demonic beasts, but the beast hunting army also provided protection for his family, something the school simply could not offer. Thus, returning to school was out of the question. Chapter 24. Still claiming he is not a god of death. After Lu Fan's refusal to return to classes, Lung Ruoming appeared, her curious gaze appraising him as if he were an extraordinary treasure. This made Lu Fan furrow his brow and inquire, "What are you staring at, Lung School Flower? Is there something on my face?" Startled by his question, Lung Ruoming snapped back to reality, her curiosity about Lu Fan's remarkable transformation momentarily rendering her speechless. A slight blush crept onto her cheeks, a source of embarrassment for her, as she had been caught gazing at a man for so long, and worse still, he had questioned her. Noticing her flushed complexion, Lu Fan felt a twinge of curiosity himself. Could it be that even the aloof school beauty could blush? Yet, Lung Ruoming quickly regained her composure and spoke in her usual cool tone. "Lu Fan, I never imagined you could become so powerful in such a short time. Did you come to find me just to praise my prowess?" Lu Fan, somewhat puzzled, thought that it was out of character for her to seek him out for such a reason. After all, during his time at school, Lung Ruoming was notoriously aloof, and he had never seen her converse with any male student. "Of course not. I'm here to warn you to be cautious of Li Tianyu. Given his temperament, he likely won't let this go easily." As her cheeks reddened once more, she found herself utterly bewildered by her own actions. Perhaps it was the enigmatic aura surrounding Lu Fan that drew her in. "Thank you," Lu Fan responded, noticing her blush again. And he wondered if perhaps Lung Ruoming harbored feelings for him. Yet, he quickly dismissed the thought. He was overthinking it. There are 3 common misconceptions in this world. The first being that she likes me, the second being that my phone vibrated, and the third that I can turn the tables. Without engaging further, Lung Ruoming made a hasty exit. She too was perplexed by her nervousness in Lu Fan's presence. Observing this, Lu Fan shook his head, concluding, "It seems I was mistaken." Not far off, Tang Xiaoxiao witnessed this exchange, her heart filled with astonishment. Could it be that Lung Ruoming blushed at the sight of a man? It was as if a glacier had begun to thaw after millennia. Lu Fan's charm was indeed remarkable, but recalling Lu Fan's fierce assault on Li Tianyu in the martial arena, she couldn't help but think him handsome. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo and others had also witnessed Lu Fan and Lung Ruoming's interaction. Upon Lu Fan's return, Zhao Lei immediately teased, "Lu Gu, I never expected you to be so impressive as to attract such a beautiful girl. Indeed, Lu Gu, your skills are unmatched. Could you possibly teach me?" Qian Fuguai chimed in, looking at Lu Fan with admiration. Lu Fan was at a loss for words. "You're misunderstanding. She is merely a former classmate." "Right. Just a classmate." Both Zhao Lei and Qian Fuguai were skeptical. If she were just a regular classmate, would she have approached Lu Fan so proactively? Besides, classmates often end up as couples. After this episode, the military camp soon returned to its usual tranquility. The students from Martial Arts Class 3 did not immediately engage in combat, but took a day to rest, intending to commence practical training the following day. Before long, dawn arrived. The students of Martial Arts Class 3 gathered early, prepared for their day of combat against demonic beasts. Lin Yihai had already instructed the beast hunting army to ensure the students' safety. Under the guidance of their teachers, the students ventured forth to begin their practical training, while the soldiers of the beast hunting army formed small teams to safeguard them. Lu Fan, accompanied by Zhang Weiguo and others, was assigned to patrol the perimeter of the demonic beast forest, always ready to provide swift assistance should anyone call for help. Soon, the area surrounding the demonic beast forest became lively as the students began their encounters with the beasts. However, many of the students found themselves in perilous situations, facing the ferocious demonic beasts. The novices were no match for their adversaries, and some were so frightened by the brutal creatures that they nearly wept in terror. Observing the students' performances, Zhao Lei couldn't help but exclaim, "These students are pathetic. They are worse than I was during my first battle with a demonic beast." Hearing this, Zhang Weiguo shot him a disapproving glare. You should talk. Weren't you terrified of the beasts during your first encounter? Caught off guard, Zhao Lei's face flushed. Come on. Class leader, have a little mercy on me. Huh. If you had been as fierce as little Lu during your first encounter with a beast, I would certainly show you some leniency. Zhang Weiguo retorted. You were practically crying for your mother. Zhao Lei sighed. Class leader, how can I possibly compare to Lu Go? He is simply extraordinary. Who else would dare to charge at a wounded demonic beast without a second thought? Only Lu Fan is that audacious. Lu Fan, overhearing this, pointed to himself in confusion. What? Am I not human? Lu Go, I meant to say you are a god of death. Zhao Lei quickly clarified. Indeed. Lu Go is undoubtedly a god of death. Qian Fuguai nodded in agreement. Lu Fan was speechless. I merely hunt a few more demonic beasts. Speaking of which, he realized he had yet to slay any beasts today. This simply would not do, as he needed to accumulate more kill points. Consequently, Lu Fan suggested to Zhang Weiguo, Class leader, why don't you continue the patrol? I'll go hunt a few demonic beasts first. Upon hearing this, Zhao Lei and Qian Fuguai murmured, as expected. Lu Gu is indeed a god of death. Zhang Weiguo's lips twitched. While Lu Fan had many admirable qualities, his penchant for slaughter was excessive. Every outing seemed to require him to slay countless demonic beasts. However, Zhang Weiguo surmised that perhaps this was why Lu Fan had become so formidable in such a short time. It must be related to his daily battles against the beasts. Thus, he did not refuse Lu Fan's request, agreeing. All right, little Lu, just be careful. Okay, with that, Lu Fan quickly broke away from the group and set off in search of demonic beasts. Watching Lu Fan's departing figure, Zhang Weiguo reflected, little Lu truly is diligent. He must battle demonic beasts every day. Once separated from the group, Lu Fan's form became ghostly as he sought out beasts in the forest's outskirts. Soon, he encountered a low-tier demonic beast, easily dispatched by a single strike of his thunder shadow slash, and the familiar sound of acquiring kill points echoed in his mind. Thus began Lu Fan's killing spree. Every beast he encountered was met with a singular intent, to slay. However, shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon a group of students from Class 3, who, upon recognizing Lu Fan, gasped in astonishment. That's Lu Fan. Chapter 25, Saber-Toothed Tiger. Coincidentally, Tang Xiaoxiao was among this group of students. Upon encountering Lu Fan, Tang Xiaoxiao was inexplicably graced with a look of surprise. Lu Fan. At that moment, a number of students gazed at Lu Fan with admiration, inquiring, Lu Fan, how have you become so impressive in such a short time? You defeated Li Tianyu. That was incredibly cool. Lu Fan, you are truly remarkable. Lu Fan, taken aback by the unexpected enthusiasm of these students, had not anticipated such fervor directed towards him. It was noteworthy that previously, none of these students had acknowledged his presence. Now that he had triumphed over Li Tianyu, their demeanor had shifted dramatically. Indeed, in this world, strength commands respect. If one is weak, compassion is a rare commodity. Consequently, Lu Fan maintained a nonchalant demeanor in response to the students' exuberance, engaging in only brief exchanges before seeking an excuse to depart. After Lu Fan's departure, the once enthusiastic students began to murmur amongst themselves. Is Lu Fan not a bit too aloof? Does he truly believe himself to be so impressive? He is just like us, an ordinary person. Yet he treats us with such disdain. Hearing these remarks, Tang Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, surprised by the rapid shift in attitude. Just a moment ago, they were ardently praising Lu Fan, and now they were speaking ill of him. At that moment, the teacher responsible for leading the group interjected, All right, let us continue our search for the demon beasts for practical training. Thus, Tang Xiaoxiao and her companions ventured deeper into the demon beast forest in pursuit of their quarry. After traversing several kilometers into the forest's periphery, Tang Xiaoxiao could no longer contain her curiosity and posed a question to the teacher. Teacher, why are we venturing so far into the demon beast forest? The deeper we go, the more powerful the demon beasts we encounter. In response, the teacher sighed, Tang, you are aware that students from other classes are training within the demon beast forest, and as we move outward, the number of demon beasts decreases. To ensure that you all can find suitable beasts for training, I have chosen to lead you deeper. Unbeknownst to the students, the teacher had ulterior motives. He hoped that by increasing the number of demon beasts they encountered, their class's achievements would improve, resulting in a greater bonus for him. With the protection of the beast hunting army nearby, he felt secure in leading them further in. Although Tang Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of unease, she refrained from voicing her concerns, while the other students continued to jest and frolic without a care. Suddenly, a student exclaimed, Look everyone, is that a demon beast? This declaration immediately drew the attention of several students to a patch of grass, where they spotted a very young saber-toothed tiger frolicking playfully. Indeed, a demon beast. It appears to be a cub of the saber-toothed tiger. If we manage to capture it and sell it, we could make a fortune. Absolutely. I heard saber-toothed tiger cubs start at $1 million. Wealthy individuals adore raising saber-toothed tigers. Can it really sell for $1 million? Is that true? Of course. The saber-toothed tiger possesses formidable bloodline strength, and affluent patrons prefer nurturing them from a young age. ensuring they grow into formidable allies. The prospect of a million for the saber-toothed tiger cub ignited excitement among the students. At that moment, the first student to spot the cub sprang into action, rushing towards it. However, upon noticing the approaching human, the cub emitted a plaintive cry and swiftly fled deeper into the forest. The students, driven by the allure of the prize, pursued the cub, each one eager to claim the reward. Tang Xiaoxiao, however, recognized the inherent danger. The cub would not venture far from its parents. Adult saber-toothed tigers were known for their formidable strength, and it would be reckless to chase after the cub without caution. Although this lesson had been covered in their textbooks, the overwhelming temptation of wealth clouded their judgment. The teacher, realizing the potential peril, sought to deter the students from their reckless chase. Yet, just then, a thunderous roar erupted from within the demon beast forest. Not good, Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed in alarm. As expected, moments later, a saber-toothed tiger, massive as a small mountain, burst forth from the forest. Its saber-like fangs, measuring several centimeters in length, gleamed menacingly, capable of easily rending steel. The creature's muscular physique radiated power, its deep golden fur adorned with striking golden stripes, exuding an aura of majesty. Moreover, this formidable saber-toothed tiger possessed a pair of white wings, granting it the ability to fly. The moment the adult saber-toothed tiger emerged, it lunged towards the students pursuing its cub, clearly enraged. The sight left the students paralyzed with fear, momentarily forgetting to flee. Even the teacher, caught off guard, was momentarily stunned, neglecting to issue a warning to the students. The two powerful guardians assigned to protect Tang Xiaoxiao immediately shouted, "This is a third-tier saber-toothed tiger. Miss Tang, we must ensure your safety." However, rather than flee, Tang Xiaoxiao instructed her protectors, "Uncle Lu, can you distract the saber-toothed tiger? If we can hold it off until the beast-hunting army arrives, we might be able to slay it. If you take me away now, many of my classmates will surely perish. But miss, we are responsible for your safety. If anything were to happen to you, how could we explain it to the family head?" The two guardians were understandably hesitant. "Enough. Uncle Lu, have faith in me. I can handle some first and second-tier demon beasts. Moreover, I am confident that the beast-hunting army's reinforcements will arrive promptly," Tang Xiaoxiao asserted resolutely. "Very well." The guardians ultimately acquiesced after her persuasion. They instructed her, "Miss, keep yourself safe while we confront this saber-toothed tiger." Both were grand martial masters, on par with the saber-toothed tiger, yet they would need to join forces to even hope to delay it. As the third-tier saber-toothed tiger wreaked havoc, the entire perimeter of the demon beast forest erupted into chaos. Responding to the roar of the tiger, numerous other demon beasts began to stir, launching assaults on the humans within the forest. At that moment, witnessing the powerful saber-toothed tiger being engaged by her protectors, Tang Xiaoxiao wasted no time and turned to flee. There was little more she could do. The fates of her classmates were no longer her concern. Remaining in the vicinity would only expose her to the imminent conflict between the third-tier saber-toothed tiger and Uncle Lu. Thus, she made the decision to escape the demon beast forest. As the realization dawned, the other students also began to flee in a panic. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, the teacher leading the group was understandably taken aback, abandoning his students to flee for his own safety. In the face of life and death, it was clear that his own existence held precedence. Meanwhile, in the beast forest, Qianlong also heard the resounding roar of a tiger and inwardly lamented the impending danger. He promptly instructed the soldier beside him, quickly informed the camp commander that the beast forest has erupted in chaos and requires immediate assistance. As the highest-ranking officer in the military camp, Lin Yihai was unable to personally venture out to safeguard the students. He remained stationed within the camp. Additionally, many members of the beast-hunting army were still present in the camp, having not all deployed to protect the students. No one had anticipated such a sudden upheaval in the beast forest, had it not been for this unexpected turmoil. The students could have safely honed their skills under the watchful eyes of a select few hunters. After delivering his message, Qianlong made his way towards the source of the tiger's roar. Surprisingly, the rampage of the third-tier saber-toothed tiger incited a cascade of disturbances among the beasts, including several third-tier creatures, rendering the periphery of the beast forest increasingly perilous. Along the way, Qianlong relentlessly dispatched the lower-tier beasts that surged forth in chaos. The more creatures he felled, the heavier his heart became. It seemed that this sudden uprising might cost many students their lives. Within the military camp, upon receiving this alarming news, Lin Yihai's expression darkened. He immediately mobilized all available soldiers for an urgent rescue mission to assist the students in the beast forest. Furthermore, he prepared to take charge at the forest's edge to prevent any higher-tier beasts from joining the fray. Before departing, Lin Yihai reached out to nearby military camps, requesting their support. Elsewhere, Lu Fan, initially on the hunt for beasts, noticed the increasing presence of creatures following the tiger's roar. This revelation sparked a glimmer of excitement within him. After exerting considerable effort to locate beasts, they were now appearing before him. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lu Fan charged towards the rampaging beasts. Soon, The anguished cries of the creatures echoed around him as he effortlessly dispatched numerous foes. A chorus of system notifications rang in his mind, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Consequently, Lu Fan silenced the notifications. As he continued, he observed that an increasing number of beasts seemed drawn by the scent of blood. Realizing the peril of remaining in such a situation, he resolved to retreat. Although slaying more beasts would be advantageous, his strength and vitality had their limits. Facing such a multitude could prove exhausting, and should any second-tier beasts join the fray, his fate would be sealed. Thus, Lu Fan utilized his agile dragon flow technique to make his way towards the forest's periphery. He dared not linger, as he would not be able to contend with the plethora of beasts alone. During his retreat, Lu Fan noticed several students ensnared in peril. Without hesitation, he intervened, dispatching the beasts that threatened them, thereby allowing the students to escape their dire straits. The rescued students from the third school expressed their profound gratitude to Lu Fan, though he merely urged them to flee towards safety beyond the beast forest. What had transpired? What had incited such chaos in the beast forest? Lu Fan was equally perplexed. Little did he know that the turmoil stemmed from a mere saber-toothed tiger. Meanwhile, as Tang Xiaoxiao fled, she encountered numerous beasts. However, with her formidable skills, she easily eliminated them. Soon, she found herself cornered by a pack of Qingfeng wolves, led by a peak-tier first-grade wolf and two others in their later stages. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Tang Xiaoxiao felt a pang of unease. Her abilities could only contend with one of the later-stage wolves at most. Yet, she remained calm. For as the heiress of the Tang family, one of the four great clans of Jiangnan City, she possessed her own means of survival. Nevertheless, she deemed it a waste to employ her trump card against these first-tier beasts. But in her current predicament, survival took precedence, and she resolved to use her life-saving measures if necessary. Just as she prepared to activate her safeguard, a teasing voice broke through. Wow, so many beasts here? Instantly, Tang Xiaoxiao's attention was drawn to the source of the voice, revealing Lu Fan perched upon a nearby tree. Lu Fan. She recognized him immediately, having been deeply impressed by him during their recent encounters. The Qingfeng wolves also caught sight of Lu Fan, and at the command of the peak-tier wolf, a later-stage wolf charged towards him, accompanied by several lower-tier companions. Observing the pure and captivating Tang Xiaoxiao from a distance, Lu Fan mused, where are her bodyguards? However, as he noticed the later-stage wolf and its pack advancing, he shook his head, thinking, perfect for some slaughter. In an instant, Lu Fan leaped from the tree, employing his dragon flow technique to become a blur as he raced towards the oncoming wolves. In a heartbeat, he closed the distance to the pack. Without hesitation, he unleashed a thunder shadow slash aimed at the later-stage wolf. Sensing the formidable threat posed by Lu Fan's assault, the wolf dared not underestimate him, letting out a howl as it readied its claws to counter the strike. Yet, to its astonishment, Lu Fan had already appeared behind it. Without missing a beat, he executed another thunder shadow slash, catching the later-stage wolf off guard and swiftly vanquishing it. With the later-stage wolf dispatched, the remaining lower-tier beasts were no match for Lu Fan. As he flickered through their ranks, one by one, they fell like wheat before the scythe. In that moment, Lu Fan seemed a relentless force, executing foes with precision and ease. Chapter 27, Brother Lu. Too wicked. At that moment, Lu Fan stood amidst the blood-soaked earth, wielding a blade stained with the blood of beasts, his battle armor and face splattered with crimson. A fierce glimmer of killing intent radiated from his eyes, rendering him a figure reminiscent of a vengeful deity. Not far off, Tang Xiaoxiao watched in astonishment as Lu Fan dispatched the Qingfeng wolves with such alacrity. Her mouth agape in shock. Yet, rather than fear at his fearsome demeanor, she found him strikingly handsome, inexplicably feeling a profound sense of safety in his presence. At that instant, the peak-tier Qingfeng wolf emitted an enraged roar and lunged at Lu Fan, inciting the remaining wolves to charge as well. Observing this, Tang Xiaoxiao could not help but shout a warning. Lu Fan, be careful. As she spoke, she brandished her whip towards the remaining later-stage wolf, seeking to alleviate some of Lu Fan's burden. Lu Fan had long anticipated the attack from the peak-tier wolf. As it charged, he raised his blade and prepared to engage. He was uncertain if he could best this formidable foe, but his resolve compelled him to try. In no time, Lu Fan's blade clashed against the claws of the peak-tier wolf, a formidable force reverberating through his weapon and into his grip. In an instant, Lu Fan was pushed back a few steps by the formidable force, while the peak first-level Qingfeng wolf opposite him was also forced to retreat. Indeed, the strength of a peak first-level beast was considerably greater. However, Lu Fan sensed that his own power was now comparable to that of the peak first-level beast. After exchanging a blow, Lu Fan concluded this in his heart, which greatly boosted his confidence as he charged once more towards the Qingfeng wolf. Observing this, the peak first-level Qingfeng wolf leaped forward to engage Lu Fan again. Soon, a new round of combat ensued, marked by the clashing sounds of weapons. Each clang signified the fierce collision between Lu Fan's blade and the wolf's claws. Meanwhile, the lower-tier Qingfeng wolves, witnessing the fierce struggle, desired to assist their peak counterpart, but found themselves unable to intervene. as Lu Fan and the peak first-level Qingfeng wolf fought with such swiftness that they could not keep pace. In just 1 second, Lu Fan managed to exchange blows with the peak first-level Qingfeng wolf at least 3 times, meaning he could wield his blade thrice in that brief span. And each strike had to be executed with full force to withstand the beast's onslaught. On the other side, Tang Xiaoxiao was also engaged with another late-stage first-level Qingfeng wolf. However, it seemed that she was struggling to slay this opponent, which implied she was unable to assist Lu Fan. After what felt like an eternity of fierce exchanges, Lu Fan and the peak first-level Qingfeng wolf finally separated, both eyeing each other warily. Seizing the moment, Lu Fan quickly gathered his energy, preparing to unleash his martial technique. In the next heartbeat, he launched an assault, a lightning-infused blade slicing towards the Qingfeng wolf. The opposing peak first-level Qingfeng wolf raised its paw to unleash a blue claw strike in response. When their attacks collided, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Fan relentlessly unleashed more lightning strikes from all angles towards the Qingfeng wolf, simultaneously utilizing the flowing dragon step to close in rapidly. The peak first-level Qingfeng wolf soon found itself on the defensive, with Lu Fan pressing the attack. Finally, Lu Fan identified the opportune moment to unleash a full-powered lightning blade strike, intent on concluding the battle. A 4-meter-long lightning blade manifested out of thin air, swiftly tearing through the atmosphere towards the peak first-level Qingfeng wolf. Caught off guard, the beast was struck by the lethal blow, instantly cleaving it in two, rendering it lifeless. After slaying the peak first-level Qingfeng wolf, Lu Fan turned his gaze towards the bewildered pack of Qingfeng wolves. With the ferocity of a wolf pouncing on its prey, he charged into the midst of the remaining Qingfeng wolves, and within moments, most of them had fallen to his blade, with only a few managing to escape. Meanwhile, the late-stage first-level Qingfeng wolf, witnessing the demise of its leader, felt a surge of fear and lost the will to fight. This prompted Tang Xiaoxiao to seize the opportunity, launching a more aggressive assault on the creature, which was now gravely injured and unlikely to withstand her onslaught much longer. However, Lu Fan, unable to resist the urge to claim the kill for himself, after all, these were vital points of slaughter, suddenly struck, delivering a fatal blow to the late-stage beast. Tang Xiaoxiao, observing Lu Fan's swift action, interpreted it as a display of concern for her safety, her heart warming at the thought. With a sweet tone, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "Lu Fan, thank you for saving me." Lu Fan, hearing her melodious voice, waved his hand dismissively and responded coolly, "No need to thank me. As a soldier, it is my duty to protect the people. Then will you protect me as we leave the beast forest?" Tang Xiaoxiao shyly inquired. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at Lu Fan's handsome visage. Of course, Lu Fan found it hard to refuse her innocent request. "That's wonderful. Thank you, Lu Fan." For reasons unknown, his affirmative response brought her joy. Consequently, the two made their way toward the outskirts of the beast forest. Along the journey, any beast they encountered fell before Lu Fan's blade before Tang Xiaoxiao could even unsheath her weapon, creating the impression that she was competing with him for kills. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Fan's motivation was solely to accumulate slaughter points, which led her to believe he was deeply concerned for her safety, thus increasing her admiration for him. As they traversed together, Tang Xiaoxiao's youthful heart fluttered, and she engaged Lu Fan in conversation, asking him numerous questions. Lu Fan, displaying remarkable patience, answered her inquiries while simultaneously dispatching beasts. Before long, they successfully escaped the periphery of the beast forest, where the number of creatures had significantly diminished, and it appeared they had encountered none. Moreover, a considerable contingent of beast-hunting troops was stationed outside, prepared for any sudden beast incursions. Among them was Zhang Weigua, who, upon seeing Lu Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao emerge from the forest, chuckled with relief, his previous worries dissipating. Nearby, Zhao Lei, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of anger and jealousy, exclaiming, "Just moments ago, I was worried about Lu Gu's safety, and now he is with a beautiful girl. How infuriating. Indeed, it's utterly intolerable. Wasn't he Lu Gu previously involved with another girl? Now he is laughing and joking with yet another." Qian Fugue chimed in, unable to contain his envy. Chapter 28. Adopting the cub of the toothed sword tiger. Zhang Weigua, observing the envious expressions on Zhao Lei and Qian Fugue's faces, could only shake his head. What was there to be jealous about? It was only natural for a young man as exceptional as Lu Fan to attract the affection of girls. Soon, he approached Lu Fan with genuine concern, asking, "Little Lu, are you hurt?" Lu Fan shook his head in response. "No injuries, squad leader. Just covered in the blood of beasts." "No injuries? That is good. Let us regroup." Zhang Weigua's spirits lifted upon hearing that Lu Fan was unscathed. Lu Fan nodded and then turned to Tang Xiaoxiao, saying, "We've reached a safe area. Soon, someone will escort you back to the camp. I must continue my mission and can no longer protect you." Tang Xiaoxiao felt a pang of reluctance at Lu Fan's impending departure, yet she understood the gravity of the situation. With concern, she urged him, "Lu Fan, please be careful. I'll be waiting for your return." After saying this, she shyly ran away, her words feeling like a confession of her feelings towards him. Lu Fan scratched his head, pondering when his charm had grown so potent. He wasn't oblivious. He realized Tang Xiaoxiao harbored feelings for him. Or else she wouldn't have spoken so affectionately. Zhang Weiguo, observing the exchange, chuckled and shook his head. Ah, youth is truly a wonderful thing. Shortly after Lu Fan rejoined his squad, Wang Jie assigned him a new mission, to venture back into the Beast Forest to rescue trapped students. Consequently, Lu Fan found himself once more entering the perilous depths of the forest. As always, he was the first to charge into battle against the beasts they encountered. A spectacle that Zhang Weiguo and the others had grown accustomed to. It seemed as though Lu Fan held a personal vendetta against these creatures, as he eagerly engaged every beast they faced. This left Zhao Lei and his companions trailing behind, free to observe as Lu Fan single-handedly dispatched the beasts without requiring their assistance. However, Zhao Lei and his companions were not entirely without merit, at the very least. While Lu Fan was engaged in fierce combat with the demon beasts, they would cheer him on, effectively serving as his enthusiastic supporters. This prompted Zhang Weiguo to helplessly remark to Lu Fan, "Little Lu, you ought to temper your valiance. Be cautious of sustaining injuries." Nevertheless, Lu Fan disregarded Zhang Weiguo's concerns, retorting, "Captain, are you not aware that scars are but the medals of honor for a man?" "Heh, you rascal." This left Zhang Weiguo momentarily speechless. As Lu Fan continued his relentless assault, he and his companions managed to rescue numerous students. Yet, before long, Lu Fan encountered yet another juvenile demon beast. This little creature, upon spotting Lu Fan, exhibited no fear. Instead, it let out fierce cries in his direction. Lu Fan, contemplating a swift end to the juvenile beast, recognized that while slaying such a creature would not yield substantial points, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Just then, Zhang Weiguo hurriedly interjected, "Little Lu, wait. If my memory serves me right, that juvenile beast is a cub of the saber-toothed tiger." Indeed, it was the very cub they had previously encountered. This revelation caused Lu Fan to halt his blade, realizing that dispatching a saber-toothed tiger cub would be a significant waste. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan decided to spare the creature's life for the first time, opting instead to nurture the saber-toothed tiger cub. He reasoned that once it matured, it could assist him in hunting demon beasts and serve as a guardian for his parents. After all, Li Tianyu might pose a threat to his family, prompting Lu Fan to adopt the cub. With this resolve, he sheathed his sword and approached the plucky little creature. As Lu Fan drew near, the cub let out an even more vehement cry. In the next instant, Lu Fan seized the cub by the nape of its neck, lifting it effortlessly. "From this day forth, I shall be your master. Should you dare to growl at me again, beware of a smack on your rear," Lu Fan declared. Observing the cub's defiant demeanor, it appeared to comprehend his words, only to growl more fiercely. However, after a few swift slaps, the cub soon quieted down. Zhang Weiguo, witnessing Lu Fan's intention to adopt the saber-toothed tiger, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and cautioned, "Little Lu, do consider this carefully. Raising a saber-toothed tiger requires considerable resources." "Fear not, Captain. I am well aware," Lu Fan replied, fully cognizant of the resources required for such an endeavor, yet resolute in his decision. Zhang Weiguo, sensing Lu Fan's determination, ceased further objections, albeit with a hint of concern. He advised, "Then perhaps we should withdraw from the demon beast forest. We have not encountered any students along the way, which suggests that we have rescued all we could. Given our class's capabilities, it would be unwise to venture deeper. Moreover, with the saber-toothed tiger cub in your possession, should its parents discover us, we would be at a disadvantage." "Agreed," Lu Fan concurred, having already felled a significant number of demon beasts. The prolonged skirmish had drained much of his vitality and stamina, making rest a necessity. Thus, Lu Fan and his companions retreated from the demon beast forest and returned to the military camp. By this time, the turmoil within the demon beast forest had been largely quelled, with many of the rampaging beasts having been slain, and all students who could be rescued had been saved. Unfortunately, the suddenness of the beastly uprising had resulted in the loss of several students. In just half a day's time, a few lives had been extinguished, underscoring the fragility of existence. Fortunately, this was merely a localized disturbance. Had it escalated into a full-scale outbreak, it would have unleashed a catastrophic tide of demon beasts. Upon returning to the military camp, Lu Fan observed the medics tirelessly attending to injured soldiers and students, while numerous beast-hunting soldiers moved in and out. Realizing the futility of intervening, Lu Fan felt powerless in the face of the situation. At that moment, the saber-toothed tiger cub in his arms resumed its fierce cries, its expression betraying fear. Surrounded by so many humans and powerful figures, it was understandably intimidated. Lu Fan gently stroked the cub's head and reassured, "Enough. Cease your cries. As long as I am here, you shall come to no harm." This seemed to quell the cub's outbursts, allowing it to survey its surroundings with curious eyes. It was evident that the little creature possessed an unusual audacity, quickly adapting to its new environment. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoxiao, who had been waiting for Lu Fan in the camp, brightened at the sight of him and excitedly rushed over. In the camp, having returned from the demon beast forest, Two strong protectors who had been safeguarding Tang Xiaoxiao were momentarily taken aback by her sudden movement, promptly calling out, "Miss, where are you going?" The earlier incident had left them shaken. Should anything have happened to Tang Xiaoxiao in the demon beast forest, they would surely face the wrath of the Tang family. Fortunately, she appeared unharmed, but seeing her dash in a particular direction filled them with dread at the prospect of another mishap. Ignoring their shouts, Tang Xiaoxiao approached Lu Fan, her face alight with joy as she inquired, "Lu Fan, you have returned. Are you unscathed?" Lu Fan, warmed by her concern, shook his head affirmatively, "Of course. I am fine." Just as Tang Xiaoxiao seemed poised to speak further, the saber-toothed tiger cub in Lu Fan's arms let out a fierce cry toward her, "A woo." Upon noticing the cub, Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she asked, "Did you find this in the demon beast forest?" Recognizing the cub's species, she was instantly intrigued. Lu Fan gently patted the cub's head, signaling it to quiet down. The little creature complied, though it continued to glare at Tang Xiaoxiao with an adorable, yet fierce expression. Lu Fan then explained, "Indeed, I found this saber-toothed tiger cub in the demon beast forest. I have decided to adopt it." "Wow, Lu Fan, you are amazing. You even managed to bring back a saber-toothed tiger cub," Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her admiration for Lu Fan evident as she gazed at him like a starry-eyed fan. Lu Fan, for reasons unbeknownst to him, felt a rush of pleasure. Was this the sensation of being adored by a beautiful girl? At that moment, Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the plucky little cub and asked, "Lu Fan, what name do you plan to give to this saber-toothed tiger cub?" A name? Lu Fan pondered. Suddenly reminded that he ought to christen the cub. After some thought, he suggested, "How about calling it Little White?" Tang Xiaoxiao couldn't help but giggle at his choice, exclaiming, "Haha, Lu Fan, Little White sounds like a name for a little dog. Besides, it doesn't suit this cub at all. It's not white." The cub, seemingly displeased with its proposed name, let out a protest, only to receive a light tap on the head from Lu Fan, which left it gazing up at him with an adorably pitiful expression. Upon witnessing this scene, Tang Xiaoxiao felt that the little saber-toothed tiger was truly adorable and could not help but inquire of Lu Fan, "Lu Fan, may I hold this little saber-toothed tiger?" Of course, Lu Fan would naturally not deny such a modest request from Tang Xiaoxiao. However, before handing the little saber-toothed tiger to her, he cautioned the creature sternly, "Remember, no biting and no making noise. If you dare to bite, you will regret it." The little saber-toothed tiger, upon seeing Lu Fan's fierce expression, promptly shook its head in agreement, though internally it thought, "This human is exceedingly despicable." Tang Xiaoxiao swiftly received the little saber-toothed tiger from Lu Fan's embrace and immediately began to pet its head, suggesting to Lu Fan, "Lu Fan, I think we should name this little tiger Xiaohu." "Xiaohu, that name is rather similar to my Xiaobai, isn't it?" Lu Fan said, somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, Tang Xiaoxiao quickly retorted, "Xiaobai sounds like a little dog, but Xiaohu unmistakably suggests a little tiger." You may have a point there." Lu Fan conceded without much further thought, agreeing to Tang Xiaoxiao's proposed name. Feeling a surge of joy for reasons unknown, Tang Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Xiaohu, from now on, you shall be called Xiaohu." She giggled sweetly while stroking the little tiger's head. Observing the delightful expression on Tang Xiaoxiao's face, Lu Fan could not help but acknowledge how captivating she was. Unbeknownst to Lu Fan, however, the cold and distant Lung Roaming, who was not far away, observed this scene with a frosty countenance, emanating an aura of chilling discontent. Her two protectors, tasked with safeguarding her, exchanged puzzled glances. Sensing that Lung Roaming seemed to be quite upset, "Tang Xiaoxiao," Lung Roaming uttered coldly, voicing Tang Xiaoxiao's name. She was bewildered as to why the sight of Tang Xiaoxiao being so close to Lu Fan stirred such uncomfortable feelings within her, coupled with a surge of anger. Quickly regaining her composure, Lung Roaming approached Lu Fan and Tang Xiaoxiao under the scrutiny of onlookers. Although her two protectors were confused, they followed her nonetheless. Soon, Tang Xiaoxiao felt an icy chill wash over her, prompting her to turn and see the frigid Lung Roaming standing beside her. In that instant, Tang Xiaoxiao's heart raced with caution, as she was aware that Lung Roaming seemed to harbor feelings for Lu Fan as well. Lu Fan, noticing Lung Roaming's arrival, was about to speak when she addressed him in a chilly tone. "Lu Fan, you have yet to form a contract with the saber-toothed tiger, correct? I happen to have one here. Do you need it? A contract?" It then dawned on Lu Fan that humans could indeed form contracts with magical beasts. However, such contracts were exceedingly rare and precious, not easily obtained. Moreover, once a contract was established, one need not worry about the magical beast betraying them. If it dared to do so, a mere thought would suffice to bring about its demise. Such an unbalanced contract would not be accepted by adult magical beasts. Only young ones might acquiesce. Yet, nurturing young magical beasts required a significant amount of resources, which typically dissuaded individuals from investing such efforts when they could instead focus on their own cultivation. While Lu Fan was lost in thought, Lung Roaming produced an ancient piece of parchment and handed it to him, saying, "Here, Lu Fan, this is for you." Lu Fan was taken aback, feeling as though he were being treated to a lavish meal by a wealthy benefactor. At that moment, Tang Xiaoxiao, witnessing Lung Ruoming's actions, looked on in disbelief. Wait, how could Lung Ruoming do something like this? Is she actually giving something to a man? Not only was Tang Xiaoxiao astonished, but the bystanders were equally taken aback. Wait, the school bell is actively giving something to Lu Fan? This is the end. Our aloof flower of class 3 might just be won over by Lu Fan. How could this be? My goddess would never give anything to him. Chapter 30, The Awards Ceremony. In the distance, Li Tianyu, observing the unfolding drama, clenched his fists tightly. His eyes ablaze with fury, his expression dark and forbidding. Lu Fan, I will ensure your downfall. The thought of pursuing Lung Ruoming for so long only to witness her now bestowing gifts upon Lu Fan was a deep wound to his pride. He could not comprehend where he had gone wrong. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoxiao, regaining her composure, fixed a hostile gaze on Lung Ruoming. She had not anticipated that Lung Ruoming would take such initiative, clearly indicating her feelings for Lu Fan. Therefore, she addressed Lu Fan, Lu Fan. If you wish to nurture Xiaohu, it will require considerable resources. I have some funds. You can use them to buy magical beast meat for Xiaohu. With that, she produced her black card and handed it to Lu Fan, unaware that she was being eclipsed by Lung Ruoming. This. Lu Fan was at a loss for words, caught between one offering a contract for a magical beast and the other presenting a black card. It made him feel as though he were some kind of kept man, pampered by wealthy women. As a man endowed with a system, Lu Fan naturally declined both offers, saying, I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot accept your gifts. However, Lung Ruoming, with an air of command, thrust the magical beast contract into his hands, insisting, take it. You need it. Not one to back down. Tang Xiaoxiao also pressed her black card into Lu Fan's hands, declaring, so do I. This spectacle left the onlookers seething with envy, imagining the delight of being pursued by two prominent school belles. At that moment, Lung Ruoming cast a cold, piercing glance at Tang Xiaoxiao, taken aback that she too would offer gifts to Lu Fan. Tang Xiaoxiao, feeling the chill of Lung Ruoming's gaze, defiantly returned the stare. Both women silent, yet radiating an icy tension. Lu Fan observed this unfolding drama, feeling as if he were caught in a battlefield of emotions. No, he had no connection with either of them. How could this be a battlefield? However, as more and more curious gazes turned towards them, even Lu Fan, with his thick skin, could not withstand the scrutiny, and said, I have some matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. With that, he opted to depart, uncertain of what might transpire if he lingered. Watching Lu Fan's retreating figure, Lung Ruoming cast a fleeting glance at Tang Xiaoxiao before turning away. Tang Xiaoxiao, observing Lung Ruoming leave, snorted defiantly, humph. Look at how you've scared Lu Fan away. Yet, her attention soon shifted to the little tiger in her arms, and she gleefully exclaimed, oh no, how could I forget to take Xiaohu with me? Hee. This means I can continue to seek out Lu Fan. Upon returning to the base of his class, Zhang Weiguo approached Lu Fan with a beaming smile, saying, little Lu, you've truly made a name for yourself. I hear both school bells from class 3 are vying for your attention, even going so far as to gift you things. You truly embody the charm of my youth. I too was pursued by many in my day. As he reminisced, Zhang Weiguo seemed lost in fond memories of his younger days. However, at that moment, Zhao Lei could not help but interject, class leader, weren't you just saying you found your wife through matchmaking? If you were so charming back then, would you have needed to resort to that? Zhang Weiguo, do you even understand anything? Have you completed your training today? Hurry up and get to it. Zhang Weiguo, feeling quite disgruntled after being put on the spot, addressed Zhao Lei with irritation. Lu Fan, equally perplexed, reflected on how he had previously overlooked the class leader's penchant for boasting. At this moment, Zhang Weiguo, feeling somewhat awkward, swiftly changed the subject. Xiaolu, this time, you've slain numerous demon beasts and saved many students. I suspect you will receive commendation from above. Prepare yourself mentally. Commendation from above? What kind of reward is there? Lu Fan inquired with curiosity. In response, Zhang Weiguo shook his head. If you're asking me, I have no idea. Following the incident of the demon beast uprising, the students of class 3 could no longer continue their practical training. Thus, the teachers decided to grant a day of rest and would return to Jiangnan City with the students the following day. Meanwhile, Lin Yehai at the military camp was reporting the incident to his superiors. Upon learning of the deaths of several students, the higher-ups merely reprimanded Lin Yehai without imposing any severe penalties, recognizing that such occurrences were unavoidable. It was not uncommon for a few lives to be lost during practical training, especially given the sudden outbreak of demon beasts. Simultaneously, commendations were to be awarded to the soldiers who had performed admirably, which included Lu Fan. After completing his report, Lin Yehai reviewed the list of commendations and resolved to hold the ceremony in front of the students from class 3 the next day. After all, heroes ought to be recognized, rather than remain unsung. As dawn broke the following morning, all the students from class 3 gathered, ready to board the bus back to Jiangnan City. However, before their departure, they were to witness the commendation ceremony within the military camp. The members of the beast hunting army assembled on the playground, awaiting the commencement of the ceremony. Soon, Lin Yehai, dressed in formal attire, stepped onto the podium established in the playground. Observing both the soldiers of the beast hunting army and the students of Class 3 before him, Lin Yahai, with a serious expression, began, "Yesterday, a disturbance occurred in the demon beast forest, putting most of Class 3's students in grave danger. Our soldiers of the beast hunting army mobilized entirely to rescue the students, engaging the demon beasts in fierce combat." He continued, regrettably, "For soldiers of the beast hunting army lost their lives in this endeavor. The higher-ups have decided to posthumously promote these 4 soldiers to the rank of captain, and they will be awarded second-class merit medals. The families of these fallen soldiers will be taken care of by the military. I feel a deep sorrow for the sacrifice of these 4 young men, in their 20s, who laid down their lives to save you students. Remember them well." A heavy silence fell upon the students of Class 3, their emotions complex and conflicted. Even those who had been rescued felt a wave of sorrow. Noticing their reactions, Lin Yahai sighed. "I share this with you to instill the understanding that demon beasts are the enemies of humanity. As long as they exist, lives will be lost. I hope you all grow stronger to aid in their eradication. Now, without further ado, we shall proceed to the commendation of our distinguished soldiers," he proclaimed. "The first to be recognized is Lu Fan. During the recent demon beast uprising, Lu Fan has slain numerous beasts and saved many students. Therefore, the military has decided to award Lu Fan with second-class merit and promote him to the rank of lieutenant. Additionally, he will receive a C-class battle armor." Though Lin Yahai's voice was not loud, everyone present could hear him distinctly. The students and teachers of Wu Dao Class 3 were stunned and incredulous. They had never anticipated that Lu Fan would be so exceptional, not only receiving a second-class merit, but also attaining the rank of lieutenant, along with a C-class battle armor. Is this even possible? What has Lu Fan done to deserve such recognition? I have never seen him save anyone. One student exclaimed. "Exactly. Lu Fan never saved me." Another added. "Don't speak ill of Lu Fan. He genuinely saved me," protested one of the rescued students. "Indeed, if it weren't for Lu Fan, I might have already perished at the jaws of a demon beast." Another echoed. "Lu Fan saved me as well. Anyone who dares to speak against him will face my wrath." Many students who had been saved rallied in support of Lu Fan, silencing those who had previously been envious of him. In the crowd, Li Tianyu gritted his teeth in frustration. Once again, Lu Fan was stealing the spotlight. And the higher his rank, the more troublesome it would become for him to eliminate Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaoxiao beamed with joy as she gazed at Lu Fan from a distance, her heart secretly exclaiming, "Lu Fan is truly remarkable. He is being commended." Similarly, Lung Ruoming looked toward Lu Fan, her face breaking into a faint smile. Had the other students noticed her rare smile, they would have been utterly astonished. For Lung Ruoming, the aloof school beauty, was known for her icy demeanor. Among the ranks of the beast hunting army, the soldiers admired Lu Fan without a trace of jealousy. They had all heard tales of his bravery, rushing into battle against demon beasts without hesitation, a quality that commanded respect. Lu Fan himself was taken aback by the news of his second-class merit and promotion to lieutenant. Just then, Zhang Weiguo, clearly elated, gave Lu Fan a friendly nudge. "Xiao Lu, why are you in a daze? Go up and receive your commendation." Lu Fan's accomplishments brought Zhang Weiguo immense pride as the class leader, filling him with joy. After all, Lu Fan was one of his own, and with such valor, a bright future awaited him. At that moment, Zhao Lei, Xin Fugui, and others chimed in. "Exactly. Lu Gu, stop dawdling and go up to claim your reward. We would give anything for this chance." Snapping back to reality, Lu Fan nodded. Realizing why Zhang Weiguo had urged him to dress more formally today, he had known about the commendation in advance. Soon, with all eyes upon him, Lu Fan walked to the center of the playground. Lin Yahai, upon seeing Lu Fan, wore a warm and approachable expression. "Lu Fan, you've done exceptionally well in slaying numerous demon beasts and saving many students during this crisis." Without further ado, Lin Yahai's demeanor shifted to seriousness. "Lu Fan, I hereby personally award you the second-class merit medal and your promotion to lieutenant." As Lin Yahai presented the medal and adjusted Lu Fan's rank amid the gaze of the assembled crowd, cheers erupted. Zhao Lei and the others led the charge in chanting Lu Fan's name, followed by the soldiers of the beast hunting army and even the students he had rescued. Just then, the sun's first rays illuminated Lu Fan, clad in military garb, making him appear even more radiant. The name Lu Fan echoed throughout the military camp, and in that moment, he felt an indescribable sense of elation. Had he not acquired the system, he would likely have remained an inconspicuous figure, untouched by the allure of the lofty school beauty or the accolades of military honors, leading a life of mediocrity. However, with the system, he embarked on a remarkable journey, destined to shine brilliantly. As Lu Fan gazed at the crowd below, fervently calling his name, a surge of ambition coursed through him. At that moment, both Lung Ruoming and Tang Xiaoxiao regarded him with enigmatic glances, captivated by the radiant Lu Fan. Many girls from the third school were struck by his undeniable charm and allure. Lin Yahai, observing Lu Fan beside him, couldn't help but smile. Youth truly is a splendid time. When he first earned his military rank, he did not bask in the same glory as Lu Fan. The joys and sorrows of individuals are inherently different, and at this moment, Li Tianyu's expression was as dark as a stormy sky. The more exceptional Lu Fan became, the more discomfort he felt. Yet, Li Tianyu dared not confront Lu Fan here, as it would be tantamount to provoking the beast-hunting army. After Lu Fan's ceremony concluded, Lin Yanhai continued to commend others, though none garnered the same level of admiration as Lu Fan. Soon, the award ceremony came to a close, and the students and teachers of the martial arts third school prepared to return to Jiangnan City. Before their departure, Tang Xiaoxiao made a special effort to find Lu Fan, presenting him with a talisman for safety. This is a talisman my mother obtained for me at Longhu Mountain. Now, I give it to you, hoping for your safety. With that, before Lu Fan could utter a word, she shyly fled. As Lu Fan stared at the talisman in his hand, his emotions were quite complex. However, a smile soon graced his face as he accepted it. Just then, Lung Ruoming approached him, presenting him with a similar talisman. Her usually stoic demeanor was tinged with a hint of blush as she said, "This is a talisman my family helped me obtain. Now I offer it to you." Lu Fan was momentarily taken aback by Lung Ruoming's gesture. However, he quickly regained his composure and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Lung classmate." There's no need to call me Lung classmate anymore. You can call me Ruoming," she replied shyly, before hastily retreating. Lu Fan looked at the two talismans in his hands, a wry smile appearing on his lips, realizing how difficult it is to bear the affections of beautiful women. Yet, he soon tucked them away, deciding he would accept both gifts. This scene incited envy among many, pondering if the two prominent school beauties had truly succumbed to him. Chapter 32. The Pinnacle of Martial Artist Realm. At the helm of Jiangnan City's four prominent families, the Li family. Upon returning home, Li Tianyu wasted no time plotting his revenge against Lu Fan. As for why he refrained from targeting Lu Fan's parents, it was due to his desire to avoid provoking the beast-hunting army. To strike at Lu Fan's family would be akin to attacking the kin of those who protect the nation. The thought of a soldier's family being harmed while he valiantly defends the homeland would undoubtedly incite wrath among the beast-hunting army. Choosing instead to retaliate against Lu Fan was simpler, as he could send assassins to ambush him in the beast forest, then disguise it as a fatal encounter with a beast. This way, the beast-hunting army would not suspect the Li family, given that many soldiers meet their end in that treacherous forest each year. However, Li Tianyu did not hastily dispatch someone to eliminate Lu Fan. He was not foolish. He planned to wait until the storm had passed. When the time came, it would be Lu Fan's demise. A cold smile crept across Li Tianyu's face as he thought, "Just wait, Lu Fan." The more he considered how proactive Lung Ruoming was towards Lu Fan, the more twisted his feelings became. Lung Ruoming, just you wait. Once my father breaks through to the martial sovereign realm, he will be the second strongest in Jiangnan City. At that time, I will propose to the Lung family, and they will have no choice but to accept. Li Tianyu scoffed. After the students of the third school departed, Lu Fan's life resumed its usual rhythm. A cycle of dining and slaying beasts, followed by more dining. A month swiftly passed, and Lu Fan's kill points reached a staggering 10,000. The primary reason for accumulating such points was the recent beast riot, during which he vanquished numerous creatures. Additionally, as Lu Fan's strength increased, the beasts he defeated grew in rank. With 10,000 kill points at his disposal, Lu Fan was ready to enhance his abilities. He began to invest his points, elevating his tiger strength to mastery, achieving perfection in Thunder Shadow Strike, and advancing both Flowing Dragon Step and Shattering Mountain Fist to mastery. As Lu Fan completed his enhancements, a surge of blood and energy erupted from him. In an instant, he ascended to the pinnacle of the late martial artist realm, merely a step away from breaking into the martial master realm. Moreover, memories of various martial techniques flooded his mind, deepening his understanding of martial arts. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Lu Fan finally regained his composure. Eagerly, he checked his attribute panel. Host, Lu Fan. Age, 17. Realm, pinnacle of late martial artist. Blood value, 5,000. Talent, low-grade profound level. Primary cultivation method, B rank tiger strength, mastery. Martial arts, C rank Thunder Shadow Strike, perfection, C rank Flowing Dragon Step, mastery. C rank Shattering Mountain Fist, mastery. Killing points, 1,000. Upon reviewing his attributes, Lu Fan pondered, with my current strength, I should be able to contend with a martial master, right? He had previously learned that most individuals break through to the martial master realm with a blood value of around 5,000, which he had already attained. However, to truly break through, he needed to reach a blood value of 7,000. Coupled with the enhancements to his martial techniques, Lu Fan was now capable of matching early-stage martial masters. He was quite satisfied with his current abilities. In just 2 or 3 months, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the late martial artist realm, just a step away from the martial master realm. With continued effort over the next several days, he was confident he could achieve that breakthrough. Who in Jiangnan City could reach the martial master realm at his age? Even if someone did, they would be exceedingly rare. And Lu Fan could undoubtedly rival the top talents among the 4 prestigious families in Jiangnan City. Only 1,000 more kill points remain. It won't yield much. So I'll hold off for now and wait to accumulate more, Lu Fan remarked, glancing at his remaining kill points. Soon, with his newfound strength, Lu Fan headed to the training room to familiarize himself with his enhanced capabilities. His punching power had reached an impressive 5,000 kilograms, and he could lift weights of up to 8,000 kilograms. This indicated that he had yet to fully master his new strength. Otherwise, his punching power would exceed 5,000 kilograms. Nevertheless, even 5,000 kilograms of force was formidable. Lu Fan's full-strength punch equated to a 5-ton vehicle colliding with force. Before long, Lu Fan concluded his strength testing, confirming that in terms of power, reaction speed, and martial arts attacks, he had indeed reached the level of a martial master. Coincidentally, Zhao Lei, who was also present in the training room, observed the entire testing process of Lu Fan with an expression of sheer astonishment etched upon his face, his heart tumultuous with waves of disbelief. Has Brother Lu truly transcended to the martial master realm? From Zhao Lei's perspective, it seemed undeniable that Lu Fan had indeed broken through, for how else could he possess the strength, speed, and offensive power characteristic of a martial master? This revelation left Zhao Lei utterly astounded. After all, Lu Fan had only joined the beast hunting army a mere 2 or 3 months prior and had already achieved such a remarkable milestone. It was worth noting that Zhao Lei himself had been unable to break through to the martial master realm despite being there for over a year. Even their squad leader, Zhang Weiguo, was still at the pinnacle of the late martial artist stage, merely a step away from advancing to the martial master realm. At that moment, Lu Fan noticed Zhao Lei, who had long been rendered speechless, and inquired with curiosity, "Zhao Lei, why are you staring at me? Do I have something on my face?" Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Zhao Lei fell silent for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, "Brother Lu, that's incredible. You've actually broken through to the martial master realm." Break through to the martial master realm? I haven't tea. Lu Fan shook his head, contemplating the terrifying power that would accompany such a breakthrough. "Brother Lu, you must be joking. I witnessed your test firsthand. Only a martial master could exhibit such prowess." Zhao Lei retorted, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Well, is it possible that I am merely at the pinnacle of the late martial artist stage, just a step away from breaking through? The reason I can perform at a level comparable to a martial master is due to my familiarity with my cultivation techniques and martial skills," Lu Fan explained after a brief silence. Chapter 33, Iron Shield Squad? What? Brother Lu, you haven't broken through to the martial master realm? You're still at the pinnacle of the late martial artist stage? Upon hearing Lu Fan's explanation, disbelief washed over Zhao Lei's face once more. This revelation left him even more astonished. The fact that Lu Fan, despite still being in the late martial artist stage, could unleash power akin to that of an early martial master was evidently more impressive, highlighting Lu Fan's innate talent. It suggested that once he did break through, he would surpass the typical martial master. After a moment of shock, Zhao Lei exclaimed, "Brother Lu, that's amazing." His admiration for Lu Fan had reached new heights. Marveling at his talent, strength, and diligence, Lu Fan responded with an awkward smile, "It's nothing much. In this world, there are always people beyond our comprehension. Those who become arrogant after achieving minor accomplishments are destined for mediocrity." Although Lu Fan felt a modicum of joy within, he remained humble and unpretentious. Before long, Zhao Lei, ever the chatterbox, had spread the news of Lu Fan's martial master strength far and wide. The soldiers of the beast hunting army were met with disbelief, struggling to accept that Lu Fan, merely a late martial artist, could exhibit the strength of a martial master. Yet some believed, as it was not uncommon for prodigies to challenge the norms. When Zhang Weiguo and Wang Jia learned of this, they promptly sought out Lu Fan. "Xiao Lu, what a remarkable young man. I never imagined you'd catch up to me in just a few months." Wang Jia praised Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo wore a bittersweet expression as he remarked, "Xiao Lu, I've been here for several years, and I still haven't broken through to the martial master realm. Although you haven't yet, your strength is already on par with that of a martial master. With your talent, it surely won't be long before you achieve that breakthrough." Seeing Lu Fan surpass him stirred a mix of emotions within Zhang Weiguo, but rather than jealousy, he felt genuine happiness for Lu Fan, whom he had nurtured. Even if Lu Fan were to become a general one day, he would still refer to Zhang Weiguo as squad leader. The thought of a general addressing him as such brought a smile to Zhang Weiguo's face. "Indeed, with your talent, Xiao Lu, you certainly won't remain in our squad for long. If I am not mistaken, once you break through to the martial master realm, your transfer order will soon follow," Zhang Weiguo said, grinning. "Yes, Xiao Lu, don't forget us when you rise to greatness," Wang Jia added, echoing the sentiment. Lu Fan assured them, "Squad leader, platoon leader. Rest assured, I will never forget that I am a member of the 5th class of the 1st platoon." "That's good to hear," Wang Jia responded with a chuckle. In the following moments, Lu Fan found himself meeting numerous individuals who had come to inquire about his martial master-like prowess. This left Lu Fan somewhat exasperated. After all, what was so remarkable about possessing martial master strength as a late martial artist? Simultaneously, Lin Yihai had caught wind of Lu Fan's situation and promptly sought out the company commander, Chen Long. Upon Chen Long's arrival, Lin Yihai immediately inquired, I heard that your soldier, Lu Fan, is merely a late martial artist yet can exhibit the strength of a martial master? Qianlong's face swelled with pride upon hearing this. Yes, Commander, you've heard correctly. That young man Lu Fan undeniably possesses the strength of a martial master. Oh, it seems Lu Fan has quite the talent in martial arts. Lin Yihai remarked, somewhat astonished. Qianlong continued, I find it puzzling why Lu Fan, whose talent is clearly lacking, can advance so rapidly in realm. I suspect he must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity that has accelerated his progress. Lin Yihai nodded in agreement. The world was indeed vast and filled with wonders. He recalled a certain martial saint from their nation, known as the Blade Saint, Wang Yu, whose martial talent was only of the yellow grade, yet managed to reach the martial saint realm, elevating his talent from yellow to earth grade. This demonstrated that even those with seemingly inferior gifts could ascend to the heights of power. Indeed, Qianlong concurred, acknowledging that such a narrative would be deemed implausible in fiction, yet Lu Fan's situation was not entirely far-fetched. Lin Yihai then shifted to more pressing matters, stating, given Lu Fan's evident talent, should we consider assigning him to the Iron Shield Squad after he breaks through to the Martial Master realm? With his abilities, he may be better suited for that elite unit. Iron Shield Squad. Qianlong gazed at Lin Yihai in surprise. He had heard of this squad. Rumored to be composed of the finest talents and warriors from the 2nd Regiment, tasked with executing critical missions, such as eliminating 5th-tier beasts during uprisings. Moreover, this squad occasionally undertook special assignments in Jiangnan City, making it a prestigious enclave within the elite ranks of the beast-hunting army. Commander, even if Lu Fan breaks through to the Martial Master realm, will he truly be able to enter the Iron Shield Squad? I heard its minimum requirement starts at the Great Martial Master level. Qianlong questioned, puzzled. In response, Lin Yihai clarified, actually, the Iron Shield Squad has begun to recruit and cultivate talents who have reached the Martial Master realm. Thus, Lu Fan should have a fair chance. Recruiting Martial Masters for cultivation? It seems the Iron Shield Squad is in dire need of fresh blood. Qianlong remarked. Precisely. Those who join the Iron Shield Squad are exceptional martial talents, and naturally, they cannot remain there indefinitely, leading to a swift turnover of personnel. Most eventually enter military academies after passing their assessments, Lin Yihai concurred. Otherwise, the Iron Shield Squad would not be starting to cultivate martial masters. Well then, once Lu Fan breaks through to the Martial Master realm, I will be sure to inform him, Qianlong asserted. The following day, after Lu Fan's breakthrough, he embarked on his first expedition to hunt monsters, a perfect opportunity to test his prowess and ascertain whether he could slay a 2nd-tier beast. This time, Lu Fan did not accompany Zhang Weiguo and the others, for he realized that, should he encounter a 2nd-tier monster, it would be exceedingly difficult to safeguard his companions. Furthermore, even if he found himself overmatched, he could make a swift escape on his own. As he re-entered the monster forest, the moment for Lu Fan's hunting had arrived. He effortlessly dispatched low-tier monsters, and even 1st-tier beasts posed no challenge to him. However, he remained oblivious to the peril that loomed. Hidden in the shadows was a burly man clad in black armor, wielding a large blade, fixated on Lu Fan. Chapter 34, Assassination. Is this the target for assassination? The man in black armor watched Lu Fan intently, a raspy sound emanating from his throat. Meanwhile, Lu Fan continued his search for 2nd-tier monsters, unaware of the imminent danger. Yet, he encountered nothing but 1st-tier and low-tier beasts. Puzzled, Lu Fan scratched his head. Why is it that there isn't a single 2nd-tier monster around today? How strange. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of crisis suddenly surged from behind him. Drawing upon his extensive combat experience, Lu Fan instinctively dodged to the side. Just as a massive blade descended beside him with tremendous force, cleaving the earth and leaving a gash several meters long. Fortunately, Lu Fan had moved aside in time. Had he not, he would surely have met his demise. Reacting swiftly, Lu Fan brandished his straight blade towards the man in black armor. The armored giant was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating that Lu Fan would evade his surprise attack and retaliate so swiftly. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Lu Fan's blade struck against the armored man's gear, sending him flying several meters, leaving a fine gash on the black armor. Blood trickled from the wound, dripping onto the parched earth. The black-armored man looked at his injury in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is C-grade armor. How could you breach my defenses?" Lu Fan smirked in response. "Coincidentally, I wield a C-grade weapon as well." With the augmentation of his C-grade weapon and his formidable strength, Lu Fan was indeed capable of penetrating the defenses of the black-armored man. Upon hearing this, the black-armored man erupted into manic laughter. "Ha! I never expected you would gift me with a C-grade weapon." He believed that once he killed Lu Fan, the weapon would rightfully belong to him. A C-grade weapon could fetch hundreds of thousands, not to mention the handsome reward for completing this task. "Oh, let us see if you possess the capability." A fierce glint ignited in Lu Fan's eyes as he deduced the identity of the one who had orchestrated this assassination attempt against him. The only adversary he had in mind was Li Tianyu, the young scion of the Li family. Anger surged within Lu Fan. Had he not reacted quickly, he might have met his end here. In the next instant, Lu Fan swung his straight blade to attack the black-armored man. The latter scoffed dismissively, believing that Lu Fan's prior success in injuring him was merely due to his earlier carelessness. After all, he was a martial master, a tier above Lu Fan, and could easily dispatch him with just a few strikes. With that, the black-armored man unleashed his enormous blade towards Lu Fan, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Die. In the blink of an eye, their blades clashed, and the sheer force of their combat rent the air, creating a thunderous sonic boom. Lu Fan found himself at a slight disadvantage in this exchange, being pushed back several steps. Nonetheless, this startled the black-armored man as he felt a tingling sensation in his arm, clearly affected by the force of their confrontation. You brat, are you not a martial artist? How can you be this strong? The black-armored man, nearing the pinnacle of the initial stage of martial mastery, was astonished that a mere martial artist could withstand his strike. Doubts crept into his mind. Perhaps the intelligence he received from the Li family was erroneous. Cursing under his breath, he thought, damn it. This kid is clearly a martial master, and yet the intel was unclear. Had he known Lu Fan was of martial master rank, he would have never taken on this task. The risks were too high when facing another martial master, as one misstep could spell disaster. Lu Fan, ignoring the black-armored man's words, activated his dragon flow step. In an instant, his figure transformed into an afterimage, charging towards the black-armored man. The latter, astonished by Lu Fan's speed, exclaimed, "What a swift movement technique." In truth, the black-armored man could no longer discern which figure was Lu Fan. Faced with Lu Fan's relentless assault, he could only adopt a defensive stance. Soon, an enormous lightning blade descended from the heavens, cleaving downwards with unparalleled might. As the blade sliced through the air, it caused the atmosphere to fracture and the space around it to subtly warp. Upon witnessing this impending strike, the black-armored man cursed. Damn it! The blade's power was terrifying, and he could sense the looming threat of death. Thus, he summoned all his strength to counter with a fiery blade strike of his own. A colossal flame blade materialized, surging forth with ferocious momentum towards Lu Fan's lightning strike. In an instant, their techniques collided, resulting in a tremendous explosion that shook the sky. The ensuing thunder and flames radiated outward, engulfing the surroundings. Ultimately, the clash of their martial techniques revealed a victor. Lu Fan's lightning blade shattered the black-armored man's fiery strike, albeit with diminished force. Yet, at such close range, the black-armored man could no longer mount an effective counterattack. The lightning blade struck him squarely, propelling him several dozen meters away. His armor bore a long gash, exposing the flesh beneath and spilling forth a torrent of blood. This single blow had grievously injured the black-armored man. Lu Fan was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the perfected lightning blade would possess such formidable power. The black-armored man had underestimated him, failing to foresee that Lu Fan could unleash such a devastating strike. Seizing the opportunity after injuring his foe, Lu Fan pressed the attack, determined not to grant the black-armored man a moment to recover. The latter, sensing the lethal intent, felt a surge of trepidation. If the fight continued, he might very well lose his life here. Yet Lu Fan showed no mercy, launching a relentless offensive against the black-armored man. This frenzied onslaught forced the black-armored man into a defensive position, and his injuries worsened with each passing moment. Losing a significant amount of blood, the black-armored man soon found himself weakened. Before long, he was disarmed, with Lu Fan's blade poised at his throat. Wait! The black-armored man shouted in desperation. Chapter 35, Acquiring B-Class Martial Arts. Wait, don't kill me. Don't you want to know who sent me? The burly man in black armor exclaimed desperately, seeking to preserve his life. Oh, who dispatched you? Lu Fan inquired, raising an eyebrow. Even without the man's confession, Lu Fan was well aware that this assassin had been sent by Li Tianyu. The black-armored giant continued, in truth, there is a bounty on your assassination posted on the dark web. If you are eliminated, a reward of 6 million awaits. As for who issued the task, I cannot say, but consider who harbors animosity towards you. It is highly likely that the individual who despises you is the one behind this assassination order. 6 million in bounty. Huh, I must be quite esteemed. Lu Fan scoffed. Typically, the assassination bounty for an ordinary martial artist would only be 2 to 3 million. Yet here I stand with a staggering 6 million on my head. The black-armored man, sensing the gravity of his predicament, explained, Little brother, you must understand. You are a member of the beast hunting army, hence the elevated bounty. At this moment, he lamented his earlier decision to accept the task so hastily, drawn in by the high reward, without realizing it would now jeopardize his very existence. Lu Fan shook his head at the black-armored giant, stating, Your words alone are insufficient to spare your life. Little brother, if you let me go, I can offer you a B-class martial skill as a gift. The black-armored man, desperate to survive, was willing to part with his most treasured technique. B-class martial skill? Show it to me first, and then I may consider sparing you. Lu Fan's eyes sparkled at the prospect of acquiring a B-class skill, an asset worth millions, beyond the reach of most martial artists. However, the true challenge lay in mastering such a technique, as higher-tier martial skills demanded greater dedication and effort to comprehend. The black-armored giant hesitated. How can I trust you, little brother? What if you take the skill and then kill me? Yet, Lu Fan offered no alternative, pressing the blade in his hand gently against the man's throat. The sharp tip breaking the skin and drawing blood. You have no choice now. If you do not comply, I shall have no choice but to end your life. Though the black-armored man resented the situation, feeling the cold steel against his throat, he reluctantly admitted, the B-class martial skill is within my spatial ring. Spatial ring? Lu Fan's gaze fell upon the white ring adorning the man's finger. He recognized it as a rare artifact crafted from the cores of unique spatial attribute beasts. Even the most basic spatial rings were valued at no less than 10 million, with their worth contingent upon the capacity they held. Lu Fan was astonished. This assassin was quite affluent, possessing not only a B-class skill but also a spatial ring. The black-armored man, realizing the fate of his precious ring was sealed, felt a pang of anguish. He had spent years saving to acquire it. Yet, in the face of death, he was compelled to relinquish all. Lu Fan wasted no time in seizing the spatial ring from the black-armored man's hand, deeming it a trophy of his triumph. Upon acquiring the ring, Lu Fan attempted to access it, only to find himself unable to open it. He then gestured for the black-armored man to assist him. The man, suppressing his pain, explained, I must erase my consciousness from the ring. After that, you can infuse your own consciousness, and it will be accessible to you. Ah, I see. Then what are you waiting for? Erase your consciousness now. This is already my victory prize. Lu Fan commanded. The black-armored giant felt a deeper anguish. After all, it was his ring. This man was nothing short of a bandit, far from a soldier. Nevertheless, he complied and erased his consciousness from the spatial ring. Subsequently, Lu Fan infused his own consciousness into it, and to his delight, he found he could now access it effortlessly. Inside, he discovered a jade pendant, several vitality potions, healing elixirs, and an array of peculiar women's undergarments. Lu Fan could not help but curse the black-armored giant as a pervert, indulging in such frivolities. At that moment, the black-armored man pleaded, Little brother, now that you have seen the B-class martial skill, can you spare me? I have even given you my spatial ring. Lu Fan pondered for a moment before shaking his head in refusal. When you attempted to take my life, our fates became intertwined in a deadly dance. I cannot simply let you go. What? You? Just as the black-armored man was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Lu Fan decisively ended his life with a swift stroke. My apologies, Lu Fan murmured, expressing remorse for taking another's life while claiming their possessions. It felt somewhat dishonorable. Yet, it was only his innate kindness that prompted the apology. Had it been another, they might not have uttered a word of regret. As Lu Fan dispatched the black-armored giant, the system's voice echoed in his mind, ding. Host has slain a martial artist-level enemy, gaining 300 slaughter points. As he had suspected, even the demise of a human could yield slaughter points. Lu Fan mused to himself. However, he would not descend into madness, slaughtering humans for points. He still retained his humanity and conscience. Soon, Lu Fan began to examine the B-class martial skill contained within the spatial ring. Named Thunder Armor, it was a defensive technique. Learning that it was a defensive skill brought him joy, as such techniques often held greater value than offensive ones. A superior defensive skill promised an added layer of safety and assurance. As for why the black-armored giant had not chosen to cultivate this skill, it was likely due to his lack of martial talent, or perhaps he had only recently acquired it without time to practice. Yet all of that was inconsequential now. The skill belonged to Lu Fan. After a brief inspection of the martial skill, he decided to store it away for the moment, as he was still within the confines of the beast forest, which was not conducive to cultivation. Chapter 36. Investigation. Lu Fan quickly returned to the military camp, and without delay, he informed Zhang Weiguo of the assassination attempt against him. He was particularly concerned that Li Tianyu might target his family, hoping the military could ensure their protection. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Weiguo was furious. Rest assured, little Lu, I will report this matter. How dare they place a bounty on a soldier of the beast hunting army? They truly underestimate us. And as for your family, we will ensure their safety. With that, Zhang Weiguo headed off to report the incident to Captain Lin Yahao. Upon learning of the situation, Lin Yahao was equally incensed and chose to escalate the matter to higher authorities. I demand to know who dares to issue a bounty on the lives of our esteemed warriors in the beast hunting corps. Lin Yahao exclaimed, his fury palpable. This outrage stemmed not only from the assassination of Lu Fan, but also from the audacious provocation it represented against their esteemed unit. Upon learning of this heinous act, the upper echelons of the beast hunting corps were equally incensed and swiftly mobilized various departments to investigate. They ultimately traced the origin of the assassination order back to Jiangnan City. Consequently, the city was thrown into turmoil as its official forces commenced their own inquiry into the matter. This incident illustrates the formidable power of the beast hunting corps, capable of uncovering the source of a mission on the dark web and compelling the authorities of Jiangnan City to act. In the Li household of Jiangnan City, Li Tianyu remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, eagerly anticipating news of Lu Fan's demise. However, As time passed without any updates, impatience began to gnaw at him. What the hell is going on? Why has there been no word yet? Surely nothing has gone awry. At that moment, a middle-aged man tasked with protecting Li Tianyu rushed into his residence, breathless and alarmed. Young Master Li, we are in grave trouble. Li Tianyu, already irritable, grew even more frustrated at the man's distress. What calamity now? Even if the sky were to fall, the Li family would withstand it. You are unaware, young master. The Beast Hunting Corps and the authorities of Jiangnan City have commenced an investigation into who issued the assassination order for Lu Fan. Given the influence of Jiangnan's official forces, they will soon trace it back to our Li family. We are doomed. The middle-aged man relayed the information in a panic. Li Tianyu, upon hearing this, was momentarily taken aback. After a pause, he hurriedly inquired, is Lu Fan dead? The middle-aged man found himself at a loss for words at Li Tianyu's preoccupation with Lu Fan's fate at such a critical moment. Nevertheless, he replied honestly, young master. It appears Lu Fan is still alive. The investigation by the Beast Hunting Corps seems to have been prompted by Lu Fan himself. Damn it. How could Lu Fan still be alive? What kind of inept assassins are these? Unable to eliminate even a mere warrior. Truly pathetic. Li Tianyu erupted in rage upon hearing the news. As for the investigation by the Beast Hunting Corps, he remained unperturbed, confident in the Li family's ability to manage the situation due to their position as the foremost martial family in Jiangnan City. Although the Beast Hunting Corps wielded significant power, they would have to bow before the Li family in their domain. Furthermore, there was no direct evidence linking him to the assassination order. It had been dispatched by his subordinates. Even if the investigation led back to the Li family, he could simply cast the blame onto his underlings, absolving himself of any culpability. With this thought, Li Tianyu regained his composure and waved dismissively at the middle-aged man. Do not worry, given our family's influence. Even if they investigate us, they cannot touch us. Before the middle-aged man could respond, a furious voice rang out from outside, wretched son, come out here. As the voice echoed, an invisible pressure enveloped the surroundings, causing Li Tianyu's heart to skip a beat. In the next moment, a stern-faced middle-aged man radiating immense authority entered Li Tianyu's residence. Father, what brings you here? Li Tianyu asked, fear evident in his gaze. Li Hua glared at his son, fuming. You insolent child, have you stirred up trouble again? Just moments ago, Director Wang from the Jiangnan Police Department called me, informing me that the investigation into the assassination of the Beast Hunting Corps has traced back to one of our subordinates. I had to exert considerable effort to suppress this matter. Otherwise, you would have been apprehended. Upon hearing that the situation had been contained, Li Tianyu's fear dissipated, and he retorted defiantly, what is there to fear, father? With our family's power in Jiangnan, we are untouchable. Besides, my elder brother has been accepted into the prestigious Huaxiao Martial Academy. With his exceptional talent, he is bound to become a martial king. Who would dare cross us? Enough. You are being foolish. Your brother is not yet a martial king, and I have yet to break through to the martial sect. Li Hua responded, his tone softening as he realized Li Tianyu's arrogance stemmed from his own indulgence. It was also worth noting that Li Tianyu's audacity was bolstered by his elder brother, Li Tianyang, whose martial prowess was remarkable, achieving an impressive level of mid-grade earth rank. Having secured a place at the top-tier Huaxiao Martial Academy, it was evident to all that Li Tianyang was destined for greatness. Li Hua continued, now, you must behave yourself. We will address everything once I achieve the martial sect breakthrough. Understood. Although Li Tianyu yearned to eliminate Lu Fan, he recognized he would have to await his father's advancement before taking action, allowing Lu Fan to live a while longer. Thus, the authorities of Jiangnan City hastily identified a scapegoat to resolve the matter. The higher-ups of the Beast Hunting Corps understood that this situation was not as straightforward as it appeared, yet they chose not to pursue it further. After all, to them, Lu Fan was merely an ordinary soldier, and their involvement in the investigation was primarily out of respect for Lin Hai. When news of this reached Lu Fan, he was not overly surprised, recognizing that this incident alone was insufficient to topple the Li family. Ultimately, it all boiled down to his own lack of strength. However, following this episode, it was likely that Li Tianyu would temper his behavior, and his family's safety was assured. For Lu Fan, the paramount concern was to grow stronger, to become formidable. Chapter 37, Little Tiger's Special Training. Lu Fan swiftly began to practice the B-rank defensive martial technique he had recently acquired. However, he soon realized that, given his talent, mastering this B-rank technique would require considerable time and effort. Yet, once he grasped the fundamentals, his strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Thus, Lu Fan dedicated himself to the rigorous training of this B-rank defensive technique. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Fan immersed himself in his arduous training and finally managed to attain the foundational level of the B-rank defensive technique. The difficulty of mastering this technique proved far greater than Lu Fan had anticipated, yet he could sense that this particular B-rank defensive technique surpassed the average, standing out as one of the elite in its category. At last, I have grasped the fundamentals of this B-rank technique. Now I only need to acquire some kill points to enhance it. Lu Fan exhaled in relief. the week of relentless training having left him somewhat fatigued. He decided to take a day of rest before venturing into the beast forest to hunt. However, Lu Fan felt as though he had overlooked something significant. Yet despite ruminating on it, he could not recall. Ultimately, he chose to dismiss the thought. As Lu Fan exited the training room, he fortuitously encountered Zhao Lei holding Little Tiger. Upon seeing Lu Fan, Zhao Lei wore a bitter expression. Lu Gu, you finally emerged. If you hadn't, Little Tiger would have devoured our entire class's food supplies. Lu Fan gazed at the now plump Little Tiger and slapped his forehead, realizing he had forgotten to feed it. Fortunately, Zhao Lei and the others assisted Lu Fan in feeding the Little Tiger, otherwise, it would have likely starved. Lu Fan, feeling quite apologetic, turned to Zhao Lei and said, I'm sorry. In my engrossment with training, I forgot to feed the Little Tiger. Whatever it has consumed, I will make it up to you. Zhao Lei, however, graciously waved his hand and replied, no need for that, Brother Lu. Although the Little Tiger eats quite a bit, everyone actually enjoys its company. Let us consider it a collective offering of food for the little one. Lu Fan, observing the now plump Little Tiger, couldn't he help but smirk. It seemed the little creature had thrived remarkably well in his absence. He then took the round Little Tiger into his arms and expressed his gratitude to Zhao Lei, saying, thank you, Brother Zhao. Zhao Lei scratched his head and remarked, Brother Lu, it appears that the Little Tiger is on the verge of breaking through to the first tier of demon beasts. I never anticipated its talent to be this remarkable. Oh, is the Little Tiger about to ascend to the first tier? Lu Fan was somewhat taken aback, not expecting such a prodigious talent from the little creature. However, gazing at the adorable Little Tiger nestled in his arms, he felt that if he continued to nurture it in this manner, it would lack any offensive capability even upon breaking through. True demon beasts ought to survive through combat. Thus, Lu Fan earnestly proclaimed to the cute Little Tiger, I shall commence special training for you. The Little Tiger seemed to comprehend Lu Fan's words and emitted a soft, childish roar. It had fully embraced the delightful experience of being pampered, relishing the daily feasts without any effort. Consequently, the Little Tiger was disinclined towards rigorous training. It simply wished to eat and sleep. Noticing the Little Tiger's unwilling expression, Lu Fan admonished, Little Tiger, as a formidable saber-toothed tiger, you cannot afford to merely eat and sleep. You are a fierce demon beast. A tiger should embody the essence of a tiger. Just look at you now. You resemble a mere kitten. Roar, protested the Little Tiger. Zhao Lei, overhearing Lu Fan's words, nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the current Little Tiger indeed resembled a kitten. Lu Fan resolved to take action, patting the Little Tiger's head and declaring, all right, tomorrow, I shall take you for special training. Roar. The Little Tiger let out a dissatisfied cry. As time passed, half a month slipped by swiftly. Within the demon beast forest, a magnificent and fierce saber-toothed tiger was fiercely engaged in a battle against a pack of blue-winged wolves. Meanwhile, Lu Fan stood with his arms crossed, observing the scene before him. The once small tiger had transformed into a formidable saber-toothed tiger. After a month of intensive training, the Little Tiger had completed its metamorphosis and had indeed broken through to the first tier of demon beasts. During this time, Lu Fan himself had also successfully advanced to the martial master realm. However, he chose to keep this achievement discreet, as no one within the military camp was aware of his breakthrough. The reason for Lu Fan's silence regarding his advancement was that his speed of progression had been astonishingly rapid, and he decided it prudent to conceal this information for the time being. While Lu Fan was deep in thought, the Little Tiger had successfully vanquished the entire pack of blue-winged wolves. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Lu Fan's mind. Ding. The host's demon beast has slain a pack of blue-winged wolves, earning a total of 100 kill points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lu Fan felt no surprise, as he had anticipated this outcome. As long as the Little Tiger defeated demon beasts, he would receive system rewards in the form of kill points, albeit only half of what the Little Tiger earned. This led Lu Fan to ponder whether demon beasts under his command would also yield system rewards upon defeat. Unfortunately, he could not test this theory, as he was still merely an ordinary soldier. After dispatching the blue-winged wolves, the Little Tiger strode proudly towards Lu Fan, resembling a victorious general. Observing the Little Tiger's triumphant demeanor, Lu Fan couldn't help but shake his head. Nevertheless, he praised the Little Tiger, saying, well done, Little Tiger. When we return, I shall treat you to a chicken leg. Roar. The Little Tiger immediately erupted in joyous roars, for it believed that a delicious chicken leg was the finest delicacy in the world. As the evening approached, Lu Fan decided it was time to exit the demon beast forest. He leaped onto the Little Tiger's back and commanded, let us go, Little Tiger. Upon receiving Lu Fan's order, the Little Tiger swiftly dashed towards the edge of the forest. In a flash, they re-entered the military camp. The soldiers within the camp gazed at Lu Fan atop the majestic saber-toothed tiger with admiration, enviously wishing to have a demon beast of their own as a mount. Yet, such opportunities were rare. High-tier bloodlines were not easily found, and even if they were, substantial resources would be required for cultivation. Not to mention the need for precious demon beast contracts, something they lacked. unlike Lu Fan, who had received one as a gift. Once back in the military camp, Lu Fan checked his kill points, preparing to enhance his newly acquired B-rank martial skill, Thunder Armor. I have 5,000 kill points. That should suffice to upgrade the Thunder Armor. With that, Lu Fan addressed the system. Allocate all 5,000 kill points to the martial skill, Thunder Armor. Chapter 38. Return to Jiangnan City. Host, Lu Fan. Age, 17. Realm, Martial Master. Health points, 7,000. Talent, low-grade Profound. Primary cultivation method, B-rank, Fierce Tiger Technique. Great accomplishment. Martial arts, B-rank Thunder Armor. Great accomplishment. C-rank Thunder Shadow Slash. Perfection. C-rank Flowing Dragon Step. Great accomplishment. C-rank Mountain Breaking Fist. Great accomplishment. Killing points, 0. Lu Fan's attribute panel had seen little change. The kill points accumulated over these days had all gone towards enhancing his newly acquired martial skill, Thunder Armor. However, his breakthrough to the Martial Master realm had resulted in a significant increase in strength. One could say that Lu Fan's prowess now allowed him to contend with peak mid-stage martial masters, although he was uncertain about facing those in the late stages. Having ascended to the Martial Master realm, Lu Fan prepared to request leave to return to Jiangnan City, as he had not seen his parents in quite some time. The following day, as the sun rose, casting a bright glow upon the morning, the citizens of Jiangnan City commenced their daily activities. At the city gates, a youth riding a tiger galloped into view, capturing the attention of many passers-by. Look, is that a demon beast? How is someone riding on it? If I'm not mistaken, that should be a saber-toothed tiger. Who is that person to be riding such a creature? The soldiers on guard duty, noticing the spectacle, became vigilant. Although they saw someone mounted on the saber-toothed tiger, they were wary of the possibility that it might suddenly become aggressive and harm the citizens of Jiangnan City. A squad leader from the guard army called out to Lu Fan. Who goes there? Lu Fan had already instructed the little tiger to slow its pace to avoid startling the citizens. He then leaped off the tiger's back and addressed the squad leader. I am Lu Fan of the Beast Hunting Army. The Beast Hunting Army? Very well, show me your identification. The squad leader scrutinized Lu Fan for a moment before speaking. Lu Fan promptly presented his identification to the squad leader. After reviewing it and finding everything in order, the squad leader replied, You may enter Jiangnan City, young sir. However, I fear that this mount of yours may suddenly harm the citizens of Jiangnan. But fret not. For this saber-toothed tiger has already entered into a beast contract with me. It poses no threat. Long ago, Lu Fan had established this contract with the little tiger. The leading sergeant, upon hearing this, was astonished. So, you have indeed formed a beast contract. Such a contract is an exceedingly rare treasure, one that most individuals are not even qualified to possess. This revelation led the sergeant to suspect that Lu Fan might be some affluent young master. Considering that this young fellow was also part of the Beast Hunters, one of the 4 great military factions of Huaxia, the sergeant pondered for a moment before conceding. Very well. Since you have secured a beast contract, the saber-toothed tiger may enter. However, you must ensure that it does not disturb the citizens of Jiangnan. Otherwise, the authorities may very well apprehend you. Understood. Lu Fan nodded earnestly. Then you may proceed, the sergeant declared. With the curious gazes of the onlookers upon him, Lu Fan made his way toward Jiangnan City, the little tiger following closely behind. As he entered the familiar streets of Jiangnan, he couldn't help but feel a surge of nostalgia. Although he had only been away for a few months, it felt as though he had been gone for years, perhaps due to the multitude of experiences he had encountered during this time. The citizens of Jiangnan were taken aback at the sight of the imposing saber-toothed tiger when had a beast ventured into the city. Yet, they soon realized that this formidable creature posed no threat, casting curious glances around instead. The more discerning citizens understood that the saber-toothed tiger must have formed a contract with a human, thus refraining from attacking. This revelation eased many minds, and they regarded the majestic beast with intrigue. Feeling the weight of numerous stares, Lu Fan sighed, for he had intended to leave the little tiger at the camp. Yet it had insisted on following him. He swiftly navigated through several streets until finally arriving at his residential complex. Upon seeing the familiar old neighborhood, he continued onward. As Lu Fan entered the complex, he spotted a massive willow tree under which many elderly folks were engaged in chess or chatting. Numerous children were playing, as it was a Sunday, and the complex was bustling with activity. However, the sudden appearance of Lu Fan and the little tiger captured everyone's attention. A moment of silence ensued before a cacophony of shouts erupted. A beast. Old man, run. There's a beast. Oh no. How did a beast make its way here? Wah. Mommy, there's a tiger. Chaos ensued, as the seemingly frail seniors exhibited surprising agility, fleeing as if they were athletes. Even an elderly gentleman in a wheelchair was so startled that he stood and dashed away. Witnessing this scene, Lu Fan's lips twitched in a mix of amusement and complexity. These seniors were surprisingly spry. He then glanced at the little tiger, which looked quite forlorn amidst the turmoil, and called out, Dear grandfathers and grandmothers, please do not worry. This is my contracted beast. It will not harm anyone. Upon hearing Lu Fan's voice, the crowd gradually calmed down. The elderly paused their flight, turning to face Lu Fan, and upon realizing that the little tiger was indeed harmless, they began to chatter curiously. Oh, it's young Lu. Why have you brought a tiger back with you? Yes. You nearly scared me to death just now. You went out for a bit and returned with a tiger? What is going on? Lu Fan had no choice but to explain to the elders that the little tiger was his contracted beast. Understanding the situation, they began to praise Lu Fan. Young Lu, you truly have a talent to bring back even a tiger. Indeed, I heard of a vehicle called a Land Rover, but this beast is the true Land Rover. Chapter 39. Xiao Fan, why are you back? After chatting briefly with the elderly residents, Lu Fan continued on his way home with the little tiger. Soon, he arrived at the familiar entrance of his home and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Almost immediately, a voice from within called out, coming. Who is it? As the door opened, Lu Fan stood before his father, Lu Jun. The transformation in Lu Fan was remarkable. His once youthful countenance now bore the marks of maturity and resolve. Xiao Fan, Lu Jun exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. In the kitchen, Chen Jingyin paused her breakfast preparations upon hearing Lu Jun's exclamation and rushed to the door. Xiao Fan, you're back, she said, her eyes shimmering with tears of joy. Lu Fan embraced his parents, softly saying, Dad, Mom, I'm home. Xiao Fan, have you suffered in the military? Are you hurt? Chen Jingyin immediately began to inspect him closely. Sensing her worried gaze, Lu Fan reassured her mom. No need to worry, I'm perfectly fine. I've even grown stronger during my time there. Just then, Lu Jun noticed the little tiger following Lu Fan and was instantly filled with dread. Xiao Fan, there's a beast behind you. Chen Jingyin, upon hearing Lu Jun, turned to see the tiger and was equally alarmed. Xiao Fan, be careful, there's a beast. Lu Fan chuckled helplessly and began to explain to his parents. Once they learned that the little tiger was Lu Fan's contracted beast, Lu Jun was astonished. Xiao Fan, what on earth has happened to you? This beast appears to possess considerable strength. Indeed, Xiao Fan, this beast looks rather intimidating. Chen Jingyin chimed in. Lu Fan, seeing the astonished expressions on their faces, couldn't he help but boast. Mom, Dad, you might be even more shocked soon. Do you know what realm I have attained in martial arts? What realm? Lu Jun and Chen Jingyin asked, intrigued. Martial Master. Upon saying this, Lu Fan released a faint aura of a martial master to dispel any doubts. Wow. Lu Jun gasped, feeling the powerful energy emanating from Lu Fan, confirming that he had indeed reached the realm of a martial master. Xiao Fan, how could you achieve martial master in such a short time? He murmured in disbelief. Chen Jingyin was rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the revelation. Haha, Mom, Dad, naturally, I have my own fortuitous encounters. Who knows? Perhaps your son will one day become a martial saint or even a martial sovereign. Lu Fan observed the astonished expressions of his parents, feeling a sense of secret satisfaction. Dad, Mom, your son has become quite formidable now. Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Lu Jun couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, wonderful. It seems our Lu family is destined to produce a master of martial arts. Beside them, Chen Jingyin playfully swatted Lu Jun, interjecting, enough, producing a master of martial arts. I merely hope that Xiao Fan remains safe and sound. Now, Xiao Fan, stop lingering by the door and come in to sit. It was only then that Chen Jingyin noticed Lu Fan was still standing at the entrance. Lu Fan nodded and entered the familiar abode, promptly collapsing onto the well-worn sofa. Little Tiger, of course, merrily followed him in, finding a cozy spot to curl up and doze off. As Chen Jingyin entered, she turned to Lu Fan and asked, Xiao Fan, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I'll go prepare something for you now. You just sit tight for a moment. Meanwhile, after closing the door, Lu Jun began to admire the slumbering little tiger, occasionally exclaiming, Xiao Fan, this magical beast is truly magnificent. As he spoke, Lu Jun settled onto the sofa and began inquiring about various matters concerning Lu Fan. Xiao Fan, how long is your vacation this time? Well, I've taken a week off. I'll be returning to the military camp after that, Lu Fan replied. A week off, you say? Perfect timing. It seems your uncle's son is getting engaged and hosting a graduation banquet in a few days, and he has invited us to join the festivities. Do you have time? We should go together. Lu Jun looked at Lu Fan with eager anticipation. Seeing his father's expectant expression, Lu Fan understood that his dad was likely eager to shine in front of his uncle's family. His uncle, being Lu Jun's elder brother, had been faring significantly better in recent years due to some small businesses in Jiangnan City. Moreover, his uncle's son possessed remarkable martial arts talent, leading their family to flaunt their success while belittling Lu Jun's family whenever they met. This time, it was evident that his uncle's family wanted to showcase their achievements once again, looking to diminish Lu Jun's family further. Lu Jun often felt uncomfortable each time he was belittled by his uncle's family, yet he found himself unable to counter their remarks. It was true that they were not as well off, and Lu Fan's martial arts talent did not match that of his cousin, which added to Lu Jun's frustration. Not wanting to refuse his father, Lu Fan nodded and said, all right, let us go together. Upon hearing Lu Fan's response, Lu Jun's face lit up with joy as he continued, Xiao Fan, I've heard that your uncle's son has not only advanced to the warrior realm, but has also been accepted into a second-tier martial arts university in China. Moreover, he is engaged to a classmate. This time, your uncle's family will surely flaunt their achievements again, but Xiao Fan. We must strive to give them a taste of their own medicine. At this, Lu Jun couldn't help but snort in disdain. It's one thing for your uncle's family to look down on us, but they always have to belittle us every time we meet. Lu Fan shrugged helplessly at this. Dad, don't worry. This time, I will ensure you get a chance to shine. Hee. My son truly understands me, Lu Jun exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. Just then, Chen Jingyin, who had been busy in the kitchen, called out, Lao Lu, come help me bring out the breakfast. It's time to eat. Coming. Lu Jun promptly replied, still buzzing with excitement as he assisted Chen Jingyin in setting the breakfast on the dining table. Soon, Lu Fan relished the long-awaited delicious breakfast. Chapter 40. Rest assured, I will give my cousin a proper lesson. A few days later, at a 5-star hotel in Jiangnan City, Lu Fan's family arrived at the entrance of the luxurious venue, where his uncle's son was hosting both a graduation and engagement banquet. Little Tiger was left at home, as bringing him along would be rather inconvenient. As Lu Jun gazed at the grand 5-star hotel, he couldn't help but express his surprise to Chen Jingyin. I never imagined my elder brother would hold the graduation and engagement banquet here. It seems he has truly splurged this time. Chen Jingyin rolled her eyes in response, stating dryly, what does it matter that it's a 5-star hotel? I fear your brother will once again belittle us. Hee. Now that Xiao Fan has achieved something, I want to see how my brother will manage to belittle us this time. Lu Jun replied, brimming with pride. Lu Fan, hearing this, shrugged helplessly, unsure of what to say. Soon, the family entered the 5-star hotel, which boasted over 10 banquet halls. They quickly located hall number 5, where the event was being held. At the entrance of hall number 5, Lu Fan spotted his uncle's family standing ready to welcome guests. The sudden appearance of Lu Fan's family was quickly noted by Lu Yong, who greeted them with a forced smile. Second brother, you've arrived. Lu Jun, wearing a smile as well, congratulated, big brother, congratulations. Jiqiang has been accepted into a martial arts university and is now engaged. Ah, yes indeed, Lu Yong replied, pride evident on his face. Beside him stood a young man who bore a striking resemblance to him, exuding an air of arrogance akin to that of a peacock. Standing next to Lu Jiqiang was a young woman with a light makeup, possessing a modest appearance. She was Lu Jiqiang's fiancée. Curiously, Lu Yuding leaned in to whisper to Lu Jiqiang, is this the impoverished uncle's family you mentioned? Lu Jiqiang, responding quietly, confirmed, indeed, this is my impoverished uncle's family. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuding's gaze towards Lu Fan's family turned disdainful and haughty. Meanwhile, Lu Yong soon noticed Lu Fan, who had remained silent, and addressed Lu Jun. Second brother, I heard that Xiao Fan has been expelled from martial arts school number 3? Lu Yong had learned of Lu Fan's expulsion from other relatives and sought to mock him and his family. Oh dear, how did Xiao Fan end up expelled? It seems he won't be able to get into a martial arts university now. By the way, what is Xiao Fan doing now? Perhaps he could come work at my shop. I could offer him a salary of 7,000 a month. However, Lu Yong's wife, upon hearing the proposed salary, frowned and remarked, Xiao Fan has no work experience or skills. 7,000 is too much. 4,000 would suffice. At this, Lu Jiqiang chimed in, also suggesting, 4,000 is more than enough for that underage boy. Lu Fan couldn't help but wince internally at their arrogance. They were treating him as if he were a mere laborer. Lu Jun and Chen Jingyin were equally infuriated, recognizing the blatant humiliation. Consequently, Lu Jun coldly retorted, big brother, there's no need for you to arrange work for Xiao Fan. Although he has been expelled, he has already joined the beast hunting army, so you needn't concern yourself. Why did Xiao Fan join the beast hunting corps? Aren't you putting him in danger? Don't you realize how perilous it is? What if something unfortunate happens to him? Lu Yong implored Lu Jun with a tone of heartfelt concern. Yet deep down, he thought Lu Jun was being foolish for allowing Lu Fan to enlist in such a deadly endeavor. Was that not tantamount to signing his death warrant? Lu Jiqiang could not suppress his derision, exclaiming, cousin, with your strength and talent, joining the beast hunting corps is simply courting death. Indeed, I've heard that members of the beast hunting corps engage in daily battles against ferocious beasts. Surely, only fools would join. Lu Yuding interjected disdainfully. In her eyes, enlisting in the beast hunting corps was akin to becoming cannon fodder, risking one's life in relentless combat against beasts. Only a fool would choose that path. Previously calm, Lu Fan was instantly incensed upon hearing Lu Yuding's words. With a voice as steady as a still lake, he remarked, oh, so those who join the beast hunting corps are fools? Have you ever considered that the reason Jiangnan City has remained undisturbed by beastly incursions, allowing every household to enjoy peace and enabling the celebration of academic achievements, is precisely due to the relentless battles fought by the beast hunting corps to safeguard you? Have you contemplated how many lives we lose each year? Unsung heroes fall to beasts in their quest to protect their homeland. You dare label them as fools? Shall I interpret that as an insult to the beast hunting corps? With that proclamation, an aura of formidable strength emanated from Lu Fan, bearing down on Lu Yuding. In that instant, she felt as if she were ensnared by a terrifying predator, a chilling threat of death looming over her. Lu Yong was taken aback by Lu Fan's sudden display of power. Moreover, he recognized the gravity of the situation. If word spread that they had insulted the beast hunting corps, the repercussions would be dire. Just as Lu Yong prepared to intervene, Lu Jiqiang, seeing his girlfriend being intimidated by Lu Fan, lost all sense of reason and unleashed his martial aura towards Lu Fan, declaring, "Lu Fan, do you dare to lay a hand on my woman? Are you seeking a fight?" Although Lu Jiqiang sensed the potency of Lu Fan's earlier aura, he was convinced that Lu Fan could not possibly be his match. After all, he was a martial artist. While Lu Fan was likely still uninitiated in the realm of martial prowess, Lu Yuding, emboldened by Jiqiang's support, playfully urged him, "Changguo, this cousin of yours thinks he can threaten me with just a few words. You must teach him a lesson. Fear not, Yuding. I will ensure he learns his lesson." Lu Jiqiang boasted, thumping his chest in assurance. Chapter 41, Impossible. How could Lu Fan be a martial master? "Today, cousin, I shall teach you a proper lesson for daring to lay hands on my woman." With that, Lu Jiqiang swung his fist towards Lu Fan. Lu Yuding, reveling in her vindictive satisfaction, thought, "Humph, let this man dare to challenge her." Lu Yong, witnessing the impending clash, felt an urgency to intervene, not out of concern for Lu Fan, but out of fear that Lu Fan might report the incident to the higher-ups of the beast hunting corps. If that were to happen, they would surely face dire consequences. At that moment, neither Lu Jun nor Chun Jingyin anticipated that Lu Jiqiang would so rashly attack Lu Fan over a woman. As they saw Jiqiang's fist flying towards Lu Fan, they both cried out in alarm, "Xiao Fan, be careful." Overwhelmed by worry, Lu Jun and Chun Jingyin completely forgot that Lu Fan was a martial master. How could Jiqiang, a mere martial artist, stand a chance against him? Yet, as Lu Fan observed Jiqiang's fist advancing, he remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and composed. To him, Jiqiang's strike was painfully slow, evasion would be effortless. However, Lu Fan had no intention of dodging. If Jiqiang dared to attack, he must face the consequences. With a sudden glimmer of determination in his eyes, Lu Fan stepped forward, unleashing a powerful punch. The air split with a thunderous crack as his fist tore through it, a testament to its formidable might. Jiqiang, caught off guard, barely registered Lu Fan's punch before their fists collided. In the next heartbeat, a series of sickening cracks echoed as Jiqiang's hand shattered upon impact. Simultaneously, Jiqiang felt as though he had been struck by a freight truck, sent hurtling backward several meters before crashing to the ground. Though Lu Fan's blow appeared ferocious, he had refrained from using his full strength, sparing Jiqiang's life. Had he unleashed his full potential, Jiqiang would have lost not only his arm, but potentially his life as well. The entire sequence transpired so swiftly that Lu Yong, along with his wife Lu Yuding, could hardly comprehend what had occurred. When Jiqiang's anguished cries pierced the air, they finally snapped back to reality. Lu Yong rushed to his son, worry etched across his face. "Son, are you all right?" Jiqiang, clutching his shattered hand, wailed, "It hurts. It hurts so much." Panic-stricken, Lu Yong promptly declared, "I'll call for an ambulance right away." Yet, Lu Fan interjected, "Enough. Uncle, there's no need for an ambulance. I have an F-grade healing potion. Just let Jiqiang drink it, and he'll be fine." Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Lu Yong hastily accepted the potion, his focus entirely on Jiqiang. Soon after Jiqiang consumed the healing potion, the pain in his hand and body began to dissipate, and ultimately, he felt no more discomfort. Seeing Jiqiang no longer in distress, Lu Yong voiced his concern. "Jiqiang, are you feeling better?" "Dad, I'm fine now," Jiqiang replied, relieved. This reassurance allowed Lu Yong to exhale in relief, but then he recalled that it was Lu Fan who had caused his son's injury. Angered, he turned on Lu Fan, accusing, "What were you thinking, striking your cousin like that? Do you intend to kill him?" At that moment, Lu Yong's wife also reacted, directing her ire towards Lu Fan. "You little brat, how dare you injure my son? I will not let this go unpunished." Lu Fan regarded his uncle and aunt's accusations with an expression of calm detachment. "First, I did not strike with full force, otherwise, I might have truly harmed Jiqiang. Second, it was Jiqiang who initiated the altercation. Should I have simply stood there and allowed him to assault me? Third, I acted to protect Jiqiang. Had you been overheard insulting the beast hunting corps, you would undoubtedly face repercussions. Thus, I intervened on behalf of the corps to spare you trouble." When put that way, it does seem somewhat reasonable. Lu Yong pondered, beginning to see merit in Lu Fan's words. Meanwhile, Lu Yong's wife was relentless, insisting, "I don't care what you say, you still injured my son. You must apologize to him." At this juncture, Jiqiang, harboring resentment, stood up to echo, "That's right. Lu Fan, you hurt me, and you owe me an apology." Feeling humiliated for being so easily dispatched by Lu Fan, Jiqiang was acutely aware of the embarrassment he faced, especially considering his status as a student at a martial arts university, while Lu Fan was merely a student expelled from martial arts high school. More importantly, he was struck and sent flying by Lu Fan in front of his girlfriend. This left Lu Jiqiang feeling utterly humiliated. Yet he was acutely aware that he could not match Lu Fan's strength, so he had no choice but to extend an apology. Seeing this, Lu Jun and Chun Jingyi naturally could not allow Lu Fan to be bullied. They immediately stepped forward with fierce determination, exclaiming, "Apologize? What are you talking about? Clearly, it was your Jiqiang who attacked my Xiao Fan, and he simply wasn't strong enough. How can you dare demand an apology from us? Indeed, our Xiao Fan has shown mercy. Otherwise, Jiqiang would not have merely sustained minor injuries. That's right. Our Xiao Fan is already at the martial master level. A single strike from him could send Jiqiang flying." Those who had initially intended to confront Lu Jun and Chun Jingyi, such as Lu Yong, were taken aback upon hearing that Lu Fan had attained the martial master level. Lu Yong, in disbelief, exclaimed first, "Impossible. How could Lu Fan possibly be at the martial master level? You two must be exaggerating." Although Lu Jiqiang felt that Lu Fan indeed seemed to be at the martial master level, he was unwilling to concede, insisting, "No way. How could Lu Fan be at the martial master level? You're just boasting. If Lu Fan were a martial master, what would that make me? After all my hard work to break through to the warrior level, how could Lu Fan, who is younger and less talented, have surpassed me?" It is essential to understand that the martial master level is considered mid-tier combat strength within Jiangnan City, and typically, those at this level are afforded a degree of respect. Boasting? Do I, old Lu, indulge in such folly? Xiao Fan, show them whether you are at the martial master level. Lu Jun, observing the incredulity on Lu Yong and the others' faces, could not help but wear a proud smile. He secretly thought to himself, "This feeling of showing off is truly delightful." Especially with such an outstanding son, Lu Jun felt a profound sense of pride. Hearing Lu Jun's words, Lu Fan felt somewhat speechless. Was his martial master status merely for show? Nevertheless, Lu Fan decided to stop suppressing his martial master aura, allowing it to radiate outward, bearing down upon Lu Yong and the others. In an instant, Lu Yong and the others felt as if an immense mountain pressed upon them, akin to confronting a great terror. Chapter 42. Truly my good nephew. Lu Fan, are you really at the martial master level? How is that even possible? Lu Yong and the others, sensing the unique aura belonging to the martial master level emanating from Lu Fan, were instantly stunned. How could Lu Fan, at such a young age, already be at the martial master level? This was nothing short of a martial arts prodigy. Witnessing this scene, Lu Jun proudly declared, "I told you Xiao Fan was at the martial master level. You wouldn't believe me." Even Chun Jingyi wore a smile, delighted at her son's remarkable achievements. Lu Fan, however, quickly retracted the aura unique to the martial master level, having no intention of further confronting Lu Yong's family. He merely sought to affirm his own realm. At this moment, Lu Yong and the others remained immersed in shock, overwhelmed by the revelation Lu Fan had brought forth. At such a tender age, Lu Fan had reached the martial master level, while Lu Jiqiang, who was 2 years his senior, remained merely at the warrior level. Although Lu Jiqiang was currently only at the warrior level, he had nonetheless gained admission to a second-tier martial arts university in China. If Lu Fan were in his place, he would likely be able to enter one of the top academies in China, thus catapulting his future prospects to immeasurable heights. Realizing this, Lu Yong swiftly altered his attitude towards Lu Fan's family. Beaming with enthusiasm, he addressed Lu Fan, I never expected Xiao Fan to already be at the martial master level. Your future prospects are boundless." Turning to Lu Jiqiang, he added, "You little rascal. Aren't you going to apologize to your cousin? How dare you lay a hand on him?" Thankfully, your cousin showed mercy. Upon learning that Lu Fan was at the martial master level, Lu Jiqiang dared not harbor resentment and sincerely apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, cousin Lu Fan." Lu Yuding hastily followed suit, "Cousin Lu Fan, I misspoke earlier. Please don't hold it against me." Witnessing the rapid shift in attitude from Lu Yong's family, Lu Jun felt a surge of satisfaction. His face radiated pride and delight. Even Chun Jingyi wore a smile, thrilled at her son's success. At that moment, Lu Yong enthusiastically invited Lu Fan and his family, "Nephew, don't just stand outside. Come in and take a seat while we wait for the banquet to commence." Lu Fan did not immediately walk in but glanced at Lu Jun, seemingly seeking his opinion. If Lu Jun chose not to enter, Lu Fan would naturally refrain as well. Lu Yong, perceptive as he was, quickly began flattering Lu Jun, "Second brother, I truly never imagined you could raise such an outstanding son, far surpassing my Jiqiang." Indeed. Indeed. Lu Jun responded with a joyful smile. His happiness stemmed not only from Lu Yong's unexpected flattery, but, more significantly, from the undeniable excellence of his son. Observing Lu Jun's elation, Lu Yong continued to invite, "Then, second brother, let us go in and take our seats, shall we?" Upon hearing this, Lu Jun did not decline, replying, "All right, I'll head in first." After all, Lu Yong was Lu Jun's elder brother, and Lu Jun wished to maintain amicable relations. Lu Yong promptly arranged for Lu Fan's family to occupy the principal seats, signifying the importance he placed on them. Once Lu Yong re-emerged from the banquet hall, he immediately cautioned Lu Jiqiang and the others, "You must treat Xiao Fan with utmost respect. His talent will surely lead to a bright future." Lu Jiqiang did not contest Lu Yong's words, but rather agreed. Cousin Lu Fan's martial arts talent is indeed formidable. He could very well enter one of China's top academies. Never did they anticipate that Xiao Fan would become so impressive. They had nearly offended his family. Lu Yong's wife also expressed her sentiments, while Lu Yuding felt a sense of relief, having also offended Lu Fan earlier. Thankfully, he did not pursue the matter further. Soon, all the invited guests arrived, and the banquet officially commenced, with exquisite dishes being served. At this moment, Lu Yong raised his glass and took to the podium. Addressing the guests, "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend my son's graduation and engagement banquet. Here, I would like to introduce a martial arts prodigy. This young talent has already reached the martial master level at the tender age of 17. Upon hearing this, the guests erupted in astonishment. 17? At the martial master level? Is this for real? This is a genuine martial arts prodigy, 17, and already a martial master. Who is this gifted individual? Perhaps I know him." At the main table, Lu Jun immediately recognized that this was a reference to his son. Instantly, the slight hunch of Lu Jun's back straightened, and a proud expression adorned his face. It could be said that Lu Fan's achievement in reaching the martial master level restored the dignity of Lu Jun's previously stooped posture. Chen Jingyin, as Lu Fan's mother, also beamed with pride. Only Lu Fan felt somewhat helpless. He truly did not wish to be in the spotlight. Suddenly, Lu Yong called out loudly, "This martial arts prodigy is none other than my nephew, Lu Fan. Now, I invite my nephew Lu Fan to the stage to say a few words." Upon hearing this, the guests immediately began to search for Lu Fan's figure, eager to see what this martial arts prodigy looked like. Although Lu Fan had initially not wanted to go up, he reluctantly complied under the encouraging gaze of Lu Jun. Soon, as Lu Fan took the stage, the guests began to murmur among themselves. "Is this the martial arts prodigy? So young, yet already at the martial master level? Is this even credible? How could there possibly be such a young martial master? I never anticipated that the Lu family harbored so many martial prodigies. First, it was Lu Yong's son who was admitted to the martial arts university, and now, Lu Yong's nephew possesses such exceptional talent? Humph. I believe Lu Yong is merely boasting. How could his nephew possibly be a martial master?" Upon hearing someone dare to question Lu Fan, Lu Yong turned to him and said, "Nephew, show them whether or not you truly are a martial master. How dare they doubt his nephew? Do they truly think Lu Yong is just puffing himself up?" "Sigh. Very well," Lu Fan replied helplessly. With that, Lu Fan unleashed the aura of a martial master, pressing it down upon the guests below, simultaneously proclaiming, "Everyone, please be quiet." Instantly, the guests who felt Lu Fan's martial master presence fell silent, no one daring to utter another word. They could only gaze up at Lu Fan, their hearts brimming with astonishment. Observing the shocked expressions of the guests, Lu Yong felt an immense sense of pride. This is indeed my nephew. He completely forgot the ridicule he had previously directed at Lu Fan. In this moment, Lu Yong felt that having Lu Fan as his nephew truly elevated his status. He continued, "Nephew, why don't you share a few words with everyone?" Chapter 43, Return to the Military Camp. Lu Fan delivered a brief speech from the podium before descending to join the banquet. As Lu Fan sat beside Lu Jun, the latter immediately began to praise him, exclaiming, "Xiao Fan, you looked so impressive on the podium. I noticed quite a few young ladies were staring at you. Truly, you are my son. In my younger days, I was just as dashing as you, and I had admirers lining up for blocks." Chen Jingyin, overhearing Lu Jun's words, couldn't help but tease, "Oh? If you had admirers lining up for blocks, then why did you pursue me back then?" Lu Jun's face flushed as he replied, "Of course. It was because you were the most beautiful girl I had ever seen, which is why I pursued you. How embarrassing, speaking such things in front of our child." Chen Jingyin said, slightly shy. To this, Lu Jun paid no heed and continued to extol Chen Jingyin, saying, "Wife, you truly are the most beautiful girl I have ever encountered. Even fairies pale in comparison. Oh dear, such flattery." Chen Jingyin felt a surge of joy at Lu Jun's compliments. Meanwhile, Lu Fan couldn't help but smirk, feeling that he could forego dinner, as he was already sufficiently filled with their sweet talk. The banquet soon concluded, and many approached Lu Fan, eager to forge connections. After all, Lu Fan was now a rare martial genius, having achieved the status of a martial master at such a young age, promising a bright future. However, Lu Fan was disinterested in engaging with those seeking his favor, so he let Lu Jun and Chen Jingyin handle the interactions while he returned home first. Time passed swiftly, and Lu Fan spent a week at home before it was time to return to the military camp. On this day, Lu Fan prepared his belongings early. Ready to head back, Lu Jun and Chen Jingyin gazed at him with reluctance, offering various admonitions. "Xiao Fan, be careful when battling the beasts. If you find yourself overwhelmed, prioritize your safety." They reminded him, even though you are now a martial master, their essay saying, "With greater power comes greater responsibility. This means you will face more formidable beasts and greater dangers. All we hope is for your safe return." Seeing the worried expressions of his parents, Lu Fan embraced them both, reassuringly stating, "Dad, Mom, worry not. I will be cautious. You should also take care of your health. Oh, Xiao Fan, just trust us. We are in good health." Lu Jun, a grown man, found tears welling in his eyes, perhaps realizing at that moment that Lu Fan had indeed grown up. In a sense, since joining the beast hunting army, Lu Fan had matured significantly. Chun Jingyin's eyes were also glistening with tears as she implored, Xiao Fan, please, take care. All right. Lu Fan comforted his parents before preparing to leave, fearing that he might also succumb to tears if he lingered. Thus, Lu Jun and Chun Jingyin accompanied Lu Fan to the community entrance, where many had gathered. These were residents of the neighborhood who had heard of Lu Fan's departure and came to bid him farewell. The news of Lu Fan's accomplishments had spread throughout the community, prompting many to come and see him off. Observing the unfamiliar faces gathering to see him off, Lu Fan couldn't help but remember how, when he first joined the beast hunting army, only his parents had seen him off, and some had even mocked him, doubting his potential. And now, so many had come to bid him farewell. This realization struck Lu Fan. Indeed, in this world, the stronger one becomes, the more people seek to befriend and curry favor with them. After a simple farewell to his parents, Lu Fan set off with Xiao Hu towards the outskirts of Jiangnan City, with his parents in no immediate danger. There was no need for Xiao Hu to remain behind for their protection, especially considering Xiao Hu was merely a first-tier beast and still quite weak. Once outside Jiangnan City, Lu Fan leapt onto Xiao Hu's back. Once comfortably seated, he instructed Xiao Hu to head towards the military camp. 2 hours later, Lu Fan arrived back at the familiar military encampment. Upon seeing Lu Fan riding Xiao Hu, the soldiers recognized him immediately, as he had gained quite a reputation within the camp. After a few brief inquiries, he was allowed entry into the military grounds. Upon returning to the 5th Squad's quarters, the members were elated to see Lu Fan's return, especially since they had previously asked him to bring back some items they needed. Qian Fuqi was the first to rush towards Lu Fan, grinning widely. Lu Gu, you're back. Did you bring my snacks? Lu Fan, of course, had not forgotten about Qian Fuqi's snacks and promptly retrieved a large assortment from his spatial ring. Are these enough? Absolutely. This is perfect. Qian Fuqi beamed at the sight of the bounty. Although there were snacks available for purchase in the camp, some were exclusive to Jiangnan City, which is why Qian Fuqi had requested Lu Fan to bring them back. Lu Fan continued to pull out a plethora of items from his spatial ring, all of which were requested by members of the 5th Squad. Here are all the items you asked for. Help yourselves, Lu Fan announced. Yay, one by one. They eagerly began to search for their desired items. At this moment, Zhang Weiguo, alerted by the commotion, emerged from his quarters. Upon seeing Lu Fan, a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. Xiao Fan, you're back. Lu Fan smiled at Zhang Weiguo and handed him a bag containing clothes from his spatial ring, saying, Squad leader, this is a set of clothes I bought for you. Oh, and there's something for me? Zhang Weiguo exclaimed in delight upon seeing the bag. After all, he hadn't requested anything from Lu Fan. You can forget anyone, but never the squad leader. Lu Fan teased. Zhang Weiguo was obviously pleased, exclaiming, great. Lu Fan's return filled the 5th Squad with laughter and joy. Before long, the next day dawned. Lu Fan rose early, donned his C-rank battle armor, and equipped his C-rank dagger, ready to embark on a new day of hunting beasts. After a prolonged period of relaxation, it was time for Lu Fan to elevate his strength once more. Soon, he set off towards the periphery of the beast forest, accompanied only by Little Tiger. Zhang Weiguo and the others were no longer surprised. It was customary for Lu Fan to act alone, for their own capabilities would undoubtedly hinder his progress should they accompany him. Upon re-entering the beast forest, Lu Fan commenced a new day of slaughter. First-tier beasts fell before him with a mere stroke of his blade. In fact, Little Tiger was capable of dispatching first-tier beasts without Lu Fan's intervention. Chapter 44, The Firehound. The abundance of first-tier beasts here rendered the experience rather mundane. As Lu Fan traversed the forest, he encountered primarily first-tier beasts, with second-tier beasts being a rare sight. Even when he did come across them, they were merely at the initial stages, easily dealt with by Lu Fan's prowess. It was only the mid to late second-tier beasts that could provide him with a satisfying challenge. After dispatching a first-tier beast, Lu Fan turned to Little Tiger, who was busy feasting, and commanded, Little Tiger, let us proceed deeper. They were currently at the forest's edge, and delving deeper would lead them into its heart, where a multitude of second to third-tier beasts, and perhaps even fourth-tier beasts, resided. This implied greater danger, but Lu Fan had never feared peril. Little Tiger let out a roar and led Lu Fan further into the depths of the forest. Upon entering the inner sanctum of the beast forest, they soon encountered a formidable foe, a second-tier firehound. Massive in size, akin to a small mountain, it stood 4 meters tall, adorned with fiery red fur. Amongst the beasts, the firehound was indeed a challenging adversary. Judging by its aura, this particular specimen was at the mid-second tier, vastly superior to the initial tier beasts. Sensing the firehound's formidable presence, Little Tiger immediately became alert, emitting a low growl as a warning. The firehound, upon noticing Lu Fan and Little Tiger, did not retreat, but rather focused its predatory gaze upon them, clearly having set its sights on the duo. At this moment, Lu Fan dismounted from Little Tiger and instructed, keep your distance, Little Tiger. He feared that in the heat of battle, the conflict might inadvertently endanger the young beast, who was still merely a first-tier creature and incapable of withstanding the tumult of their struggle. Little Tiger understood and obediently retreated. Lu Fan then drew his C-grade straight sword, fixing his gaze firmly on the firehound. The beast, too, concentrated its attention on Lu Fan, acutely aware of the threat he posed. Thus, the stage was set for an impending clash. As a gentle breeze stirred, the firehound could no longer contain itself, let out a deafening roar, and lunged towards Lu Fan with its colossal frame. In response, Lu Fan's eyes glinted with determination as he charged forward, sword in hand. When they were within 2 meters of each other, Lu Fan swung his blade at the firehound, which retaliated with a swipe of its massive claws. However, Lu Fan deftly employed the flowing dragon step to evade the firehound's strike, simultaneously landing several blows upon it. The beast's defense was notably robust. Lu Fan's strikes only left superficial cuts, failing to inflict significant damage. Enraged by Lu Fan's audacity, the firehound began to conjure a fireball in its maw. In the next instant, a fireball the size of a head hurtled towards Lu Fan. Observing the incoming projectile, Lu Fan scoffed. Merely a trivial technique. With a swift motion, he cleaved the fireball in two with his blade. Yet, the firehound's assault did not cease. It unleashed a barrage of fireballs, swiftly enveloping Lu Fan in a tempest of flames. Unfazed, Lu Fan seized the opportunity to test his defensive martial technique. Thunder armor, he declared, and a suit of armor composed of crackling lightning materialized around him, encasing him entirely, even adorning his head. From a distance, Lu Fan resembled a thunderous knight. As the fireballs collided with Lu Fan's thunder armor, they merely caused a brief shudder before settling down. With the protection of the thunder armor, Lu Fan felt invincible. I never anticipated the strength of this thunder armor. Ordinary attacks stand no chance of breaching its defense, he muttered to himself. With newfound confidence, Lu Fan disregarded the firehound's fireball assault and advanced towards it. The firehound continued to spit fireballs, but to Lu Fan, it felt like mere tickling. You've had your turn, now it's mine, he declared, unleashing the thunder shadow slash. Instantaneously, 3 5-meter-long arcs of lightning materialized and surged towards the firehound. The speed of the thunder shadow slash was so astonishing that the firehound had no time to react and was struck by all 3 slashes. In an instant, the air was filled with the anguished howls of the firehound, as 3 deep gashes appeared on its body, exposing its bones and innards. Blood gushed forth in torrents, painting the ground crimson in mere moments. With this strike, Lu Fan had grievously wounded the firehound, robbing it of its will to fight. Realizing it could not contend with Lu Fan any longer, the firehound turned to flee. Lu Fan, witnessing its retreat, smiled knowingly. Thinking you can escape? Not a chance. He unleashed another thunder shadow slash, a 10-meter-long arc cleaving through the air towards the fleeing beast. As anticipated, the already severely wounded firehound could not withstand this final blow, and with a resounding crash, its massive form collapsed to the ground. The strike even left a gash in the earth several dozen meters long, causing the ground to tremble around them. Lu Fan surveyed the fallen firehound, clapping his hands in satisfaction. Indeed, the beasts within the inner sanctum are significantly stronger. Just as he spoke, Little Tiger dashed towards the carcass of the firehound, eager to feast upon the nourishing flesh of the second-tier beast. Watching Little Tiger devour the remains, Lu Fan remarked with amusement, "Little Tiger, you may not be diligent in training, but you're certainly enthusiastic when it comes to dining." However, he made no move to deter Little Tiger, recognizing that by consuming the flesh, it would grow stronger. Lu Fan then settled in to await the arrival of the next beast, confident that the scent of blood would attract more adversaries. If they were within his capability to defeat, he would engage. If not, he would simply escape. Indeed, it wasn't long before rustling sounds emerged from the surrounding forest. Upon hearing the commotion, Lu Fan declared, "More beasts are approaching." Chapter 45, Pinnacle of the Martial Master Realm. 4 months later, in the span of this month, Lu Fan has also turned 18, attaining the pinnacle of the Martial Master Realm, merely a step away from breaking through to the Great Martial Master level. Concurrently, within these 3 months, Lu Fan has relentlessly vanquished numerous beasts, elevating his military rank to that of a first lieutenant, equivalent to the rank of squad leader Wang Jia. The swift advancement in Lu Fan's military rank can be attributed solely to the countless beasts he has slain, thereby amassing significant military merits. At this moment, Lu Fan, situated in a training room, begins to examine his attribute panel. Host, Lu Fan. Age, 18. Realm, late-stage martial master. Health points, 30,000. Talent, middle grade Xian level. Main cultivation technique, B-grade fierce tiger technique, subtle understanding. Martial arts, B-grade thunder armor, perfected. B-grade thunder dragon slash, major accomplishment. B-grade wind thunder blade technique, major accomplishment. C-grade flowing dragon steps, perfected. C-grade mountain shattering fist, perfected. Killing points, 0. Gazing at his illustrious attribute panel, Lu Fan is filled with elation. Over the past 4 months, Through relentless efforts in slaying beasts, he has significantly enhanced his prowess. Furthermore, during these 4 months, Lu Fan exchanged his military merit points for 2 B-grade martial techniques, the Thunder Dragon Slash and the Wind Thunderblade technique. With the augmentation of these 2 formidable B-grade techniques, Lu Fan has grown even more powerful. He now estimates that even an early-stage great martial master might not pose a challenge for him. However, his B-grade Fierce Tiger technique has already reached the level of subtle understanding and cannot be further improved, compelling him to seek new cultivation techniques. Yet, acquiring an A-grade cultivation technique necessitates not only a substantial amount of military merit points, but also a significant contribution, leaving Lu Fan momentarily at a loss for how to obtain such a technique. Having reviewed his attribute panel, Lu Fan dismisses further contemplation and rises to exit. Having reached the pinnacle of the late-stage martial master realm, the small tiger remains at the peak of the first tier, just a step away from breaking into the second tier of beasts. Thus, Lu Fan intends to hunt a noble-blooded third-tier beast to expedite the small tiger's advancement. Upon his emergence, Zhang Weiguo and the others eagerly approach Lu Fan with inquiries. Little Lu, have you broken through to the martial master realm? Brother Lu, have you achieved the martial master realm? This time, Lu Fan's seclusion and breakthrough were publicly acknowledged as a mere ascension to the martial master realm, leading Zhang Weiguo and the others to inquire. However, unbeknownst to them, Lu Fan has already reached the pinnacle of the late-stage martial master realm, just a step away from advancing to the great martial master. Naturally, Lu Fan refrains from revealing this, as it constitutes his trump card. Moreover, such rapid advancement would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. With a smile, Lu Fan responds to Zhang Weiguo, indeed, I have broken through to the martial master realm. Haha, that's fantastic. Little Lu, you've attained the martial master realm. Zhang Weiguo exclaims, his joy palpable. Lu Fan's breakthrough is indeed a cause for celebration among them. Zhao Lei and the others share in Lu Fan's happiness, astonished that he has ascended to the martial master realm in less than a year since joining the beast hunting corps. Meanwhile, they have yet to even touch the threshold of the martial master realm, signifying an ever-widening gap between them. After a moment of jubilation, Zhang Weiguo turns to Lu Fan and states, Little Lu, we must convey this news to Old Wang. He knows that with your breakthrough to the martial master realm, you can join the special team in the regiment, the Iron Shield Guard. Before Lu Fan can respond, Zhang Weiguo is already sprinting toward the distance. Zhao Lei and the others extend their congratulations to Lu Fan, who graciously acknowledges each one. Eventually, Lu Fan excuses himself to pursue the hunt for beasts. As Zhao Lei and Qian Fugui watch Lu Fan's departing figure, they each express their sentiments. Brother Lu is truly remarkable to achieve the martial master realm at such a young age. Indeed, Brother Lu may very well become a general in the future. At this, Qian Fugui sighs. The stronger Brother Lu becomes, the further away he will be from us. He cannot remain with the 5th Squad forever. It's likely he will be reassigned shortly. Zhao Lei concurs, reflecting yes. Brother Lu cannot stay in this small place indefinitely. However, we must strive harder. I hope to one day match Brother Lu's pace. Even if I cannot catch up, I must put forth every effort to follow in his footsteps. With that, Zhao Lei turns to focus on his training, determined to keep pace with Lu Fan. The others, inspired, likewise immerse themselves in their cultivation. Zhang Weiguo swiftly relays the news to Wang Jie and Chen Long, who, upon hearing, are equally elated. At this moment, Chen Long exclaims, wonderful. It has been 4 months, and that kid Lu Fan has broken through to the martial master realm. Indeed, young Lu Fan's achievement at such a tender age surpasses my own prowess at that age. Wang Jie reflects. Haha, speaking of which, old Wang, you are still only at the late stage of the martial master realm. It won't be long before that young rascal Lu Fan catches up to you. Chen Long jests. Observing Wang Jie's contemplative demeanor, Wang Jie merely shakes his head, continuing to muse. Indeed, the new generation surpasses the old, wave after wave. He then turns to Zhang Weiguo, asking, Old Zhang, you are nearing a breakthrough to the martial master realm, aren't you? Zhang Weiguo nods at Wang Jie's inquiry. I can feel it. I should break through within this month. Excellent. Having 2 individuals break through to the martial master realm in a single month is splendid. Chen Long exclaims joyfully. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo can only smile wryly, shaking his head. Previously, he would have rejoiced at breaking through to the martial master realm. But after witnessing Lu Fan's rapid advancement, he feels less jubilant. His own pace seems woefully slow in comparison. Soon after, Chen Long communicates this news to Lin Yahai, who, upon learning, enthusiastically recommends Lu Fan's information to the regiment. Now, they await the approval and assessment of the Iron Shield team, after which Lu Fan can report to them. After delivering his report, Lin Yahai murmurs to himself, Lu Fan, do not disappoint me. If Lu Fan can join the Iron Shield team, it will be a source of pride for our 1st Battalion, as the Iron Shield team is a gathering place for the regiment's talents and elites. Chapter 46, The Golden Sun Snake. Deep within the Forest of Beasts, Lu Fan is currently accompanied by the small tiger, searching for a higher bloodline 3rd-tier beast. However, despite their efforts, they have not encountered any high bloodline beasts along the way. It appears that locating a high bloodline beast is quite challenging. Lu Fan muses while seated atop the small tiger. After some contemplation, he decides to venture deeper into the forest. Although this may lead to encounters with fourth-tier beasts, Lu Fan is confident in his ability to escape should the need arise. Thus, Lu Fan and the small tiger continue their expedition into the depths of the beast forest, and after an indeterminate duration, they finally come across a high bloodline beast, the golden sun snake. This creature possesses a faint trace of dragon blood, and it is said that after reaching the 7th tier, the golden sun snake can transform into a flood dragon, while at the 10th tier, it can become a true golden dragon. Among beasts, the golden sun snake is regarded as a high bloodline creature, and it is anticipated that should the small tiger consume this early-stage 3rd-tier golden sun snake, it will surely break through to the 2nd tier. At this moment, Lu Fan and the small tiger hide in the shadows, observing the sleeping 3rd-tier golden sun snake not far away. The golden sun serpent, endowed with a faint draconic bloodline, possesses formidable combat prowess. A typical early-stage 3rd-tier golden sun serpent can even hunt mid-stage 3rd-tier demonic beasts. This fact made Lu Fan hesitate, while he was undoubtedly capable of slaying early-stage 3rd-tier beasts. The strength of the golden sun serpent was markedly superior, rivaling that of an ordinary mid-stage 3rd-tier beast. Thus, Lu Fan pondered whether to engage. However, he soon reached a resolute decision. He would indeed attack. When had he become so timid? Previously, when he had yet to break through the martial artist realm, he had boldly charged at 1st-tier demonic beasts. And now, he found himself daunted by a mere golden sun serpent? It seemed his courage had waned. True growth could only be attained through life and death struggles. If he were to persist in hunting only weaker beasts, he would gain nothing. Quickly, Lu Fan whispered to Little Tiger, "Wait for my signal to attack, and keep a watchful eye on our surroundings. Notify me if any other beasts approach." Lu Fan was acutely aware of the dangers. If a 3rd-tier beast were to ambush him while he was engaged with the golden sun serpent, he would find himself in peril. Little Tiger nodded in understanding. With that, Lu Fan stealthily unsheathed his battle blade, preparing to launch a surprise attack on the still slumbering golden sun serpent. In the next instant, Lu Fan summoned all the vitality within him and uttered, "Thunder Dragon Slash." In that moment, his straight blade unleashed a 6-meter-long thunder dragon forged from lightning, which surged forth like a roaring dragon of thunder, bearing the destructive force aimed at the golden sun serpent. Wherever the thunder dragon slash passed, the air tore apart, and the space warped, leaving behind traces of crackling thunder. The previously slumbering golden sun serpent was suddenly jolted awake by an overwhelming sense of danger. Instinctively, it opened its serpent eyes, only to behold the lightning dragon hurtling towards it. Terrified, the golden sun serpent let out a hiss, realizing it had no time to evade and could only brace itself for the impending blow. In an instant, its golden scales shimmered with a radiant light, coalescing into a suit of golden armor that enveloped the serpent. The thunder dragon slash collided with the golden sun serpent's radiant defense with an unparalleled force, producing a resounding crack. In mere moments, the thunder dragon slash shattered the golden armor and struck against the serpent's scales. The sound of steel clashing echoed as the serpent's scales, harder than iron, resisted the initial assault. Yet, the powerful thunder dragon slash ultimately breached the last line of defense, cutting into the serpent's flesh. A pained shriek followed, as the thunder dragon slash carved a long gash into the golden sun serpent, causing copious amounts of golden red blood to flow forth. This strike severely wounded the serpent, diminishing its combat strength by at least 20%. Lu Fan, unwilling to grant the serpent any respite, immediately employed the flowing dragon step, his figure transforming into a ghostly apparition as he charged toward the golden sun serpent. He aimed to catch it off guard and swiftly conclude the battle, as engaging in combat within the demonic beast forest posed significant risks. One could easily attract other beasts. Within mere breaths, Lu Fan closed the distance to the golden sun serpent, unleashing the newly acquired wind thunderblade technique. The speed of his strikes was akin to the wind and thunder, accompanied by the booming resonance of thunderclaps. With mastery of the technique, Lu Fan could unleash 20 strikes in a single second, each blow equivalent to the full force of a beginner-level grand martial artist, comparable to the might of an early-stage 3rd-tier beast. Without affording the golden sun serpent any opportunity to react, Lu Fan's wind thunderblade technique descended upon it. In 1 second, 20 strikes landed, inflicting numerous wounds upon the serpent's elongated body, which was now marred with cuts, blood flowing profusely. The golden sun serpent, overwhelmed by pain, was utterly bewildered. Who could have anticipated that its peaceful slumber would be interrupted by such a sudden assault? Before it could react, a second wave of attacks came crashing down, leaving the serpent numbed by agony. Seeing the golden sun serpent in disarray, Lu Fan's excitement surged. Was this creature not delivering itself to him on a silver platter? In an instant, a cold glint flashed in Lu Fan's eyes, and his killing intent erupted forth. Thunder Dragon Slash. This time, Lu Fan held nothing back, unleashing his most powerful strike, expending a significant portion of his vitality. Suddenly, the sky above darkened, thick clouds gathering as flashes of lightning illuminated the atmosphere, culminating in a thunderous roar that resonated all around. A massive thunder dragon, stretching dozens of meters, materialized, exuding a terrifying aura. The darkened sky was instantly brightened by the sudden appearance of the lightning dragon, which lunged ferociously at the golden sun serpent. Though the serpent attempted to resist, it found itself powerless against the might of the formidable thunder dragon. With a swift motion, the thunder dragon severed the serpent's head from its body. In its final moments, the serpent's eyes brimmed with resentment. How could it meet its end simply for taking a brief nap? After vanquishing the golden sun serpent, the thunder dragon continued its relentless path, striking the ground of the demonic beast forest and leaving behind a deep gash that extended for dozens of meters. Chapter 47. Can I still hunt demonic beasts? It appeared that my strength had already reached a level comparable to that of an ordinary mid-stage grand martial artist. After dispatching the early-stage golden sun serpent, Lu Fan sought to assess his true capabilities. He quickly summoned Little Tiger, who had been alertly observing their surroundings. Little Tiger bounded over to Lu Fan like an eager pup, ruffling the fur on Little Tiger's head. Lu Fan pointed at the carcass of the third-tier golden sun serpent and said, "Feast upon it. I hope this grants you the strength to break through to a second-tier beast." Understanding Lu Fan's words, Little Tiger let out an excited yelp before happily devouring the serpent's remains. Lu Fan watched with a smile, ever vigilant against the potential arrival of other beasts. In no time, Little Tiger consumed the entirety of the golden sun serpent, after which a brilliant golden light erupted from its form. Little Tiger's size expanded dramatically, soon resembling a small mountain, reaching a height of 4 meters. Simultaneously, a golden eye began to open at the center of Little Tiger's forehead. As the golden eye fully opened, an even more blinding radiance erupted, and Little Tiger let out a roar that echoed for several kilometers, causing nearby trees to topple. Observing this, Lu Fan realized that Little Tiger had successfully evolved into a second-tier beast, with the bloodline of the saber-toothed tiger. Little Tiger's strength had significantly increased after its transformation. In its newfound excitement, Little Tiger bounded toward Lu Fan like a playful puppy. Witnessing the charging creature, Lu Fan's smile faltered as he exclaimed, "Stop! Little Tiger, do you wish to crush me?" Little Tiger, feeling quite aggrieved, halted to gaze at Lu Fan. Lu Fan, observing the small mountain-like Little Tiger, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Can you control your size, Little Tiger? If you continue to grow this large, how am I to bring you back to the military camp?" Understanding Lu Fan's words, Little Tiger, under its own manipulation, gradually transformed to a size more akin to an ordinary tiger. Seeing this, Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. But soon he noticed that the third eye on Little Tiger's forehead remained tightly shut. This puzzled Lu Fan, who questioned, "Wasn't your third eye open just now? Why is it closed again?" Upon noticing Lu Fan's curiosity, Little Tiger promptly demonstrated. As the third eye opened, a powerful beam of golden light shot forth. Roaring roar. Lu Fan, having established a contract with the beast, understood what Little Tiger was communicating. Realizing the reason, Lu Fan nodded. "So that is how it is. Well then, now that you have become a second-tier beast, let us continue hunting other beasts." Lu Fan was not one to waste time, as he sought to accumulate more killing points. With a mighty roar, Little Tiger echoed in agreement, and the duo resumed their hunt within the beast forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Lu Fan finally led Little Tiger out of the forest. On this day, he had slain numerous beasts, including several third-tier ones, indicating that his prowess had indeed reached a level comparable to those formidable creatures. With Little Tiger now a second-tier beast, it had assisted Lu Fan in dispatching many foes, allowing him to relish the thrill of reaping rewards without exerting himself. Thus, the man and tiger hastened towards the military camp, the setting sun casting a golden glow upon their retreating figures. Upon their return to the camp, the gathered soldiers were taken aback by the sight of Lu Fan, whose armor was splattered with the blood of beasts. This was a clear testament to the countless monsters he had dispatched that day. Lieutenant Lu is truly remarkable. He ventures out daily to slay beasts and returns drenched in their blood. He is nothing short of a relentless killing god, they murmured. I've heard Lieutenant Lu has broken through to the martial master realm and may be transferred to the Iron Shield team. Is that true? The Iron Shield team? That is only for those with official military ranks. Isn't it? And I believe the minimum combat strength required there is that of a Grand Master. Indeed. It is true. We have all witnessed Lieutenant Lu's strength and talent. His entry into the Iron Shield team wouldn't surprise me at all. Amidst their hushed discussions, Lu Fan returned to the barracks of his squad. When Zhang Weiguo saw Lu Fan return, again smeared with the blood of beasts, he exhaled in exasperation. What deep-seated grudge do you have against these creatures? You always come back drenched in their blood. You're practically a reaper. To this, Lu Fan retorted earnestly. The more beasts I slay, the safer the citizens of Jiangnan City will be. Huh, you rascal. Zhang Weiguo was momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, the more beasts slain, the less harassment the citizens would endure. However, Zhang Weiguo had not forgotten that he needed to discuss something important with Lu Fan. Little Lu, I have significant news. Your application to join the Iron Shield team has been approved. As long as you pass their assessment, you will officially become a member. I join the Iron Shield team? Lu Fan was taken aback, having been unaware of this development. Zhang Weiguo, sensing the surprise, awkwardly chuckled. I took the liberty of applying for you. Joining the Iron Shield team will provide you with greater resources. Moreover, the most crucial point is that only by joining the Iron Shield team can you have the opportunity to enter military school. At this, Zhang Weiguo gazed earnestly at Lu Fan. With your talent and strength, you should not remain here. You have the potential for greater things. This little place cannot confine you. Joining the Iron Shield team will lead to opportunities for military school. Once you enter the martial arts military school, you will at least start as a major. Furthermore, if you gain admission, the resources available will be significantly improved. Listening to Zhang Weiguo's words, Lu Fan fell into contemplation. Would he truly remain here forever? The world outside was far more vibrant and expansive. Moreover, higher-level techniques and martial arts were not available within the camp. However, Lu Fan quickly inquired of Zhang Weiguo. If I join the Iron Shield team, will I still have the opportunity to slay beasts? Zhang Weiguo had anticipated a different question. Yet Lu Fan's sole concern was the ability to hunt beasts. What a simple-minded lad. Soon, Zhang Weiguo reassured him yes. However, you will face even stronger and more formidable beasts. It will be far more perilous. Chapter 48. The Assessment. Indeed, you will encounter more powerful beasts, which will pose greater dangers. Zhang Weiguo stated seriously. To this, Lu Fan did not exhibit fear, but rather his eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Oh, more powerful beasts? That is splendid. The stronger the beasts, the more killing points I can acquire. For instance, unranked beasts yield about 10 points. First-tier beasts grant 1 to 200 points. Second-tier beasts offer 4 to 600 points, and third-tier beasts can provide 800 to 1,000 points. The quantity of killing points depends on the strength of the beasts. This revelation caused Zhang Weiguo to involuntarily twitch his lips. He had thought Lu Fan would be intimidated. Yet instead, he appeared even more exhilarated. However, understanding Lu Fan's obsession with hunting beasts, Zhang Weiguo felt at ease. This lad was indeed a killing god, needing to slay numerous beasts daily. With this thought, Zhang Weiguo could envision that if Lu Fan joined the Iron Shield team and grew even stronger, the beasts in the forest would soon be in dire straits. Yet, Zhang Weiguo still advised Lu Fan, be cautious, young man. If you encounter beasts you cannot contend with, you must learn to adapt. Do not engage in a reckless battle. Rest assured, squad leader, if I face a beast I cannot defeat, I will certainly flee. I have no desire to meet my great-grandmother just yet. Lu Fan replied half-jokingly, feeling warmth in his heart from Zhang Weiguo's concern. Zhang Weiguo said nothing more, merely patting Lu Fan on the shoulder. Lu Fan was the most talented soldier he had ever trained, and Zhang Weiguo felt an immense pride in that. Perhaps one day, when Lu Fan became a general, he would still be the general's old squad leader. With this thought, Zhang Weiguo felt that Lu Fan was indeed a treasure. 3 days later, a day arrived when 2 middle-aged men, one holding the rank of major and the other a colonel, entered the beast-hunting military camp. They were the examiners responsible for the practical assessment of the Iron Shield team, here to evaluate whether Lu Fan was qualified to join. Lin Yihai had gathered several officers early in the morning to await their arrival at the camp entrance. Upon seeing the 2 men approach, Lin Yihai greeted them warmly. Huh? Old Long, Old Zhang, I didn't expect you two to be responsible for the Iron Shield team's assessment this time. The handsome man in his 30s, a lieutenant colonel named Tang Shan, possessed mid-level martial master strength and held the position of deputy regiment commander, being one of the primary leaders of the Iron Shield team. As for the middle-aged man in his 40s, a colonel named Zhang Jingwu, he was a late-stage martial master and served as the chief instructor of the Iron Shield team. As the chief examiner, Tang Shan greeted the enthusiastic Lin Yihai with a hearty laugh, saying, "Haha, old Lin, I never expected your first battalion would produce such a promising talent." He continued with a chuckle, Well, not quite on par with the other battalions, though." Lin Yihai humbly waved his hand. Over the years, the 1st Battalion had inexplicably failed to showcase any noteworthy talents, while the other battalions had seen a plethora of exceptional candidates emerge. This is why Lin Yihai was particularly invested in Lu Fan's admission to the Iron Shield squad. If the 1st Battalion continued to lack distinguished talents, they risked losing valuable resources to the others. "Let us dispense with the pleasantries and take a look at your promising candidate," declared Tang Shan. "Once we ascertain that all is in order, we shall commence the assessment." "Excellent. Please follow us." Lin Yihai responded earnestly, nodding in agreement as he led the way into the military camp. Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu followed closely behind him, with the officers in the camp trailing thereafter. Soon, Lin Yihai guided Tang Shan and the others to the 5th Squad's quarters, where Lu Fan awaited their arrival. At first glance, Tang Shan was struck by Lu Fan's striking appearance, not in the soft, delicate manner of a puppy-like charm, but rather in the rugged, masculine way that exuded strength. With sharp eyes, a resolute countenance, and a subtle air of lethal intent, Tang Shan was convinced that this young man was indeed a remarkable talent. Even Zhang Jingwu expressed his satisfaction with Lu Fan. as the faint aura of menace surrounding him suggested that he had vanquished numerous monstrous beasts. Moreover, having reviewed Lu Fan's records, Zhang Jingwu was astonished to learn that he had slain hundreds, if not thousands, of these beasts within a single year. This achievement implied a staggering commitment, as it meant dispatching more than 3 beasts daily for over 300 days. Lin Yihai promptly introduced Lu Fan to Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu, stating, "Lu Fan, this is Major Tang and Major Zhang, who are responsible for your assessment for joining the Iron Shield Squad." Lu Fan nodded respectfully, greeting, "Major Tang, Major Zhang." Before Tang Shan could respond, Zhang Jingwu, with admiration in his gaze, remarked, "Well, young man, I hear you have a keen interest in hunting monstrous beasts? Indeed, I believe that by eradicating these beasts, we can achieve true peace." Lu Fan affirmed, nodding. Naturally, he could not admit that his motivation was purely for the thrill of killing. He sought a noble and grand justification. Zhang Jingwu's appreciation for Lu Fan's words deepened, as he too harbored a profound disdain for monstrous beasts, having lost his parents to their ferocity. He cherished the notion of preventing others from experiencing the same heart-wrenching loss. Tang Shan expressed his admiration for Lu Fan's aspirations, acknowledging that few young people today possessed such lofty ideals. Many were preoccupied with hedonistic pursuits and romantic entanglements, oblivious to the silent guardians protecting their city from unseen threats. Observing Tang Shan's and Zhang Jingwu's favorable attitudes, Lin Yihai felt assured that Lu Fan's entry into the Iron Shield Squad was secure. At that moment, Tang Shan spoke, "Young man, your ideals are commendable. However, let us proceed with the assessment. Only by becoming strong can you eliminate all monstrous beasts." "Agreed. Let us begin the assessment." Zhang Jingwu nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, he resolved that regardless of Lu Fan's performance in the assessment, he would ensure Lu Fan's inclusion in the Iron Shield Squad. For individuals like him were exceedingly rare. Few were willing to engage in combat against monstrous beasts. The assessment was straightforward. Lu Fan was required to slay 10 initial stage second-tier beasts within a single day. "We shall observe closely to prevent any foul play," Zhang Jingwu stated, fixing his gaze on Lu Fan. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan mused internally, is the assessment truly this simple? For those newly promoted to the martial artist rank, it would indeed be a daunting task, as beasts of equivalent rank typically outmatch humans due to their formidable physique and strength. However, for Lu Fan, it was a trivial challenge, as he had already honed his skills to the point of being able to defeat third-tier beasts. Chapter 49, The Assessment. Although Lu Fan could easily dispatch second-tier beasts, he decided to conceal the full extent of his abilities. His rapid ascent in rank and power would undoubtedly raise suspicions, and he preferred to remain understated. At this juncture, Tang Shan addressed Lu Fan, saying, "All right, young man. It is time for us to head to the beast forest and commence the assessment." "Understood." Lu Fan responded without hesitation. Thus, Tang Shan prepared to lead Lu Fan toward the beast forest, mindful that Lu Fan's pace would not match his own. Before Tang Shan could make a move, Lu Fan abruptly called out to a specific spot, "Little tiger." At the sound of his voice, a massive, majestic golden-striped tiger leaped forth with the swiftness of lightning. This startled Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu, who initially feared a beast had infiltrated the military camp. However, they soon realized that the tiger obediently approached Lu Fan's side. Seeing the puzzled expressions on Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu's faces, Lin Yihai interjected, "This is a contracted beast of Lu Fan." "Oh, so it is a contracted beast?" Tang Shan now understood the situation but remained astonished, sensing the unmistakable aura emanating from the tiger, which clearly indicated it was a second-tier beast. How could Lu Fan, who had only just attained the martial artist rank, form a contract with a second-tier beast? As Tang Shan pondered this, Lin Yihai continued, "It seems Lu Fan's beast possesses exceptional talent, having ascended from first tier to second tier in just a few months. Its bloodline must be of a high caliber." Little did Lin Yihai know that the tiger's rapid advancement was largely due to the fact that Lu Fan had been allowing it to consume the monstrous beasts he had slain, significantly accelerating its growth. Tang Shan, intrigued, remarked, "Oh, it appears this beast's bloodline and talent are indeed impressive." At that moment, Lu Fan leaped onto the broad back of the tiger, exclaiming, "Major Tang, Major Zhang, we are ready to set off." Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu exchanged glances, both filled with a sense of envy. They had not expected this young man to be so striking, riding a second-tier tiger as if it were a mount. They found themselves contemplating whether they should also seek a powerful beast as a steed. However, acquiring a formidable beast was no simple task, as contracts could only be formed during the beast's juvenile stage. Once the beast matured and developed its own consciousness and will, the chances of successfully forming a contract were virtually non-existent. Thus, even if they desired a beast as a mount, they would need to nurture one from a young age, which required considerable time and effort, making it an impractical pursuit. Before long, Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu dismissed such thoughts and addressed Lu Fan, "All right, let us depart." Consequently, Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu unleashed their martial arts techniques, swiftly making their way toward the beast forest. Their powerful movements propelled them hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye, and soon, Lu Fan could no longer discern their figures. They had deliberately slowed their pace, considering that Lu Fan might struggle to keep up. As Lu Fan observed the situation, he gently patted the little tiger's head and commanded, "Little tiger, follow closely." The little tiger responded with a roar, swiftly transforming into a blur as it pursued him. On the outskirts of the monster beast forest, Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu, who had arrived early, were now awaiting Lu Fan's arrival. The little tiger was not slow in its pace, and soon, it brought Lu Fan to join Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu. Looking at Lu Fan, Tang Shan stated, "Let me make it clear. Your monster beast must not intervene to assist you during the assessment. Otherwise, consider your evaluation a failure. Do you understand?" "Understood," Lu Fan replied confidently, knowing that with his strength, he would not require the little tiger's assistance. Zhang Jingwu then patted Lu Fan on the shoulder and cautioned, "Be careful. Do not overestimate yourself. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, remember to call for our help." "All right," Lu Fan nodded. "Now, the assessment officially begins. Within a span of 1 day, or precisely 24 hours, you must hunt down 10 second-tier monster beasts." Tang Shan reiterated the details of the assessment to ensure Lu Fan did not forget. With that, Lu Fan eagerly entered the monster beast forest, embarking on his hunting endeavor. Tang Shan, Zhang Jingwu, and the little tiger trailed behind him at a distance, careful not to approach too closely, lest the monster beasts sense their formidable aura and shy away from Lu Fan. Zhang Jingwu, glancing at Lu Fan's distant figure, curiously asked Tang Shan, "Do you think this kid can pass the assessment? He has just recently advanced to the martial master realm, and hunting down 10 second-tier monster beasts is no simple task." To this, Tang Shan chuckled lightly. "You underestimate him too much. Have you forgotten that he was capable of slaying second-tier monster beasts even before his advancement to the martial master realm? Now that he has leveled up, hunting second-tier beasts should be even easier for him. Of course, accomplishing this within a day is still quite a challenge. I am eager to see how he performs." Zhang Jingwu nodded, his gaze fixed on Lu Fan. Meanwhile, Lu Fan quickly encountered the first monster beast within the forest. It was merely a first-tier beast, posing no threat to him at all. With a swift draw of his blade, he dispatched the creature effortlessly. This display garnered approving nods from Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu, evidencing Lu Fan's formidable prowess and extensive combat experience. As Lu Fan ventured deeper, he soon encountered a second-tier Qingfeng Wolf King accompanied by a pack of over 50 Qingfeng wolves. Tang Shan, observing from a distance, remarked curiously, "The second-tier Qingfeng Wolf King and its 50 first-tier companions are no trivial adversaries. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Let us see whether this lad chooses to fight or flee. A solitary second-tier beast is certainly easier to hunt than a pack." Zhang Jingwu added, "Indeed." At that moment, Lu Fan faced the pack of Qingfeng wolves without fear or hesitation, silently drawing his battle blade, his eyes gleaming with determination. He had never considered retreating in the face of monster beasts, especially since these creatures were no match for him. The second-tier Qingfeng Wolf King sensed the palpable threat emanating from Lu Fan, letting out a low growl as a warning, readying itself for battle. The pack of Qingfeng wolves began to encircle Lu Fan, awaiting the command of their leader. With the Wolf King's furious roar echoing through the forest, the pack lunged at Lu Fan in a frenzied assault, akin to famished wolves attacking a tiger. In response, Lu Fan's eyes glinted coldly as he gripped his battle blade, unleashing the B-rank wind thunderblade technique. In an instant, dozens of lightning-fast slashes descended upon the pack, overwhelming the lower-tier Qingfeng wolves. With each strike, 1 or 2 of the wolves fell, and soon a vast clearing surrounded Lu Fan, littered with the carcasses of the defeated beasts. What had once been a fearsome pack now regarded Lu Fan with trepidation, unwilling to charge forward. Even the second-tier Qingfeng Wolf King, sensing the shift in the tide, began to retreat cautiously. However, Lu Fan had no intention of letting the second-tier Qingfeng Wolf King escape. With a grin, he declared, "Now it's my turn." Without hesitation, he charged like a leopard towards the Wolf King. The creature, initially contemplating retreat, was compelled to confront Lu Fan with a roar. Yet, it soon regretted this decision, as Lu Fan's strength proved overwhelming. Each strike forced the Wolf King to retreat, completely at Lu Fan's mercy. Of course, Lu Fan was deliberately concealing some of his strength. Otherwise, the Wolf King would have fallen effortlessly. After exchanging blows dozens of times, Lu Fan finally decided to unleash the full might of the Wind Thunderblade technique. In a single second, he executed a flurry of slashes, and before the Wolf King could react, it was swiftly vanquished. With the Wolf King defeated, the remaining lower-tier Qingfeng wolves scattered in panic. Lu Fan chose not to pursue them. His primary objective was to eliminate second-tier monster beasts. With a flourish, he sheathed his blade and continued deeper into the monster beast forest. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu, who had been observing from afar, were utterly astounded by his performance. Did that kid just employ the B-rank Wind Thunderblade technique? Tang Shan exclaimed incredulously to Zhang Jingwu. Zhang Jingwu, equally astonished, swallowed hard. Indeed, It was the B-rank Wind Thunderblade technique, and it appears he has mastered it to at least a minor level. Tang Shan shook his head in amazement. I never anticipated that this lad could cultivate the B-rank Wind Thunderblade technique to such proficiency. He possesses remarkable talent. Mastering a B-rank martial skill requires both innate ability and relentless effort, and as one progresses, the difficulty of increasing familiarity only intensifies. Given that Lu Fan has achieved this level at such a young age, it won't be long before he fully masters the technique. What Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu were unaware of, however, was that Lu Fan's mastery of the Wind Thunderblade technique had actually reached an advanced level, a fact that would undoubtedly astound them even more. In just a few hours, Lu Fan had already slain 7 second-tier monster beasts. Despite spending much of that time searching for them, had he focused solely on combat, he likely would have achieved even greater success in a shorter time. Feeling somewhat unchallenged, Lu Fan found the annihilation of second-tier beasts rather mundane and craved a more exhilarating confrontation with third-tier monsters. Soon, Lu Fan stumbled upon a particularly formidable herd of black iron bulls. The herd was led by 2 second-tier beasts, one exuding the aura of a nascent second-tier creature, while the other emanated a mid-second-tier presence. Moreover, the herd consisted of 100 lower-tier black iron bulls, making it a formidable sight. In truth, this assembly was daunting enough to deter any creature below the third tier from engaging with the black iron bulls. Yet, this very challenge stirred Lu Fan's combative spirit. While he had intended to conceal part of his strength, he could not afford to appear too ordinary. Thus, Lu Fan resolved to showcase his prowess, seizing the opportunity presented by this black iron bull herd to demonstrate his capabilities. In the distance, Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu observed Lu Fan's intense gaze fixated on the herd of black iron bulls, both wearing expressions of bewilderment. They could not fathom why Lu Fan was so focused on the formidable herd. Did he intend to engage them? Reluctance clouded their belief that Lu Fan would dare confront the black iron bulls, for these creatures were far more challenging than late-stage second-tier demon beasts. However, it wasn't long before Zhang Jingwu's pupils constricted in realization as Lu Fan truly approached the resting black iron bulls. This prompted Zhang Jingwu to exclaim in shock. What is this kid thinking? Has he lost his mind? Meanwhile, Tang Shan furrowed his brow, pondering whether Lu Fan would truly risk his life. Surely, he must possess some confidence to approach the black iron bulls. Let us wait and see. I have a feeling this kid might surprise us once again. Tang Shan reassured the astonished Zhang Jingwu. After a moment of surprise, Zhang Jingwu settled down, trusting that Lu Fan would not act recklessly. Soon, the herd of black iron bulls noticed Lu Fan's gradual advance, and they became increasingly vigilant. Under the leadership of 2 second-tier black iron bulls, the lower-tier bulls rose, their eyes fixated on Lu Fan with predatory intensity. Yet, Lu Fan remained remarkably composed in the face of the 100 encroaching bulls, seemingly oblivious to the hostility radiating from them. As he drew nearer, the 2 second-tier bulls could no longer contain themselves, letting out a deafening roar. Instantly, the prepared black iron bulls charged towards Lu Fan in unison. The ground trembled beneath the weight of their massive forms, and the thunderous sound of their stampede echoed into the surroundings. Here they come. Lu Fan's gaze sharpened as he awaited the onslaught of the black iron bulls. Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu tensed up, ready to intervene at a moment's notice, fearful of any unforeseen mishap befalling Lu Fan. When the black iron bulls closed the distance to within mere dozens of meters, Lu Fan sprang into action. Utilizing his perfected flowing dragon step, he transformed into a fluid silhouette, weaving through the herd. In mere moments, Lu Fan collided with the black iron bulls but astonishingly evaded their direct charge by slipping through the gaps in their ranks. In the blink of an eye, he emerged behind the herd, where the 2 second-tier bulls stood, and launched an attack on them before they could react. His strike found its mark on one of the second-tier bulls, landing a devastating blow. Once Lu Fan's attack concluded, the injured mid-tier bull roared with fury and launched a counterattack against him. Rather than retreating, Lu Fan pressed forward, employing the Wind Thunderblade technique to slice at the mid-tier bull. Chapter 51, Passing the Examination. The Wind Thunderblade technique was as swift as the wind, each strike imbued with tremendous power. Even the notoriously sturdy mid-tier black iron bull could not withstand the ferocity of this technique. In an instant, deep gashes appeared on the bull's hide, revealing bone beneath. Such was the might of the Wind Thunderblade technique. Although Lu Fan had not yet reached the pinnacle of the late martial artist realm, he could still vanquish a mid-tier black iron bull with this formidable technique. Not far away, Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu, despite having witnessed Lu Fan's prowess before, were once again astounded by the sheer force of his Wind Thunderblade technique. Truly, the B-grade martial art, Wind Thunderblade technique, is extraordinarily powerful, Tang Shan remarked after a moment of silence. Beside him, Zhang Jingwu nodded in agreement, acknowledging not only the technique's incredible power but also its astonishing speed, which left opponents of the same realm struggling to keep up. It appears this kid can indeed slay 2 second-tier black iron bulls amidst this herd, he mused. Now, with both second-tier bulls grievously injured and at a disadvantage, Lu Fan faced a dilemma. He needed to dispatch them swiftly, or he would be in grave danger once the herd regained its composure. Aware of the urgency, Lu Fan relentlessly assaulted the already severely wounded early-stage bull. The latter, unable to mount any resistance due to its injuries, succumbed to Lu Fan's onslaught in short order. Now, only the mid-tier bull remained, and Lu Fan knew that dispatching it was essential for his escape, for engaging the entire herd would be an unwise endeavor. As the mid-tier bull observed Lu Fan closing in, it let out a terrified bellow. The surrounding lower-tier bulls instinctively rallied to attack Lu Fan. Resolute, Lu Fan summoned half of his internal vitality and, with a commanding shout, declared, "Begone." In an instant, his battle blade cleaved forward, unleashing a 10-meter-long lightning dragon blade that roared forth. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, reverberating through the air. The surrounding black iron bulls felt an oppressive force coursing through their veins, leaving them momentarily dazed. The lightning dragon blade, an unstoppable force, surged towards the stunned herd. In an instant, anguished cries erupted from the bulls as they were systematically cleaved by the dragon blade. The powerful defensive capabilities of the black iron bulls proved futile against the onslaught. The energy of the lightning dragon blade surged forth, aiming at the mid-tier bull, which, still reeling from the earlier dragon's roar, was unable to react in time. Thus, the lightning dragon blade effortlessly sliced the mid-tier bull in two, dissipating its energy before vanishing. In the wake of that single strike, the area before Lu Fan lay clear, the once thronging black iron bulls now reduced to defeated remnants. As the remaining lower-tier bulls regained their senses, they scattered in terror. Lu Fan sheathed his blade, exclaiming with a flourish, "To be invincible is indeed a lonely endeavor." Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu, still reeling from the sheer spectacle of Lu Fan's prowess, found themselves momentarily speechless. Time passed before Zhang Jingwu finally managed to swallow hard and utter in astonishment, "Old Tang, this kid is truly extraordinary. That last strike seemed to have employed a martial technique. Indeed, if I am not mistaken, he has mastered the B-grade technique, Lightning Dragon Slash." Tang Shan acknowledged, his face reflecting equal astonishment. "Good heavens, this young man has now mastered 2 B-grade techniques? And that last strike was so powerful that it suggests his familiarity with the technique is considerable." Zhang Jingwu exclaimed in disbelief. Tang Shan nodded in agreement, recognizing Lu Fan's exceptional talent. "This kid is indeed remarkable, surpassing most martial prodigies I have encountered." He chuckled. "I never imagined that he would be such a treasure. With this talent and strength, his future is undoubtedly bright." At that moment, Zhang Weiguo emerged from his daze, his face breaking into a jubilant laugh. Meanwhile, Tang Shan remained silent, his gaze fixated on Lu Fan, who had just eliminated 2 second-tier black iron bulls, equivalent to slaying 9 second-tier demon beasts. Now, with only the last second-tier demon beast left to slay, Lu Fan could complete his assessment. As anticipated, he effortlessly dispatched the final beast, thereby fulfilling the requirements of the evaluation. Once the assessment concluded, Zhang Jingwu was the first to approach Lu Fan, unable to contain his excitement. Upon reaching Lu Fan's side, he enthusiastically patted Lu Fan on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "Ha! I never expected you to be this formidable. Excellent. You are more than qualified to join the Iron Shield squad." Lu Fan felt as though his shoulder had been struck by a heavy object, and he grimaced slightly. The examiner certainly possessed considerable strength. Had it not been for his robust physique, such vigorous slaps might have shattered his bones. In his exuberance, Zhang Jingwu had forgotten to temper his force. At that moment, Tang Shan and Xiao Hu also arrived. Tang Shan, equally pleased, addressed Lu Fan. "Congratulations on fully passing the assessment. Moreover, your performance was exemplary, scoring a perfect 10. Once you join the Iron Shield squad, you will receive rewards." Not only had Lu Fan passed the assessment, but he had also garnered a perfect score, a testament to his exceptional abilities. It is worth noting that while passing the assessment might be a simple feat for a genius, achieving a perfect performance was considerably more challenging, as it largely depended on the evaluator's scoring. Generally, examiners seldom award full marks. This was the first time Tang Shan had granted a perfect score to anyone, underscoring the brilliance of Lu Fan's earlier performance. Naturally, Zhang Jingwu also awarded Lu Fan a full score, as he found the young man particularly to his taste. Not only did he delight in slaying demon beasts, but his strength and talent were equally remarkable. At this juncture, Tang Shan continued, "Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you will be able to join me in the Iron Shield squad tomorrow. So, make sure to bid farewell to your comrades tonight." Upon hearing Tang Shan's words, the joy in Lu Fan's heart dimmed slightly. After months of camaraderie, this place had become his second home. The thought of leaving tomorrow filled him with reluctance. Observing Lu Fan's silent demeanor, Tang Shan patted his shoulder, saying, "Take it easy. People will inevitably part ways. Yet there will always be moments of reunion." Chapter 52, The Evening Feast. In the beast hunting army camp, Lu Fan returned to find Lin Yihai, Chen Long, and others waiting eagerly at the entrance. Upon seeing Lu Fan's return, Lin Yihai could scarcely contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Lu Fan's back." Without waiting for any response, he rushed towards Lu Fan, asking, "How did your assessment go? Did you pass?" Before Lu Fan could reply, Zhang Jingwu chimed in with a grin. Hee. Why don't you take a guess? Lin Hai, observing Zhang Jingwu's elated expression, surmised, Lu Fan, I take it you've passed the assessment? To this, Lu Fan nodded affirmatively. Zhang Jingwu could no longer suppress his laughter, exclaiming, not only did he pass, but he performed exceptionally well. Both Tang and I awarded him full marks. Lin Hai was momentarily silent upon hearing this news, then erupted into laughter. Haha, wonderful. I never imagined that you not only passed, but also achieved a perfect score. Excellent. He understood the significance of the performance score, as it directly influenced resource allocation upon joining the Iron Shield squad. The higher the performance score, the greater the resources one could obtain. Conversely, a lower score would result in diminished resources. At that moment, Qianlong, Zhang Weiguo, and others gathered around Lu Fan, celebrating his achievement. After a brief period of jubilation, Lin Hai declared that an evening feast was mandatory, primarily to celebrate Lu Fan's induction into the Iron Shield squad, but also as a farewell banquet for him. He instructed Qianlong, tell the kitchen to prepare plenty of delicious food tonight. We are throwing a celebration for Lu Fan. Let everyone in the camp enjoy themselves. Got it, Qianlong replied cheerfully. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo and others pulled Lu Fan aside to inquire about the details of the assessment. What was the content of your assessment, little Lu? Zhang Weiguo, unaware of the specifics, curiously asked. Zhao Lei, Qian Fu, and others also regarded Lu Fan with eager anticipation. Lu Fan, observing their curiosity, began, the assessment was quite simple. I had to hunt 10 second-tier demon beasts within a day. Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiguo and the others were taken aback. The requirement to hunt 10 second-tier demon beasts in a single day was no small feat. For those who had only just advanced to the ordinary martial artist rank, such a task would have been utterly impossible. This assessment was undoubtedly challenging. And Lu Fan had not only passed, but had also achieved a perfect score. Who would have thought, Lu Gu, that you have become so formidable? Zhao Lei marveled. Although he was aware that Lu Fan could slay second-tier demon beasts, accomplishing 10 in a day was an entirely different matter. In response, Lu Fan simply smiled and remained silent, for he was already capable of slaying third-tier demon beasts. Revealing this would surely astonish everyone. As time flowed on, the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of gold and crimson. The camp was alive with festivity as everyone gathered around the bonfire, roasting a variety of demon beast meats. Each member of the beast hunting army relished this rare moment of relaxation, embracing the tranquility that enveloped them. Lu Fan, too, found solace beside the fire, gazing at the beautiful landscape above and reflecting on his journey. In just a few months, his life had undergone a remarkable transformation, largely due to the system that had reshaped his destiny. Had it not been for this intervention, he might have found himself working in a factory after being expelled from Martial Arts 3, leading an ordinary life. But now, he had the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts. While Lu Fan was lost in thought, Zhang Weiguo, unbeknownst to him, took a seat beside him. Noticing Zhang Weiguo, Lu Fan greeted him, squad leader. Zhang Weiguo smiled in response. What were you pondering just now, little Lu? Nothing much. I was merely reflecting. Lu Fan replied, shaking his head. Zhang Weiguo echoed his sentiment. Indeed. In less than a few months since joining the beast hunting army, you are on the verge of joining the Iron Shield squad. Your future promises to be quite extraordinary. He reminisced about their shared experiences, feeling a wave of nostalgia. When Lu Fan first joined the beast hunting army, he was still a novice, yet now he was poised to join an elite squad. Taking this into account, Zhang Weiguo continued, once you join the Iron Shield squad, you must not become complacent. Remember, those who join the Iron Shield squad are all elites and prodigies of the beast hunting army. You must remain grounded and understand that the Iron Shield squad may merely be the starting point of your journey. Military academy awaits you. Moreover, there are always others who are more talented. The world is never short of geniuses. You must keep this in mind. Yes, I understand, squad leader, Lu Fan acknowledged, realizing that he had indeed grown somewhat proud due to his rapid progress. However, Zhang Weiguo's words reminded him that his strength still required further enhancement. Setting aside the question of whether he could match the world's top talents, there remained the issue of the Li family, which he was ill-equipped to handle with his current abilities. Pleased with Lu Fan's attitude, Zhang Weiguo nodded approvingly. Little Lu, you are perceptive. You know what you must strive for. Subsequently, Zhang Weiguo waved his hand and declared, all right, no need to dwell on these matters. The evening gala is about to commence. Let us go and witness it. Very well. Lu Fan nodded in agreement. This gala promised to be quite lively, featuring not only food and beverages, but also a variety of performances. Notably, the soldiers of the beast hunting army took to the stage to showcase their talents. To everyone's surprise, Zhao Lei also performed, dazzling the crowd with a display of his impressive marksmanship, which earned him enthusiastic applause. This encouraged many others to demonstrate their martial skills, transforming the event into an exhilarating contest of combat prowess. Zhang Weiguo shook his head and remarked, these youngsters are treating this like a martial arts competition. Indeed, Lu Fan concurred with a nod. Yet, this spirited atmosphere did not dampen the enthusiasm of the attendees. The venue was abuzz with excitement. Tang Shan, Zhang Jingwu, Lin Yihai, and others gathered together, enjoying the performances on stage. Their faces bore a nostalgic expression, reminiscent of their own youthful days spent in the military. Haha, it seems I am getting old, reminiscing about my youth. Lin Yihai chuckled, shaking his head. Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu erupted into hearty laughter. Haha, old Lin, you're only 40. You are in the prime of your life. How can you call yourself old? Exactly. With your capabilities, living to 100 is no challenge. You are still at your peak. Chapter 53, The Iron Shield Squad's Base. The bonfire gala was a joyous affair, and Lu Fan was equally delighted. However, such joyful moments often slip away swiftly, and before long, dawn broke. The eastern sun reappeared. Yet this sunrise was unlike the previous evening. It heralded a farewell. As the sunlight kissed Lu Fan's face, he awoke to find Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu already waiting for him. It is time for us to depart, Tang Shan said upon seeing Lu Fan stir. Do you wish to bid farewell to everyone? Lu Fan was instantly alert, realizing that he had indeed passed the assessment and officially joined the Iron Shield Squad. With this thought, he rose and replied, yes. Please wait a moment. I must bid farewell to everyone. Of course, Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu had no objections. However, when Lu Fan stepped outside, he was taken aback to find the area utterly deserted, as if everyone had vanished. This left him momentarily bewildered, pondering why no one was around. Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu exchanged knowing glances, faint smiles gracing their lips, as though they were privy to what had transpired. Zhang Jingwu then patted Lu Fan on the shoulder and suggested, why not check at the entrance of the barracks? Perhaps everyone is waiting for you there. Upon hearing this, Lu Fan paused, but quickly gathered his belongings into his spatial ring and made his way towards the barracks entrance, with Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu following suit. As Lu Fan reached the entrance, he was astonished to find that all the soldiers had mysteriously congregated there. Lin Yihai, upon seeing Lu Fan approach, adopted a serious demeanor and declared, Lu Fan, we have come to see you off. Remember, no matter what, you will always be a soldier of the 386th Regiment, 1st Battalion of our beast hunting army. With that, Lin Yihai shouted, salute, to our departing comrade. In an instant, everyone raised their hands in salute, a gesture that, for soldiers, represented the highest form of farewell. At that moment, Lu Fan was at a loss for words, his emotions swirling within him. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of reluctance to leave this place. Nevertheless, he understood that he could not remain here forever. The world beyond was vast and beckoned him to explore. Thus, he returned the salute and replied to Lin Yihai, rest assured, I will always remember that I am a soldier of the 1st Battalion. Lin Yihai smiled in response, choosing not to say more, simply placing a reassuring hand on Lu Fan's shoulder and encouraging him, go and bid farewell to your comrades properly. Lu Fan nodded, turning his gaze towards Zhang Weigua and the others from the 5th Squad, with whom he had spent the most time and formed the deepest bonds. At this moment, Zhang Weigua approached Lu Fan, looking at him with a complex expression, and stated, I have no parting words, but I wish you a brilliant future and success in your martial pursuits. Zhao Lei and Qian Fugui joined in, calling out, Brother Lu, we also wish you a bright future and success in your martial endeavors. The gathered soldiers of the beast hunting army echoed in unison. We wish you a bright future and success in your martial pursuits. Their collective voices soared into the sky, resonating throughout the beast forest, causing the beasts within to stir uneasily. Lu Fan, overwhelmed, found himself at a loss for words, his eyes glistening with emotion. Yet, he quickly composed himself, channeling his energy and responding with equal fervor. I too wish you all a bright future and success in your martial pursuits. The Iron Shield Squad, as an elite force within the beast hunting army, was typically stationed in Jiangnan City, serving as the city's primary defense. This meant that Lu Fan would be returning to Jiangnan City, yet he felt no joy in this. He feared that without beasts to hunt in the city, he would lose his source of combat experience. However, he soon learned that while the Iron Shield Squad was based in Jiangnan City, they regularly ventured into the beast forest for missions. This news lifted Lu Fan's spirits, for he could still hunt beasts and earn his combat points. Upon returning to the familiar Jiangnan City, Lu Fan couldn't help but survey his surroundings. Everything appeared unchanged. Seeing Lu Fan take in the sights, Tang Shan remarked with a smile, once you join the Iron Shield Squad, you can take a few days off to enjoy this place. At that moment, Zhang Jingwu, with an arm around Lu Fan's shoulders, chuckled, hey, Lu Fan, a young man like you must have a girlfriend, right? If not, I can introduce you to my niece. She's quite beautiful and still in high school. He then glanced at Tang Shan and whispered to Lu Fan, speaking of which, old Tang's daughter is also very pretty. But I fear you might earn old Tang's wrath. After all, his daughter is his treasure. Lu Fan glanced at Tang Shan, noticing that he indeed had a charming, distinguished appearance, leading him to believe that his daughter must be exceptionally beautiful. As a martial master, Tang Shan could hear Zhang Jingwu's remarks, yet he did not take offense. Instead, he pondered whether he should introduce his precious daughter to Lu Fan. After all, Lu Fan was quite an outstanding individual among his peers, and Tang Shan had yet to observe any flaws in his character. However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, deeming it too early to consider, and decided to wait and see if this young man could continue to excel. Before long, Lu Fan and his companions arrived at the Iron Shield Squad's base, which was notably situated in the heart of Jiangnan City. The establishment was lavishly built, resembling a grand estate rather than a military base, making it quite conspicuous in the city center. At this moment, Zhang Jingwu turned to Lu Fan and proudly stated, "This is our Iron Shield Squad's base." Naturally, it also serves as the regiment's headquarters, which is why it was constructed so opulently. Now, let me take you to meet our commanding officer. Alright. Lu Fan had not anticipated that the Iron Shield Squad's base would be so opulent, especially since it was established in conjunction with the headquarters. As Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu escorted Lu Fan inside, numerous individuals greeted them amiably, casting curious glances at Lu Fan in the process. Upon entering the Iron Shield Squad's headquarters, Lu Fan quickly realized that its scale was extraordinary. Not only did it feature several towering buildings, but it also boasted numerous combat arenas and athletic fields. The area covered at least 100 acres, roughly equivalent to the combined size of 2 or 3 residential complexes. The fact that such a significant space could be occupied in the heart of Jiangnan City underscored the importance of the beast hunting army. Chapter 54, A-Class Martial Art. Dragon Blood Dominance Technique. Knock, knock, knock. Tang Shan rapped on the wooden door of the captain's office, and a resonant voice belonging to a middle-aged man soon echoed from within, "Come in." Upon hearing this, Tang Shan nodded at Lu Fan and then pushed open the door. Stepping inside, Lu Fan followed closely behind, entering the office as well. Inside, he immediately spotted a dignified middle-aged man, engrossed in handling paperwork, seemingly oblivious to Lu Fan's presence. Tang Shan, noticing this, broke the silence with a smile. "Old Shun, I have brought back a promising talent for our Iron Shield Squad. Would you like to take a look?" A promising talent? Shin Fei, who had been focused on his documents, curiously lifted his head and turned his gaze toward the unfamiliar Lu Fan, who had suddenly appeared in the office. Tang Shan continued, "Indeed. This lad is called Lu Fan, a soldier from the 1st Battalion. Not only did he pass the assessment, but both old Zhang and I also rated him a perfect score." "Oh, a perfect score?" This piqued Shin Fei's interest in Lu Fan. It was known that Tang Shan and Zhang Jingwu rarely bestowed perfect scores upon candidates. For them to grant a full score must indicate that Lu Fan possessed extraordinary qualities. Consequently, Shin Fei scrutinized Lu Fan, noting his handsome and robust appearance, exuding an aura of strength. Just from his exterior, Shin Fei could sense that Lu Fan was far from ordinary. At that moment, Tang Shan chuckled, "Old Shin, you may not be aware, but this lad Lu Fan has mastered 2 B-class martial arts. Furthermore, his proficiency in these techniques is commendable. Most importantly, Lu Fan boasted extensive combat experience and faced beastly adversaries with fearless determination, which led both Tang Shan and old Zhang to grant him a perfect score. Mastered 2 B-class martial arts? This revelation left Shin Fei astonished as he regarded Lu Fan. Achieving mastery of 2 B-class techniques at such a young age indeed marked him as a remarkable talent. Shin Fei soon adopted a warm demeanor and addressed Lu Fan. "You are Lu Fan, correct? Since you achieved a perfect score in the assessment, you shall not lack for training resources. You will receive 10 C-class vitality potions and 5 D-class healing potions each month. As for martial arts below C-class, you may freely explore and train in them. Additionally, you will receive a monthly stipend of $50,000. Of course, if you embark on missions, further compensation will be provided. By the way, achieving a perfect score in this assessment allows you to choose either 1 A-class martial art or technique or 2 B-class martial arts or techniques." Listening to Shin Fei's words, Lu Fan felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. He had not anticipated such generous benefits from the Iron Shield Squad. 10 C-class vitality potions, each worth $30,000, totaled $300,000. Furthermore, 5 D-class healing potions, priced similarly to C-class vitality potions, amounted to $150,000. With a monthly stipend of $50,000, Lu Fan's total training resources would sum to $500,000. Should he undertake missions, additional compensation would follow. Realizing this, Lu Fan mused, "No wonder everyone aspires to join the Iron Shield Squad. The benefits here are simply extraordinary." Moreover, achieving a perfect score in the assessment allowed him to select an A-class martial art or technique for free. Just as Lu Fan's B-class technique, the Fierce Tiger Strike, had reached its peak, he was in dire need of a new technique. Although he could continue training his current technique, transitioning to a higher grade one would undoubtedly enhance his strength. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan spoke up, "Captain, may I choose an A-class training technique?" Shin Fei responded with hearty laughter, "Of course, that is more than acceptable. I just happen to have several excellent A-class techniques on hand. Take a look and see which one you wish to choose." With that, Shin Fei produced 3 jade tokens from his spatial ring, each containing an A-class training technique. He then began to explain the characteristics of each technique to Lu Fan. The first A-class technique was named the Myriad Forms Technique, which embodies numerous forms and shatters myriad laws. It utilizes the body as a vessel and focuses on body refinement. This technique primarily enhances strength and physical resilience. But its drawback lies in the quality and power of vital energy being inferior to other A-class techniques. Additionally, the myriad forms technique necessitates various auxiliary herbs and the blood of beasts for cultivation. Lacking these could jeopardize one's foundational strength. The second A-class technique, known as the indestructible Vajra body, boasts formidable defensive capabilities. This technique relies on refining the body through vital energy, rendering one's physique as resilient as forged steel, impervious to ordinary blades, and endowing one with immense strength, making every movement potentially devastating. Once cultivated, the defense is significantly enhanced, making it exceedingly difficult for opponents of the same realm to breach its defenses. Even those of a higher realm may find it challenging to overcome. However, its weaknesses include relatively low attack power and the slow speed of cultivation, also requiring auxiliary herbs and beast blood for effective training. The third technique, the dragon blood dominance technique, once mastered, allows one to simulate the flow of ancient dragon blood within the body, greatly enhancing both vital energy and physical strength. When perfected, one's vital energy flows like that of a dragon, exuding an imposing aura. At this juncture, Shenfei paused and suggested to Lu Fan, "Young man, I recommend you select the A-class dragon blood dominance technique, as it offers a well-rounded development of physique, strength, defense, and vital energy, surpassing the other two A-class techniques in overall potential. The only drawback is that it is exceedingly difficult to cultivate and requires both dragon blood and precious herbs as aids. However, you need not worry. We have dragon blood available in our resource repository, which you can easily exchange for." Upon hearing this, Lu Fan pondered deeply, realizing that the A-class dragon blood dominance technique was indeed a perfect fit for him. Training in this technique would enable him to develop comprehensively, unlike the other two A-class techniques, which focused on specific aspects. Without further deliberation, Lu Fan confidently stated, "All right, I choose the dragon blood dominance technique." Shenfei, unsurprised, simply smiled and handed Lu Fan the jade token containing the dragon blood dominance technique, saying, "Train diligently." Simultaneously, Shenfei retrieved a glass vial containing blood and presented it to Lu Fan. "This vial contains the blood of a 6th-tier dragon. Take it for your training." "All right." Lu Fan accepted without hesitation, as he indeed required the dragon blood for his cultivation. Tang Shan, patting Lu Fan on the shoulder, remarked, "You better work hard. Our captain is even providing you with dragon blood." "I will do my utmost," Lu Fan replied earnestly. With a new technique in hand, he was poised to further enhance his strength. Moreover, he sensed that this new technique was far superior to his previous B-class Fierce Tiger Strike. Chapter 55, The First Team. Lu Fan did not linger long in Shun Fei's office, as Tang Shan led him towards the living quarters of the Iron Shield Squad. Along the way, Tang Shan began to introduce the structure of the Iron Shield Squad, stating, "The Iron Shield Squad is comprised of 4 teams, designated as Team 1 through Team 4. A formidable team, known as the First Squad, stands as the strongest among the 4, with the strengths of the remaining teams ranked accordingly. Each squad comprises approximately 10 members, all of whom are generally at the Great Martial Master realm, while the squad leader typically resides at the Martial Spirit realm. Given your prodigious talent and capabilities, I shall arrange for you to join the first squad of the Iron Shield team as an intern." At this juncture, Tang Shan paused, casting a glance at Lu Fan before continuing, "You must exert yourself, for the first squad is the most formidable within the Iron Shield team. Do not bring shame upon it." "Indeed, I shall strive diligently," Lu Fan responded earnestly. Soon, Tang Shan led Lu Fan into an expansive training room, stating, "This is the training facility for your squad." At that moment, the personnel within the training room took notice of Tang Shan and Lu Fan, casting curious glances in Lu Fan's direction. After all, Lu Fan was a newcomer, while Tang Shan was a familiar face. Noticing this, Tang Shan addressed a burly man in his 30s within the training room. "Chen Hao, I have brought an intern for our squad." The muscular man, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat surprised, but quickly donned a cheerful demeanor as he approached Lu Fan. "Greetings. My name is Chun Hao, the captain of the first squad. I am at the late stage of the martial spirit realm." This revelation astonished Lu Fan. This muscular man appeared to be in his early 30s. Yet he had already reached the late stage of the martial spirit realm. It was evident that the Iron Shield team was indeed comprised of elite hunters, showcasing such formidable prowess. At this moment, Tang Shan placed a hand on Lu Fan's shoulder, saying, "This young man is named Lu Fan. He is merely at the initial stage of the martial master realm. However, his talent and abilities are commendable. So Chun Hao, you must take good care of him." "No problem. Leave this lad to me." Chun Hao immediately agreed. At that instant, other team members began to gather around, their curious gazes fixed on Lu Fan. It was indeed the first time they had encountered an intern assigned directly to their squad. Typically, interns were placed in the 3rd or 4th squads, and their squad had never before accommodated an intern. Consequently, Lu Fan was the first, arousing their intrigue. Observing this, Chen Hao proceeded to introduce Lu Fan to the members of the squad. This slightly plump fellow is Jin Peng, at the late stage of the great martial master realm. That bespectacled chap is our vice captain, Li Wen, at the initial stage of the martial spirit realm. And that bald youth is Shi Kai, at the late stage of the great martial master realm. As for the lad wielding the spear, he is Zhao Long, also at the late stage of the great martial master realm. As Chun Hao briefly introduced the members, Lu Fan realized just how extraordinarily powerful the first squad was. Captain Chun Hao was at the late stage of the martial spirit realm, Vice Captain Li Wen at the initial stage of the martial spirit realm, alongside 3 at the late stage of the great martial master realm, 3 at the mid stage, and only 2 at the initial stage. As for the intern, he was the sole representative at the lowest realm. While Lu Fan pondered this, Vice Captain Li Wen approached him with familiarity, inquiring curiously, "You are Lu Fan, right? I wonder how an intern ended up in our squad. We have never had an intern directly assigned here." Upon hearing this, many members turned their curious gazes toward Lu Fan, eager to uncover the story behind it. To this, Lu Fan shrugged helplessly. "Perhaps it is because I scored full marks on the assessment." Lu Fan's words rendered the group speechless. It turned out this young man had achieved a perfect score on the assessment. They recalled that none of them had managed to attain full marks during their own entry assessments. Thus, they comprehended why Lu Fan was directly assigned to the Iron Shield team. He was a prodigious talent. At that moment, Chen Hao chuckled heartily. It seems our squad has welcomed a martial arts genius. If the other 3 squads were to learn of this, they would surely vie for him. All right, Lu Fan, I will arrange your accommodation. You should take some time to rest on your first day." "Sure." Lu Fan was eager to begin practicing the newly acquired A-class technique, the Dragon Blood Dominance art. Quickly, Chun Hao led Lu Fan and the already arrived Xiao Hu to a lavish apartment. "This will be your residence." The apartment boasted its own dedicated training room, allowing Lu Fan to practice in solitude if he wished. "By the way, come to the training room tomorrow. I will personally assess your capabilities to identify any areas that may need improvement," Chun Hao instructed Lu Fan. Lu Fan was astounded by the opulence of the apartment, which spanned at least 200 square meters, tastefully decorated and featuring a private training room. He once again felt the exceptional treatment afforded by the Iron Shield team. The benefits were indeed remarkable. However, after a moment of astonishment, Lu Fan regained his composure, apologizing to Chun Hao. "I must apologize. This is the first time I have encountered such splendid accommodations." Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Chun Hao appeared somewhat taken aback. "You mean to say you haven't lived in even better conditions before?" Chun Hao assumed that someone with Lu Fan's martial prowess must come from an illustrious background, likely a second-generation martial artist. Moreover, many who joined the Iron Shield team were recruited from outside, with only a few originating from the beast hunting army. Most prodigies opted for academic paths, attending martial arts universities, while those joining the beast hunting army typically possessed lesser talents. Thus, Chun Hao believed Lu Fan had been specially recruited from outside. In response, Lu Fan simply smiled. "I previously resided in the military camp outside the city. The conditions there are not nearly as good as here." Did you perhaps enter through the beast hunting army's assessment?" Chun Hao's heart raced with excitement and surprise. After all, he had also risen from the ranks of the beast hunting army, so he felt a sense of kinship with those who had endured the assessment. "Yes, I came through the assessment from the 1st Battalion," Lu Fan replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Chun Hao regarded Lu Fan with admiration and joy, enthusiastically patting him on the shoulder. "Excellent. You are impressive. I also entered through the beast hunting army's assessment. Surely, you have experienced life and death battles with beasts?" "Life and death battles with beasts? Isn't that a fairly standard occurrence?" Lu Fan queried, perplexed. Every member of the beast hunting army had faced such encounters, hence his confusion. Chapter 56, A Duel with Chun Hao. Chun Hao, upon hearing Lu Fan's inquiry, erupted into hearty laughter. Indeed, for us in the beast hunting army, battling beasts is the most ordinary affair. In truth, since joining the Iron Shield team, I have seldom encountered beasts in combat. The Iron Shield team's base was situated in Jiangnan City, far from the beast forest, and they only ventured there for specific missions. However, Jiangnan City had enjoyed a period of relative peace and tranquility in recent years, with few special assignments requiring the Iron Shield team to engage in combat with beasts. Consequently, although the members of the Iron Shield team were formidable, many lacked the experience of life and death struggles with beasts. Additionally, a significant number of the Iron Shield team members were not originally from the beast hunting army, further contributing to the disparity in combat experience when compared to those who faced beasts daily. "All right, you should rest well. Tomorrow, I am quite eager to witness whether you, who have transitioned from the beast hunting corps to the Iron Shield squad, possess any genuine prowess." Chun Hao greatly admires Lu Fan. He understands, to some extent, why Lu Fan was selected to join the elite team. Perhaps it has much to do with Lu Fan's audacity in battling ferocious beasts. Chun Hao, however, did not linger long. After exchanging a few words with Lu Fan, he departed to attend to other matters. At that moment, Lu Fan gazed at the opulent residence. Shaking his head, he was not inclined to indulge in the luxuries of his surroundings, but instead prepared to head to the exclusive training chamber for his cultivation. Before departing for his practice, Lu Fan turned to the accompanying little tiger and cautioned, "Little tiger, remember not to wander off. If you venture outside and are mistaken for a beast, it could spell your doom." The little tiger responded with a few playful sounds, seemingly acknowledging Lu Fan's words, and then lazily settled into a comfortable spot to nap. Seeing this, Lu Fan chose not to fuss over the little tiger and entered the training chamber to commence his cultivation. The A-class Dragon Blood Tyrant Body technique would require considerable time for Lu Fan to grasp the basics. Once he had mastered the fundamentals, he could utilize his kill points to enhance the technique. To cultivate the Dragon Blood Tyrant Body technique, one must possess the blood of a flood dragon. Thus, Lu Fan took a sip of the flood dragon blood provided by Shen Fei and began to circulate it along a predetermined path. The flood dragon blood contained an incredibly violent energy, necessitating ample time to refine it. Simultaneously, as the flood dragon blood began to circulate, Lu Fan's meridians were being continuously cleansed, significantly expanding their capacity. This meant that he could accommodate a greater volume of vital energy, and the speed of mobilizing this energy would increase as well. Furthermore, the flood dragon blood was also tempering Lu Fan's physique, enhancing both his body and strength. The night passed in silence. Lu Fan dedicated the entire night to refining the Dragon Blood Tyrant Body technique and had successfully assimilated 2 vials of flood dragon blood. Yet he had not yet mastered the basics of the technique. Lu Fan estimated that it would take another week or 2 to fully grasp it. At this juncture, he paused his cultivation as he needed to visit the first squad's training room today. Before leaving, he retrieved a substantial amount of beast meat from his spatial ring for the little tiger. This would serve as its sustenance for the day. Upon seeing the abundance of beast meat, the little tiger joyfully began to feast. In the first squad's training room, when Lu Fan arrived, he discovered that all the members had already assembled. The reason for their early attendance was that they had heard Chun Hao would be testing the newcomers' abilities today, and they had come to witness the spectacle. Upon spotting Lu Fan, Chun Hao greeted him with a smile. "Have you had breakfast, Lu Fan?" Lu Fan nodded, confirming that he had indeed eaten. He had just enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast at the Iron Shield Squad's dining hall, which offered a delightful variety of dishes, most of which were crafted from beast meat, contributing to a slight enhancement of one's vital energy. Observing this, Chun Hao inquired earnestly, "Are you prepared, Lu Fan?" "I am ready. Let us engage in some practice." Lu Fan replied without hesitation. "Excellent," Chun Hao responded. Soon, they found themselves on a massive combat platform within the training room, where the first squad members eagerly gathered to observe. On the combat platform, Chun Hao crossed his arms and addressed Lu Fan. "You may use your weapon and employ any means necessary to attack me." Lu Fan, noticing that Chun Hao had no intention of using a weapon himself, earnestly asked, "Captain, are you certain you don't want to use a weapon?" Hearing Lu Fan's query, Chun Hao smiled slightly. "You underestimate me. I am at the late stage of the martial spirit realm, and even with a weapon, you, as a martial master, would not be able to harm me. Moreover, I cultivate an A-class technique known as the indestructible diamond body, which makes it exceedingly difficult for ordinary weapons to inflict damage upon me." "Ah, I see. Then I shall hold nothing back," Lu Fan replied. He was aware of the indestructible diamond body and understood that those who practiced this technique typically possessed formidable physical defenses. At this moment, Chun Hao patted his solid chest and declared, "Come, let me see just how much strength you possess." Lu Fan, having no further words to exchange, drew his battle knife, his expression turning serious. At the moment Lu Fan unsheathed his blade, an invisible aura of killing intent erupted, causing the surrounding atmosphere to thicken, and the temperature to drop several degrees. Chun Hao, sensing Lu Fan's intense killing intent, couldn't help but smile, remarking, "Not bad. This killing intent must have been cultivated from slaying hundreds or even thousands of beasts, right?" The members of the first squad exchanged astonished glances, all acutely aware of the palpable killing intent emanating from Lu Fan. Li Wen adjusted his glasses and commented, "What a dense aura of killing intent." Meanwhile, Jin Peng and Shi Kai expressed their surprise. "How can this kid's killing intent be even stronger than ours?" Both Jin Peng and Shi Kai were elite talents specially recruited from outside and had not come through the beast hunting corps, making them particularly astonished by Lu Fan's potent aura. Zhao Long, feeling the weight of Lu Fan's killing intent, felt a surge of battle spirit rising within him, exclaiming, "Now this is a worthy opponent." Having also entered the Iron Shield Squad through the beast hunting corps, Zhao Long found Lu Fan's aura igniting his combative spirit. The other members were similarly taken aback by Lu Fan's formidable killing intent. However, at that moment, Lu Fan had no time to concern himself with the reactions of others. His focus was solely on Chun Hao, who stood across from him on the combat platform. Chun Hao, sensing Lu Fan's combative gaze, waved his hand, "Come, show me your strength." With those words, Lu Fan ceased to hold back, transforming into a phantom as he charged toward Chun Hao. In mere moments, Lu Fan was upon him, and simultaneously, the battle knife in his hand transformed into a blur as it struck towards Chun Hao, unleashing a flurry of blows in an instant. Each slash was swifter than the wind, its might akin to thunder, as the knife sliced through the air. It produced sounds reminiscent of thunderclaps. Lu Fan did not restrain himself, directly employing the Wind Thunderblade technique against Chen Hao. Chen Hao, witnessing Lu Fan's execution of the Wind Thunderblade technique, displayed a look of surprise. He recognized the technique instantly. What astonished Chen Hao further was not only Lu Fan's ability to wield the Wind Thunderblade technique, but also the apparent familiarity with which he executed it. Moreover, Lu Fan's footwork was remarkably exquisite, rivaling that of B-class techniques. With his keen insight, Chen Hao quickly discerned that Lu Fan's footwork was none other than the C-class flowing dragon step, which moved like a dragon gliding through the sky. Most impressively, Lu Fan had evidently mastered the flowing dragon step to an extraordinarily high level, allowing it to stand in comparison with some ordinary B-class martial techniques. In that fleeting moment, Chen Hao could gauge Lu Fan's strength, recognizing that he surpassed the typical martial master significantly. However, this was not the time for Chen Hao to be lost in thought. Although Lu Fan's attacks were remarkably swift, they appeared somewhat sluggish to Chen Hao, who was at the late stage of the martial spirit realm, 2 entire realms above Lu Fan. Thus, Chen Hao had ample time to react to Lu Fan's assault. Consequently, Chen Hao opted to endure Lu Fan's onslaught. In an instant, a surge of vital energy erupted around him, manifesting as a protective armor enveloping his form, radiating with golden light, resembling a golden Buddha. Chen Hao uttered a few words. Indestructible golden body. This is the distinctive feature of the A-grade indestructible diamond body technique, which enables the skin to resemble the radiant golden light of vigorous blood essence, significantly enhancing defensive capabilities. When Lu Fan's attack struck Chen Hao, it inflicted not even the slightest harm upon him. Indeed, Chen Hao's garments remained unscathed. This illustrates the formidable nature of Chen Hao's defenses, which even Lu Fan could not breach. Of course, Lu Fan was still concealing some of his strength. Should he unleash his full power, he might very well penetrate Chen Hao's defenses. Yet, one must not forget that Chen Hao has cultivated the indestructible diamond body technique, rendering his physique as resilient as that of a diamond. It is conceivable that even Lu Fan's utmost efforts would fail to injure Chen Hao. At this moment, witnessing Chen Hao withstand his Wind and Thunderblade technique without a scratch, Lu Fan felt a profound astonishment. It was the first time anyone had taken his attack head-on without sustaining any damage. Chen Hao then smiled and remarked to Lu Fan, "Not bad. Your strength surpasses that of an average early-stage martial artist. Moreover, your martial skills and agility are commendable. With diligent training, you may soon surpass me." Chen Hao believed that Lu Fan had already exhausted the martial techniques at his disposal and was prepared to conclude this test. Lu Fan nodded in agreement, affirming, "I will strive to improve. However, Captain, you underestimate me. I have yet to unleash my most powerful strike." Oh, this revelation took Chen Hao by surprise. He had not anticipated that Lu Fan's earlier Wind and Thunderblade was not his strongest attack. Just as Chen Hao was processing this information, Lu Fan's vital energy surged once more, this time more potent than before. In the next moment, Lu Fan advanced a step, wielding his battle blade towards Chen Hao in a swift strike, proclaiming, "Behold the dragon's roar." In an instant, a dragon of lightning erupted from Lu Fan's blade. As the dragon materialized, it unleashed a tremendous roar that reverberated throughout the surroundings, shaking the very essence of one's soul. Caught off guard, Chen Hao momentarily fell into a daze from the thunderous sound. In that fleeting moment, the lightning dragon lunged at Chen Hao. In the blink of an eye, Chen Hao was struck by the dragon, sent staggering several steps back, and his golden body bore faint cracks. Lu Fan had nearly breached Chen Hao's golden body defense. This revelation left Chen Hao astounded. Lu Fan's strike was exponentially more powerful than his prior Wind and Thunderblade. While both techniques were classified as B-grade martial skills, the Wind and Thunderblade lacked the same potency when aimed at a singular target compared to the Lightning Dragon Slash. Conversely, while the Lightning Dragon Slash exhibited immense strength, it was less effective in multi-target scenarios than the Wind and Thunderblade. Below, the members of the first team watched the duel between Lu Fan and Chen Hao, rendered speechless by the display. Lu Fan's prowess exceeded their expectations, leading to their astonishment. This newcomer is exceptionally strong. Not just strong, he surpasses anyone in the same realm I've encountered before. It seems our team has gained a prodigious talent. After a considerable while, the first team members began to discuss in amazement. Chen Hao, regaining his composure on the martial arts stage, burst into joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Huh? Well done. Your strength is indeed impressive. No wonder Deputy Captain Tang assigned you to our team. Truly remarkable." At this point, Lu Fan sheathed his blade, having unleashed his strongest strike. Continuing further would serve little purpose. Observing Lu Fan put away his weapon, Chen Hao also retracted his golden body. He then inquired, "Lu Fan, what is the name of that technique you just used?" Given the multitude of martial skills in the world, Chen Hao could not be expected to know them all. Thus his curiosity. Lu Fan answered candidly, "This is the B-grade technique, Lightning Dragon Slash. B-grade Lightning Dragon Slash. Its power is truly formidable." Chen Hao praised. The might of a martial artist capable of wielding such a technique and nearly shattering his first layer of golden body speaks volumes. However, it soon dawned on Chen Hao that throughout this test, he had not discerned any weaknesses in Lu Fan. This young man might even possess more combat experience than he did, mastering martial techniques and agility to such a degree that Chun Hao found himself unable to offer guidance. Ultimately, he realized he had little to impart to Lu Fan, which left him feeling somewhat ineffectual. Meanwhile, the members of the first team began to extol Lu Fan's abilities. "Brother Lu Fan, your strength is impressive. In our realm, we may not be your match. Indeed, 2 B-grade techniques and an agility skill that rivals a B-grade technique. It's as if you possess 3 B-grade martial skills. Incredible." Reflecting on his own time as a martial artist, he recalled only mastering a single B-grade technique, while Lu Fan had effectively grasped the equivalent of 3. Faced with such accolades, Lu Fan merely smiled in silence, attributing his remarkable capabilities to external aids. At that moment, Chun Hao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Lu Fan, I seem to have nothing left to teach you. Focus on your own training." Chapter 58, The Black Armored Wild Boar Horde. Time flowed by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had passed. After weeks of diligent training, Lu Fan finally grasped the fundamentals of the A-grade Dragon Blood Overlord technique, further enhancing his strength. Now, he was but a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the Grand Martial Master realm. Once he had made progress with the A-grade Dragon Blood Overlord technique, Lu Fan took a moment to visit his family and check on his parents. A few days later, he returned to the Iron Shield Squad, ready to venture into the Beast Forest to hunt beasts and acquire slaughter points. Currently, the Iron Shield Squad had little to no tasks, spending their days training and practicing. Thus, Lu Fan decided to seek out beasts in the forest. He approached the chief instructor, Zhang Jingwu, to discuss his intention to hunt in the Beast Forest. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Jingwu agreed to Lu Fan's request, albeit with a note of caution. "Lu Fan, you may go to the Beast Forest to hunt, but be sure to prioritize your safety. If you encounter formidable beasts, avoid confrontation. Here is a signal flare. Should you find yourself in danger, fire it, and the surrounding beast hunters will promptly come to your aid." Understood. Lu Fan accepted the signal flare without hesitation, stowing it in his spatial ring. Zhang Jingwu then shared a few more safety tips before Lu Fan took his leave. After exiting Zhang Jingwu's office, Lu Fan returned to gather his belongings, preparing to head to the Beast Forest with Xiaohu. Captain Chun Hao was aware of Lu Fan's plans to hunt in the Beast Forest and did not hinder him, merely advising, "Lu Fan, be careful." Originally, Chun Hao intended for one of the team members to accompany Lu Fan for protection. However, Lu Fan declined, and Chun Hao thought better of pressing the issue. Lu Fan reassured him, "Don't worry, Captain. I am well acquainted with the Beast Forest. I will be fine." "That's good to hear." Chun Hao did not pursue the matter further. Thus, Lu Fan set off towards the Beast Forest with Xiaohu in tow. Within the depths of the Beast Forest, upon entering, Lu Fan commenced his slaughter. In a short span, he dispatched dozens of low-tier beasts. However, finding the beasts at the periphery to be rather feeble, he chose to delve deeper. Along the way, he encountered second-tier beasts, yet these were no match for Lu Fan. It seems that only a late-stage third-tier beast could withstand Lu Fan's prowess. Now that he has cultivated the A-level Dragon Blood Dominance technique, his strength has significantly surged, and he feels that only a third-tier beast at its peak would dare to challenge him. As Lu Fan ventured deeper, he soon encountered an enormous horde of beasts. This assembly was composed of a multitude of black-armored wild boars, numbering in the hundreds. These formidable creatures were covered in thick black fur, boasting immense size and long, sharp tusks, which contributed to their formidable defense, hence their name. Lu Fan could sense that the leader of this herd was a mid-stage third-tier beast, accompanied by 2 early-stage third-tier beasts, while the remainder consisted largely of second-tier and first-tier creatures, with a notable portion being unranked black-armored boars. This was undoubtedly the largest beast horde Lu Fan had ever encountered. Typically, even late-stage third-tier beasts would hesitate to provoke such a formidable gathering. Yet, Lu Fan felt a surge of excitement. If he could vanquish this horde of black-armored boars, he would undoubtedly reap a substantial number of slaughter points. However, he was uncertain whether his own strength could withstand the onslaught of such a vast assemblage. Nevertheless, if the situation turned dire, he could always opt for retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan resolved to engage the horde of black-armored boars. He turned to the small tiger beside him and commanded, "Little tiger, prepare for battle." The little tiger, upon realizing Lu Fan's intention to confront such a massive group, emitted a few fearful whimpers. Observing the tiger's timid demeanor, Lu Fan chastised, "You are the king of beasts. How can you fear these mere wild boars? You're bringing shame to your kind." The little tiger continued to express its discontent with soft growls. However, Lu Fan was undeterred and declared, "Enough. Let us charge." With that, he leapt onto the tiger's back and drew his battle blade. Reluctantly, the little tiger stood up, lamenting its fate of having such a combative master. Yet, it obeyed Lu Fan's command and swiftly propelled itself towards the horde of black-armored boars. The tiger's speed was remarkable, and in a matter of moments, they were mere hundreds of meters from the boars. The horde soon noticed the approaching tiger, but instead of scattering in fear, they huddled together, forming a massive spearhead formation. Once the black-armored boars had assembled into this formidable formation, they accelerated towards the tiger, charging with a force akin to a torrent of steel, shaking the ground and stirring clouds of dust. The little tiger felt its legs weaken with fear, sensing an impending doom. In contrast, Lu Fan remained remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the boar's charge. He even encouraged the tiger with a pat on its head. Charge forward. The little tiger hesitated but ultimately chose to trust Lu Fan, launching itself into the fray against the black-armored boars. If one were to observe from above, they would witness a lone human and a tiger charging headlong into a horde of hundreds of black-armored boars. As the boars drew nearer, an overwhelming aura surged towards Lu Fan and the little tiger. Lu Fan felt as if the very air around them had solidified under the weight of this fierce presence. Yet, instead of fear, he was invigorated. This was the essence of a man's battle for survival. Today, it would either be the demise of the black-armored boars or his own. With this thought, his fighting spirit and murderous intent erupted, momentarily countering the oppressive force emanating from the boar horde. However, Lu Fan did not allow himself to become complacent, for the boars were closing in rapidly. In mere moments, they would collide. Lu Fan had no intention of engaging the horde head-on. Instead, he prepared to unleash his full power. From his position on the tiger's back, he raised his battle blade and struck at the mass of boars with all his might. Chapter 59. Breaking through to the great martial master realm. With a fierce swing of his blade, a thunderous dragon blade slash erupted forth, its resounding roar reverberating through the air, momentarily halting the boar's charge. The dragon blade cleaved through the ranks of the black-armored boars, tearing the air apart in its wake. In an instant, the slash swept through the charging horde, felling numerous boars and staining the ground with their blood. With just that single strike, Lu Fan had slain dozens of lower-tier black-armored boars, effectively stalling the onslaught. Keep pushing forward, Lu Fan urged, as his sights were set on the third-tier beasts lurking behind the horde. The little tiger, witnessing Lu Fan's prowess in dispatching so many boars, felt a rush of courage, transforming its trepidation into fierce determination, charging into the throng of boars with the ferocity of a starving wolf. With the little tiger's assistance, Lu Fan carved a path through the horde, creating a vacuum of space amidst the chaos. The remaining black-armored boars regarded Lu Fan and the tiger with fearful eyes, clearly shaken by the display of power. Meanwhile, the three third-tier black-armored boars, unable to contain themselves any longer, finally launched their assault on Lu Fan and the little tiger. Seeing the third-tier boars charging, Lu Fan dismounted from the little tiger's back, leaping into action. "Little tiger, if you can't handle them, retreat," he advised, as he took off towards the third-tier beasts. The little tiger, once brimming with confidence, felt a wave of fear wash over it with Lu Fan's departure, especially with 100 black-armored boars glaring at it menacingly. Though it was a tiger, it could not possibly contend with such overwhelming numbers. At that moment, if the little tiger could speak, it would surely lament, "Master, you have put me in a dire predicament." The lower-tier black-armored boars, sensing Lu Fan's absence, no longer feared the little tiger and began to encircle it. In the blink of an eye, the horde of lower-tier boars charged at the tiger. Lacking Lu Fan's formidable strength, the little tiger could only fend them off while retreating, inadvertently drawing fire away from Lu Fan, allowing him to focus on the three third-tier black-armored boars. Since Lu Fan had begun his training in the A-level dragon blood dominance technique, his vitality had significantly increased, enhancing his physique, strength, and defense. Thus, when facing the three third-tier black-armored boars, he found himself not at a disadvantage, but rather able to dominate the fight. Utilizing the wind and thunderblade technique, he struck with ferocity, forcing the three boars to retreat repeatedly. The three third-tier boars, realizing they could not overpower Lu Fan alone, summoned the surrounding lower-tier boars to aid them in their assault. However, Lu Fan's strength exceeded all expectations, even with the assistance of numerous lower-tier boars. The three third-tier black-armored beasts still fell short against him. Instead, Lu Fan managed to eliminate a significant number of lower-tier boars, with the system's notification echoing in his mind continuously. However, at this moment, Lu Fan was indifferent to the increase in his slaughter points. His mind was consumed solely with the notion of killing. It was unclear how much time had passed during this fierce battle, but it concluded with Lu Fan executing the final blow, a thunder dragon slash, which felled the last of the third-tier black-armored wild boars. In that moment, the battlefield lay strewn with the remnants of his triumph. Lu Fan held aloft his bloodied blade, his armor soaked crimson. The ground was littered with the corpses of hundreds of black-armored wild boars, among which lay the massive remains of three formidable third-tier beasts. In this confrontation, Lu Fan nearly eradicated the entire black-armored wild boar herd while sustaining minimal injuries himself. Exhausted, he sheathed his weapon, preparing to depart from this gruesome scene, rife with the scent of blood and the stench of beastly carcasses. Such an overwhelming odor would undoubtedly attract numerous other beasts. Lu Fan recognized that he needed to recuperate before continuing his hunt. At that moment, the small tiger, who had been absent, returned. Upon witnessing the carnage, its eyes widened in astonishment, realizing the prowess of its human companion. Not hesitating, Lu Fan leaped onto the small tiger's back, exclaiming, "Let us go." As he spoke, he consumed both vitality and healing potions to expedite his recovery. The small tiger responded with a growl and sped away with Lu Fan. In a secluded area of the beast forest, after a brief respite, Lu Fan checked his system for his slaughter points. Slaughter points, 15,000. With 15,000 points now, he had garnered at least 6 to 7,000 from the recent battle. Yet, Lu Fan was not content. He craved more slaughter points. After resting for 2 hours and regaining his peak condition, he urged the small tiger, "Let us continue hunting beasts." The small tiger, unimpressed, protested with a few growls. Wondering why they had to engage in battle again so soon, Lu Fan had spent 3 days within the beast forest, amassing his slaughter points to 25,000 before exiting. He found a desolate cave on the outskirts of Jiangnan City, preparing to break through to the Grand Martial Master realm. Seated within the cave, the small tiger stood guard at the entrance, vigilant against any potential interruptions during Lu Fan's breakthrough. Soon, Lu Fan addressed the system, "Allocate my points," transferring 20,000 slaughter points to the A-grade Dragon Blood Dominance technique. "Understood, Master." The system responded mechanically. As the words faded, Lu Fan felt an immense surge of potent vitality coursing through his body. This vitality was not only robust, but also exceptionally dense, surpassing his previous levels by several grades. Before he could contemplate further, the overwhelming vitality began to cleanse his meridians, causing him considerable discomfort. Despite the pain, Lu Fan gritted his teeth, refusing to vocalize his suffering. Time seemed to stretch as this cleansing process continued, eventually subsiding. Lu Fan was drenched in sweat. The ordeal of purging his channels was excruciating, a trial that would likely prove unbearable to an ordinary person. Nevertheless, he sensed that he had indeed ascended to the Grand Martial Master realm, his strength now magnified several-fold. Perhaps he could even contend with 4th-tier beasts. Moreover, the A-grade Dragon Blood Dominance technique had progressed from entry-level to minor achievement, awakening a new ability within him, the capacity to temporarily activate the Dragon Blood Dominance, significantly amplifying his combat prowess for a brief duration. Chapter 60. Battling the 4th-tier Earth Ape. Host, Lu Fan. Age, 18. Realm, Early Grand Martial Master. Vitality value, 70,000. Talent, mid-grade Profound. Main training technique, A-grade Dragon Blood Dominance technique, minor achievement. Martial arts, B-grade Thunder Armor, perfection. B-grade Thunder Dragon Slash, perfection. B-grade Wind Thunder Blade technique, major achievement. C-grade Flowing Dragon Step, perfection. C-grade Shattering Mountain Fist, perfection. Slaughter points, 0. After reviewing his attribute panel, Lu Fan nodded in satisfaction. However, he recognized that his martial skills still had ample room for improvement, and he required additional slaughter points. With this in mind, he chose not to return to Jiangnan City simply due to his ascension, but instead ventured back into the beast forest. Within the depths of the forest, Lu Fan's presence heralded a cataclysm for the lower-tier beasts. Countless low-tier creatures fell beneath the edge of his blade, and the once vibrant sounds of the forest grew eerily silent. Typically, the forest would resonate with the roars of beasts, yet now it was unnaturally quiet. Lu Fan scarcely encountered any creatures. Puzzled, he scratched his head, wondering what could be happening. Why are there no beasts to be found? Unbeknownst to Lu Fan, the absence of the beasts was directly related to him. His relentless slaughter had driven the lower-tier beasts into hiding or deeper into the recesses of the forest. Finding no beasts at the periphery, Lu Fan patted the small tiger's head and commanded, "Let us venture deeper." He was determined to uncover the truth of the forest silence. With a roar, the small tiger obliged, leading Lu Fan further into the heart of the beast forest. As they delved deeper, Lu Fan indeed discovered numerous low-tier beasts that had taken refuge. A smile crept across his face as he commenced a new wave of slaughter. The forest echoed with the cries of the beasts, creating a grim symphony of despair that would lead one to believe they were witnessing a massacre. However, this commotion soon attracted the attention of higher-tier beasts. Lu Fan was now faced with a genuine threat, having caught the eye of a 4th-tier Earth Ape. This creature, possessing a noble lineage among beasts, wielded formidable strength derived from its powerful bloodline. Towering at 5 meters, akin to a small mountain, the Earth Ape boasted both immense size and resilience, its intelligence rivaling that of humans. As Lu Fan beheld the colossal figure in the distance, a sense of caution enveloped him. The small tiger, sensing the looming danger, instinctively shielded Lu Fan with its body. Observing the tiger's behavior, Lu Fan felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Despite being a tiger, you certainly act like a coward. Yet, he refrained from scolding the small tiger further. Given its capabilities, fear was a natural response. At that moment, the 4th-tier Earth Ape let out a series of guttural roars before swinging its massive fists toward Lu Fan. The entourage of smaller Earth Apes behind it echoed their leader's cries, seemingly rallying in support. The force behind the Earth Ape's punch was terrifying, tearing through the air with a deafening sonic boom. Long before the fist reached him, Lu Fan could feel the ferocious gust generated by the swing. With a serious expression, Lu Fan warned the small tiger, "Stay back." He was aware that he would have no time to protect it once the battle commenced. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the small tiger had already retreated several thousand meters away. A bead of sweat formed on his forehead. But he had no time to dwell on it. The Earth Ape's strike was imminent. Drawing his blade, Lu Fan stepped forward, swinging his weapon with determination, murmuring, "Thunder Dragon Slash." In an instant, a colossal thunder dragon, stretching dozens of meters, materialized out of thin air. With its appearance, a resounding roar echoed through the atmosphere. A surge of intense energy erupted from the dragon, its formidable presence radiating outward, stirring the winds and scattering the sands around it. Subsequently, the thunder dragon transformed into bolts of lightning, darting towards the Earth Ape with astonishing speed. In mere moments, the thunder dragon's strike collided with the fist of the Earth Ape. Instantly, a blinding light erupted, unleashing an invisible tempest that spread in all directions. Trees were uprooted, and surrounding beasts were swept away by the ferocity of the storm. As the dazzling light faded, the Earth Ape was revealed at the epicenter of the battle, sporting a massive gash on its fist, deep enough to expose bone, with blood cascading from the wound. The Earth Ape did not howl in pain, but glared furiously at Lu Fan, clearly enraged. Lu Fan furrowed his brow, realizing he had expended all his strength in that strike. He had anticipated at least the loss of the Earth Ape's arm, but it appeared that the creature's physical resilience was astonishing. It had withstood the Thunder Dragon's attack with only a superficial wound. Fortunately, Lu Fan had recently advanced to the rank of Grand Martial Master. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to breach the Earth Ape's defenses. As Lu Fan pondered this, the Earth Ape let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the surrounding space. Golden light erupted from its body, enveloping it entirely. In the next moment, the Earth Ape swung its enormous fists once more, summoning a massive fist imprint composed of golden light, covering an area of several hundred meters, resembling a golden mountain. The colossal fist imprint hurtled towards Lu Fan, dwarfing his figure beneath its weight. Lu Fan could sense the sheer power of the golden fist. Being struck would surely be devastating. Thus, he swiftly activated his martial technique, Thunder Armor, as arcs of lightning coalesced into a strikingly elegant armor that encased him, leaving only his piercing eyes exposed. In the next instant, Lu Fan stepped forward, transforming into a flash of lightning aimed at the golden fist. As he drew nearer, he unleashed his battle blade, employing the Wind Thunderblade technique. The blade transformed into a flurry of afterimages, slicing through the golden fist imprint with remarkable speed. In an instant, the golden fist imprint shattered under Lu Fan's assault. Without pausing, he executed the flowing dragon step, charging toward the Earth Ape. Seeing Lu Fan approach, the Earth Ape roared once more, swinging its golden encased fist at him. As they engaged in close combat, each blow from the Earth Ape was met with Lu Fan's blade, revealing that their strengths were closely matched. In a matter of moments, they exchanged numerous blows, neither sustaining injuries nor gaining the upper hand. Finally, the Earth Ape, enraged, knocked Lu Fan back and began pounding its chest, roaring in fury. The golden light around it surged once again, and its form expanded to towering heights, quickly reaching 10 meters. Now, it resembled a colossal giant, shrouded in an otherworldly golden glow, making Lu Fan appear even more diminutive in comparison. Realizing that the Earth Ape was prepared to unleash its full power, Lu Fan decided to forego any restraint and activated the Dragon Blood Tyrant body. Upon activation, Lu Fan felt an overwhelming surge of vitality and strength coursing through him. He clenched his fists, reveling in the newfound power that made him feel invincible, capable of taking on 10 foes. Just then, the giant Earth Ape swung its golden fist towards him, a blow akin to an asteroid plummeting from the sky, distorting the very fabric of space with its terrifying force. Lu Fan, undeterred, bellowed, "Come at me." He was eager to test the extent of his newfound prowess. With a powerful leap, he transformed into a flash, rushing toward the Earth Ape's fist. This time, he eschewed his blade and instead unleashed his martial technique, Shattering Mountain Fist. Striking towards the Earth Ape's colossal fist, a minuscule fist collided with a massive one, an incongruity that seemed to spell doom for Lu Fan. Yet, as the two fists met, the world fell silent for a heartbeat. The next moment, a fierce shockwave radiated outward, obliterating everything in its vicinity. At the epicenter of the collision, the space itself slightly fractured, indicating the intensity of the clash. Remarkably, Lu Fan managed to force the giant Earth Ape back, revealing that its strength was inferior to his own. The Earth Ape, astonished, could hardly fathom that it had been outmatched by a mere human. In its moment of disbelief, Lu Fan pressed the attack, delivering a series of devastating punches that seemed capable of shattering mountains. The Earth Ape was driven back, completely overwhelmed by Lu Fan's relentless onslaught. Feeling the surge of power within him, Lu Fan could not help but exclaim in triumph, "Ha! A fourth-tier Earth Ape is nothing special." However, having unleashed his strength, he decided to escalate matters further. He raised his blade once more, preparing to unleash his most formidable strike yet, the Thunder Dragon Slash. As Lu Fan wielded the blade, the heavens dimmed, and a magnificent thunder dragon, stretching 100 meters long, materialized in the sky. The dragon, vibrant and alive, bore scales that shimmered with blue lightning, each scale brimming with boundless energy. Its form was sleek, muscles clearly defined, with a head that exuded majesty, its horns sharp as blades, and its eyes gleaming with an intimidating aura. The emergence of the thunder dragon sent a primal wave of pressure through the beast forest, felt by all creatures within. Even the earth ape sensed the overwhelming force emanating from the dragon. At that moment, the thunder dragon unleashed a roar that resonated through the skies, echoing throughout the beast forest, momentarily stunning the earth ape. As the thunder dragon surged toward the earth ape, the creature, still dazed, finally reacted, but it was too late. The dragon engulfed the earth ape in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance subsided, the formidable thunder had obliterated the earth ape's massive form, leaving only its most precious heart intact, while the rest of its body lay in ruins. Simultaneously, the voice of the system echoed in Lu Fan's mind, signaling his triumph. Congratulations, host, on slaying the 4th-tier earth ape. You have been rewarded with 5,000 points of slaughter. Additionally, as this was your first kill of a 4th-tier demon beast, the system grants you an extra 10,000 slaughter points. Upon hearing the system's voice, Lu Fan could hardly contain his joy. He had not anticipated that defeating the 4th-tier earth ape would yield a total of 15,000 slaughter points. This substantial sum was equivalent to what he would have to earn through numerous hunts of lesser demon beasts. However, after delivering that fatal blow, Lu Fan found himself significantly drained of vitality, compounded by the exertion from previous battles. Moreover, with the activation of the dragon blood body, his life force continued to deplete at an alarming rate, leaving him with barely 20% of his vitality. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lu Fan hastily deactivated the dragon blood body and stowed the heart of the earth ape into his spatial ring. He then swiftly made his exit, aware that the commotion he had caused might attract more formidable demon beasts from the forest. Should a higher-tier demon beast arrive, Lu Fan understood that in his current state, he would stand no chance of survival. Before long, he spotted Little Tiger not far away and, without hesitation, mounted it, exclaiming, "Little Tiger, let us make haste." Little Tiger, sensing the imminent danger, wasted no time in sprinting toward the outskirts of the demon beast forest. In a matter of moments, they escaped the treacherous woods. But as they did, a roar reminiscent of the earth apes reverberated through the air. This chilling roar echoed throughout the forest and even reached the outside world, indicating the presence of an even more powerful earth ape within. Lu Fan's heart tightened at the sound. Could it be the companion or parent of the earth ape he had just slain? It was evident that this creature was far more formidable than the one he had just defeated. Chapter 62, The Tide of Demon Beasts. After vanquishing the 4th-tier earth ape, Lu Fan chose not to return to the demon beast forest for further hunting. Instead, he set his sights on returning to Jiangnan City. With over 20,000 slaughter points now at his disposal, he could focus on enhancing his martial skills. Upon arriving in Jiangnan City, Lu Fan promptly made his way back to the Iron Shield Squad's base. Zhang Jingwu, upon learning of Lu Fan's return, breathed a sigh of relief, having feared for Lu Fan's safety while he ventured alone into the wilds. However, when Zhang Jingwu beheld Lu Fan's armor, stained with blood, he was taken aback, unable to fathom the harrowing experiences Lu Fan must have endured over the past few days. After a brief conversation with Zhang Jingwu, Lu Fan hurriedly retreated to his quarters, finding the blood of the demon beasts unbearable and in dire need of cleansing. Once refreshed, Lu Fan entered his private training chamber, eager to begin another round of skill enhancements. System: upgrade the Wind Thunderblade technique to perfection. Enhance the Flowing Dragon Step and Shattering Mountain Fist to intricacy. Beep. Understood. Host. The system's mechanical voice replied. A plethora of martial technique memories surged within Lu Fan's mind. Time seemed to blur as he absorbed and integrated these memories. Eventually, he emerged from this mental endeavor, eager to inspect his attributes. Host: Lu Fan. Age: 18. Realm: Early Great Martial Master. Vitality: 71,000. Talent: Mid-grade Xian class, Primary Cultivation Technique. A-grade Dragon Bloodbody Technique. Minor Completion, Martial Arts. B-grade Thunder Armor, Perfected. B-grade Thunder Dragon Slash, Perfected. B-grade Wind Thunder Blade Technique, Perfected. C-grade Flowing Dragon Step, Intricate. C-grade Shattering Mountain Fist, Intricate. Slaughter points: 0. Excellent. The Flowing Dragon Step and Shattering Mountain Fist have both reached intricacy. It is time to seek their superior techniques for further cultivation. Lu Fan pondered, stroking his chin. Nonetheless, he decided not to dwell on it further. After enduring several harrowing battles over the past 2 days, he recognized the necessity of a well-deserved rest. A week later, Lu Fan's exceptional performance culminated in his successful acquisition of the advanced techniques for both the Flowing Dragon Step and Shattering Mountain Fist. The C-grade Flowing Dragon Step's superior technique was named the B-grade Thunder Shadow Step, while the C-grade Shattering Mountain Fist evolved into the B-grade Iron Mountain Fist. Upon obtaining these 2 B-grade martial arts, Lu Fan promptly replaced his C-grade techniques. As a result, the familiarity of these two techniques elevated to a high proficiency. Although the familiarity had diminished, the potency of these techniques had significantly increased. After all, B-grade martial arts possessed far greater power than their C-grade counterparts. Having completed the transition of his martial techniques, Lu Fan received an urgent summons to the training room of Team 1. There, Team Captain Chun-Hao regarded the assembled members with a serious expression. I trust everyone is aware that today is September 1st? Chun-Hao posed a question that left the group bewildered. Observing their confusion, he continued, this year marks the onset of the Tide of Demon Beasts. The Tide of Demon Beasts? Lu Fan had heard of this phenomenon. Every decade, for reasons unknown, demon beasts would inexplicably go into a frenzied rampage, often targeting human cities. This event was referred to as the Tide of Demon Beasts, a colossal surge of beasts converging together. If Lu Fan recalled correctly, Jiangnan City had also experienced an assault from the Tide of Demon Beasts a decade prior, though the impact had been minor, resulting in only a handful of casualties. However, some cities had faced large-scale invasions, with entire populations unable to survive the onslaught. The Tide of Demon Beasts was classified into 4 categories: small, medium, large, and super large. Each level posed varying degrees of threat to human settlements. A small tide consisted of 1,000 demon beasts and posed little danger, while a medium tide comprised 10,000 beasts, presenting a significant threat. A large tide consisted of 100,000 demon beasts, essentially capable of annihilating a city. The super large tide was even more terrifying, comprising 500,000 demon beasts, capable of obliterating entire nations. As Lu Fan contemplated these grim realities, Chun-Hao continued earnestly. This October will herald the onset of the Tide of Demon Beasts, and everyone must prepare diligently over the next month to brace for the impending onslaught. Yes. The gathered members responded in unison. Seeing their resolve, Chun-Hao concluded, all right, you are all dismissed, return to your training. Despite the forthcoming tide, based on past experiences, Chun-Hao felt reassured that Jiangnan City would likely only face a minor assault. At that moment, Lu Fan reflected on his own ambitions and approached Chun-Hao with a proposal to venture into the Demon Beast Forest for a month to hunt. He understood that he needed to accumulate more slaughter points to bolster his strength, ensuring he could protect himself during the Tide of Demon Beasts. Additionally, he sought military merit to exchange for superior equipment and martial techniques to better confront the impending threat. After some hesitation, Chun-Hao ultimately replied, Lu Fan, you may only go for a maximum of 15 days. After that, you must return. The approach of the Tide of Demon Beasts will render the forest even more perilous. Understood. 15 days will suffice for me to gather additional slaughter points and military merit, Lu Fan affirmed eagerly. As Lu Fan ventured towards the beast forest, he chose to leave the little tiger by his parents' side, ensuring their safety. Having completed all necessary preparations, Lu Fan set off alone into the depths of the beast forest. Meanwhile, within the high-level conference room of Jiangnan City, various officials and representatives from the 4 prominent martial arts families had gathered to discuss the impending beast tide. Mayor Lung Xingchen was the first to address the assembly, stating, this year marks the year of the beast tide. I trust everyone is aware of this? Enough, enough. We all know this. It's merely the beast tide, something we have faced before, interjected the leader of the beast hunting corps, Shun Fei, dismissively. The attendees nodded in agreement, reassured by the fact that Jiangnan City had not previously experienced a significant beast tide, thus feeling little cause for concern. However, Mayor Lung Xingchen, with a grim expression, countered Shun Fei's nonchalance. Captain Shun, this beast tide could be far more severe than you imagine. According to intelligence from the beast forest, there has been an unprecedented surge in the beast's aggression in recent months. If the beast tide commences in October, the consequences could be catastrophic. Reports indicate that there are hundreds of thousands of beasts lurking in the forest nearby. Most alarmingly, our scouts have detected the presence of 7th-tier beasts, known as royal-level beasts. The emergence of such creatures signifies a leader among the beasts. If a royal-level beast commands the horde of hundreds of thousands, Jiangnan City will be in grave peril. The room fell into stunned silence as the attendees processed Mayor Lung's words. Royal-level beasts in the beast forest? Is this information credible? Indeed, if royal-level beasts have appeared, why were we not informed sooner? If such creatures truly exist, then the month of the beast tide poses a genuine threat to Jiangnan City. Mayor Lung, do you possess solid evidence to substantiate the presence of royal-level beasts in the forest? If so, we could seek assistance from above. Shun Fei asked, his voice steady. In response, Lung Xingchen shook his head apologetically. I regret to inform you that I lack direct evidence to confirm the existence of royal-level beasts. However, I have faith in the accuracy of my informants. Upon hearing this, the attendees collectively sighed in relief, without concrete evidence. It was plausible that the forest harbored no royal-level beasts at all. Shun Fei furrowed his brow, stating, without proof, even if we report this to our superiors, they will likely dismiss our concerns. Moreover, should there be no royal-level beasts, who shall bear the responsibility for this oversight? Mayor Lung's expression turned serious as he replied. If the intelligence proves erroneous, I shall accept full responsibility. After all, even if the information is incorrect, the most I would face is dismissal, but if it is true, Jiangnan City would confront an existential crisis. My removal from office pales in comparison to the lives of countless citizens. Shen Fei, moved by Lung Xingchen's resolute stance, declared. Very well, Mayor Lung, I shall share this burden with you. I, Shun, do not cling to my position. Grateful for Shen Fei's support, Lung Xingchen turned to the representatives of the 3 other families in Jiangnan City, recognizing that should the beasts launch an assault, the strength of the 4 prominent families would be crucial for the city's defense. As a member of the Lung family, he also sought their stance. Tang Shan, representing the Tang family, pondered briefly before stating, should the beast tide indeed attack, the Tang family will lend their assistance. Wang Ning, speaking for the Wang family, concurred. The Wang family shall do the same. Only Li Hua of the Li family remained silent. Observing the consensus among the other families, he eventually acquiesced as well. Though he privately mused that if a massive beast tide were to occur, he would not foolishly send his kin to confront the beasts. Instead, he would lead them away from Jiangnan City, unwilling to sacrifice them for the sake of others. All right, if everyone agrees. Jiangnan City will officially enter a state of heightened alert. The beast hunting corps stationed outside the city shall also retreat to Jiangnan. Mayor Lung announced. Shen Fei nodded, affirming. Indeed, we shall withdraw the beast hunting corps to Jiangnan City. Should a major beast tide arise, the troops stationed outside would be in grave danger. Very well. This meeting is concluded. Everyone, prepare accordingly, Mayor Lung stated, bringing the assembly to a close. Upon returning to their headquarters, Shen Fei and Tang Shan disseminated the order for Jiangnan City to initiate a state of readiness, urging all combat personnel to prepare for potential conflict. Meanwhile, Chen Hao, upon hearing this news, felt a wave of unease wash over him. Lu Fan had departed for the beast forest just hours prior, and he now fretted for the young man's safety. Consequently, he reported the situation to Tang Shan and Shen Fei, who were both taken aback. What? That lad Lu Fan ventured into the beast forest alone? Chen Hao stammered. I only agreed since there were no tasks here. And Lu Fan himself requested to go to the beast forest. Tang Shan, at a loss for words, contemplated the gravity of the situation. While Lu Fan might have navigated the beast forest safely under normal circumstances, the looming beast tide made the current venture perilous. After a moment of reflection, Shen Fei addressed Chen Hao, prepare your team for battle. As for Lu Fan, I trust he has his own plans in mind. You mentioned he would return in half a month, correct? With a month until the beast tide, there is ample time. Yes, Chen Hao replied affirmatively. He promptly exited the headquarters, while Tang Shan could no longer contain his confusion, questioning Shen Fei, old Shun. Why not send Chen Hao to retrieve Lu Fan from the beast forest? Why allow him to remain unconcerned? Do you not fear for this promising youth's safety? In response to Tang Shan's bewilderment, Shen Fei chuckled lightly. Lu Fan is no delicate flower confined to a greenhouse. I believe he has his own intentions. Moreover, he may be seeking an opportunity for breakthrough amid this challenge. Sighing, Tang Shan conceded, I hope Lu Fan returns safely. At that moment, Lu Fan re-entered the beast forest. Noticing an unusual increase in the number of beasts, each exhibiting a frenzied demeanor as they charged directly at him. However, Lu Fan dispatched them with ease. Yet, each time he eliminated a beast, several more would be drawn to the commotion, keeping Lu Fan engaged in constant battle. This exhilarated him, as the system notifications echoed continuously, and his kill points steadily accumulated. It seems the beast forest has undergone some transformation, Lu Fan murmured to himself after dispatching several beasts. He chose not to retreat, instead continuing his hunt for beasts to amass more kill points. Chapter 64. How many beasts has this lad slain to accrue such a remarkable number of military achievement points? Time passed swiftly, and half a month went by. Lu Fan emerged from the beast forest, embarking on his return to Jiangnan City. Over the past fortnight, he had relentlessly hunted various magical beasts, losing count of how many he had slain. Nevertheless, his points from these slayings had amassed to 30,000, allowing him to enhance his strength once more. Upon his arrival in Jiangnan City, however, he noticed a significant change. The city walls were heavily fortified with numerous beast hunters, each soldier clad in full armor and wielding weapons, exuding an aura of readiness for battle. This sight perplexed Lu Fan. Why were the beast hunters stationed in Jiangnan City? Could it be related to the impending beast tide? Before he could ponder further, a soldier from the beast hunters, responsible for city defense, caught sight of him. Lu Fan's appearance was quite conspicuous, his attire stained with the crimson blood of magical beasts, and more ominously, he emanated a subtle yet terrifying aura of killing intent. This prompted the soldiers to become vigilant, and soon, an officer approached him, inquiring, "Who are you?" Without hesitation, Lu Fan presented his officer's identification to the questioning soldier. Upon examining the credentials, the officer gasped in astonishment. "You are from the Iron Shield Squad?" Lu Fan nodded, affirming, "Lu Fan of the Iron Shield Squad." At that moment, a figure burst forth from the ranks of beast hunters. It was Zhao Lei from Class 5. Despite Lu Fan's bloodied appearance, Zhao Lei recognized him immediately, exclaiming, "Only Brother Lu could be this formidable. With all that blood, you must have been slaying magical beasts again." Surprised, Lu Fan responded, "Zhao Lei, what are you doing here?" Zhao Lei approached him with a smile, explaining, "Brother Lu, due to the beast tide, we've all been deployed to Jiangnan City. I'm in charge of city defense today." "Oh, so everyone from Class 5 is in Jiangnan City?" Lu Fan inquired, intrigued. "Indeed, all of us from Class 5 are here," Zhao Lei confirmed with a nod. Before Lu Fan could respond, the officer, now aware of Lu Fan's affiliation with the Iron Shield Squad, approached him with renewed enthusiasm, saying, "So you are Brother Lu Fan. I've heard much about you. Joining the Iron Shield Squad at such a young age, your future is limitless." Lu Fan simply smiled in response, "It's nothing much." The officer continued, "However, Brother Lu Fan, I advise you not to venture outside the city for the time being. I've heard rumors that this beast tide could potentially trigger a large-scale beast outbreak. If a large-scale outbreak occurs, it could be perilous outside the city." "A large-scale beast tide?" Lu Fan looked towards Zhao Lei, unaware of these developments. If such an outbreak were to occur, it would indeed be no trifling matter. The entire Jiangnan city would be at risk. Zhao Lei, seeing Lu Fan's gaze, replied, "Brother Lu, I have indeed heard talk of a large-scale beast tide, but I cannot vouch for its authenticity. Moreover, even if it happens, Jiangnan City has likely prepared adequate defenses, so there is no need for excessive worry." After considering Zhao Lei's words, Lu Fan resolved to return to the Iron Shield Squad to ascertain the truth. He told Zhao Lei, "Brother Zhao Lei, I must hasten back now. I will seek out the brothers from Class 5 when I have the opportunity." "All right, Brother Lu, you take care of your matters." Zhao Lei nodded in understanding. Thus, Lu Fan entered Jiangnan City, making his way to the Iron Shield Squad's base. Upon arrival, he fortuitously encountered Commander Zhang Jingwu. Noticing Lu Fan's blood-soaked attire, Zhang Jingwu hesitated before asking, "Are you Lu Fan?" Lu Fan nodded, replying, "Commander Zhang." Upon hearing Lu Fan's name, Zhang Jingwu erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha! Young Lu Fan, you have returned safely. What were you thinking, venturing into the beast forest with the beast tide approaching? Do you not realize the dangers that lurk there?" Lu Fan, puzzled, asked, "Commander, previously, the beast tides in Jiangnan City were merely minor occurrences. Why now is there talk of a large-scale outbreak?" Zhang Jingwu glanced around to ensure no one was eavesdropping before leaning in to confide, "Listen closely, Lu Fan, and do not breathe a word of this to anyone. I have heard rumors from Mayor Long that a 7th-tier king-level magical beast has appeared in the beast forest. If such a beast emerges, it could dominate the other magical beasts within the forest. Should a beast tide occur under its leadership, it may lead to an onslaught of tens of thousands of beasts." Of course, Zhang Jingwu cautioned, this was merely speculation, and there was no concrete evidence to substantiate the existence of a 7th-tier king-level beast. After absorbing this information, Lu Fan understood the gravity of the situation. If a 7th-tier beast were to lead the tide, Jiangnan City would indeed be in grave danger. As Lu Fan contemplated the implications, Zhang Jingwu patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Fear not, young Lu Fan. We have already requested assistance from above, and reinforcements will arrive shortly." At this moment, Zhang Jingwu recalled that Chunhao was eagerly awaiting news of Lu Fan. He urged, "By the way, you should head to Team 1's training room and report your safety to your captain." "Understood." Lu Fan nodded, briefly bidding farewell to Zhang Jingwu before making his way to the training room. Before long, Lu Fan found Chunhao, who was overjoyed to see him return safely. After a brief exchange, Lu Fan returned to his quarters to clean himself up. Once refreshed, he sought out Chunhao again, this time with the intention of redeeming his military merit points for a powerful A-grade martial skill. Lu Fan felt a strong premonition that this beast tide would be extraordinary, and he needed greater strength to protect his family. Chunhao, surprised by Lu Fan's desire to exchange for an A-grade martial skill, exclaimed, "Do you realize how many military merit points an A-grade skill costs? It requires a staggering 30,000 points. Do you possess such an amount?" Lu Fan then presented his merit point wristband for Chunhao to inspect. It recorded his kills and converted them into merit points. As luck would have it, he indeed had 30,000 points, sufficient to redeem one A-grade martial skill. Seeing the merit points on Lu Fan's wristband, Chunhao fell into contemplation, inwardly pondering how many magical beasts Lu Fan had slain to accumulate such points. However, he quickly snapped back to reality and said, "Then let me take you to the resource vault to redeem your A-grade martial skill." As Lu Fan perused the options, he was captivated by several A-grade martial skills: the Xiantian Finger, the Ninefold Thunder Prison Fist, the Void Ripple Step, and the Water Flow Slash. Each skill tempted him greatly, yet he could only redeem one with his merit points, which were insufficient for multiple skills. Furthermore, mastering an A-grade martial skill was no easy feat. While Chunhao observed Lu Fan lost in thought, he refrained from interrupting, patiently awaiting Lu Fan's decision. After a prolonged contemplation, Lu Fan ultimately chose the Water Flow Slash. The reasons for his selection over the other A-grade skills remained unspoken. Nature has its reasons. Firstly, the A-grade martial technique, the Water Severing Slash. is capable of unleashing an extraordinarily powerful strike in a mere instant, making it particularly suitable for someone like him who wields a blade. Secondly, Lu Fan lacks a truly formidable martial skill, and this potent water-severing slash is perfectly tailored for him. Thirdly, aside from the water-severing slash, the other techniques pertain to body movement or fist techniques, which are not appropriate for Lu Fan at this stage. Having considered these factors, Lu Fan chose to exchange for the water-severing slash, thus expending 30,000 military merit points. Chen Hao, who stood nearby, was not surprised by Lu Fan's choice, as he too had sensed that Lu Fan was more inclined towards blade techniques. After Lu Fan completed the exchange for the martial skill, Chen Hao advised him, "Lu Fan, you must remain within Jiangnan City during this time. It is crucial that you do not venture out. The beast tide will arrive in half a month." This made Lu Fan scratch his head in embarrassment and respond, "All right." It was fortuitous, as he would require considerable time to cultivate this A-grade martial skill. Thus, he could dedicate this period to honing his technique, without lingering any longer. Lu Fan bid farewell to Chen Hao and hurried back to his training room to practice the newly acquired martial skill. He needed to swiftly grasp the fundamentals of this A-grade technique in order to ensure his self-protection during the impending beast tide. The water-severing slash is an exceptionally powerful martial skill, characterized by its simplicity, consisting of just 3 forms. The first form is named water severing. The second form is called river severing. The third form is known as sea severing. Each of these forms embodies a singular slashing motion, but their destructive power is terrifying. Each strike is infused with boundless strength, and as the moves progress, this power accumulates and amplifies. Notably, the final form, sea severing, reaches an astonishing level of might. The sheer force of this technique is beyond imagination. If executed by a martial artist of unparalleled strength, it could indeed manifest the terrifying prowess of severing the sea. The overwhelming power seems capable of tearing the ocean asunder, causing the waves to fracture. Its magnitude is truly awe-inspiring. However, at present, Lu Fan's strength remains quite feeble. Even upon mastering the technique, he would not be able to sever the sea unless his cultivation level ascended significantly. Although this A-grade martial skill is immensely powerful, achieving proficiency is no simple feat. Lu Fan estimates that it will take at least 2 weeks to reach the foundational level. Fortunately, once he does, he can utilize slaughter points to enhance his familiarity with the technique. Otherwise, given his talent, it would be uncertain how long it would take him to cultivate this A-grade martial skill to a notable level. Thus, immersed in his training with the newly acquired martial skill, time flowed like water, irretrievable and fleeting. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had elapsed. After 2 weeks of diligent practice, Lu Fan finally attained the foundational level of this A-grade martial skill. Eager to test the might of this technique, he prepared to wield his blade within the training room. The training room housed several steel puppets, specifically designed for testing martial skills. Each of these steel puppets could withstand attacks from martial artists at the martial spirit realm, making it exceedingly difficult to damage or sever them. Even a formidable practitioner at the martial spirit realm would find it challenging to destroy these steel puppets, as only a martial sect master unleashing their full power might succeed. As Lu Fan gazed at the puppets, his eyes widened, and he recalled the movements of the water-severing slash. Soon, he sprung into action, swinging his blade towards the first puppet. First form, water severing. The long blade in Lu Fan's hand moved with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful slash. The strike was formless and colorless. If one did not pay close attention, it would be imperceptible. Furthermore, the speed of the slash was astonishing. It reached the puppet in the span of a single breath. A sharp metallic clang echoed as the blade left a deep gash on the metallic puppet. However, this blow did not sever the puppet completely, though the incision was notably profound. Observing this, Lu Fan couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that his newly acquired technique still lacked sufficient power. In simple terms, Lu Fan had not been able to fully unleash the true might of this move. Nonetheless, the fact that he could inflict a mark on the puppet indicated its strength. A typical martial spirit realm fighter would likely have been severed entirely by such a blow, as their physical resilience pales in comparison to that of the steel puppet. Moreover, let us not forget that this was merely the first form. There were still 2 more to test. Lu Fan proceeded to assess the next 2 forms. River severing. Upon uttering the name, Lu Fan slashed with his blade, unleashing an even more formidable strike than before. In the next moment, it struck the metallic puppet, nearly cleaving it in 2. This blow was significantly more powerful than the previous one, as it came perilously close to severing the puppet entirely, indicating that it approached the might of a martial sect realm attack. Lu Fan could scarcely fathom the strength of the third form. Without hesitation, he began testing the third form, sea severing. In an instant, the distant metallic puppet was completely severed, and the residual force surged towards the training room, leaving a long gash in its structure. Fortunately, the materials used to construct the training room were of exceptional quality. Otherwise, Lu Fan's strike might have destroyed it. Witnessing the near destruction of the training room, Lu Fan refrained from further tests, fearing the repercussions of damaging the facility. Having completed his tests of the new martial skill, Lu Fan was immensely satisfied. The The water-severing slash indeed demonstrated extraordinary power. The final forms could surely be compared to a full-force strike from a practitioner in the early stages of the martial sect realm. However, the sole drawback is the considerable expenditure of vitality required to execute all three forms. Given Lu Fan's current vitality, he could manage a maximum of 10 severing strikes before being completely drained. At this juncture, Lu Fan sat down once more, preparing to use his slaughter points to enhance the water-severing slash. Once upgraded, the technique would undoubtedly become even stronger, and it was likely that the vitality consumption would decrease. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan addressed the system. System, please enhance the water-severing slash to the minor completion level. Chapter 66. Enhancing the Strength of Little Tiger. Lu Fan allocated all his slaughter points to the A-grade martial skill, the water-severing slash, raising its familiarity to the minor completion level. In an instant, numerous insights regarding the water-severing slash flooded his mind, and within a short period, Lu Fan's understanding of the technique significantly deepened. If he were to utilize the water-severing slash again now, he was confident that its power would surpass its previous strength. However, Lu Fan opted not to test it here, fearing that he might inadvertently sever the training room itself. Host, Lu Fan. Age, 18. Cultivation level, initial stage of the Great Martial Master Realm. Vitality, 73,000. Talent, mid-level profound grade. Primary cultivation method, A-grade Dragon Blood Body technique, minor completion. Martial skills, A-grade martial skill water-severing slash, minor completion. B-grade Thunder Armor, full completion. B-grade Thunder Dragon slash, full completion. B-grade Wind Thunder Blade technique, full completion. B-grade Thunder Shadow Step, major completion. B-grade Iron Mountain Fist, major completion. Slaughter points, 0. After reviewing his attribute panel, Lu Fan felt a surge of confidence. With such strength, he should be adequately equipped to ensure his safety during the impending beast tide. Should it arise? Calculating the time, he noted that there were only 4 days remaining until the beast tide would erupt, coinciding with the onset of October. Before that, he needed to return home to enhance Little Tiger's strength, ensuring better protection for his parents. It is not that Lu Fan does not wish to return to safeguard his parents personally, but rather that as a member of the beast-hunting army, he bears the solemn responsibility of protecting the citizens of Jiangnan. Upon returning home, both Lu Jun and Chen Jingyin were filled with joy. However, Lu Fan quickly interjected, "Dad. Mom, I can only stay for half a day this time. I cannot linger at home." The delighted expressions on Chen Jingyin and Lu Jun's faces froze, their joy dissipating swiftly. Lu Jun, perplexed, inquired, "Xiao Fan, why can you only stay for half a day? Is there something happening at the military camp?" "Indeed. Xiao Fan, your mother wants to prepare a meal for you." Chen Jingyin's earlier happiness vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Fan resolved to inform his parents about the impending beast tide. "Dad, Mom, this year marks the outbreak of the beast tide. Have you forgotten? As a member of the beast-hunting army, I must always be ready for battle." He chose not to disclose the potentially greater dangers of this year's beast tide, wishing to spare his parents unnecessary worry. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun slapped his forehead in realization, exclaiming, "Oh dear, how could I forget such an important matter? It has been 10 years since the last beast tide, and this year is indeed the year of its resurgence." Chen Jingyin's face immediately reflected concern as she gazed at Lu Fan, saying, "Xiao Fan, with the beast tide this year, will you be in great danger as a member of the beast-hunting army?" Noticing his parents' anxious expressions, Lu Fan smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry, Mom and Dad. My strength is considerable now. Even if the beast tide occurs, it may merely be a minor one, posing no real threat. I will be fine." To alleviate their concerns, Lu Fan decided to withhold certain details. Despite his assurances, Chen Jingyin remained visibly anxious, urging, "Xiao Fan, if the beast tide occurs, it could be perilous. You must be cautious." Lu Jun recalled the previous beast tide, acknowledging that although it had erupted a decade ago, there had been no significant beast waves attacking Jiangnan. This thought eased his mind considerably, as he comforted his worried wife. "Dear, remember, although the beast tide occurred previously, there were no large-scale beast waves that struck Jiangnan. Moreover, our son is incredibly capable. He will be safe." Chen Jingyin felt somewhat reassured by Lu Jun's words. Nevertheless, she cautioned Lu Fan, "Xiao Fan, if there is real danger, you must take care of yourself and never act recklessly. Do not aspire to be a hero. I only wish for your safety. Do you hear me?" Lu Fan chuckled in response. "Rest assured, I have no desire to be a hero. I will retreat when necessary." "That is good to hear." Chen Jingyin feared that Lu Fan, in his youth and idealism, might confront danger without adaptability. At that moment, Lu Fan turned his attention to the small tiger lying nearby, saying, "The main reason for my return this time is to enhance the small tiger's strength, enabling it to better protect you." With that, Lu Fan retrieved a considerable quantity of essence from 4th-tier beast corpses from his spatial ring and placed them on the floor. The previously languid small tiger's eyes gleamed with excitement, sensing that consuming these would undoubtedly bolster its power. Suddenly, Chen Jingyin appeared to recall something, exclaiming, Xiao Fan. Since you have half a day off, I will go sell vegetables and prepare a meal for you. You must be longing for home-cooked food after such a long time, right? All right. Lu Fan did not refuse. Indeed, he had missed home-cooked meals. Chen Jingyin then turned to Lu Jun, saying, Come, dear, let us go sell vegetables. Oh, very well. Lu Jun had hoped for more conversation with Lu Fan, but was swiftly pulled away by his wife. Soon, Chen Jingyin and Lu Jun hurriedly left. Meanwhile, the small tiger was drooling over the pile of beast essence on the floor. Lu Fan, seeing this, wasted no time, saying to the small tiger, Go ahead, eat. Afterward, enhance your strength. You must protect my parents well during this beast tide. The small tiger nodded earnestly and pounced on the heap of essence, devouring it eagerly. Lu Fan watched with a smile, then settled onto the sofa, enjoying familiar anime on television while snacking, relishing this fleeting moment of tranquility. The small tiger soon finished the large portion of meat and, feeling satiated, found a comfortable spot to curl up and drift into a deep slumber. Lu Fan paid no mind to the small tiger, knowing it needed to digest the potent essence thoroughly. Upon waking, it would likely seek to break through its limits. However, it was probable that the small tiger would only manage to advance a few minor levels and not reach the third-tier beast status. Chapter 67. Danger in Jiangnan. Lu Fan did not linger at home for long. After enjoying a meal, he prepared to return to the Iron Shield Squad. Before his departure, Chen Jingyin gazed at him with a mix of concern and reluctance, saying, Xiao Fan, remember to stay safe. Lu Jun, standing beside her, patted Lu Fan on the shoulder with a complex expression, Xiao Fan, we await your safe return, and then I will prepare a grand feast for you. Lu Fan felt a profound emotional stir within him, replying, Dad, I will return safely to enjoy your cooking. All right. Lu Jun, at a loss for words, remained silent. Meanwhile, Chen Jingyin produced a peace talisman from her pocket, handing it to Lu Fan. This is a peace talisman I sought for you earlier. May it protect you and ensure your safety. Lu Fan accepted the talisman without hesitation, tucking it into his pocket. He then addressed his parents. Dad, Mom, I must return to the military camp. During the beast tide, you should remain at home. If any beasts breach Jiangnan's defenses, the small tiger will keep you safe. Understood. But Xiao Fan, you must prioritize your safety. Chen Jingyin could not help but express her concern once more. After exchanging a few more words with his parents, Lu Fan set off back to the Iron Shield Squad S-base in Jiangnan. In the training room of the Iron Shield Squad, all the members had gathered, including Lu Fan. The squad leader, Chun Hao, stood before them, his demeanor grave as he addressed the group. Everyone has had their time with family. In the coming days, I expect each of you to prepare diligently for the impending beast tide. Should any danger arise in Jiangnan, or if a city falls, we may be called upon to respond. He continued, our responsibilities as the Iron Shield Squad are more substantial and perilous than those of ordinary beast hunters. This is something you must all comprehend. At this moment, you may choose to withdraw from the Iron Shield Squad and join a standard beast hunting unit. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? With that, Chun Hao scanned the room with a calm gaze, lingering momentarily on Lu Fan. He presumed Lu Fan might be inclined to withdraw, as he was merely an intern and his strength did not quite match the demands of their missions, which were indeed riskier than those of typical beast hunting squads. However, Lu Fan remained steadfast, showing no inclination to withdraw. The rest of the squad members mirrored his resolve, none opting to withdraw. They understood that withdrawing out of fear would brand them as cowards or deserters in the face of the impending beast tide. They are certainly not cowards, nor do they wish to be seen as such. After a considerable wait, Chun Hao inquired once more, is there truly no one willing to withdraw? Silence enveloped the gathering, with no one choosing to step back. Observing this, Chun Hao erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha, excellent. It seems you are all true men. A mere tide of demon beasts is insufficient to instill fear in us. Moreover, this time, a powerful warrior of the Martial King realm has been dispatched to oversee Jiangnan City. This Martial King, renowned as the Sword King, is exceptionally formidable. Thus, even in the face of a large-scale demon beast tide, we remain unafraid. Our task is to remain ever prepared, ready to mobilize at a moment's notice. Now, everyone, make your preparations. After a brief address, Chun Hao dismissed the assembly. He then sought out Lu Fan to engage in conversation. Lu Fan, with your strength, it would be perilous to execute a mission alongside us. Are you truly resolute in your decision to not withdraw? To this, Lu Fan met Chun Hao's gaze and retorted, Captain, do you truly believe me to be a coward? If I were to cower at the mere thought of danger, how could I aspire to become a top-tier powerhouse in this world? Upon hearing Lu Fan's words, Chun Hao smacked his forehead, realizing he had underestimated the young man. However, your strength still makes it too dangerous for you to act with us. As he spoke, Chun Hao retrieved a black gold battle armor from his spatial ring and handed it to Lu Fan, saying, I shall lend you this B-grade black gold armor for the time being. Once the demon beast tide has passed, you may return it to me. Captain, this. Lu Fan was taken aback by Chun Hao's generosity in lending him a B-grade armor. especially in light of the impending battle, where such an item was invaluable. Possessing a B-grade armor would significantly enhance his survival chances on the battlefield. Chunhao's act of trust deeply moved Lu Fan. Noticing Lu Fan's expression, Chunhao chuckled heartily and clapped him on the shoulder, saying, "Just accept it. Have you forgotten the cultivation technique I practice? My defensive prowess is formidable. Whether or not I wear a B-grade armor makes little difference." "Very well. Thank you, Captain." Lu Fan, not one to be overly sentimental, promptly accepted the armor. Chunhao then continued, "Lu Fan, remember to visit the resource vault to collect healing potions. They are prepared for us free of charge." "Understood, Captain." Lu Fan nodded in affirmation. With that, Chunhao refrained from further discussion and attended to other matters, while Lu Fan took the opportunity to head to the resource vault, where he quickly acquired various potions. Due to the imminent battle, he was issued a substantial array of safety provisions: 2 C-grade healing potions, 10 D-grade healing potions, 2 C-grade vitality potions, 10 D-grade vitality potions, and a single C-grade berserk potion. Armed with these supplies, his chances of survival on the battlefield would significantly improve. The berserk potion served as a last resort. Upon consumption, it would double his vitality, physique, and strength for a fleeting 10 minutes, after which he would be left severely weakened. Thus, it was a desperate gamble. Should he not vanquish his foes in that brief window, he would face certain death. Once Lu Fan had collected these resources, he awaited the mission within the Iron Shield Squad. Days passed, and soon it was the evening of September 30th, the eve of October. The day the demon beast tide was set to erupt. The moon hung unusually full, and, astonishingly, it glowed a blood-red hue. As this sanguine moon cast its light upon the blue star, the night appeared drenched in crimson, a sight both terrifying and uncanny. The emergence of the blood-red moon instilled a deep sense of foreboding across the globe. In Jiangnan City, the high-ranking officials gazed warily at the crimson moon, a sense of unease settling within them. Cold Xinxing, Shen Fei, and the other powerful figures in Jiangnan recognized the omen. The tide of demon beasts was approaching. Cold Xinxing immediately instructed his secretary, summoned the officials of Jiangnan City and the representatives of the 4 prominent families for an emergency meeting. Yes, the secretary acknowledged. And without delay, an invisible danger began to envelop Jiangnan City. Far from the city, within the demon beast forest, the creatures seemed to be influenced by the moonlight, spiraling into a frenzy, their roars echoing through the woods. At the heart of the forest, a colossal black bull stood atop the desolate ground, resembling an ancient, shadowy mountain. Its hide was not composed of soft fur, but rather armored scales, dense and rough like bronze, adorned with ancient scars and bizarre patterns that shimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the dim moonlight. Most striking of all was the bull's head, crowned with a pair of twisted, massive horns that pierced the heavens. The horn's surface was not smooth, but instead spiraled with dark, golden natural runes, the tips seemingly charged with a dark energy capable of rending the very fabric of space. The bull's eyes were akin to molten furnaces, their gaze seething with primal, savage fury, distorting the very air around them. Its breath resonated like thunder, each exhalation releasing steam laced with sparks and the scent of sulfur. The immense musculature of the beast rippled with each slight movement, producing a sound akin to boulders crashing down. Its hooves resembled inverted bronze cauldrons, wherever it tread. The ground cracked, spiderwebs of fissures appearing, with faint glimmers of dark red fire flickering within. Remarkably, a serpentine tail extended from its rear, at the tip of which burned an eternal dark flame, silently consuming the air and leaving fleeting, scorching afterimages in its wake. This formidable creature, known as the Black Iron Bull, was a 7th-tier demon beast that had awakened the bloodline of an ancient entity, the Sea Bull, empowered by this ancestral lineage. The Black Iron Bull was no ordinary 7th-tier beast. Its true strength could rival certain 8th-tier demon beasts. At this moment, under the influence of the blood moon, the towering Black Iron Bull King exhibited signs of bloodlust and rage. Its gaze fixated upon Jiangnan City as if it could peer through the void to the city in the distance. With a thunderous roar, the Black Iron Bull King bellowed, its cry resonating throughout the demon beast forest, prompting a cacophony of roars from the other creatures in response to its summons. After its bellow, the Black Iron Bull King began to stride towards the forest's edge, each step drawing more demon beasts to converge alongside it, gradually forming a terrifying wave of beasts. Meanwhile, in the Jiangnan City conference room, officials and notable strongmen gathered around the table, convened to strategize their response to the impending tide of demon beasts. This time, Cold Xinxing did not occupy the head seat. Instead, he sat to the side, poised to listen and contribute. At the head of the table sat an elderly man with a head of silver hair, exuding an air of ethereal grace. This venerable figure, known as Lin Qingfeng, was a formidable 7th-tier expert dispatched from above to assist Jiangnan City, renowned far and wide as the Sword King. It was at this moment that Lin Xingchen turned to Lin Qingfeng and inquired, "Old Lin, if 7th-tier demon beasts were to attack, do you have the confidence to slay them?" Upon hearing the question, Lin Qingfeng smiled confidently, as long as they are not late-stage 7th-tier demon beasts. I can dispatch them with my sword. However, should they be late-stage, it would require considerable effort. The attendees in the conference room felt a wave of reassurance wash over them upon hearing Lin Qingfeng's words. Lung Xingchen, too, felt a sense of security. With old Lin present, Jiangnan City would likely be safeguarded. Additionally, a protective army had been dispatched to assist in defending Jiangnan City, which meant that in the face of a large-scale demon beast tide, they only needed to maintain the city's defenses. The reason more troops were not sent to Jiangnan City was due to the fact that the demon beast tide was not confined to this single city. It was a nationwide phenomenon, with countless cities requiring assistance. Naturally, Lung Xingchen was uncertain whether a large-scale demon beast tide would actually materialize, as its absence would render Jiangnan City even safer. Continuing, Lung Xingchen stated, "This demon beast tide is expected to last for approximately 5 days. During this time, whether or not we encounter the tide, I urge everyone to remain vigilant. Should the demon beast tide appear, notify us immediately." He paused for a moment, contemplating, especially tonight. "It is possible that the tide may strike this very evening, so please stay alert." "Understood," responded the officials from Jiangnan City. Observing this, Lung Xingchen turned to the martial clans represented by Li Hua and others, declaring, "Regardless of your martial family, I require you to station martial masters in Jiangnan City tonight. Additionally, send your elite members to assist in the city's defense." Tang Shan, representing the Tang family, promptly affirmed, "No problem. I will oversee the defense of Jiangnan City on behalf of the Tang family. We will also dispatch our elite to aid in the city's protection." Wang Ning, the representative of the Wang family, echoed, "I will also take charge in Jiangnan City, and the Wang family's elites will lend their support." Nodding appreciatively, Lung Xingchen then looked towards Li Hua, the head of the Li family. Feeling the weight of Lung Xingchen's gaze, Li Hua reluctantly nodded. "I will represent the Li family in overseeing Jiangnan City, and we will also dispatch our elite." Having recently advanced to the martial master level, he was qualified to take on this responsibility. However, Li Hua had no intention of truly risking his life or expending his strength should danger arise. He would not hesitate to flee. Seeing this, Lung Xingchen nodded, content that everyone was prepared to face the impending demon beast tide. All martial masters were to remain and oversee Jiangnan City to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Suddenly, Li Hua spoke up, "Mayor Lung, I need to return home to arrange some matters. May I take a brief leave?" He needed to inform his family to conserve their strength and retreat if danger loomed. Certainly, Lung Xingchen, assuming Li Hua needed to organize personnel, had no objections. Wang Ning and Tang Shan also requested to return home for arrangements, to which Lung Xingchen agreed, as he too needed to attend to matters in his own family. Chapter 69, Peril in Jiangnan City. Upon returning to the Li family estate, Li Hua quickly summoned his family members for a meeting. Once the Li family's experts were assembled, he addressed them. "The mayor, Lung Xingchen, has tasked our various clans to dispatch elites to resist the demon beast tide. What are your thoughts on this?" Lung Xingchen, as the mayor of Jiangnan City, naturally desires our 4 great families to exert effort against the demon beast tide. All the glory will ultimately belong to his clan, huffed an elder from the Li family. "Indeed, why should our Li family sacrifice ourselves for the defense of Jiangnan City?" echoed another elder. "Precisely. The citizens of Jiangnan are a bunch of lowly folk. Why should we risk our lives for them in the face of the demon beast tide?" The sentiments of the Li family elders were unanimous. Observing this, Li Hua shook his head. "All 3 of the other great families have agreed to assist Jiangnan City against the demon beast tide. If we, the Li family, refuse, we will undoubtedly become targets. Thus, I will consent, but should a large-scale demon beast tide occur, we shall withdraw. Let the others foolishly fight to the bitter end." He continued, "If no large-scale demon beast tide arises, with the current strength of Jiangnan City, there is no need for our Li family to intervene." "Chief, are you suggesting we act according to the situation? Withdraw if a large-scale demon beast tide occurs?" inquired one elder. "Precisely. I have no desire for Li family members to perish for a bunch of contemptible commoners," Li Hua affirmed. This sentiment was met with agreement from the elders, who declared, "Indeed, we, the Li family, are a martial lineage. We will not die for some lowly citizens." With that, Li Hua waved his hand. "All right. We will dispatch our elites to assist in the city's defense. Grand Elder, you shall lead the other elders." He then added, "Furthermore, I must inform our ancestor about this." With that, Li Hua dismissed the elders and proceeded to a luxurious villa. The most powerful figure in the Li family was their ancestor, a late-stage martial general and a top-tier expert in Jiangnan City. As Li Hua approached the opulent villa, he could hear the sound of laughter emanating from within. "Haha, little beauty, I've caught you. Nowhere left to run. I shall teach you a lesson." Li Hua was unfazed by this. The only flaw of the Li family ancestor was his excessive lust, persisting even at the advanced age of 80 or 90. Soon, Li Hua knocked on the villa door, instantly silencing the commotion within. The Li family ancestor then bellowed in irritation, "Who dares to disturb my good fortune?" "Ancestor, I have matters to discuss," Li Hua replied respectfully. After a brief pause, the ancestor called out, "Come in." "Yes." Li Hua opened the door and found the ancestor seated on a sofa, accompanied by a captivating young woman in her 20s. Upon seeing Li Hua enter, the ancestor glared and asked, "Li Hua, what business do you have that interrupts my affairs?" Had it been anyone else from the Li family, he would have already resorted to punishment. However, he refrained from doing so, considering Li Hua was the current head of the family. Li Hua recounted the situation regarding the demon beast tide, and upon hearing that 7th-tier demon beasts might lead a large-scale tide to attack Jiangnan City, the ancestor's demeanor shifted to panic. "What are we waiting for? We must flee Jiangnan City at once. 7th-tier demon beasts are beyond my capacity to withstand." The ancestor, who had been consumed by his indulgences, had nearly forgotten about the demon beast tide until Li Hua's reminder jolted him back to reality. Watching the ancestor's alarmed reaction, Li Hua felt a tinge of disdain. The once formidable ancestor had become cowardly and was now solely preoccupied with sensual pleasures. He had essentially become useless. Fortunately, the Li family had a new generation of prodigies, including Li Hua's eldest son, who, barring any unforeseen circumstances, was destined to become a martial king or perhaps even a martial sovereign or saint in the future. At that time, the Li family would truly rise to prominence. However, Li Hua did not dwell on this. He merely informed the ancestor that there were powerful reinforcements supporting Jiangnan City and that it was still uncertain whether a large-scale demon beast tide would occur. Thus it was not yet time to retreat. Hearing of the reinforcements, the ancestor felt somewhat reassured, given the formidable support for Jiangnan City. "We shall observe the situation for now. Should Jiangnan City fall, the Li family will withdraw. I have come to inform the ancestor that if Jiangnan City cannot be defended, preparations must be made accordingly." Li Hua shares the same sentiment with the elder of the Li family. If Jiangnan City cannot be safeguarded, they will retreat. "Very well. I have acknowledged this matter. Do you have anything else to discuss? If not, you may leave." Upon finishing his words, the elder of the Li family began to take liberties with the beautiful young woman beside him. Li Hua, witnessing this, simply shook his head and exited the room. At the Lung family, Lung Xingchen informed Lung Ruoming about the impending beast tide. Upon learning of the potential invasion of formidable beasts upon Jiangnan City, an inexplicable worry for Lu Fan engulfed her. After all, Lu Fan was part of the beast hunting army. Would he be safe amidst such chaos? With this thought, Lung Ruoming resolved to send Lu Fan a message to offer a word of caution. It dawned on her that since their last farewell, she had not had the chance to see him again. Furthermore, each time she messaged him, his responses were merely curt, leaving her feeling quite despondent. Here she was, a prominent school belle, yet Lu Fan only replied with a few scant words. Nevertheless, this only fueled her competitive spirit. She refused to believe she could not win his affection. As Lung Ruoming pondered, her father, Lung Xingchen, observed her lost expression with curiosity and inquired, "Ruoming, what troubles you?" Indeed, Lung Xingchen is Lung Ruoming's father. Upon hearing her father's voice, she snapped back to reality, shook her head, and replied, "It's nothing, Dad. I'm heading back to my room." With that, she hurried towards her chamber, eager to send a message to Lu Fan. Lung Xingchen watched his daughter's retreating figure. Feeling slightly perplexed, yet he dismissed it. He had many pressing matters to attend to. Meanwhile, at the Tang family, Tang Xiaoxiao, upon learning about the beast tide, found herself inexplicably thinking of Lu Fan as well. This concern prompted her to muster the courage to ask her father, Tang Shan, "Dad, do you know someone named Lu Fan?" Lu Fan. Tang Shan was quite familiar with Lu Fan. He had been the examiner during Lu Fan's assessment. However, Tang Shan found it curious that his daughter suddenly mentioned Lu Fan. Did they know each other? Xiao, do you know Lu Fan? What is your relationship with him? Tang Shan inquired seriously, not wanting his precious daughter to fall into the clutches of any undeserving suitor. Faced with her father's questioning, Tang Xiaoxiao's demeanor became flustered as she stammered, "I have no relationship with Lu Fan." "If you have no relationship with him, why are you so anxious?" Tang Shan thought to himself, sensing something amiss. Could it be that his daughter was indeed smitten with Lu Fan? With this realization, he sighed softly, lamenting the fleeting nature of youth. Yet, he harbored a certain fondness for Lu Fan. If Lu Fan were to become his son-in-law, it wouldn't be a terrible prospect. Quickly, Tang Shan sought to reassure his daughter, Xiao, you should understand that in the upcoming beast tide, no one is truly safe. All I can do is ensure I look out for Lu Fan during this time. As for you, it would be best to stay at home. With the strength of the Tang family nearby, you should be secure. All right, just make sure to take extra care of Lu Fan. After all, he is my classmate." Tang Xiao felt compelled to clarify her reasons, fearing her father might misinterpret her concerns. However, to Tang Shan, her explanations felt like a veil for deeper feelings, raising his suspicions about her affections. Nevertheless, he chose not to pry further, for there were many matters demanding his attention. Elsewhere, Lu Fan soon received messages from both Tang Xiao and Lung Ruoming, each imbued with concern. He responded briefly, advising them to prioritize their safety. At that moment, Zhao Long, a skilled warrior at the late stage of the great martial master realm, approached Lu Fan. "Brother Lu Fan, if any tasks arise, you must stay close to me." I'll ensure your protection, Zhao Long whispered to Lu Fan, who he greatly admired, particularly given Lu Fan's background with the beast hunting army. Little did Zhao Long realize that Lu Fan had likely surpassed him in strength by now and required no protection. Gratefully acknowledging Zhao Long's goodwill, Lu Fan simply responded, "Thank you." Zhao Long waved his hand dismissively. What else with the thanks? We are comrades, after all. At this point, Zhao Long's gaze drifted toward the blood-red moon outside, expressing a hope that a beast tide would not occur. Otherwise, he feared for the lives that would be lost. As time flowed gently onward, it soon reached the latter half of the night. The soldiers tasked with city defense began to let their guard down, with some even dozing off. Tang Shan, responsible for the patrols, grew furious upon noticing a soldier sleeping on duty and barked at his aide. Which unit does this soldier belong to? How dare they sleep at a time like this? The aide promptly replied, "This is the defense position of the 2nd Platoon of the 2nd Battalion of the Beast Hunting Army. It should be one of their soldiers." Humph. Soldiers of the 2nd Battalion? Summon their commander to witness the state of his troops. Tang Shan angrily retorted, "If beasts were to infiltrate Jiangnan City from this point, it could lead to civilian casualties, hence Tang Shan's ire." Before the aide could respond, a series of beastly roars erupted from afar, accompanied by a tremor felt beneath their feet. In an instant, the gravity of the situation dawned on everyone present, and Tang Shan's gaze shifted to the plains beyond Jiangnan City. Sure enough, numerous pairs of blood-red eyes emerged in the distance, accompanied by the continuous howls of beasts. Without delay, Tang Shan shouted, "The beast tide is upon us. Sound the alarm. The entire city must be on high alert." His commanding voice jolted the dazed soldiers back to attention, and soon the piercing alarm echoed throughout Jiangnan City, instilling a deep sense of unease among its citizens. As Lu Fan awaited at the station, the blaring alarm signaled the imminent onslaught of the beast tide. Chun Hao and his comrades also heard the alarm, prompting Deputy Captain Li Wan to turn to Chun Hao and inquire, "Should we take action?" To this, Chun Hao shook his head, his gaze fixed on the direction of the city defenses of Jiangnan, stating, "Not yet. Our mission has not commenced. We must continue to wait." Continue to wait? Li Wan echoed, casting a glance towards the city defenses of Jiangnan. Uncertainty clouded their minds. How many beasts had arrived? Meanwhile, the squad donned their combat armor and armed themselves with various weapons, preparing for battle. Lu Fan was no exception. He had already put on the B-grade armor lent to him by the captain. At the Jiangnan City Government Office, the ever-dutiful Lung Xingchen, having returned to work, wasted no time in seeking out Lin Qingfeng upon hearing the alarm. "Old Lin," he exclaimed urgently, "the beast tide has arrived." Lin Qingfeng, having also heard the alarm, nodded affirmatively. "I am aware. I shall head to the city defenses at once." "Perfect. Let us go together," Lung Xingchen responded, uncertain of the situation ahead and the number of beasts that had emerged. Before setting off, he instructed the elite warriors of each prominent family to prepare for the impending crisis. Upon receiving this news, Li Hua maintained a composed demeanor, continuing to await further information, unaware of the true nature of the situation or the number of beasts that had come forth. Beside him, an elder from the Li family quietly inquired, "Patriarch, should we offer assistance or retreat?" To which Li Hua replied, shaking his head, "We wait. If it is a large-scale beast tide with 7th-tier beasts, I must ensure the safety of the Li family. However, if it is merely a minor beast tide lacking 7th-tier creatures, it poses little threat. Thus, we shall await more intelligence." Chapter 71. The Great Battle. As the piercing alarm echoed throughout Jiangnan City, Lung Xingchen and several powerful figures solemnly ascended the city walls, gazing at the approaching tide of beasts in the distance. When Lin Qingfeng sensed the formidable aura emanating from afar, his expression grew grave. This is a 7th-tier beast. Moreover, it is no ordinary 7th-tier beast. Its bloodline must be extraordinarily strong, he declared with seriousness. Lung Xingchen surveyed the countless beasts and remarked gravely, "It appears we have indeed triggered a large-scale beast tide." He then addressed an official nearby, instructing, "Put the entire city on high alert. Ensure the citizens of Jiangnan remain indoors and do not venture outside. Additionally, the police must maintain order in Jiangnan City to prevent any nefarious elements from taking advantage of the chaos. Furthermore, preparations must be made for the evacuation of the citizens should the beasts breach the city." Preemptively, Lung Xingchen prepared for the worst, ensuring that if the beasts were to breach Jiangnan City, there would be time for the populace to evacuate. The official at his side nodded in agreement and hurried off to implement these directives. Meanwhile, Tang Shan, observing the encroaching beasts, turned to Lung Xingchen with a concerned expression. "We cannot allow that 7th-tier beast to approach Jiangnan City. Otherwise, the city's defenses may not withstand its assault." Lung Xingchen understood the gravity of the situation and nodded, glancing at the ethereal Lin Qingfeng. "Old Lin, I entrust this matter to you. Leave it to me." Lin Qingfeng replied with a chuckle, "I shall ensure that this 7th-tier beast does not come near Jiangnan City." He stroked his graying beard and then drew the long sword that had been resting at his back. With a resonant clang, the sword sang out, radiating a brilliant golden light against the dark night sky. In an instant, Lin Xingfeng leapt onto the golden sword, soaring through the air towards the approaching 7th-tier beast. Before anyone could react, Lin Xingfeng stood atop the golden sword, transformed into a streak of golden light, hurtling towards the distant 7th-tier beast. This spectacle elicited gasps of awe from many onlookers, some exclaiming in astonishment. Lung Xingchen gazed enviously at Lin Xingfeng soaring on his sword, although he too could briefly fly. It paled in comparison to the grace of sword flight. Nonetheless, he set his mind to preparing for battle. In no time, Lin Xingfeng found himself before the formidable Black Iron Bull King of the 7th tier. Gazing at the beast exuding an overwhelming aura, he mused. Has it awakened an ancient bloodline? Just then, the Black Iron Bull King noticed Lin Xingfeng in midair. With a thunderous roar, it swung its massive paw towards Lin Xingfeng without hesitation. Lin Xingfeng, recognizing the imminent danger, swiftly swung his long sword to counter the Bull King's assault. In an instant, a colossal golden sword beam, stretching 100 meters, descended upon the Black Iron Bull King's paw. Upon impact, a massive explosion erupted, distorting the space around them as the two formidable forces clashed. Thus commenced an epic battle between Lin Xingfeng and the Black Iron Bull King. To Lin Xingfeng's astonishment, this mid-tier 7th-tier beast proved to be his equal in combat. He, as a late-tier 7th-tier warrior and a sword king, typically encountered no challenge from lesser opponents. Yet, this Black Iron Bull King, despite its tier, fought fiercely against him. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lin Xingfeng understood that this beast had undoubtedly awakened a terrifying ancient bloodline. As Lin Xingfeng engaged the Black Iron Bull King, the beast tide surged closer to Jiangnan City. Beasts began to scale the city walls, launching an assault on the soldiers stationed above. A grand battle was about to unfold. Lung Xingchen, witnessing the high-tier beasts drawing near, turned to his comrades Shun Fei, Tang Shan, and other powerful allies, declaring, "We must first thwart the advance of those high-tier beasts, otherwise Jiangnan City's defenses will crumble under their assault." "Huh, no problem," Shun Fei replied, his spirit ignited rather than daunted by the horde of beasts. In the next moment, he charged forward with his great sword, cutting down the high-tier beasts. The other strong warriors of Jiangnan City exchanged determined glances, joining the fray against the approaching beasts. At this moment, Lung Xingchen noted that the Li family had yet to arrive at the city walls, prompting his frustration. What is taking the Li family so long? Are they planning to abandon us? With that thought, he instructed his aide, "Hurry the Li family. They must bring their forces to assist in the defense. If they do not, they will find themselves expelled from Jiangnan City once the battle concludes." "Yes," the aide affirmed, promptly departing. Meanwhile, Lung Xingchen took command atop the city walls, directing the defense. As the battle erupted, the beasts, driven into a frenzy by the scent of blood, surged towards the towering walls of Jiangnan City. The defenders employed every means at their disposal to repel the oncoming horde, but the sheer number of beasts, combined with their reckless abandon, led to fierce skirmishes atop the walls. At this juncture, Zhang Weigua and his squad held a section of the wall against the onslaught of beasts. As the battle had only just begun, Zhang Weigua and his comrades dispatched the wave of beasts assailing the walls with relative ease. However, as an increasing number of monstrous beasts surged forward, the predicament of Zhang Weigua and his companions gradually descended into peril. After slaying a 2nd-tier beast, Zhang Weigua gritted his teeth and cursed vehemently, "Damn it! These creatures have truly gone mad. They are recklessly throwing their lives away." Zhao Lei, having dispatched a lower-tier beast, wiped the blood of the monster from his face and, glancing at the dense tide of beasts below, could not help but ask with a hint of trepidation, "Class leader, will we survive this onslaught of beasts?" Upon hearing Zhao Lei's query, the members of Class 5 turned their gaze towards Zhang Weigua, their eyes brimming with apprehension. In response, Zhang Weigua clenched his jaw and asserted, "Yes, as long as I'm here, you all shall live." No sooner had he uttered these words than new beasts lunged at them. Thus, Zhang Weigua had no choice but to continue the battle. While Zhao Lei and the others felt a sense of reassurance from Zhang Weigua's declaration and resumed their hunt for the beasts. Though they were uncertain of the truth behind Zhang Weigua's words, at the very least, they clung to a glimmer of hope for survival. Chapter 72, The Great Battle. Within the Iron Shield Squad's encampment, a team waited anxiously for a mission order that had yet to arrive. This delay prompted Zhao Long to express his impatience to Chen Hao. "Captain, the battle has already commenced outside. Why are we still waiting for our orders?" Chen Hao, listening to the roars and clashes echoing from the outside, felt a pang of urgency within him, but still reassured Zhao Long, "Do not fret. Our time has not yet come. Alas, while the beast-hunting army engages in combat, we remain here idly waiting. This is rather disconcerting." Zhao Long sighed. Chen Hao shook his head slightly, choosing not to comment further. After waiting for at least an hour, a mission finally arrived. "There is a breach in the southern city wall that requires our team to secure it and prevent the beasts from infiltrating. We must also buy time for the engineering team to conduct repairs," Chen Hao announced, reading the mission aloud to the group. The mission had finally come. Zhao Long and the others straightened their expressions. Without further ado, Chunhao instructed earnestly, "Everyone, prepare yourselves. We shall act immediately." He then glanced at Zhao Long and the others. Before turning to Lu Fan, "You all must take extra care of this newcomer. After all, he is merely a martial master." "Understood. No problem, Captain." The team responded in unison. Lu Fan, wishing to assert that he possessed a modicum of skill and did not require protection, found himself without a chance to speak before Chunhao waved his hand and declared, "Are we all ready? Let us move out." With that, Chunhao's figure transformed into a specter as he sped towards the southern city, and the team hurriedly followed. Considering that Lu Fan might struggle to keep pace, Zhao Long deliberately slowed down, waiting for him. However, Zhao Long quickly realized that Lu Fan's speed was astonishingly swift, even surpassing his own. This left Zhao Long bewildered, muttering to himself, "How peculiar. Why is Lu Fan so fast? He is outpacing me by quite a margin." Yet, time offered him little opportunity for contemplation. If he did not hasten, he would risk falling behind. At the southern city wall, the battle was equally gruesome. A copious amount of blood had already stained the wall a deep crimson, and countless beast carcasses lay piled at its base, forming a small mountain. Many soldiers tasked with defending the wall had sustained injuries or met their demise, with anguished cries echoing throughout the area. Meanwhile, at the breach created by the beast's onslaught, a relentless stream of creatures continued to charge forward. The beast hunting army's officer, witnessing the unyielding tide of monsters and the heavy casualties among his troops, murmured gravely, "When will reinforcements arrive? If they do not come soon, we may not hold the line." These beasts had become frenzied, disregarding their own lives, their ferocity unmatched. The soldiers defending this section had already suffered considerable losses. Should this continue, their position would surely falter. Nevertheless, the officer did not retreat or flee. Instead, he bellowed at the remaining soldiers, "Hold the line until reinforcements arrive. If we fail to secure this position, our homeland will be ravaged by these beasts, and our families will perish. Defending this place is not solely for ourselves, but for our homes behind us." "Yes." The remaining soldiers of the beast-hunting army responded in unison. Then, facing the onslaught of beasts, they unleashed an even greater fighting spirit. The officer, seeing this surge of determination, put aside his own thoughts and brandished his weapon, continuing to engage the beasts. Now, he could only hope that assistance would arrive swiftly. While the morale of the troops had been ignited, it was merely a fleeting surge. Time passed slowly, and the soldiers of the beast-hunting army gradually succumbed to fatigue. The sheer number of beasts was overwhelming, an endless tide that left them uncertain as to when they could finally slay their way to safety. The plight of the weary soldiers grew increasingly dire, with several already falling to the beast's ferocity. The officer's heart burned with rage and sorrow as he witnessed his comrades being slain. He yearned to lend a hand, yet he was ensnared by the overwhelming number of beasts, unable to save anyone while fighting for his own survival. Just then, brilliant beams of light flickered in the distance. Before the officer could comprehend the situation, a powerful attack struck the breach where the beasts continued to pour in. A resounding explosion echoed as the wave of the blast annihilated the beasts surging through the opening. Yet, this was merely the beginning. A barrage of formidable attacks followed in rapid succession, and within moments, the beasts at the wall were obliterated, creating a vacuum of space. The officer, astonished, turned to see Chunhao and his comrades emerging, each radiating an overwhelming aura. This sight prompted the officer to exclaim, "The Iron Shield Squad has arrived." The remaining soldiers of the beast-hunting army echoed his sentiment, shouting in unison, "The Iron Shield Squad is here. We are saved. The Iron Shield Squad has come." Splendid. The surviving soldiers rejoiced from the depths of their hearts, for the arrival of the Iron Shield Squad signified their chance at survival. Chunhao stood there, his gaze fixed upon the bloodied soldiers before him, his heart a tumult of emotions. These soldiers were drenched in blood, their bodies and faces smeared with the viscous remnants of beasts, the vivid crimson intertwining with their natural skin tones, a harrowing sight. Some soldiers bore grievous wounds, even missing an arm, yet they refused to falter, gripping their weapons tightly, their resolute gazes conveying an unwavering will to fight to the last breath. Lu Fan, witnessing this scene, felt similarly conflicted. In this silent city, in the unseen corners of the town, others had already borne the weight for its sake. At this moment, Chunhao turned his attention to the battle-scarred officer of the beast-hunting army, speaking with utmost seriousness, "Your mission is complete. Leave this to us, the Iron Shield Squad. With our presence, these beasts shall not breach the heart of the city." The officer, saluting Chunhao, replied, "This position is now in your hands, Commander." Before Chunhao could respond, the officer, having sustained grave injuries, collapsed heavily to the ground, unconscious. Upon witnessing the situation, Chunhao hurriedly approached to assess the circumstances. Discovering that the officer of the beast-hunting army had merely succumbed to unconsciousness, he promptly administered a healing potion to the fallen officer. Subsequently, Chunhao addressed the battered soldiers, saying, "Assist your commander in retreating. We shall handle matters here." Chapter 73, The Great Battle. Once the beast-hunting army had withdrawn from the breach, Chen Hao personally took command alongside Lu Fan and others to defend this critical gap. Any approaching beast would be met with their fierce onslaught. However, the beasts exhibited no fear, relentlessly surging towards the opening. Lu Fan seized this opportune moment to engage the beasts, always leading the charge against them. His formidable prowess did not go unnoticed by Chen Hao and the others, particularly as Lu Fan effortlessly dispatched the beasts with a mere ordinary strike. Chen Hao couldn't help but nod in approval, silently acknowledging Lu Fan's impressive efficiency, noting, "No wonder he hails from the beast hunting army. His movements are decisive and nimble. Moreover, he expends minimal energy." Lu Fan, endowed with only ordinary physical strength and a slight manipulation of his vital energy, could vanquish a beast of equivalent rank. In contrast, the rest of the squad, though capable of slaying beasts swiftly, lacked the understanding of conserving stamina and vital energy. In such a protracted conflict, employing the most energy-efficient methods of combat is paramount. After all, it is a war of attrition. As Lu Fan and his comrades held the line with extraordinary strength, the engineering team swiftly commenced repairs on the city walls. Any beast daring to assault or damage would be swiftly dealt with by Lu Fan and the others. However, as more beasts fell, the attention of higher-ranking beasts was gradually drawn to the fray. Before long, a fourth-tier beast, accompanied by several third-tier beasts, surged into the breach. Chen Hao, upon noticing this, immediately prepared to strike down the fourth-tier beast. Yet, realizing it was a mid-tier creature, he understood that subduing it would not be an easy task. The remaining third-tier beasts charged towards Lu Fan and his companions. Zhao Long, observing this, shouted to Lu Fan, "Lu Fan, retreat to my side. I will protect you. Do not be afraid." Upon hearing Zhao Long's words, Lu Fan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. How peculiar it sounded for a grown man to say such things. Moreover, who was afraid? He was brimming with excitement, as the beasts were practically delivering themselves to him. Just as Lu Fan pondered this, Zhao Long, seeing Lu Fan hesitating, rushed toward him. In Zhao Long's view, Lu Fan, being a martial artist, would undoubtedly be no match for the third-tier beasts, hence his desire to safeguard Lu Fan. Before Lu Fan could react, Zhao Long had already positioned himself in front of Lu Fan, declaring, "Rest assured, with me here, those beasts cannot harm you." With that, Zhao Long charged into battle against the third-tier beasts. Utilizing his formidable strength, Zhao Long swiftly dispatched one of the third-tier beasts. Witnessing this, Lu Fan felt a surge of indignation. It seemed Zhao Long was attempting to steal his prey. That third-tier beast should have fallen to him, yet it was taken away. This incited a sense of frustration within Lu Fan, prompting him to no longer tolerate Zhao Long's interference and to charge at the third-tier beast himself. "These are my kills. Do not steal them from me," Lu Fan silently vowed. Upon seeing Lu Fan charging forth, Zhao Long exclaimed, "Lu Fan, what are you doing? It's dangerous here." This made Zhao Long question whether Lu Fan was genuinely concerned for him, thus coming to his aid. Thinking along these lines, Zhao Long felt a wave of gratitude. "I know you care about me, Lu Fan, but it's too perilous here. Hurry back to my side, and I will protect you." Lu Fan, his forehead twitching in exasperation, found it utterly ridiculous. However, he paid no heed to Zhao Long's foolishness and continued his advance against one of the third-tier beasts. As the beast roared and swung its massive claws at Lu Fan, Zhao Long shouted, "Lu Fan, be careful." But in the next instant, Zhao Long's eyes widened in astonishment as Lu Fan's form transformed into a streak of azure lightning, evading the beast's attack effortlessly. At that moment, Lu Fan's blade descended upon the third-tier beast's head, which had no time to react before being cleaved in two. A resounding system notification echoed in Lu Fan's mind, filling him with exhilaration. Meanwhile, Zhao Long stood in shock. A third-tier beast, just like that, was slain? How outrageous. This strength surpasses my own. Yet, while Zhao Long was momentarily stunned, the remaining third-tier beast seized the opportunity, lunging at Zhao Long with its gaping maw aimed at his head. Noticing the imminent danger, Lu Fan swiftly swung his weapon at the beast, and a flash of blade light severed the creature's head in an instant. What Lu Fan had executed was an A-grade martial technique, the water flow slash, first form, water severance. Once the deed was done, Lu Fan sheathed his blade with flair and addressed the dazed Zhao Long. "Zhao Long, be more cautious next time. I cannot always be there to save you." At this moment, Zhao Long could only mutter to himself, "What on earth just happened? I was supposed to protect Lu Fan, yet here I am being protected instead?" Moreover, Lu Fan's speed was astonishing. Even I couldn't perceive it. It was evident that Lu Fan's strength was formidable, at least on par with his own. Yet, this left Zhao Long in disbelief, for Lu Fan was merely at the martial artist stage, and his power had escalated so dramatically in such a short span. This acceleration was faster than a rocket. Surely, he must have some hidden advantage. As Zhao Long pondered these thoughts, Lu Fan continued his relentless assault on the remaining beasts. This was a slaughter for the beasts, as every stroke of Lu Fan's blade resulted in the demise of a creature. In a matter of moments, a clear area surrounded Lu Fan, devoid of any beasts. The other members of the team, witnessing Lu Fan's terrifying prowess, fell into a stunned silence. internally acknowledging him as a true monster. After Chun Hao dealt with the fourth-tier beast, he observed Lu Fan's valiant form and exclaimed, "Incredible! Lu Fan is utterly ferocious, relentlessly pursuing and slashing at the beasts. The most astonishing part is that these beasts seem to fear him, avoiding him at all costs, which enables him to continue his rampage." Chun Hao rubbed his eyes in disbelief, muttering to himself, "I am not seeing things, am I? It truly is Lu Fan." Once Lu Fan had cleared the area of beasts, he stood at the breach, single-handedly repelling the onslaught of the remaining creatures. The rest of the team exchanged glances, feeling as though they had merely come to observe. Lu Fan's immense capacity for slaughter was astounding. He felled a beast with each strike, and it was impossible to count how many he had slain in such a brief period. What struck them with even greater trepidation was Lu Fan's expression, which could hardly conceal his excitement amidst the carnage. Chapter 74, The Great Battle. In the Li family of Jiangnan City, the entire clan prepared to evacuate the city. Having no intention of resisting the tide of beasts, a council of elders convened within the conference room to deliberate this matter. The eldest elder inquired of Li Hua, head of the family, "Must we truly abandon Jiangnan City? With so many beasts outside, where shall we take refuge?" Indeed, the head of the Li family withdrew from Jiangnan City, aware that numerous monstrous beasts lurked outside. Another elder from the Li family echoed this sentiment. In response, Li Hua merely smiled faintly and remarked, "If we were to evacuate directly through the city gates, we would undoubtedly encounter a multitude of beasts, not to mention the beast-hunting legion. However, our Li family possesses a secret passage that leads directly outside the city, allowing us to deftly evade the horde of beasts besieging Jiangnan City. Once we exit, we can make our way to Qingshui City, where many of our family's enterprises are located." Upon hearing Li Hua's words, the elders of the Li family were filled with joy. "Splendid. When shall we depart? Head of the family?" "Indeed. We cannot predict how long the beast-hunting legion can hold out. If the beasts breach the city, we shall find ourselves in dire straits. Head of the family, shall we leave immediately?" "We are all prepared." Li Hua pondered for a moment before resolutely declaring, "Very well. Everyone, get ready. We shall withdraw from Jiangnan City shortly." Just then, a somewhat flustered servant of the Li family burst into the meeting room. "Head of the family, we are in grave danger." Li Hua, observing the panicked servant, scolded, "What is the matter? Speak clearly. Even if the sky were to fall, I would bear the burden." The servant, still stammering, continued, "Head of the family, I am not flustered to the point of incoherence. I have a speech impediment." Li Hua's expression darkened at this revelation. Who was foolish enough to send a speech-impaired individual to deliver such critical news? "Enough. Quickly tell me what has happened." "Head of the family, outside." Before the servant could finish, Li Hua, unable to contain his frustration, barked, "What on earth is happening?" "They have arrived. The beast-hunting legion." The servant finally managed to convey. Li Hua waved his hand, signaling for the servant to leave. "All right, I understand now. You may go." As the servant turned to exit the meeting room, Li Hua's eyes glinted coldly. In an instant, he sprang up and executed a lethal strike on the servant. The servant had no time to react and was swiftly killed. After disposing of the servant, Li Hua disdainfully remarked, "Damn it. Had I not been waiting for you to finish your sentence, you would have been dead long ago." He then ordered the other servants to remove the body. The elder members of the Li family, witnessing Li Hua's ruthlessness, dared not utter a word, fearing for their own lives. Li Hua then addressed another servant. "Bring in the members of the beast-hunting legion. I wish to see what they intend to do." Soon, a young major from the beast-hunting legion entered the Li family meeting room. Upon seeing Li Hua seated at the head, he immediately reprimanded, "Head of the Li family, why, at such a critical juncture for Jiangnan City, has no one from the Li family come to assist in the city's defense? What do you intend to do? Are you not afraid of repercussions after the battle?" In the face of the major's rebuke, Li Hua suddenly burst into laughter. "Huh, do you take us for fools? You expect us to defend a group of desperate civilians in Jiangnan City against a tide of monstrous beasts? What a joke. And even if you intend to hold us accountable, you should first ensure your own survival." He continued, "I have heard there are at least hundreds of thousands of beasts outside. Can Jiangnan City withstand such an onslaught? If they cannot, why should we send our people?" The major was rendered speechless by Li Hua's words. Finally, he coldly replied, "In that case, head of the Li family, prepare to face the consequences after the battle." With that, the major left in anger, not wishing to linger further, as it was evident that the Li family had no intention of aiding Jiangnan City's defense. Li Hua, observing the departing figure of the major, ultimately refrained from taking action. He knew that if he were to kill this officer, he would be unable to flee to another city without incurring the wrath of the beast-hunting legion. After contemplating various factors, he decided against it. Li Hua soon turned to the gathered elders of the Li family, stating, "As you can all see, Jiangnan City can no longer accommodate us. We must retreat to Qingshui City. As for Jiangnan City, humph. I wonder if it will survive this wave of monstrous beasts." Meanwhile, Lu Fan single-handedly dispatched a multitude of beasts, leaving no opportunity for Chun Hao and the others to intervene. The breach was gradually being repaired, preventing any further entry of beasts, indicating that their mission was nearing completion. At this moment, Chun Hao, glancing at Lu Fan, who was drenched in beast blood, asked with concern, "Lu Fan, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lu Fan replied, shaking his head as he sheathed his weapon. This battle had only slightly drained his vitality. He had sustained no significant injuries. At this point, Zhao Long and the others regarded Lu Fan with a mix of awe and disbelief, each feeling profoundly shaken. "Lu Fan, are you not at the martial master level? How are you so powerful? Lu Fan, you are incredible. Chasing down beasts with such ferocity? Your strength is formidable, Lu Fan." Faced with their inquiries and praise, Lu Fan shyly scratched his head and confessed, "Actually, through my efforts during this time, I have already broken through to the great martial master level." This announcement left everyone in stunned silence, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Lu Fan has reached the great martial master level. He was merely a martial master when he joined. To achieve such a breakthrough in just a few months? What a preposterous notion. However, they quickly speculated that perhaps Lu Fan had concealed his abilities prior to joining the Iron Shield squad. Otherwise, how could he have progressed to the great martial master level so swiftly? Regardless, even if Lu Fan had not achieved this advancement in just a few months, it was still an astounding feat. A great martial master at such a young age was truly a rarity. Were Lu Fan to attend a martial arts university, he would surely gain admission to the finest institutions in China. Chapter 75, Despair? Without granting Chun Hao and the others a moment's respite, their team soon received a new mission. The western part of the city was on the verge of collapse due to the relentless assault of countless beasts, necessitating immediate support. Upon receiving the order, Chun Hao and his companions promptly set off towards the west. At that moment, chaos reigned upon the western city walls, with numerous beasts surging towards them. The members of the Beast Hunting Legion could only engage in combat with the beasts atop the walls, but as time passed, the number of beasts continued to swell. Coincidentally, Zhang Weiguo's 5th squad was responsible for defending the western city, yet several members had already fallen to the beasts. The remaining members, under Zhang Weiguo's leadership, were struggling to fend off the relentless onslaught. The overwhelming influx of beasts surrounded Zhang Weiguo's squad, plunging them into a perilous situation. Having endured prolonged combat, their stamina and vitality were severely depleted, and faced with the overwhelming assault of the beasts, they could only resort to passive defense, making it exceedingly difficult to break free from the encirclement. After repelling yet another attack from a second-tier beast, Zhao Lei, panting heavily, urged, "Squad leader, if we do not find a way to break free soon, we may very well perish here." The others in the squad turned to Zhang Weiguo, their expressions reflecting the gravity of their situation. If they did not escape soon, they would indeed face death. Zhang Weiguo felt the gaze of his classmates from Class 5 upon him. After a moment of silence, he resolutely declared, "In that case, I shall provide cover for your escape. Class leader, what about you? If you cover us, what will happen to you? If we are to escape, we should do so together." Zhao Lei objected. Zhang Weiguo, looking earnestly at Zhao Lei and the others, responded, "With your abilities, you cannot possibly withstand such a multitude of demonic beasts. Only I am capable of that. Moreover, as your class leader, I have vowed to ensure your survival. I cannot allow you to remain here and await your demise. Do not waste time with further objections. Be prepared to break through at any moment." Class leader. Zhao Lei opened his mouth to protest, but ultimately gritted his teeth and addressed the rest of Class 5. "The class leader is right. We shall prepare to break through." In that moment, Zhao Lei felt a surge of frustration at his own weakness. If only his strength were greater, he would not have to rely on the class leader to hold the rear. The others in Class 5 glanced at Zhang Weiguo, wanting to say something, but ultimately chose silence. Observing their hesitance, Zhang Weiguo consumed a berserker potion, instantly feeling his blood and energy surge. His eyes turned blood red, and a dense aura of crimson energy enveloped him. "Zhao Lei, if you survive, please tell my son that his father was a hero." Zhang Weiguo clenched his battle blade, his gaze fierce as he addressed Zhao Lei solemnly. "And please inform my wife that if I perish, she should find a good man to marry. My son need not worry. I am certain there will be compensation for my death, and our parents are still alive. Oh, and please convey to my parents that their son has not been filial and can no longer be by their side." With that, Zhang Weiguo uttered his last words and charged into the fray against the encircling demonic beasts with a determination to die fighting. Fueled by the berserker potion, Zhang Weiguo's strength surged tremendously, causing the demonic beasts to retreat in disarray and creating an opening in the encirclement. Zhao Lei, witnessing this, found tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably, and he helplessly called out, "Class leader." The rest of Class 5 also had tears in their eyes, gazing at Zhang Weiguo's back as he battled the beasts. Yet, Zhao Lei was not one to hesitate. He clenched his teeth and, suppressing his sorrow, declared, "Break through." One of Class 5 attempted to voice a protest, but Zhao Lei interrupted, "Break through. We cannot let the class leader's sacrifice be in vain." With that, Zhao Lei led his classmates outward toward their escape. Seeing this, Zhang Weiguo immediately cleared a path for Zhao Lei and the others, holding back the demonic beasts. As Zhao Lei fought his way out, tears continued to flow, memories of shared moments with Zhang Weiguo flooding his mind. Soon, they broke free. But the demonic beasts surrounded Zhang Weiguo. Zhao Lei did not look back, fearing he might choose to remain and die alongside the class leader. It was not that he feared death. Rather, he dreaded the thought of allowing the class leader to sacrifice himself in vain. Furthermore, if he were to perish, who would care for the class leader's parents? Although Zhao Lei and the others had escaped the encirclement, numerous demonic beasts still roamed the walls. Consequently, they soon found themselves embroiled in battle once more. Before long, Zhao Lei noticed an increasing number of beasts on the walls while the defending troops dwindled. This dire situation trapped Zhao Lei and his companions once again. Rage welled up within him upon facing the renewed onslaught of the demonic beasts. He then urged his classmates, "You all go. I will not flee. I will cover your escape. Whoever survives, remember to take care of the class leader's family." Brother Zhao. Before the others could respond, Zhao Lei charged into battle against the demonic beasts. However, it was evident that he quickly found himself in peril, for with his strength, he could not fend off so many beasts. Witnessing this, his classmates also refused to flee, shouting in unison, "Brother Zhao, we will help you. Damn it. So you lot can be heroes, huh? I want to be one too. If I return alive while you all perish, how could I face myself?" In an instant, Class 5 plunged back into the fray against the beasts. Zhao Lei, witnessing this, could only manage a bitter smile, thinking, "It seems our Class 5 is destined to perish here." Yet, he resumed fighting fiercely, determined to take down as many beasts as possible before his end. Time passed, and the battle for Class 5 gradually waned. They bore wounds of various degrees. Exhausted and beleaguered, they faced an overwhelming number of demonic beasts, teetering on the brink of death. Soon, Zhao Lei's life hung by a thread as 3 second-tier demonic beasts charged at him. As he faced the oncoming beasts, he thought, "Am I to die here? To perish like this is so unsatisfactory." Just as despair loomed, a glint of cold light flashed through the air. The 3 second-tier beasts were instantly cleaved asunder, the blades slicing through and inflicting heavy casualties upon the surrounding beasts. Zhao Lei, stunned by the scene before him, wondered, what just happened? Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his ear, "Brother Zhao, are you all right?" Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Lei's expression shifted from shock to joy. Lu Gu. He turned to see Lu Fan smiling at him from behind. The warmth of Lu Fan's smile struck Zhao Lei, who inwardly mused. Lu Ji's smile is so gentle. He had never encountered such a tender smile before. It was the most gentle he had ever seen. If only he were a woman, he could marry Lu Gu. Fortunately, Lu Fan remained oblivious to Zhao Lei's thoughts. Had he known, he would surely have scolded him to get lost. At that moment, Lu Fan, along with Chun Hao and others, arrived and began to eliminate the demonic beasts on the walls. Lu Fan had noticed Zhao Lei and his companions were in danger, prompting him to rush to their aid without delay. However, Lu Fan did not linger with Zhao Lei. He swiftly moved to assist the others in Class 5 against the attacking beasts. Watching Lu Fan's formidable prowess, Zhao Lei felt stars in his eyes and silently vowed, "I must become as strong as Lu Gu. That way, I can protect those I wish to protect." Yet, Zhao Lei quickly remembered that their class leader was still in peril. Thus, he urgently shouted to Lu Fan, "Lu Gu, the class leader is still surrounded by the tide of demonic beasts. Hurry and save him." Understood. Lu Fan responded, quickly dispatching the surrounding beasts. He then transformed into a streak of lightning, racing toward Zhang Weiguo's location. In no time, Lu Fan spotted a large group of beasts attacking a lone human. Realizing, he exclaimed, "Class leader." Without hesitation, Lu Fan charged into the throng of beasts. Soon, he dispatched them all, finally revealing Zhang Weiguo, who was battered and bloodied, bearing numerous deep wounds that exposed bone. Meanwhile, Zhang Weiguo was already drenched in blood, the source of which was uncertain, whether it belonged to the monstrous beasts or was his own blood incessantly dripping away. Upon witnessing this, Lu Fan felt a pang of anxiety in his heart and couldn't help but whisper, "Squad leader." Zhang Weiguo, who had intended to close his eyes and rest, suddenly found a flicker of life within him upon seeing Lu Fan's visage. "Lu Fan, you've come. What about Zhao Lei and the others?" Zhang Weiguo stammered. "They're all fine. Squad leader, please don't speak. I have a healing potion for you. Just drink it, and you'll be all right." Lu Fan, observing Zhang Weiguo's condition, felt a deep sorrow within him and wished to offer his C-grade healing potion. However, Zhang Weiguo weakly refused, saying, "No need, Lu Fan. This healing potion is of no use to me now. I cannot waste your resources. Stop talking. Just drink it." Lu Fan insisted, regardless of its efficacy. Indeed, even after consuming the potion, Zhang Weiguo's injuries showed no signs of improvement. His vitality remained faint, as though he could slip away at any moment. This prompted Lu Fan to reach for another potion, but Zhang Weiguo weakly interjected, "Lu Fan, don't waste your healing potions. This is my final moment. Please let me speak." "All right." Lu Fan, unable to contain his tears, felt a sense of shame for crying as a grown man, yet the emotions overwhelmed him. At that moment, Zhang Weiguo slowly spoke, "Lu Fan, though we have only spent a little over half a year together, I can see you have the potential to achieve great heights in the martial path. However, you must remain humble and cautious. There are many geniuses in this world. And do not let a single failure dishearten you. Even in the twilight of his life, Zhang Weiguo did not forget to impart wisdom to Lu Fan. As he spoke, Zhang Weiguo requested Lu Fan to light a cigarette for him. When the cigarette was placed between his lips, blood stained its tip a deep crimson. He took a long drag, exhaling the smoke through his nostrils, and with a sense of satisfaction, remarked, "It feels good to have a smoke before I go." As the smoke curled around him, Zhang Weiguo's eyes shimmered with reminiscence, reflecting on his life. At 23, he had enlisted. By 25, he had broken through to the martial artist realm, and it was not until 29 that he ascended to the martial master level. My talent is truly dismal. Unlike you, Lu Fan, whose gifts are remarkable. As he continued, Zhang Weiguo's breath grew weaker, as if death were imminent. Lu Fan, overwhelmed with tears, called out, "Squad leader." Yet, Zhang Weiguo seemed not to hear, softly murmuring, "Dad, Mom, son, wife. I'm sorry." With that, he fell silent, drifting into eternal slumber. Lu Fan, witnessing this heartbreaking scene, could not stem his tears. Anger began to well up within him. It was all the fault of those monstrous beasts. If it weren't for them, the squad leader would not have perished. He vowed to eradicate every last beast from this world, ensuring no one else would suffer the same fate. With this resolve, Lu Fan steadied himself, lifting Zhang Weiguo's lifeless body and slowly making his way toward Zhao Lei and the others. Along the way, numerous beasts surged toward the city walls, poised to attack Lu Fan. However, upon sensing the overwhelming aura of killing intent emanating from him, they recoiled in fear, unwilling to engage. The murderous aura surrounding Lu Fan was terrifying. He had slain at least 10,000 beasts. Before long, he spotted Zhao Lei and the others. Upon seeing Zhang Weiguo, who was barely clinging to life in Lu Fan's arms, their eyes brimmed with tears. Zhao Lei broke down, crying out, "Squad leader." The members of the 5th squad also wept bitterly, and the city walls seemed to resonate with their sorrow. Lu Fan, feeling a tightening in his chest at the sight of Zhao Lei's grief, quickly entrusted Zhang Weiguo's body to them, saying, "Take the squad leader's body down from the walls. I will hold this position." Zhao Lei accepted the body and merely cautioned Lu Fan, "Be careful, Lu Go." Nodding, Lu Fan turned to face the rampaging beasts atop the city walls. In an instant, his killing intent erupted, no longer concealed. The terrifying aura overwhelmed Zhao Lei and the others, making it hard for them to breathe. But as Lu Fan charged at the beasts, their suffocating sensation dissipated. Zhao Lei, with no time to ponder, glanced back at Lu Fan's retreating figure and led the remaining members of the 5th squad down from the walls. Now was Lu Fan's moment of slaughter. With each strike, he felled numerous beasts. The creatures scarcely registered what was happening before they were dispatched. Chapter 77. Is this really Lu Fan? The Iron Shield squad exhibited extraordinary prowess, swiftly clearing the beasts from the city walls. Among them, Lu Fan claimed the greatest number of kills, having slain at least several hundred, if not over 1,000. This spectacle did not go unnoticed by Chun Hao and others, who marveled internally, thinking, "This Lu Fan is nothing short of a killing god." Soon, a new hunting regiment arrived to take over the defense of the western city walls, continuing the relentless battle against the monstrous onslaught, just as Chun Hao intended to allow Lu Fan and the others a moment of respite. Another urgent mission arose from the eastern front, where a horde of high-tier beasts was wreaking havoc. With a sigh, Chun Hao realized that rest would have to wait. "Drink the blood recovery potions to restore your vitality. Then we will support the eastern front," Chun Hao directed. Yes, Lu Fan and the others responded in unison. Having expended little energy in the previous battle, Lu Fan only required 2 blood recovery potions to regain his peak condition. After the others had replenished their vitality, Chun Hao led them once more toward the eastern front. Now, their squad resembled a firefighting team, rushing wherever they were needed. East City. The situation on the eastern battlefield was grim, with a multitude of high-tier beasts appearing, rendering the area increasingly perilous. However, unlike the western front, the eastern side was fortified by several experts, preventing the beasts from breaching their defenses. Upon arrival, Lu Fan and his companions witnessed the significant presence of high-tier beasts. Chun Hao addressed them, "Everyone, act independently and eliminate the high-tier beasts here. But remember, do not overreach." "Understood," they replied. The group then dispersed, each member setting out to eradicate the high-tier beasts. As Lu Fan ascended the city walls, he was immediately targeted by a 3rd-tier beast, which he swiftly dispatched with ease. For Lu Fan, slaying a 3rd-tier beast was akin to slicing through vegetables. Soon, Lu Fan embarked on another wave of carnage, each beast falling to his blade. His remarkable performance on the battlefield quickly caught the attention of the commander overseeing this sector, Tang Shan. Observing Lu Fan effortlessly dispatching numerous 3rd-tier beasts, Tang Shan felt a surge of astonishment. He had previously witnessed Lu Fan's strength, which was only at the martial master level, yet now, Lu Fan was slaying 3rd-tier beasts as if they were nothing. Could it be that this young man had grown stronger in such a short time? Lu Fan truly possessed remarkable talent. Moreover, It seemed that his precious daughter shared a close bond with him. This caused Tang Shan to ponder deeply. Perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea to have Lu Fan as his son-in-law. As Tang Shan was lost in thought, Lu Fan found himself targeted by a late-stage 4th-tier Qingfeng wolf. This was a consequence of Lu Fan having slain numerous Qingfeng wolves just moments earlier. Drawing the attention of this particular beast, Lu Fan could sense a dangerous gaze upon him, and as he turned his head, the late-stage Qingfeng wolf charged at him like a bolt of lightning, its massive claws raised high, poised to strike at his head. From a distance, Tang Shan noticed this alarming scene and felt a tightening in his chest, unable to suppress a shout. Lu Fan. He could already envision Lu Fan's skull being crushed by the wolf's powerful paw, and the thought prompted him to close his eyes in despair. However, just as Tang Shan shut his eyes, Lu Fan executed the B-rank martial technique, Thunder Shadow Step, and instantly evaded to the side, causing the wolf's attack to miss entirely. After its attack failed, the late-stage Qingfeng wolf warily focused its gaze on Lu Fan. Possessing a level of intelligence comparable to that of a human, it realized that this human had evaded its ambush, indicating that Lu Fan was formidable, not inferior to itself. This realization instilled a sense of caution within the 4th-tier beast. It had sought an easy target but instead encountered a formidable opponent. While the Qingfeng wolf remained vigilant against Lu Fan was not inclined to let this opportunistic wolf escape unscathed. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of lightning, charging towards the late-stage Qingfeng wolf. Upon closing in, Lu Fan unleashed the Wind Thunderblade technique, delivering a flurry of strikes against the wolf. In a mere second, he executed over 100 slashes, each one as swift as the wind and thunder. The Qingfeng wolf, faced with Lu Fan's onslaught, could only raise its claws in a desperate attempt to defend itself. Nevertheless, Lu Fan's martial prowess forced the wolf to retreat, inflicting numerous shallow cuts upon its body. This demonstrated Lu Fan's strength, managing to pressure a late-stage 4th-tier beast with the might of a high-ranking martial artist. Wounded and enraged, the Qingfeng wolf retaliated, and the two engaged in combat. Surprisingly, Lu Fan did not find himself at a disadvantage. In fact, the duel was evenly matched, as their fierce battle sent shockwaves through the surroundings. The nearby beasts and beast-hunting army soldiers cleared the battlefield, awestruck by the spectacle. Who is that warrior? Such ferocity! One soldier exclaimed. Not just ferocity. If I'm not mistaken, that's a late-stage 4th-tier Qingfeng wolf, isn't it? Another added, incredulous. A late-stage 4th-tier Qingfeng wolf? How impressive! These exclamations piqued Tang Shan's curiosity, leading him to open his eyes and gaze towards the battlefield. There, he beheld Lu Fan in fierce combat with the Qingfeng wolf. Tang Shan was momentarily taken aback, his mind struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Is this really Lu Fan? A late-stage 4th-tier beast? How is he so powerful? Seeing Lu Fan holding his own against the formidable Qingfeng wolf, Tang Shan could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Has Lu Fan truly become this extraordinary? I thought he was doomed, yet here he is, battling a late-stage Qingfeng wolf. Meanwhile, Chun Hao and the others, having noticed Lu Fan's confrontation with the beast, were equally astounded. The impact of Lu Fan's prowess was overwhelming. After all, this was a late-stage 4th-tier beast. The strongest among them, Chun Hao, could only match the Qingfeng wolf's realm, yet he was confident in his ability to defeat it. Being a member of the elite Iron Shield squad within the beast-hunting army. Chapter 78. That strike was dazzling. The battle between Lu Fan and the late-stage Qingfeng wolf was intense, yet each collision demanded Lu Fan's utmost effort, gradually depleting his vitality and stamina. Realizing he was beginning to falter, Lu Fan understood he could not continue fighting in this manner. Otherwise, his energy would be exhausted before that of the wolf. Given its superior tier, with this thought in mind, Lu Fan decided to unleash his full potential. After momentarily repelling the Qingfeng wolf, he executed the Thunder Dragon Slash. In an instant, a 100-meter-long dragon of lightning surged forth, charging at the late-stage Qingfeng wolf with an overwhelming ferocity. Sensing the terrifying aura of the lightning dragon, the wolf did not underestimate the threat. It roared and expanded its body, transforming into a creature the size of a small mountain, towering dozens of meters high. As the lightning dragon approached, the Qingfeng wolf gathered energy in its mouth, forming a massive azure energy sphere. Under its command, the sphere morphed into a beam, hurtling towards the dragon. When the dragon collided with the wolf's energy beam, a blinding light erupted, sending shockwaves that distorted the surrounding space. Ultimately, the two attacks neutralized each other, leaving the wolf unharmed. Lu Fan understood that the Thunder Dragon Slash alone could not wound the wolf. His true intention was to disorient it. As the Thunder Dragon Slash dissipated, a glimmer of cold light shot towards the late-stage Qingfeng wolf. In that moment, Lu Fan muttered to himself, first move, water severing. Indeed, Lu Fan seized this opportunity to launch a surprise attack, using the A-rank martial technique, water severing flow slash. First style. As anticipated, the late-stage Qingfeng wolf had relaxed its guard after countering the Thunder Dragon Slash, allowing Lu Fan's swift strike to catch it off guard. In an instant, The blade struck the wolf's body, eliciting a pained howl as a deep gash appeared, revealing bone beneath. Fortunately for the wolf, its formidable physique absorbed much of the impact. Otherwise, a creature of lesser strength would have been cleaved in two. The intense pain ignited a frenzy within the Qingfeng wolf, compelling it to disregard its injuries and charge at Lu Fan. As the massive beast lunged towards him, Lu Fan remained unperturbed, steadfastly gripping his battle blade, his expression calm. The surrounding beast-hunting army soldiers, witnessing this moment, could not help but shout warnings. Hurry, get out of the way. Brother, be cautious. You can't withstand this. Brother, move. Don't just stand there. It's over. I can already envision him losing his head to that wolf. From a distance, Tang Shan furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why Lu Fan did not evade the oncoming assault of the Qingfeng wolf, but instead chose to confront it head-on. However, Tang Shan could sense an extraordinary aura emanating from Lu Fan at this moment, suggesting that the young man must possess the confidence to confront the Qingfeng wolf's lethal assault. With this thought in mind, Tang Shan fixed his gaze intently on the distant battlefield, fearing he might miss a pivotal moment. Meanwhile, Chun Hao and the others unconsciously directed their attention towards Lu Fan, as they harbored an instinctive belief that he would astonish them once more. At this juncture, Lu Fan's heart was remarkably tranquil. The battlefield too seemed to settle into a calm, allowing him to hear the gentle whisper of the wind at his side. The Qingfeng wolf was now less than a few dozen meters away, capable of striking him down in the blink of an eye. Yet, at that very instant, Lu Fan made his move. He raised his battle blade and sliced forward with a deliberate motion, murmuring, "Third style. See severing." In that fleeting moment, an immensely powerful blade slash materialized out of thin air, distorting the very fabric of the void as it appeared. An overwhelming aura of sharpness radiated outward, causing the surrounding demonic beasts in the beast-hunting army to perceive the unparalleled lethality of this strike. The late-stage fourth-tier Qingfeng wolf's pupils constricted as it too sensed the might of this blade. However, it was already too late to alter its course. It could not halt its momentum. With a thunderous roar, the Qingfeng wolf unleashed a surge of azure light, which coalesced into a protective armor around its body. In that instant, a chilling glint flashed, and the blade strike reached its target. The armor composed of azure light was effortlessly torn apart by Lu Fan's strike. The lethal momentum of the blow surged onward, targeting the Qingfeng wolf's body. In that fleeting moment, the late-stage fourth-tier Qingfeng wolf did not even have time to emit a cry of despair. Its massive form was cleaved in two as if struck by an extraordinarily sharp greatsword. In an instant, the Qingfeng wolf's body erupted like a punctured balloon, a fountain of blood spraying forth, splattering onto the surrounding ground and walls, painting them in a dark crimson mist. With a charismatic flourish, Lu Fan sheathed his blade and remarked coolly, "To perish beneath my strongest strike is indeed your honor." Do not question why Lu Fan chose to sheath his sword. It was simply the moment to display his prowess. The members of the beast-hunting army, after a brief silence, erupted into excited exclamations. Wow, that strike was incredibly impressive. My goodness, such terror. One blow to slay a late-stage fourth-tier beast. This kid has truly outdone himself. If only we could wield such power. That strike was not only powerful, but also magnificent. Who exactly is this individual? So valiant. In the distance, Tang Shan, overwhelmed with astonishment, gaped in disbelief, as if he could fit a sausage and an egg in his mouth. After a prolonged moment of shock, he murmured to himself, "This young man is truly extraordinary. How wonderful it would be if my precious daughter could marry him. Who else in Jiangnan City possesses the capability to slay a late-stage fourth-tier beast with a single strike?" It is not an exaggeration to declare Lu Fan the foremost genius of Jiangnan City. Chapter 79, Mastery of the Water-Severing Slash. Lu Fan's strike astonished everyone and significantly bolstered the morale of the beast-hunting army. Each member felt invigorated, launching their assaults against the demonic beasts atop the city walls. After dispatching the late-stage fourth-tier Qingfeng wolf, Lu Fan simply consumed a few blood-replenishing potions to regain his strength before charging once more into the fray against the beasts. Gradually, the demonic beasts on the walls were vanquished, successfully pushing them back beyond the city's defenses. Seeing this, Tang Shan let out a sigh of relief, as the danger in the east of the city had finally been alleviated. However, the next moment, a blinding light erupted on the battlefield outside Jiangnan City, strikingly visible against the night sky, drawing the attention of all present towards the source of the golden radiance. Soon, they witnessed a breathtaking sight. Brilliant golden light illuminated the sky, casting away the darkness as if it were day. Above, a colossal golden sword hovered majestically, reminiscent of the sword of divine judgment. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed, "Though the blood iron bull king, your lineage is formidable. You are no match for me. It all ends here." As the voice resounded, the golden sword in the heavens began to descend towards the seventh-tier blood iron bull king. As the golden sword fell, the very space around it tore apart, the immense friction generating sparks in its wake. The seventh-tier blood iron bull let out a thunderous roar. In an instant, blood light surged around its body, causing its size to swell dramatically. Within moments, the Blood Iron Bull King towered hundreds of feet tall, resembling a colossal Mount Tai. From afar, it appeared as a gargantuan entity, its height nearly rivaling the heavens. In the next heartbeat, the Blood Iron Bull King raised its massive hands, reaching for the descending golden sword. Swiftly, it grasped the blade, attempting to halt its descent. Lin Qingfeng's brow furrowed at this display. The Blood Iron Bull King was even more formidable than he had anticipated, capable of withstanding his strike. With a roar, the Blood Iron Bull King crushed the golden sword, causing a cascade of golden light to scatter across the heavens. Witnessing this, Lin Qingfeng drew his long sword, ready to engage in a renewed battle with the Blood Iron Bull King. Meanwhile, Lu Fan observed the cataclysmic clash that could rend the very heavens and earth, feeling a sense of yearning. How he wished for such formidable strength. However, he quickly set aside his thoughts and resumed his hunt for the demonic beasts. The relentless tide of demonic beasts continued to assail Jiangnan City, placing it in imminent peril of breaching its defenses. Fortunately, each time danger arose, the Iron Shield squad managed to neutralize the threat. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the second day. Yet the crimson moon in the sky had not vanished, and the sun had not risen. The blood moon still loomed ominously overhead. The city walls of Jiangnan were strewn with corpses, both of demonic beasts and humans. Though the latter were far outnumbered, the battlefield was merciless, where anyone could meet their end, yet no one faltered. For if they retreated, their beloved Jiangnan City and their families would fall victim to the onslaught of demonic beasts. Thus, they fought not only for Jiangnan City but for the sanctity of their homes, determined to defend it at all costs. At last, Lu Fan was afforded a rare moment of respite after an entire night of battling against the demonic beasts. He had lost count of how many he had slain, but it was safe to estimate at least 1,000. This relentless slaughter had accumulated him a staggering 20,000 kill points. If he continued this for several more nights, he could hardly fathom the bounty of points he would amass. Of course, this night's exertions had left Lu Fan utterly fatigued, necessitating a period of rest and recovery. During this brief interlude, he contemplated using his newly acquired 20,000 kill points to enhance his A-grade martial technique, the water-severing slash. This enhancement would significantly bolster his strength, potentially even allowing him to slay 5th-tier demonic beasts. Before long, the mechanical voice of the system resonated. Ding. Enhancement successful. Points allocated. In an instant, a plethora of memories regarding the water flow slash surged into Lu Fan's mind. His familiarity with the water flow slash had evolved from a rudimentary understanding to a profound mastery, allowing for a qualitative leap in his technique. Should Lu Fan unleash the most formidable move of the water flow slash, the sea-severing strike, it is conceivable that he could indeed slay a 5th-tier beast with a single stroke. With this thought in mind, Lu Fan closed his eyes to rest. He needed to recuperate thoroughly. After 2 hours of rest, he felt his stamina and energy restored to their zenith. Just moments after Lu Fan completed his respite, the Iron Shield squad received a new mission. Several beasts had infiltrated the city from the southern walls, including a 5th-tier beast. Lu Fan and his companions were tasked with eliminating the beasts that had entered the city, and if they encountered the 5th-tier beast, they were to hold it at bay and signal for a powerful martial artist to handle the situation. The news of a 5th-tier beast breaching the southern part of the city caused a heavy weight to settle in Lu Fan's heart, for his parents resided in that very area. Moreover, given Xiao Hu's strength, it was evident that he would be unable to fend off a 5th-tier beast. Fortunately, Lu Fan's task coincidentally involved clearing the beasts from the southern district, allowing him the opportunity to check on his parents. At that moment, Chun Hao turned to Lu Fan. Concern etched across his face. Lu Fan, are you alright? Have you fully recovered? If not, you should rest here while we handle the mission. Lu Fan was the precious asset of their team, and they could not afford any harm to come to him. In response, Lu Fan shook his head and replied, Captain, I am fine. I have fully recovered and am ready to execute the mission without hindrance. As long as you are well, Chun Hao exclaimed joyfully, patting Lu Fan on the shoulder. Soon, they set forth toward the southern district to eliminate the beasts that had infiltrated. Upon arriving, Lu Fan addressed Chun Hao, Captain, my parents live in the southern district. May I return to check on them? Chun Hao readily acquiesced, advising, Lu Fan, be cautious. If you encounter the 5th-tier beast, remember to signal us. Given Lu Fan's prowess, Chun Hao held no concerns about him acting alone, unless he were to confront the 5th-tier beast. Nevertheless, even in such a scenario, Lu Fan appeared confident in his ability to escape unscathed. Thank you, Captain. Lu Fan expressed his gratitude and then departed from the group, making his way toward the neighborhood where his parents resided. The streets were eerily silent, devoid of any human presence, as no one dared to venture out during such perilous times. Thus, if any beasts were to appear on the streets, Lu Fan would easily spot them. However, as he traversed the area, he only encountered a few lower-tier beasts, with no sign of the 5th-tier beast. Chapter 80. The 5th-tier dark-horned beast. Before long, Lu Fan arrived at the community where his parents lived, finding it quiet and undisturbed by any rampaging beasts. This sight relieved him greatly as he began to inspect the surroundings. In a short while, he discovered several low-tier beasts nearby, including a second-tier beast. Without hesitation, Lu Fan moved to eliminate these creatures to prevent them from endangering the residents of the community. After dispatching the beasts, Lu Fan chose not to return home just yet. Instead, he continued his search for more beasts in the vicinity. His mission was not merely to return home, but to cleanse the southern district of any threats, ensuring no one would fall victim to the beasts. As he scoured the area, Lu Fan vanquished every beast that crossed his path. Just as he contemplated changing direction in his search, a sudden scream erupted from a nearby residence. "Ah, there's a beast." Hearing the cry, Lu Fan wasted no time and dashed toward the source of the commotion. Upon arrival, he witnessed a building ravaged by a beast, with chaos reigning within. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Fan charged inside and swiftly dispatched the malevolent beast. However, he was too late. The occupants of the house had already fallen victim to the creature. This realization ignited a surge of anger within him as he muttered, "These damned beasts." Within the home, Lu Fan spotted a family portrait depicting a man, a woman, and a young child of 5 or 6 years. Yet, after searching the premises, he found no trace of the child, indicating that the innocent had also met a tragic end at the hands of the beast. This exemplified the brutal nature of the beasts, which was why Lu Fan never held back when confronting them. After eliminating the beast, he could only report the incident to the Jiangnan City Police Department for further action, as he continued his quest to hunt down more beasts. Upon exiting, Lu Fan transformed into a shadow, scouring the streets for any signs of beasts. However, as he ventured down a particular street, he was met with a cacophony of screams and cries. "Help! There's a beast! Oh heavens! How could there be a beast here? Wah! My mother was eaten by a beast! Who can save my wife? My wife!" The distressing cries weighed heavily on Lu Fan's heart, prompting him to sprint toward the source of the pleas for help. When he arrived, he found himself in the midst of a street where an exceedingly rare beast stood. Its body radiated a dark red hue, as if scorched by flames. The most striking feature was its head, adorned with 3 eyes, each glimmering with a mysterious and piercing light, as if capable of perceiving the essence of all things. Even more astonishing was the sharp horn that sprouted from the center of its brow, tinged with a faint purple hue and covered in fine scales, rendering it both formidable and lethal. This was the Darkhorn Beast. Lu Fan's heart sank. Although the beast was diminutive in size, it exuded an aura that unmistakably marked it as a 5th-tier creature. This Darkhorn Beast was undoubtedly the 5th-tier beast that had infiltrated the city. At that moment, the small 5th-tier beast was voraciously devouring the remains of a human. Surrounding residences lay in ruins, and the few remaining terrified humans fled into the street, clearly the targets of this beast's predation. After finishing its gruesome meal, the Darkhorn Beast turned its attention toward the panicked humans. Its gaze landed upon a small child sitting on the ground, tears streaming down its face, as it began to emit a foul-smelling secretion. It was apparent that the beast had set its sights on the child. Just as the Darkhorn Beast prepared to pounce, Lu Fan's figure materialized before it like a phantom, drawing his weapon and coldly declaring, "Your opponent is me." The 5th-tier Darkhorn Beast glared at Lu Fan, letting out an indignant roar. With a gaping maw, it lunged at Lu Fan, who could even catch a whiff of the beast's rancid breath. In response to the beast's assault, Lu Fan raised his blade and executed the Wind Thunderblade technique. In a mere second, he unleashed hundreds of slashes, each infused with the force of wind and thunder, aimed directly at the beast. Upon witnessing Lu Fan's technique, the Darkhorn Beast retaliated by spewing forth a torrent of flames toward him. The collision of the Wind Thunderblade technique and the flames resulted in a spectacular clash, with both forces neutralizing one another. The Darkhorn Beast, not daring to underestimate Lu Fan, lifted its paw and struck at him. In the face of this assault, Lu Fan braced himself against the beast's attack. In that fleeting moment, he was forced back several steps, feeling a tingling sensation in his arms. The formidable power of the 5th-tier Darkhorn Beast should not be underestimated. It is indeed impressive that Lu Fan can withstand its strike with just the prowess of a grand martial master. Upon realizing that Lu Fan had successfully countered its assault, the Darkhorn Beast swiftly lashed its tail towards him. A fiery whip, stretching hundreds of meters, surged toward Lu Fan. The terrifying flames obliterated nearby houses in an instant, while the intense heat vaporized the moisture in the air, causing the temperature to soar to a staggering 100 degrees Celsius in mere moments. Lu Fan, recognizing the gravity of the situation, did not dare to be complacent and unleashed the Thunder Dragon Slash. A thunderous dragon of lightning surged forth, colliding with the flaming whip. The resultant explosion was cataclysmic, sending shockwaves of fire and electricity in all directions, further devastating the surrounding structures. Lu Fan felt the dreadful aftershocks of the explosion and glanced back, relieved to see that the civilians had long since fled the scene. This allowed him to focus solely on battling the 5th-tier Darkhorn Beast, without the distraction of rescuing those caught in the fray. Before engaging further, Lu Fan fired a distress signal, summoning the Iron Shield Squad and powerful martial artists for support. Uncertain if he could slay the 5th-tier Darkhorn Beast, he opted to request assistance for the safety of the populace. Angered by Lu Fan's audacity, the dark-horned beast retaliated once more. Flames erupted from the sharp horns atop its head as it charged at Lu Fan, using its formidable horn as a weapon. Lu Fan sensed the immense energy contained within that horn. A direct hit would undoubtedly be devastating. In response, he executed the first stance of the water-severing slash, water severed. A fearsome blade of energy cleaved toward the dark-horned beast, tearing through the air as it approached the beast's horn. In an instant, the two forces collided, causing a cacophony of cracking space. The surrounding area fractured, and a devastating explosion swept outward, reducing structures within a radius of several hundred meters to rubble, while a gale of destruction surged far beyond. Positioned at the heart of the battlefield, Lu Fan emerged with merely a soiled garment, unscathed. In contrast, the dark-horned beast was pushed back several steps by Lu Fan's water-severing slash, showcasing the overwhelming might of Lu Fan's perfected A-grade martial technique, capable of forcing even a fifth-tier beast to retreat. The fifth-tier dark-horned beast regarded Lu Fan with palpable trepidation, realizing the human posed a significant threat. At that moment, Lu Fan unleashed a second strike, executing the second stance of the water-severing slash, river severed. This strike was even more potent and swifter than the last. The dark-horned beast barely had time to react as a glimmer of cold light flashed, and Lu Fan was upon it. Unable to evade, the creature braced itself, relying on its formidable physique to absorb the blow. Upon impact, the beast let out a pained cry, a long gash appearing on its body, crimson blood oozing forth. However, this strike did not incapacitate the dark-horned beast, as its robust constitution proved resilient. Enraged by its injury, the dark-horned beast whipped its fiery tail toward Lu Fan once more. In an instant, a fiery lash, hundreds of meters long, swept toward him. The searing flames vaporized the moisture in the air, creating a thick mist. Lu Fan narrowed his eyes, gripping his battle blade tightly, advancing forward as he swung his weapon again. A colossal slash descended like a bolt of lightning from the heavens, radiating unparalleled might as it cleaved through the void, aimed directly at the dark-horned beast. This strike eclipsed the very heavens, as if it could cleave the sky itself in two. As the blade descended, it tore through space, creating a bottomless black rift that seemed to lead to the depths of hell, exuding an aura of annihilation. Lu Fan uttered the words, "Ocean severed." In that split second, the blade collided with the dark-horned beast's fiery whip. The once terrifying flames dimmed in the face of Lu Fan's strike, splitting apart upon contact. The slash's power remained unyielding as it continued toward the fifth-tier dark-horned beast, rending all in its path. The beast, sensing the impending doom, instinctively trembled in fear. It had no time to evade. The speed of the strike was overwhelming, leaving the creature no opportunity to react. This was the terrifying aspect of the water-severing slash. Not only was it immensely powerful, but its speed was blinding, rendering most beasts incapable of responding in time. In an instant, the formidable slash struck the fifth-tier dark-horned beast, producing a sound reminiscent of a blade slicing through flesh. A long gash appeared across its body, revealing bone and even internal organs. However, this blow did not cleave the beast in two as before. It was merely gravely injured. Lu Fan furrowed his brow, realizing that slaying a fifth-tier beast was no simple task. While he pondered, the injured dark-horned beast went into a frenzy, roaring fiercely as a wave of terrifying energy radiated from it. Flames erupted from its body, soaring skyward, engulfing the surroundings within hundreds of meters and illuminating the entire southern district. Chen Hao, witnessing the inferno from a distance, sensed something amiss and hastened toward the scene with renewed urgency. Many within the city noticed this phenomenon, yet only the most powerful martial artists dared to investigate, while ordinary citizens cowered in their homes, gripped by fear. Inside Lu Fan's residence, Lu Jun observed the distant flames with a tightening sensation in his chest, an instinctual dread gnawing at him. "Xiao Fan, you must be safe," he murmured. Uncertain of Lu Fan's whereabouts, he could only hope for his son's safe return. Chen Jingyin, equally concerned, voiced her worries. Xiao Fan wouldn't he be in danger, would he? Such terrifying flames must be the work of a powerful beast. Many must have perished at its hands. Her anxiety mirrored Lu Jun's, as she feared for Lu Fan's safety. In that moment, Lu Fan found himself enveloped by the terrifying flames, the intense heat inflicting varying degrees of burns upon him. With no time to hesitate, he activated the defensive technique, Thunder Armor, shielding himself from the inferno. Fortunately, his training in the Dragon Blood Body technique had fortified his physique, allowing him to sustain only minor injuries from the flames, which gradually healed as he channeled the technique. Yet, Lu Fan remained vigilant, a profound sense of foreboding washing over him, as if a threat of death loomed ever closer. As expected, Lu Fan observed the surrounding flames slowly contracting and rising. The inferno, which had originally engulfed an area of several hundred meters, had shrunk to merely a few dozen meters. Moreover, the flames that receded exuded a palpable increase in both power and temperature. What troubled Lu Fan was that these flames did not cease their contraction, but continued to diminish. Gradually, the flames condensed into the mouth of the dark-horned beast, forming a diminutive fireball. The fireball emanated a terrifying aura, its presence warping the very fabric of the surrounding void. "Damn it!" Lu Fan exclaimed, fully realizing that this fifth-tier Darkhorn beast was about to unleash its ultimate attack. This impending assault was exceedingly fearsome, and he questioned whether he could endure it. It seemed he had underestimated the fifth-tier beast. He had ventured to the precipice of life and death. Should he fail to withstand this attack, he would meet his end. Resolute in his determination, Lu Fan dared not hold back. He immediately activated the Dragon Blood Dominance form, which exponentially amplified his strength and vitality in a matter of moments. With no time to waste, he summoned all of his internal energy and blood essence to converge upon his blade. If Lu Fan executed this strike, it would undoubtedly be the most powerful blow he had ever delivered. Chapter 82. On the Brink of Death. Lu Fan unleashed the Dragon Blood Dominance form and executed the third style of his most formidable A-class water-severing slash, severing the sea. This strike would be his mightiest, for if it failed to counter the Darkhorn beast's attack, it would spell his demise. With a mindset of either you die or I do, Lu Fan lunged forward, his weapon cleaving toward the Darkhorn beast. As the blade descended, the world dimmed, and time seemed to come to a halt. The fifth-tier Darkhorn beast roared, expelling the fireball from its maw. The terrifying fireball blazed forth like a burning sun, traversing the sky with astonishing speed. As it passed, the space around it was rent asunder, accompanied by an unbearable heat that rapidly elevated the surrounding temperature to several hundred degrees. Lu Fan could feel the searing heat bearing down upon him, yet the thunder armor he wore shielded him from its wrath. Without the protection of the armor, he feared he would have been grievously burned. Nevertheless, he had no time to dwell on such concerns. His gaze remained fixed upon his strike, uncertain if he could withstand the Darkhorn beast's onslaught. In an instant, the blade flashed through the air like lightning, colliding with the fireball. Time seemed to freeze, and in that fleeting moment, the blade cleaved through the terrifying fireball, continuing its relentless trajectory towards the Darkhorn beast. The fireball detonated upon impact, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that engulfed the surrounding area in a torrent of flames, creating a fiery tempest that obliterated structures far and wide. Caught at the epicenter of the battle, Lu Fan was enveloped by the explosive flames, shattering his thunder armor in an instant. Fortunately, he wore a B-class battle suit beneath, which absorbed the brunt of the terrifying inferno. However, the suit began to show signs of cracking, appearing on the verge of collapse. Ultimately, the B-class armor's formidable defense prevented it from disintegrating entirely, but it teetered on the brink of being rendered useless. Lu Fan truly grasped the Darkhorn beast's terrifying power. The mere shockwave from the explosion had nearly injured him. Without the thunder armor and B-class suit, he would undoubtedly have sustained severe wounds. At that moment, however, Lu Fan's blade surged forth, reaching the fifth-tier Darkhorn beast. The beast, taken aback by its attack being thwarted, did not anticipate Lu Fan's blade descending upon it. It had no time to react before the strike landed. In an instant, a cacophony of cracking sounds erupted as the Darkhorn beast's body was torn asunder. With a swift motion, it was cleaved in two, lifeless and defeated. The fifth-tier Darkhorn beast lay slain at the hands of Lu Fan, who was merely a martial artist of the Great Master Realm. Few would believe such a feat if it were to be recounted. As Lu Fan beheld the fallen beast, a wave of relief washed over him, quickly followed by profound fatigue. He had not dared to underestimate the fifth-tier creature, for it was exceedingly powerful. A moment's lapse could have led to his demise, thus he had remained perpetually on edge. Moreover, during the battle, Lu Fan's stamina and vitality had plummeted, particularly after the final strike, which had consumed nearly half of his internal energy. Soon, he found a place to sit and began to recuperate, restoring his strength and healing his wounds. After administering a healing potion and several vitality elixirs, he gradually began to recover. At that moment, Chunhao finally arrived at the battlefield. Upon surveying the devastated scene, he was momentarily taken aback. The buildings within a radius of several hundred meters, or even a kilometer, had vanished, reduced to ruins. The battlefield's center radiated an astonishing heat, with deep gashes etched into the earth. What kind of battle could have wrought such devastation? Chunhao murmured in shock. Yet, his astonishment deepened upon discovering that the fifth-tier beast had been cleaved in half. Who could have accomplished such a feat? His gaze soon fell upon Lu Fan, who sat there recovering. Lu Fan! Chunhao exclaimed, incredulous. The realization struck him. Could this fifth-tier beast truly have been slain by Lu Fan? The thought seemed entirely plausible, given the many shocks and miracles Lu Fan had previously bestowed upon him. As Lu Fan heard Chunhao's call, he looked up to see his comrades staring at him in astonishment. Rising to greet him, Lu Fan said, "Captain, you've arrived." Noticing the nearly shattered B-class armor adorning Lu Fan, Chunhao could only imagine the harrowing battle he must have endured. What on earth happened, Lu Fan? He asked incredulously. If Lu Fan had indeed slain the fifth-tier beast, it was utterly preposterous. Lu Fan shrugged. "Captain, after I discovered the fifth-tier beast, we engaged in battle. I nearly perished. But fortunately, I managed to slay it in the end." Chunhao fell silent for a long moment, then incredulously reiterated, You truly defeated the 5th-tier beast? Of course, Captain. Look, the corpse of the 5th-tier beast lies right there. Lu Fan pointed toward the remains of the Darkhorn beast. At Lu Fan's confirmation, Chun Hao's heart raced with disbelief. Just how powerful are you, Lu Fan? You've slain a 5th-tier beast. Could it be that you could even take down a 6th-tier beast? Lu Fan had consistently amazed Chun Hao, leading him to wonder if perhaps Lu Fan could indeed conquer even a 6th-tier monster. As Lu Fan faced Chun Hao's astonished inquiry, he merely scratched his head and replied, I was merely fortunate to have slain that 5th-tier dark-horned beast. I nearly fell victim to it myself. Upon hearing Lu Fan's near-fatal encounter, Chun Hao snapped back to reality, his expression suddenly turning grave as he admonished, Lu Fan, my boy. You must not act so recklessly again. 5th-tier beasts are not to be trifled with. You should have awaited our support. He certainly did not wish for any harm to befall Lu Fan, especially since Lu Fan was now the prized asset of their team. Lu Fan, feeling exasperated, retorted, Captain, if I had not intervened, many would have perished at the hands of that 5th-tier dark-horned beast. I was left with no choice but to engage it. Chapter 83, Fishing in Troubled Waters. Chun Hao, upon hearing Lu Fan's explanation, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, internally lamenting, this kid is utterly absurd. Engaging a 5th-tier beast and managing to slay it? That's something I couldn't even accomplish. This revelation struck Chun Hao with an unsettling realization. Lu Fan seemed to have surpassed him. The captain, in strength. This thought left him feeling rather discontented. How could this young lad surpass him in such a short time? Quickly dismissing these thoughts, Chun Hao sighed and patted Lu Fan on the shoulder, saying, Lu Fan, take a moment to rest. I shall handle matters here. Understood, Lu Fan replied, grateful for the chance to recuperate his vitality and energy. Soon, members of the Iron Shield squad arrived, and upon learning that it was Lu Fan who had dispatched the 5th-tier beast, their expressions turned peculiar. They regarded Lu Fan with a gaze akin to that reserved for a monster. If Lu Fan could slay a 5th-tier beast, did that not imply he possessed the strength of a martial sovereign? Before long, Lu Fan had fully restored his vitality and energy, prompting him to once again seek the captain's approval, stating, Captain, the beast tide continues to assail the city. May I assist in slaying more beasts? Chun Hao, caught in Lu Fan's eager gaze, found himself at a loss to refuse. With a resigned sigh, he replied, very well. Just be sure to prioritize your safety. Thank you, Captain, Lu Fan exclaimed with enthusiasm before dashing towards a section of the city defenses. He aimed to seize this opportunity to accumulate more kill points to bolster his strength. Having slain the 5th-tier beast for the first time, the system rewarded him with 10,000 kill points, plus an additional 10,000 for the first kill. Lu Fan felt that this beast tide was a perfect opportunity for him to rapidly enhance his abilities. There was no need for him to toil in the beast forest in search of beasts. A multitude awaited his blade. Watching Lu Fan's departing figure, Chun Hao shook his head, muttering, does this kid have an insatiable desire to slay beasts? Perhaps he is the reincarnation of a god of slaughter? Before long, Lu Fan joined a section of the city defenses, relentlessly hunting down beasts. With Lu Fan's involvement, what had been a defensive battle transformed into a slaughter. His ferocity was such that he leaped over the city walls to engage the beasts outside Jiangnan City. Thanks to Lu Fan's formidable prowess, the beasts fell one after another, creating a veritable vacuum in that area outside the city. The beast-hunting soldiers on the walls were left agape, their hearts racing in astonishment. Good heavens, this brother is incredible. He is single-handedly holding back this wave of beasts. By the heavens, this brother is like a god of slaughter. No beast survives a second strike from him. Who is this remarkable individual? How can he be so powerful? These waves contain 3rd and 4th-tier beasts, yet they are all felled by a single blow? When did our beast-hunting forces acquire such a slayer? In merely a short while, Lu Fan had nearly vanquished 1,000 beasts. Unfazed by the astonished cries of the onlookers, Lu Fan remained focused on his task. However, as he continued to slay beasts, he noticed a troubling trend. The kill points he earned were steadily diminishing. For instance, a 1st-tier beast that had once yielded 100 kill points now only granted 30. The kill points from 2nd, 3rd, and 4th-tier beasts also decreased correspondingly. This irked Lu Fan. Could it be that this wretched system was withholding his kill points? The system seemed to sense Lu Fan's discontent, promptly replying in a mechanical voice within his mind, ding. Due to your strength exceeding that of these beasts by a significant margin, the kill points awarded will proportionately decrease. Only when facing beasts of equal or higher tier will the kill points remain unaffected. Lu Fan felt exasperated upon hearing the system's mechanical voice. Wait, my strength surpasses these beasts, and yet my kill points are reduced? This system is truly nonsensical. Despite the reduction in kill points, Lu Fan's total remained on the rise. After all, his strength was so overwhelming that these beasts were no match for him. While he was slaughtering the beasts, he caught the attention of a 5th-tier early-stage beast. The ensuing confrontation culminated in Lu Fan's victory, netting him another 10,000 kill points. Lu Fan mused to himself, if only there were more 5th-tier beasts, I could amass even more kill points. Of course, 5th-tier beasts were not as common as cabbages, They were quite rare indeed, leading to their scarcity on the battlefield. However, soon enough, a 5th-tier mid-stage beast charged towards Lu Fan, significantly more powerful than its early-stage counterpart. Upon sighting this approaching beast, Lu Fan initially mistook it for an early-stage one, only to be sent flying upon their clash. He landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Quickly regaining his footing, Lu Fan refrained from attacking the mid-stage beast. Instead, he leaped back onto the city walls, realizing that he could not contend with it. It seemed prudent to target weaker foes in the future. Without Lu Fan's interference, the beast tide resumed its assault on the city walls. Lu Fan, wary of encountering even stronger beasts, began to lie in wait atop the walls, occasionally striking down a higher-tier beast. This tactic drew the ire of more formidable beasts, prompting them to chase after him. This time, however, Lu Fan had learned his lesson. He promptly evaded engagement with the more powerful foes. Soon, these stronger beasts were intercepted by Jiangnan City's elite, allowing Lu Fan to focus on hunting lower-tier beasts. He strategically sought out the easier targets while leaving the tougher ones to the experts of Jiangnan City. Yet, this cunning behavior incited the wrath of the higher-tier beasts, who, frustrated in their attempts to strike at Lu Fan, redirected their fury towards the Jiangnan City elites. This left the elites in a bitter predicament. Yet they could not allow the higher-tier beasts to harm Lu Fan, and thus they fought valiantly against the beast's relentless assault.